Chapter 1 What? I have crossed over. Qiao Yun felt a sharp pain coursing through her body. What on earth was happening? Hadn't she fallen off a cliff while picking the 9 deaths and 1 resurrection grass, leading to her demise? Was she still alive? Struggling to open her eyes, she was greeted by a sight of withered grass, surrounded by darkness, and the earthy scent of soil filled her nostrils. Was this a cave? Qiao Yun couldn't help but linger in a daze for a moment. I'm not dead. What on earth is going on? As she prepared to rise, a spotted white paw suddenly appeared in her line of sight. What is that? Qiao Yun leapt up in fright. Wait, what is happening? Why am I jumping so high? She thought she could speak, only to realize that she was emitting a series of howls. Wait a minute, I seem to not be human. After landing, Qiao Yun could not help but examine herself closely. That unmistakable long tail. A snow leopard. I have transformed into a magnificent snow leopard. How extraordinary! While others cross over to become the daughters of noble families or promising figures in the realm of cultivation, I am entirely different. I am not even human. Yet, when I was human, I could not even pet a nationally protected animal. But now I can pet myself. Overjoyed, Qiao Yun dashed around, only to suddenly transform into a 7 or 80-year-old child. Just moments ago, I was elated to be an adorable snow leopard, and now you tell me I can become human? Qiao Yun stood there, bewildered, when she inadvertently glanced to the side and spotted a tiny snow leopard. Having just crossed over, Qiao Yun was still in a daze, and the dimness of the cave prevented her from noticing the small snow leopard until now. She cautiously approached, intending to pick up the little creature, when it suddenly opened its eyes and let out a feeble yowl. What's wrong with this little snow leopard? Why does it seem so weak? Qiao Yun cradled the small snow leopard in her arms, noticing its emaciated state. The most embarrassing part was that she had transformed into a child and was not wearing any clothes. As a 20-something adult, she felt incredibly awkward about being naked in front of the little snow leopard, which might also have the ability to transform into a human. Qiao Yun was so embarrassed she could have built a castle with her toes. At that moment, fragments of images flashed through her mind. From the remnants of memory, it became clear that this was the snow leopard tribe, and this year, due to various circumstances, only about 10 cubs had been born. The little snow leopard in her arms was one of this year's newborns. In short, this was a primitive world dominated by animals, where some could transform into humans while others remained ordinary creatures, subject to hunting. However, food was exceedingly scarce, leading to increasingly fierce competition among tribes. The snow leopard tribe, once one of the 5 major tribes, had fallen from grace due to the continuous depletion of resources. The snow leopard Qiao Yun had crossed and was on the brink of death due to starvation. Its kin had placed it in the cave, praying for its survival, but it was still failing to thrive. Qiao Yun, as a soul from another world, had abruptly invaded this body, and the power of her crossover had directly led to her transformation into a human. Cradling the frail snow leopard, Qiao Yun stepped out of the cave. Before her lay an expanse of earth, dotted with several large snow leopards sleeping on the ground. Oh, and among them were a few dirty little snow leopards. Qiao Yun blinked, her head spinning with happiness. Does this mean I can pet snow leopards to my heart's content in the future? Chapter 2 The Hunt and Injury. One of the snow leopards awoke, spotted Qiao Yun, and immediately transformed into a human, exclaiming loudly, "Heavens! One has survived and has successfully transformed. Blessings of the beast god! Blessings of the beast god!" As he shouted, the other snow leopards also stirred, and upon seeing Qiao Yun standing at the cave entrance, they erupted into cheers. One snow leopard transformed into a woman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, rushed into another cave and emerged with a garment woven from grass, which she then draped over Qiao Yun. "Little one, what is your name?" In this world, individuals chose their own names. Moreover, the body Qiao Yun inhabited was an orphan. With a smile, Qiao Yun replied to the woman, "My name is Qiao Yun." She had no desire to change her name, preferring to stick with the one given to her by the director of the orphanage. "I am Bolier, a warrior of the tribe." "Qiao Yun, you must be starving here. This is food we have prepared for you." With that, Bolier produced a piece of grass cake from somewhere. "Wait a minute. Has the food shortage reached such dire straits that we must eat grass?" And not even fresh grass, but dry, withered grass? Qiao Yun gazed silently at the grass cake while holding the little snow leopard. At that moment, other snow leopards began transforming into humans and gathered around. Little one, hurry and eat. This was specially saved for you. How did you manage to bring out another cub? Quickly return him to the cave. May the beast god bless him for a healthy growth. One male beast man spoke earnestly, attempting to take the little snow leopard back. All right. By the way, I'm not just a little one. I have a name. I am Qiao Yun. Not fully grasping the situation, Qiao Yun had no choice but to relinquish the little snow leopard, watching helplessly as it was returned to the cave. Then Bolier thrust the grass cake into Qiao Yun's hands, her eyes brimming with expectation. Qiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the grass cake, hesitating before placing it in her mouth and chewing. How to describe it? The taste was tolerable, with a hint of grass flavor mixed with a touch of earthy scent. After finishing the grass cake, Qiao Yun expressed her gratitude to Bolier. Thank you. Qiao Yun, are you still hungry? Although there are no more grass cakes, you can have some earth cakes. The taste is not great, but it will fill you up, Bolier said with a smile. No, I'm full already. Qiao Yun dreaded the thought of Bolier presenting her with an earth cake. As the name implied, it was made of dirt. Who would have thought the modern day jest about being so poor one eats dirt would turn out to be true? At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. The tribe leader has returned from the hunt. Let us hope he has succeeded. Then we can go to the market to exchange for food and settle the guild's debts. Blessings of the beast god, Bolier exclaimed excitedly. The hunting party drew nearer, and the first sight was the grim expression on the hunting captain's face. A chill ran through everyone's heart. Something must have gone awry. Indeed, the hunting captain Mu shouted, "Come quickly. The tribe leader is injured." Everyone rushed in a frenzy to help, only to find the tribe leader lying on a stretcher, bloodied all over. Quickly, carry the tribe leader into his cave. Bolier commanded several male beastmen to fetch water to clean the tribe leader's wounds. The tribe leader slightly opened his eyes, catching sight of Qiao Yun and gasping. Is this the first cub to successfully evolve this year? Blessings of the beast god. May you thrive. With that, the tribe leader fainted. The hunting team returned, carrying a large lion as their catch. Mu spoke somberly. We need to head to the market to exchange this prey for herbs to treat the tribe leader's wounds. Chapter 3. Qiao Yun's abilities. After speaking, the hunting captain Mu organized several tribesmen, who then transformed into snow leopards and dashed off into the distance. Qiao Yun watched the snow leopards sprint away until they disappeared from sight. She entered the chieftain's cave and observed the chieftain's pale complexion, pondering, perhaps I shall never return to my former life, but it matters not. In that world, I am alone, without kin or fortune. It is better to take root and flourish in this realm. Resolved to live well in this world, Qiao Yun realized the urgency of the situation. On her very first day, the chieftain had been injured while hunting. If the chieftain were to inadvertently perish, it would spell trouble for them all. Thus, her immediate priority was to heal his wounds. However, this posed no challenge for Qiao Yun, for in her past life, she was a doctor, proficient in both Eastern and Western medicine. Furthermore, as she glanced at the mark on her hand, she marveled that her previous life's abilities had accompanied her. She wondered if the medicinal herbs in her space still existed. It seemed she would need to investigate tonight, when no one was watching. Through her memories, Qiao Yun learned that in this world, when animals transformed into humans, they brought their powers with them. For instance, Bolier had enhanced strength as her unique ability, making her one of the few female warriors in the tribe. This provided Qiao Yun with a valid reason to treat the chieftain. Thus, she boldly set about tending to his injuries. Upon examining the chieftain's wounds, she was relieved to find only scratches, with no major arteries severed. Otherwise, given the current medical capabilities, the chieftain might truly have succumbed. Just then, Bolier entered and, seeing Qiao Yun examining the chieftain, quickly admonished her, "Be careful with the chieftain's wounds. It's fine. The ability I inherited is the healing arts of the beast god." Really? That's wonderful. From now on, we need not fear injuries, Bolier exclaimed, her joy evident as her smile spread wide. Before long, the hunting team returned, having exchanged their catch for medicine, and brought back several herbivores. Qiao Yun hardly had time to glance at the animals, her focus entirely on the herbs. She hadn't even opened her mouth to request Mu to show her the herbs when Bolier eagerly informed him. Qiao Yun has inherited the healing arts of the beast god. Quickly, let her see the herbs and treat the chieftain's wounds. Mu was taken aback. After all, it had been quite some time since anyone in the tribe had inherited the beast goddess healing arts. No wonder Bollier was so excited. Thus, Mu presented the herbs to Qiao Yun, permitting her to take charge. Truth be told, it was their first time procuring medicinal herbs. Previously, they had endured injuries without assistance. Were it not for the chieftain's severe wounds and significant blood loss, they would not have sought out herbs, especially considering their considerable expense, equivalent to the price of 5 bobo chickens. The thought made Mu's heart ache. How much meat could they have purchased with that money? As Qiao Yun examined the herbs, she found them to be reliable, comprising various hemostatic medicines. While sorting through them, she discovered several ginseng roots mixed in, an excellent tonic for replenishing blood. Although they were merely roots, they would suffice to bolster the chieftain's health. Qiao Yun divided the herbs into external and internal applications. The external treatments required only a few days of application without frequent changes, while the internal medications consisted of 5 portions to be consumed daily. Ensuring the chieftain would regain his vitality. As Qiao Yun prepared to decoct the traditional medicine, she encountered a significant dilemma. There was no pot in the tribe for boiling the concoction. How would she proceed? Chapter 4. An expedition. Qiao Yun casually called over a beast man, requesting assistance in crafting a stone pot, essentially hollowing out a large rock to create a vessel with a wide opening and a thin wall, ideally using soapstone. However, given the urgency of the situation, any stone would suffice, since Qiao Yun was still young. Such tasks required the help of adult beastmen. She outlined the process of making the stone pot, and initially anticipated it would take quite some time. To her surprise, the beastman transformed into a snow leopard and, with just a few scratches of his claws, the simple stone pot was completed. The beastman then inquired, "Is this how it's done?" Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Yun had inherited the beast goddess powers, which had facilitated the task. Qiao Yun instructed the beastman to wash the stone pot by the river, and once clean, it was ready for use. After the pot was washed, they filled it with a suitable amount of water. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun hastily constructed a stove while the beastman washed the pot. She placed the herbs in the stone pot and, after an hour of boiling, served the concoction to the chieftain while asking Mu to apply the hemostatic ointment. Stepping out of the cave, Qiao Yun gazed at the impoverished tribe and sighed deeply, contemplating how to resolve the issue of sustenance. She observed the frail tribe members, who resembled 3 or 4-month-old cubs rather than those of 7 or 8 months. The cubs of other tribes at 3 or 4 months appeared far sturdier. At that moment, Bollier called a few others to prepare for an outing. Bollier, what are you planning to do? Qiao Yun inquired, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. We intend to venture into that forest to gather fresh grass for making cakes. Bollier pointed towards the distant woods. May I accompany you? I implore you. Bollier. No. It's dangerous outside. There are many fierce beasts. Whether we can return is uncertain. Bollier replied sternly. You should remain in the tribe, but we already have too few cubs this year. We cannot afford any casualties. She affectionately patted Qiao Yun's head before leading the other tribesmen away. Bollier, please let me go. The chieftain is injured, and I am the only one in the tribe who has inherited the beast god's healing arts. Perhaps I can find medicinal herbs to treat him. Qiao Yun feigned a sorrowful expression as she gazed at Bollier. Bollier stood there, at a loss for words. What is going on? Mu approached, his eyes questioning Bollier, who reluctantly recounted the situation. Upon hearing this, Mu furrowed his brow, contemplating Qiao Yun's hopeful gaze, and finally relented. Very well, you may go. But you must accompany Feng and cannot stray from the group. Mu instructed Qiao Yun sternly. Who is Feng? He's the warrior you asked to make the stone pot earlier. Feng approached with a silly grin. All right, we shall set off. Qiao Yun, climb onto Feng's back. Bollier organized the formation before they all transformed into snow leopards. Feng crouched down, allowing Qiao Yun to mount his back. Once she was securely on, they took off, and Qiao Yun held tightly to Feng's fur. Determined not to fall, inevitably, Qiao Yun felt like a dog caught in a gust of wind, her eyes squinting shut and her mouth agape. Was this what it felt like to be a woman of the wind? Soon, they arrived at their destination, and as Qiao Yun dismounted, she found herself lost in thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Ouch, my scalp hurts. Chapter 5. Discovering new food, sweet potatoes snapping back to reality. Qiao Yun noticed the other beastmen were on high alert, encircling her. Those with higher combat prowess stood guard on the perimeter, vigilant for predators. while the others searched for fresh grass. Li Air whispered. Wary of attracting dangerous beasts, Qiao Yun dared not relax her guard, quickly joining the search for grass while also scanning for any edible food. She observed that the food in this world bore similarities to that of her previous life, albeit larger and more robust. For instance, the grass, which had only reached her ankles in her former life, now towered to her waist in this world. However, this made it easier to locate, thanks to its considerable height. At that moment, Qiao Yun's attention was drawn to a particular plant, those familiar leaves. Could it be sweet potato leaves? Oh my goodness, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Sweet potatoes are treasure troves of nutrition. Not only are the leaves edible, but the tubers are as well. But wait, what is that? Qiao Yun feigned nonchalance and pointed casually to "We're not sure, but it's growing so low, it probably isn't palatable." Feng whispered, "Let us dig it up and try. We might discover a new food source, and it could help the tribe's cubs survive a bit longer." "What are you two whispering about? Focus on finding food." Li Air admonished, frowning at Qiao Yun and Feng. Li Air, "I want to collect those sweet potato leaves over there. They should taste quite good." Qiao Yun pointed toward the nearby sweet potato leaves. Li Air scanned the area and noticed the absence of the usual grass used for making cakes. Time was of the essence. The longer they lingered in the forest, the greater the risks. Reluctantly, she agreed. Qiao Yun's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the sweet potato leaves, wondering if tubers were growing underground. Transforming her hands into snow leopard paws, she began to dig around the roots. After a few strokes, she felt the earth soften considerably, and her claws encountered something solid. Changing back to her human form, she grasped the sweet potato leaf and pulled with all her might. Unfortunately, she had overestimated her strength, and having only eaten a small amount since her transformation, she was barely maintaining her hunger. Attempting to uproot the sweet potato proved to be a futile endeavor. Realizing her predicament, she sought Feng's assistance. "Qiao Yun, why not just cut it instead of trying to pull it out?" Feng queried, perplexed. With ease, he extracted the sweet potato. "Goodness, no wonder I couldn't budge it earlier. It is so large and substantial. A sweet potato is approximately the size of 2 adult men's fists. What is this?" The wind, holding the sweet potato, was filled with confusion. "This is edible. How wonderful. We will no longer have to endure hunger." Qiao Yun was overjoyed, truly a case of stumbling upon treasure without effort. However, in her excitement, Qiao Yun inadvertently spoke too loudly. Warrior frowned and listened intently. At some unknown moment, the sounds of chirping insects and birds had vanished, replaced by an unsettling silence. It was too quiet. Everyone was on high alert. Borea spoke sharply, transforming into a snow leopard. Just then, a beast, resembling a wolf yet the size of a lion, burst forth from the underbrush, roaring at Borea and the others. Soon after, more and more of these creatures emerged, encircling the group. The wind's expression grew serious as he addressed Qiao Yun. "Wait, we will create an opening when the time comes. Run with all your might towards the tribe, and do not look back." With that, the wind also transformed into a snow leopard, emitting a roar to deter the enemy that a fierce battle was about to commence. Chapter 6. The fierce battle. It was unclear who initiated the conflict, but a fierce battle erupted. The wind protected Qiao Yun, ensuring she remained unharmed. Within the snow leopard tribe, cubs were considered treasures, and it was their duty to safeguard Qiao Yun. Clutching the freshly unearthed sweet potato, Qiao Yun stowed it away in her spatial pocket. She grasped the wind's fur tightly, lowering her body to avoid being thrown off. What to do? Currently, one snow leopard was pitted against 2 beasts, while the wind faced a creature that was akin to a wolf king, a leader among these beasts, its power far surpassing that of ordinary creatures. Suddenly, Qiao Yun recalled that during her exploration of her spatial pocket, she had discovered a patch of mesmerizing grass at the edge of one area, which should be capable of incapacitating these beasts. She retrieved the mesmerizing grass, extracted its seeds, and called out to the wind. "Wind, quickly transform into a human. I have a way to daze these beasts." Upon hearing this, the wind leapt to a distance, ensuring the beasts could not approach, and immediately transformed into a human. "When you fight the beasts, throw these seeds into their mouths. In just a quarter of an hour, they will fall into a stupor." Qiao Yun distributed the seeds to the wind. "Borea, you all need to make those beasts open their mouths so I can toss the seeds in and incapacitate them." One by one, the beasts collapsed. But the wolf king-like creature proved to be a formidable opponent. As more and more beasts fell, the dominant creature became increasingly wary. It maintained its distance, preventing any snow leopards from closing in. Perhaps due to a lack of food, the beast refused to retreat. Then, it charged. not at any snow leopard, but directly at Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun was in peril. Instinctively, she transformed into a small snow leopard, her tiny legs propelling her forward with all her might. The wind immediately positioned himself in front, forcing the beast to open its mouth, while other tribe members rushed to Qiao Yun's side. Yet, the beast was too powerful. With a mere shift, it evaded the wind and sprinted towards Qiao Yun. The wind transformed back into a snow leopard, racing after her. Despite this, the beast was closing in on Qiao Yun. At that moment, she stumbled over a rock, and in terror, turned her head to see the beast's fangs. In a panic, Qiao Yun fished out a handful of mesmerizing grass from her spatial pocket and thrust it into the beast's mouth. The beast bit down, severing the grass, and lunged at Qiao Yun. She rolled away just in time to evade its deadly grasp. The wind and warriors soon arrived, joining forces to slay the final beast. Due to the shock, Qiao Yun fainted. When she awoke once more, she found herself in the tribe's cave. Gurgling, Qiao Yun rubbed her belly with her snow leopard paws before transforming into a human. Preparing to seek something to eat, as she was utterly famished, stepping out of the cave, she noticed the tribe members bustling about. She grabbed hold of one member and asked, "What are you all busy with?" "The little one has awakened," the tribe member exclaimed joyfully. "You scared us to death that day. When you returned, every leopard was covered in blood with 2 phantom wolves each. You were fast asleep on the wind's back. We thought you were on your way to the embrace of the beast god." The tribe member gently patted Qiao Yun's head, visibly shaken. "Now the tribe is dealing with those phantom wolves you brought back, preparing to exchange them for gold coins to repay our debts. Thanks to your grass, we were able to acquire so many phantom wolves so easily." Mu approached, stating that the tribe leader had also awakened. "Qiao Yun, let us go take a look." "Phantom wolves?" Qiao Yun pointed at the beasts, realizing these creatures were indeed called phantom wolves, living up to their name. Chapter 7. Repaying Debts. Qiao Yun and Mu entered the tribe leader's cave. "The little one has awakened?" The leader was now well and able to move about. "Look, these are the phantom wolves you brought back. They should fetch 30 gold coins." The leader observed the small mountain of meat before him. The universal currency in this world consisted of copper, silver, and gold, with 1 silver coin equating to 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin equating to 1,000 silver coins. However, the phantom wolves they had dragged back were relatively difficult to capture. Hence the higher price. Qiao Yun was puzzled as to why 30 or so phantom wolves were only worth 30 gold coins. Reflecting on this, she realized that due to the remoteness of the snow leopard tribe, there were few traders in the vicinity, with only 1 guild for buying and selling. The guild members took advantage of this situation, ruthlessly exploiting the snow leopard tribe, trapping them in debt, and forcing them to sign contracts, compelling tribe members to sell themselves into servitude. This thought ignited a fire of anger within Qiao Yun. The guild's actions were merely a consequence of the snow leopard tribe's stubbornness and lack of initiative to seek out better markets. How tragic! It was unexpected that not only was the snow leopard tribe impoverished, but their intelligence was also concerning. "Alas, life is arduous," she sighed. Qiao Yun exhaled deeply, thinking to herself that the guild members better not cross her path. She would not hesitate to confront them for daring to bully the snow leopard tribe. "Qiao Yun, what are you murmuring about?" Mu heard her speaking but was unaware of her words. "Oh, nothing. Nothing. So when are we going to sell?" Qiao Yun waved her hands dismissively. "We will head to the guild shortly to sell these phantom wolves. This time, I will lead the way. Mu, why don't we sell them further away? We could get a better price there." "We have considered that, but if we venture farther, what will happen to the tribe's safety?" Qiao Yun had not anticipated that selling further away would require more strong tribe members. "Wait, it seems my spatial pocket can be used for selling items. I need to return to the cave to investigate." Since Qiao Yun had only recently acquired this spatial pocket, she had yet to explore many of its functionalities, knowing only that it could be used for farming. "Tribe leader, may I join you when selling the phantom wolves? Please, I beg you," Qiao Yun implored, looking at the leader with puppy eyes. The tribe leader, recalling that since Qiao Yun had transformed, she had rarely ventured beyond the forest, where she had faced dangers, agreed to her request. Considering the journey to the guild posed minimal risk. "Wonderful. You are the best, tribe leader," Qiao Yun exclaimed, turning and racing back to the cave. Upon entering, she immediately accessed her spatial pocket to explore. Inside, she discovered 8 unlocked plots of land, while several gray areas remained locked, though she was not in a hurry. Qiao Yun understood that unlocking these gray areas would require valuable crops, and the more valuable the plants, the more advantageous it would be for unlocking the land. After some exploration, she exclaimed, "Aha! This spatial pocket can indeed facilitate buying and selling, and within the same world. For example, if she wished to sell sweet potatoes, she could specify their attributes, and the spatial pocket would automatically connect her with those in need, who would then exchange items or universal currency for them." Qiao Yun felt as though she had missed a fortune, recalling that ginseng had previously grown in her land, yet she had been clueless about how to sell it due to its unclear origins. Excited by this revelation, Qiao Yun hurried out of her spatial pocket to inform the tribe leader. Just then, a group of individuals approached from a distance, their demeanor aggressive, as if they had come to collect debts. Oh no, she realized. They really are here to demand payment from the snow leopard tribe. Chapter 8. Signing the Contract of Servitude. You snow leopard tribe do not honor your promises. A loud voice preceded the arrival of a figure with a shifty countenance, whose greedy gaze roamed over the snow leopard tribe as if appraising merchandise. This man was likely the guild leader, Qiao Yun surmised, instinctively frowning at his unsettling gaze. That we have just captured so many phantom wolves. That should cover our debts. The chieftain of the snow leopard clan narrowed his eyes slightly as the guild leader rolled his eyes. I have promised the president that I will bring back 10 members of the snow leopard clan this time. We cannot allow them to use these phantom wolves to settle their debts. The guild leader flicked the non-existent dust from his attire and nonchalantly replied, That won't do. Snow leopard chieftain, the guild has its own rules. Throughout the years, no tribe has ever used prey to settle debts. Then if we sell them to you, wouldn't the gold we earn suffice to clear our debts? The chieftain retorted. The guild leader sighed, speaking with a tone of regret. Snow leopard chieftain, you may not be aware, but our guild has reached its quota for purchasing phantom wolves this year. The president has informed us that we will no longer be acquiring wolf beasts this year. After saying this, the guild leader cast a sidelong glance at the pile of wolf beasts. What a pity for those phantom wolves. If we could accept them, we would undoubtedly make a substantial profit. The guild leader desired the snow leopard clan members primarily because they largely inherited the powers of the beast gods, with their inherited strength surpassing that of other tribes. This meant that one snow leopard clan member was equivalent to 10 orcs from other tribes who had inherited the powers of the beast gods. Such a lucrative opportunity would not be overlooked by the guild. But we currently have no gold, the chieftain said, his expression serious. That can easily be remedied. Our guild stipulates that if a tribe lacks sufficient gold to repay debts, the members may sign a contract of servitude. You snow leopards owe our guild 20 gold coins. According to regulations, you must provide 10 robust clansmen to sign a 50-year contract of servitude. The guild leader squinted his eyes and smiled, feigning a kind reminder. Absolutely not. This contract is unreasonable, Qiao Yun interjected, unable to hold back. What sort of impudent child dares to interrupt here? Is your snow leopard clan truly in such dire straits that you allow a mere cub to speak out? The guild leader retorted with dissatisfaction. We will consider it and provide you with a response by tomorrow, the chieftain said, a hint of anger in his voice. The inability to repay the debt was one matter. Being reprimanded by a guild member was another. The snow leopard clan members were known for their affection towards their young and could hardly tolerate the guild's disrespect. Very well, I shall grant you one final day, the guild leader said, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. After all, it was a foregone conclusion that 10 members of the snow leopard clan would sign contracts of servitude, allowing them to struggle a bit longer provided a certain amusement. Did it not? Before departing, the guild leader surveyed the snow leopard clan, thinking it best to avoid this dilapidated tribe in the future. It would be preferable for the snow leopard clan to perish swiftly. He snorted coldly. Once the guild members had departed, the chieftain could not help but feel anxious. Was signing contracts of servitude truly the only path forward? If they surrendered 10 clansmen to the guild, the safety of the remaining members would be jeopardized, leaving behind only the elderly, weak, and infirm. Did the beast gods truly intend for the snow leopard clan to face extinction? With such thoughts, the chieftain let out a sigh and dejectedly returned to his cave. The remaining clan members also returned to their caves, disheartened. The patrol team continued to guard the safety of the clan, but their spirits were low. Perhaps tonight would be their final patrol, as the future of the snow leopard clan remained uncertain. Chapter 9. Selling phantom wolves. Qiao Yun observed the despondent expressions of his clansmen and fervently hoped that the transactions within his space would proceed smoothly. He then quietly approached the pile of meat and stealthily placed the topmost phantom wolf into his space. Afterward, Qiao Yun returned to his cave, preparing to operate within the space when the night grew quiet. Currently, Qiao Yun could only enter the space with his soul, not his physical body, yet he remained aware of any disturbances in the outside world. Soon, the night enveloped the land. Qiao Yun lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and entered his space, where a singular phantom wolf stood out prominently. As Qiao Yun activated the trading function, a cabinet resembling an automatic vending machine appeared before him. Curiously, he gazed at this machine as it whirred to life, announcing, "Please provide me with a name." "Wow, this vending machine is quite intelligent. Let us call it Xiaoji," he declared. "Greetings, Master. I am Xiaoji, and I am delighted to serve you." Qiao Yun paused momentarily. "No, you are called Xiaoji, not Xiaoji. Apologies, you currently lack the authority to make changes." Qiao Yun felt a pang of frustration. That name was rather awkward. "Fine, as long as it works." Xiaoji, ahem, I would like to sell this phantom wolf. What must I do?" Qiao Yun asked expressionlessly, detecting attributes of the phantom wolf. Ding. Phantom wolf level. Excellent. Recommended selling price, 1,000 gold coins. Qiao Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a single phantom wolf could fetch 1,000 gold coins, remembering the chieftain's previous remark that 30 or so phantom wolves could only be sold for 30 gold coins. He felt a surge of frustration. While it was one thing to exploit the situation, it was entirely another to be taken advantage of so blatantly. Reflecting on how the Snow Leopard clan had previously sold a phantom wolf for less than 1 gold coin, Qiao Yun, the miser, felt darkness cloud his vision. No, I must also reclaim the previous amounts from the guild. This is all money. Clenching his fists, he silently encouraged himself. Xiaoji, sell the phantom wolf at a price of 1,000 gold coins. When can I expect to receive the gold? I will materialize before the customers according to their needs. Please be patient, master, Xiaoji replied, giving a heart gesture. Qiao Yun fell silent. After delivering this, Xiaoji vanished from his sight. Approximately 9,000 kilometers away from the Snow Leopard clan lay a continent known as Yukai Continent. Yes, you heard it right. This continent was named Yukai Continent and was ruled by the Panda clan, which was extraordinarily wealthy. The Panda clan members predominantly inherited the skills of the beast gods, akin to skilled technicians in the previous world. In this realm, the Panda clan mastered the technologies of clothing and daily necessities. Furthermore, their territory boasted several gold mines. Even without working, they could lounge and collect money. However, one panda named Xiang Ziming was different. He had a passion for creation. Recently, however, he found himself in a creative bottleneck, as his latest product required the fur of a wild beast, the phantom wolf. Unfortunately, such beasts did not exist on Yukai Continent, compelling him to seek them elsewhere. Out of necessity, Xiang Ziming resolved to venture to the desolate continent near the Snow Leopard clan to make his purchase. Just as he prepared to set off, an oddly shaped object suddenly appeared before him. Xiang Ziming nearly jumped out of his skin. Just as he was about to call for help, this peculiar object spoke. "Hello. I detect that you require phantom wolf fur. Would you be willing to purchase it for 1,000 gold coins?" Xiaoji stood not far from Xiang Ziming. What is this thing? It can speak. Intrigued, Xiang Ziming decided against calling for help, thinking it amusing and fascinating. "Can I take you apart to see your structure?" Ding! Detection of the customer's intent to damage Xiaoji. The transaction will be cancelled. Xiaoji calmly stated, preparing to proceed to the next customer. Wait a moment. 1,000 gold coins, you say? I'll take it," Xiang Ziming hurriedly exclaimed, fearing the transaction would slip away. Ding! Detection of the customer's strong desire to purchase. Transaction continues. Xiaoji replied warmly. Xiang Ziming quickly retrieved 1,000 gold coins from the crevices of the stones in his room. "Here, this is 1,000 gold coins. Quickly, give me the phantom wolf." He tossed the coins to Xiaoji. Ding! Transaction successful. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. Xiaoji collected the coins while simultaneously tossing the phantom wolf to Xiang Ziming before vanishing from sight. Hey, this is indeed a genuine phantom wolf. I no longer need to trek far to acquire this fur. Xiang Ziming crouched down, stroking the phantom wolf's fur and muttering to himself. After waiting a while, Qiao Yun could no longer hold out and drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, the dawn had already broken. He sprang to his feet, eager to check if Xiaoji had returned. Suddenly, Xiaoji appeared before Qiao Yun without warning. Ding! Good morning, dear master. The phantom wolf transaction has been successfully completed. Here are the 1,000 gold coins you earned. Would you like to continue selling? Xiaoji said warmly. Qiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected the sale to be so swift. The heavens have eyes. No, the beast gods have eyes. Our snow leopard clan is saved. Chapter 10. Preparing to cook sweet potatoes with the freshly acquired 1,000 gold coins in hand. Qiao Yun hurried to find the chieftain, who had just emerged from his cave. A look of deep sorrow etched across his face. Chieftain! Chieftain! Qiao Yun gasped, rushing over to call out to him. Look, this is the money I just earned from selling a phantom wolf. As he spoke, he pulled out the 1,000 gold coins, hastily wrapped in a large leaf from a tree. Oh dear, child, we will find a way. Do not carry too much pressure, the chieftain said, patting Qiao Yun's head with a sigh, mistakenly believing Qiao Yun was obsessed with gold. No, chieftain, please look, this is real, Qiao Yun exclaimed, quickly unwrapping the leaf to reveal the shining coins within. The chieftain gasped in astonishment. This is truly gold. Trembling, he extracted a coin, holding it up to the sunlight, before finally biting down on it with his teeth. Qiao Yun watched in shock. Chieftain, are you all right? It is real. It is truly gold. The chieftain's eyes brimmed with tears as he bowed towards the heavens. Then he turned to Qiao Yun and asked, Where did you acquire this gold? Alas, I have forgotten everything in an instant. What should I do? How can I conceal this? Qiao Yun, feeling guilty, averted her gaze from the chieftain's eyes. I am. It is the beast god who, seeing our snow leopard clan in such dire straits, has heard our call and bestowed upon me this ability. Regardless of the circumstances, placing the blame on the beast god was undoubtedly a sound choice. The members of the snow leopard clan, blissfully naive, would likely not suspect a thing. Qiao Yun composed herself and spoke to the chieftain in the most sincere tone. So it is, Qiao Yun, you must take good care of your ability and refrain from using it casually in front of others. The chieftain admonished sternly, then offered a prayer to the heavens, expressing gratitude for the beast god's protection, confident that the snow leopard clan would surely rise again. Chieftain, we now need to send someone to the guild to repay our debts. We can avoid making our clan members sign contracts of servitude, Qiao Yun urged, shaking the chieftain, though she knew full well he would not be swayed. Yes, let us first send someone to settle the debts with the guild. The chieftain called for Mu, saying, Mu, quickly, take these 20 gold coins to the guild to repay our debts. Chieftain, where did you acquire these gold coins? You didn't resort to robbery, did you? Mu whispered, covering his mouth with his hand. Do not concern yourself with where they came from. Just hurry and repay the debts, the chieftain urged Mu. With the 20 gold coins in hand, Mu dashed off to the guild. While Qiao Yun discussed with the chieftain the idea of selling the pile of illusionary wolves lying in the open space. To avoid revealing Qiao Yun's abilities, the chieftain personally moved the illusionary wolves to his cave, allowing Qiao Yun to enter and conduct the sale while he stood watch a short distance away, ensuring that no clan members would disturb her as she exercised her powers. Inside the chieftain's cave, Qiao Yun reluctantly summoned Xiao Ji and sold all the illusionary wolves at the price of 1,000 gold coins each. Afterward, she paid no further heed. Now that they had gold, she couldn't shake the thought of the vast sweet potato field she had encountered in the forest. It was time for these beast men to witness the allure of sweet potatoes. Qiao Yun retrieved the sweet potatoes from her space, washed them thoroughly in the clan's river, and then placed them in the stone pot area, given the immense size of the sweet potatoes. Washing just one left, Qiao Yun drenched in sweat. This is too much. My body is too frail. I need someone to help me wash these sweet potatoes. Just as she finished speaking, her keen eyes caught sight of Feng passing through the nearby woods. Feng, here, come over, Qiao Yun exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy. Free labor. Why not take advantage of it? Once cooked, I can share a sample with him, Qiao Yun thought, calculating her benefits. Feng approached, asking, Why are you washing these? Feng, let me tell you, this is a fantastic item. It is a filling food that can also be stored for the winter, Qiao Yun replied, brimming with pride. Is that so? But we've never eaten it before. It won't be poisonous, will it? Feng questioned skeptically. If such a filling food existed, surely fewer people would struggle to survive the winter, and Feng suspected Qiao Yun was deceiving him. Indeed, just wait a moment. Help me wash off the dirt from these sweet potatoes and take them to the stone pot. I will await your return there. With that, Qiao Yun dashed over to the stone pot, urging, Hurry up with the washing. Sighing, out of love for the cubs, Feng rolled up his sleeves and began washing the sweet potatoes. Qiao Yun had stashed at least 7 or 8 sizable sweet potatoes in her space, each as large as the fist of 2 adult males, so together, they were quite the haul. After washing the sweet potatoes, Feng easily carried the bundle to Qiao Yun, while she struggled to lift even one. Panting heavily, This isn't my fault. It's certainly because I'm still young. Once I eat more, I too shall grow strong enough to carry 7 or 8 sweet potatoes without breaking a sweat. Qiao Yun tugged at Feng's arm. Pointing to a large rock ahead, Feng, please make me a large spoon. I need it to fetch water. She gestured to indicate the size. Feng promptly fashioned the spoon, asking, is this all right? As he wiped the fine sweat from his brow. Perfect. Wait here while I go fetch some water from the river. Qiao Yun eagerly prepared to lift the stone, but it did not budge at all. Embarrassed, she wished for a hole to hide in. How utterly humiliating. Feng, please help me fill this spoon with water, she instructed nonchalantly, adhering to the adage, if I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. With everything prepared, they began cooking the sweet potatoes. Chapter 11. Unbelievable. These sweet potatoes are simply exquisite. Feng placed all the sweet potatoes into the stone pot, filling it to the brim, and added half a pot of water. He then stoked the fire beneath the makeshift stove, while Qiao Yun squatted nearby. Counting ants. Who would have thought? Qiao Yun, brazenly slacking off. After a few minutes, the delightful aroma of sweet potatoes wafted through the air. Qiao Yun inhaled deeply, finding solace for her empty stomach. This is the scent. It is irresistible. She could not help but swallow hard, her eyes fixated on the sweet potatoes like a famished wolf. Feng, too, swallowed hard and continued to add more wood to the fire at that moment. Clan members began to gather, drawn by the tantalizing fragrance. Feng, what are you cooking? It smells divine. Bully Air gazed longingly at the pot. Qiao Yun says these are sweet potatoes, the ones she unearthed in the forest. Feng explained. Upon learning that they were Qiao Yun's goods, Bully Air hesitated to ask her for some, feeling it inappropriate to take food meant for the cubs. However, the delicious aroma was too enticing to resist. And soon, Bully Air and the other clan members were fervently inhaling the sweet scent of the sweet potatoes. Bully Air, there are plenty of sweet potatoes here. Once they are cooked, we can each have a taste. Afterward, we can head to the forest and dig up more. Qiao Yun proposed. That sounds splendid. You all go fetch the cubs. Let them have something to eat. They can also try those grass cakes. Though they lack nutrition, the chieftain interjected, growing increasingly melancholic as he reflected on their debts to the guild. Yet food remained a significant shortfall. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, all the clan members fell silent. Our lives will surely improve. All we need to do is work hard to ensure the cubs have food. The Snow Leopard clan shall have hope. Bully Air rallied. Besides, Qiao Yun mentioned a vast sweet potato field in the forest. Let us form a team and harvest them all. Quickly, let us fetch the cubs. Most of the clan's cubs were orphans, their parents having been slain by wild beasts or gone missing in search of food. Thus, the cubs were housed in a cave to rest, minimizing energy expenditure, while an elderly female beast man was tasked with caring for them. Before long, the cubs were gathered, each one mewling softly, which tugged at Qiao Yun's heartstrings. Feng, that's enough. You can stop cooking now. Qiao Yun halted Feng, tearing open the skin of the topmost sweet potato. The orange-yellow flesh gleamed like golden treasure, and everyone instinctively held their breath, fearing this might all be a dream. Quick, pinch me. Is this real? A nearby clan member exclaimed, pinching Bully Air's arm. Ouch, it is real. I've never seen food so reminiscent of gold. Qiao Yun requested Feng to slice a small piece of sweet potato for her. Then carefully peeled it, taking a bite. Tears nearly sprung to her eyes, such was the taste of this long-lost food. Qiao Yun hurriedly instructed the clan members to place the cubs down, then sought a sturdy tree to craft wooden bowls for serving the sweet potatoes. The clan members gently set the cubs down in 2 neat rows, evoking memories of the panda cubs lined up in her previous world. I wonder if there are pandas in this world? Qiao Yun mused, drifting off in thought. Before long, the clan members had fashioned wooden bowls, and Qiao Yun inspected their work. Indeed, these bowls are quite suitable for the beasts. They are more akin to basins. Next, Qiao Yun instructed Feng to cut the sweet potatoes, prioritizing the cubs. She meticulously peeled the sweet potatoes, blowing on them to cool before offering them to the cubs at that moment. Qiao Yun felt as though she were feeding kittens, though not entirely inaccurate. For snow leopards belong to the feline family. As she watched the cubs struggle to rise and devour every morsel from their bowls, licking them clean, Qiao Yun declared, Bully Air, let us hurry and dig up more sweet potatoes. Also, we should gather their leaves. Can we perhaps hunt some prey on the way? Yes. When Qiao Yun glanced up, she found Bully Air's entire face buried in the wooden bowl, licking it clean, oblivious to her. Sighing, Qiao Yun prepared to discard the sweet potato skin she had just peeled, only to be stopped by Bully Air, who quickly interjected, Qiao Yun, give them to me. We mustn't waste them. Quietly, Qiao Yun complied. handing over the skins, wishing to avoid further discussion. Soon, a large pot of sweet potatoes was consumed, and Feng brought Qiao Yun her share. After finishing her meal, she decided to check on the little snow leopard she had seen earlier in the cave. Eager to see how it fared, Polio had also assembled his team, ready to venture out in search of sweet potatoes. Every face radiated hope, forming a stark contrast to the expressions of the previous day. Qiao Yun couldn't help but smile. Chapter 12. The grand feast of pork. The guild Mu arrived at the guild with 20 gold coins. Where is your leader? He inquired of the patrolling guard. What brings you here? Has the snow leopard clan come to settle a debt? The guard responded, peering around for Mu's companions. Seeing no one he sought, the guild leader's expression darkened. What is going on with your clan? Where are the promised 10 members? We have the funds now. We have come to repay our debt. Mu raised the gold coins in his hand. Impossible. Where did you acquire this money? The guild leader exclaimed in astonishment. No, we cannot accept this payment. Who knows the origins of your wealth? Mu narrowed his eyes. Are you attempting to deceive the leopards? Do you wish for our clan members to labor for you? With a forceful punch, Mu shattered a nearby stone, causing the guild leader to tremble in fear, ultimately agreeing to accept the gold coins for repayment. With a disdainful snort, Mu took the agreement, tore it up, and turned to leave, leaving the guild leader weak-kneed on the ground, nearly frightened out of his wits. Snow Leopard Clan Qiao Yun anxiously awaited the return of Polier and his team, and soon enough, she spotted the moving black dots in the distance. They're back! They're back! Qiao Yun shouted excitedly and ran towards them. Every leopard wore a broad smile, that we harvested all the sweet potatoes from the forest and even hunted a sand pig. Polio announced, showcasing the robust pig in his grasp. This sand pig resembled a wild boar from the old world but was significantly larger, while a typical wild boar weighed over 100 pounds. This one surpassed 300. It seemed they would enjoy a splendid feast tonight. Qiao Yun instinctively licked her lips, just as the clan leader approached. Put all of this in that cave. We must ration our food to survive this winter. Goodness, when did the clan leader prepare a cave? Qiao Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Leader, we must eat that sand pig quickly, or it will spoil, Qiao Yun pleaded, gazing up at the leader with her big, watery eyes. Indeed, it appears we must consume it tonight. The leader lamented. One sand pig is hardly enough for us. Let us save some of those sweet potato leaves or a few more sweet potatoes, Qiao Yun said, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the large sweet potatoes and leaves on her fellow clan members' backs. That's out of the question. We can only spare a few leaves. And the sweet potatoes are non-negotiable. The leader pulled a sweet potato vine from one of the clan members and handed it to Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun exclaimed, Leader, you must be seeking a beating. In her desperate bid to fill her stomach tonight, Qiao Yun resorted to every means possible, ultimately managing to secure a small bundle of sweet potato leaves from the leader, satisfied with her small bounty. Qiao Yun hurried to the stone pot, the clan's dining area, while reminding the leader, Leader, these sweet potatoes must be dried, or they'll sprout easily. With that, she dashed away. The leader gritted his teeth and muttered, This child is truly cunning, plotting with adult beasts at such a young age. Polier patted the leader's shoulder. This is a good thing. It means the Snow Leopard clan will not be easily bullied in the future. The leader, resigned, nodded and instructed the clan members to place the sweet potatoes in the central square to dry out the moisture, while the sweet potato leaves were to be stored in the cool of the new cave. At that moment, Mu returned to the clan. Where is the leader? He asked, grabbing a passing clan member. The leader is at the central square. Hurry, the sun is setting. Come help me move the sweet potatoes. Thus, Mu was reluctantly compelled to assist in the transport of sweet potatoes. Sweat pouring down his face, Mu carried the sweet potatoes and soon encountered the leader. Where did all this come from? Ha ha ha, Mu, this is a delightful treasure. Too bad you missed it. The flavor. Oh, I can't even think about it without drooling. The leader wiped away non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth. I'll let you taste it next time. Now hurry and fetch the sweet potatoes before it gets dark. Finally, they managed to bring back all the sweet potatoes and leaves just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Once Qiao Yun received the sweet potato vines, she plucked off the leaves to stir-fry later. She then enlisted the help of a clan member to skin the entire sand pig, dividing the meat into portions. Qiao Yun first washed the sweet potato leaves by the river to remove the dirt. Upon her return, the sand pig had already been divided. Qiao Yun planned which parts would be used for what dishes. Realizing one clan member was insufficient, she called upon several more to assist in chopping the ribs, bones, pig's feet, etc. At this rate, the stone pot, which had been prepared earlier for the leader's medicinal concoction, would not suffice. They would need several more. Just then, Feng strolled over to see if tonight's dinner was ready. Qiao Yun stopped him from leaving, asking him to help make a few more stone pots. He ended up crafting 20. Is that enough? If not, I can make more. Feng prepared to pick up another stone. That will do. If we need more, we can make them later, Qiao Yun quickly interjected. Now that the ribs and bones had also been chopped, Qiao Yun instructed Feng to start the fire. As the fire blazed, she checked the temperature of the stone pot with her palm before adding the pig's fatty meat to render lard. The sizzling fat met the stone pot, creating a delightful sound as the fragrant lard wafted through the air, causing the clan members to inhale deeply, their minds echoing with a single thought. How incredibly aromatic. A rumble echoed, someone's stomach growled, and soon the chorus of growls filled the air. Once the lard was nearly ready, Qiao Yun instructed a clan member to fetch a stone basin to contain the lard. As the lard was finished, Qiao Yun hurriedly ladled it into the stone basin and then asked Feng to extinguish the fire, planning to resume it later. For now, she needed to tend to the pig bones. Qiao Yun placed all the pig bones into a stone pot, filling it with water to the brim, while the clever clan member quickly tended the fire beneath it. Alas, they had yet to find winter melons, corn, or carrots, so they could only prepare a simple pig bone soup. Next, Qiao Yun began handling the remaining pork. Once each cut was in the pot, she instructed Feng to continue heating the pot that had rendered the lard. Qiao Yun intended to use the remaining lard in the pot to stir-fry the sweet potato leaves, a culinary skill imparted to her by the director of the orphanage. First, she added water to the pot, and as it met the hot oil, it instantly boiled. With swift reflexes, Qiao Yun poured in all the sweet potato leaves, stirring them. The aroma of the sweet potato leaves wafted from the stone pot, enticing the clan members' noses. Feng, it's ready. Extinguish the fire. Simultaneously, other stone pots released their respective delightful scents, captivating the snow leopard clan. Once Qiao Yun finished, she prepared to call the clan for dinner, only to find a circle of young ones surrounding her. One little cub quietly whimpered, "Awu," prompting the others to join in, their cries tugging at Qiao Yun's heartstrings. Feng, you call the clan to dinner. I'll feed the little ones first, Qiao Yun said, moving to grab the cubs' bowls, but the cubs dashed off to fetch their own bowls. Qiao Yun gazed at the energetic little ones, momentarily speechless. Each of them, in their eagerness for food, pretended to be weak, resigned. Qiao Yun filled their bowls. Chapter 13. Dining together. Growing strong one by one, the little cubs clutched their bowls, lining up obediently. At the front was the smallest, just a few months old. With a soft cry, Qiao Yun suppressed the urge to scoop it into her arms and diligently filled their bowls with pig bone soup. Drink plenty of soup. Grow tall and strong, Qiao Yun encouraged as she ladled the soup. Qiao Yun, will drinking more pig bone soup really make you grow tall and strong? Feng asked, standing by the rib pot. Of course. Oh dear, you're so thin. You should drink more, Qiao Yun replied with a smile at the little snow leopard before her. How the little snow leopard licked Qiao Yun's hand before taking its bowl to sip at a leisurely pace. Feng paused, scrutinizing Qiao Yun from head to toe. Then you should really drink more. Qiao Yun's previous joy at the little snow leopard's affection dissipated instantly. That's because I'm still young. Don't worry, I'll definitely be taller than you when I grow up, Qiao Yun retorted defiantly. Is it mealtime already? Polier jogged over, followed by a line of eager little tails. Polier clutched his bowl and joined the queue, while the other clan members picked up their bowls and formed an orderly line, gazing longingly at the meat in the stone pot. Qiao Yun was ushered by the other clan members to eat. Receiving a heaping bowl of soup, drink plenty of soup, grow tall and strong, the clan members advised earnestly. Qiao Yun, this joke will never get old, will it? Qiao Yun mused as she ran over to eat with the cubs. After sipping her soup, Qiao Yun noted the meaty flavor but lamented the absence of salt, which would have made it even more delightful. At last, the meat was distributed, leaving only the sounds of chewing and the clinking of bowls. Wait a moment, is that the sound of licking the stone pot? Qiao Yun turned her head and was taken aback to see 7 or 8 clan members nearly buried in the pot. The little ones had jumped directly into the stone pot, licking this way and that. Qiao Yun approached and picked up one little cub, which squirmed reluctantly in her arms, making a spoiled sound. Qiao Yun could only think to herself, the snow leopard is charming in every way, except for that rather unappealing call. However, how could she ever dislike the sound of her own cubs? Look at you. Your belly is swollen. If you eat any more, it will burst. Qiao Yun gently patted the cub's round belly, contrasting it with its frail limbs. Hearing Qiao Yun's words, the cub froze, no longer daring to lick the soup in the stone pot. The other cubs and beastmen pretended nothing was amiss, slowly emerging from the pot. Qiao Yun, along with Mu, escorted the cubs back to the cave, where the elderly female beastman was already waiting for them. Sleep early, and you will grow up quickly. Qiao Yun stroked the head of the smallest snow leopard, which was still clean, having been born not too long ago, at least 80% new. Once they grew a bit more, she could take them into the forest to see if there were any soap pods for bathing. Qiao Yun was secretly plotting to AT this moment. The snow leopard cubs remained blissfully unaware that soon they would be compelled to take a bath. After bidding farewell to the cubs, Mu dutifully escorted Qiao Yun back to her cave, which, to be precise, was not her own, but rather a cave for the underage. Currently, she was the only one living there. As she was the only one in the clan who had successfully transformed, as Qiao Yun entered the cave and prepared to sleep, she was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Jiba, who hadn't been seen for a day. Greetings, master. All the illusionary wolves for sale today have been sold, yielding a total of 31,000 gold coins, Xiao Jiba said, tossing the coins to Qiao Yun. May I inquire if you wish to continue selling items? Qiao Yun caught the coins and decided to halt sales for the time being. Ding. Sales paused successfully. If you need anything, just call for Xiao Jiba. Good night, master. Xiao Jiba waved goodbye with a human-like gesture. Qiao Yun stored the coins safely and lay down on the ground, contemplating life. Aside from the sweet potatoes and sweet potato leaves found the day before, there was little food left in the clan. It seemed she would have to venture into the forest again tomorrow to see what else could be found to eat. Lost in thought, Qiao Yun soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Qiao Yun was awakened by the sound of crowing. Wait, crowing? She quickly got up and stepped out of the cave, only to find a beast man holding a large rooster. Albeit in a rather, indescribable color that it appeared as if it had been randomly dyed by the beast god, showcasing every hue imaginable, akin to a giant dye vat, somewhat eye-watering. What kind of prey is this? Qiao Yun pointed at the colorful rooster, casting a disdainful glance at it. Oh, this is a multicolored chicken. It ran into our central square this morning, trying to steal our sweet potatoes, and Mu caught it. We are preparing to dispatch it now. As he spoke, the beast man executed the chicken on the spot and proceeded to place it into the stone pot for cooking. Wait, aren't you going to pluck the feathers off the multicolored chicken? Qiao Yun hurriedly stopped him. Huh? Do we need to pluck the feathers? We usually eat it this way. The beast man scratched his head in confusion. Yes, we must pluck them. Otherwise, it won't taste good. Come, let me show you how. Qiao Yun said, excitedly running towards the dining hall, instructing the beast man to fetch water from the river and boil it. During the water boiling process, Qiao Yun struck up a conversation. What is your name? While adding wood to the fire, the beast man replied, My name is Lei Gang, the strongest in the clan. I also have a younger brother, the little snow leopard you were with the other day. No wonder you are called Lei Gang. How is your brother doing? How about you take me to see him after this? Let me unleash the power of the beast god. Qiao Yun stood up and patted Lei Gang's shoulder. Before long, the water was boiling. Qiao Yun directed Lei Gang to hold the chicken by its feet and submerge the rest of it in the hot water. After 30 seconds, she instructed him to grasp the chicken's head and repeat the process. All right, Lei Gang, quickly take the multicolored chicken out. It's time for us to pluck its feathers. Qiao Yun urged Lei Gang to retrieve the chicken. As Qiao Yun deftly plucked the feathers, Lei Gang remained calm, methodically removing them. If not for the sweat on his forehead, one might have thought he was unaffected by the heat. I want to turn these feathers into a toy to entertain the cubs. Qiao Yun mused. She sorted the feathers by color, marveling at the vibrant hues of the multicolored chicken. Before long, she had finished sorting them. Now she just needed to let them dry and find a slender stick along with some resilient grass. After plucking the feathers, she separated the chicken's innards and meat, chopping the remaining meat for soup. Making soup would allow the clan members to fill their bellies, though it might also leave them feeling hungry sooner. Alas, there was no other way. This was all she could do for now. The leftover innards would be cooked with the sweet potato leaves. Qiao Yun stealthily made her way to the new cave, quietly swiping a bundle of sweet potato leaves. Quietly, Qiao Yun arrived, and quietly, she left, taking the bundle of sweet potato leaves. Qiao Yun felt like a little poet, giving herself a thumbs up. Soon, breakfast was ready. And as soon as the clan members heard the call to eat, they rushed in droves to gather. Qiao Yun, you sneaked off to the cave again to grab sweet potato leaves. The clan leader shot her an incredulous look at the sight of the leaves in the stone pot. Oh dear, clan leader, Please calm down. We all need to eat. And if we eat well, we can gain strength to venture into the forest to look for more sweet potato leaves. Qiao Yun grinned unabashedly. At this point, the clan leader had nothing more to say and could only take a hearty bite of the sweet potato leaves. The combination of the leaves and chicken offal tasted quite delightful. Even better than the stir-fried sweet potato leaves from the previous day. The clan leader praised the dish. After breakfast, Qiao Yun took the colorful chicken feathers and laid them out to dry in the central square before searching for a few slender sticks and a small bundle of grass. Sitting on the ground, Qiao Yun occasionally turned the feathers to ensure they dried evenly and quickly. Once the feathers were dry, she selected one of each color, securing them onto the slender sticks with her hands and binding them with the grass in several tight turns. Aha! A simple toy is complete. Fortunately, the feathers were long, so Qiao Yun tied them off securely to prevent any from falling off during play. With her newfound experience in crafting the first toy, the subsequent ones came together swiftly. Qiao Yun brandished her newly made toy before the cub's cave, where every little cub was busy gnawing on its own tail, smacking its lips as if it were the tastiest thing ever. The first cub spotted Qiao Yun and excitedly yelped, prompting the others to abandon their tails and rush over to her, eager for affection. The female beastman responsible for caring for the cubs emerged from the cave. You must be Qiao Yun. I am Huiying, in charge of looking after the cubs. Have you come to play with them? Yes. I'm here to keep them company for a while. You go ahead and do your own thing. All right then, just call me if you need anything. I'll go tidy up their sleeping area. With that, Huiying departed. One by one, the cubs crowded around Qiao Yun, vying for her attention, for she was a source of treats. They all eagerly sought her favor. The bolder cubs shamelessly squeezed past the others, using the most adorable voices to capture Qiao Yun's attention, their long tails playfully brushing against her hands. Is this the joy of having multiple snow leopards? Qiao Yun was momentarily lost in the delight of petting one, hugging another, and showering affection on yet another. Utterly enchanted, she was blissfully immersed in the softness, reluctant to awaken from this dream. With great effort, Qiao Yun finally disentangled herself from the plush pile. Wait, I don't have any food right now. As soon as she voiced this, the snow leopard cubs lost interest, one by one retreating into the cave. No longer inclined to pay her any mind. Stinky cubs, you have two faces, Qiao Yun exclaimed, but then she remembered, but I brought a new toy. Ta? Look, this is the toy I made for you. A teasing stick. Regardless of what the toy was meant for, Qiao Yun resolutely declared that it would be called a teasing stick. She pulled out the simple teasing stick and provocatively teased one of the snow leopard cub's ears. The cub's ears twitched, unwilling to be subdued by the teasing stick. Finally, growing tired of the annoyance, it focused intently, adopting a hunting stance. Crouching low, its paws dug into the earth, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on the teasing stick. Moving in sync with its movements, not a single blink escaped its eyes. Qiao Yun held her breath, silently screaming. Ah, so fierce. No, I mean, so adorable. Let the storm come with even greater intensity. I can handle it. Just as she thought, the snow leopard cub wiggled its behind and pounced fiercely at the teasing stick that disturbed its peace. Unfortunately, Qiao Yun was quicker, swiftly moving the teasing stick out of reach. The non-existent snow leopard cub, unwilling to concede defeat, continued to crawl forward, inching ever closer to the enticing toy. Its tail flicked slightly upward, forming a graceful arc. Qiao Yun gazed at the cub's tail. And in that fleeting moment, it felt as though Cupid had struck her heart with an arrow. Oh my, I feel so alive. Seizing the opportunity while Qiao Yun was distracted, the snow leopard cub lunged and caught the toy. With a determined grip, it clung to the toy with its mouth, its front paws fiercely embracing it, while its hind paws kicked at it with fervor. The little creature's demeanor seemed to proclaim, "You think you can disturb my peaceful dreams? I shall vanquish you." Unable to contain her amusement at the cub's antics, Qiao Yun scooped it up and inhaled deeply above its head. Despite being lifted, the snow leopard cub stubbornly continued to gnaw on the toy, a testament to its indignation. Although the cub was rather dirty, with only the earthy scent of soil to inhale, Qiao Yun paid no heed to such trivialities. Ah, I feel rejuvenated. After savoring the presence of the snow leopard cub, Qiao Yun lifted her head, a look of sheer enjoyment gracing her features. Puffed. Huiying couldn't help but chuckle at Qiao Yun's infatuated expression. Even though she herself was a cub, she often found herself wanting to pet other cubs. Qiao Yun insisted, "No, You don't understand that what's the point of petting oneself? It's far more delightful to pet others. After playing with the toy alongside the other cubs for a while, Qiao Yun decided to take her leave. The cubs protested. Aren't we here to accompany you? In a moment of reflection, Qiao Yun realized she hadn't truly explored the vastness of the clan's territory during her stay. Resolute, she began to stroll leisurely through the clan lands. Along her path, many clan members greeted her, and she waved back as though she were a leader. Indeed, if the clan members were to salute or shake hands, Qiao Yun would undoubtedly embody the image of a true leader. As she approached the entrance of the clan's territory, she noticed a commotion brewing nearby. Most of the patrol teams stood guard at the entrance, vigilant against any outsiders daring to trespass upon the Snow Leopard clan's land. Qiao Yun tugged at a clan member, inquiring, "What is happening?" The clan member replied, voice filled with ire, "Those detestable lions suspect us of stealing their colorful chicken." Qiao Yun was taken aback. Colorful chicken? Do they even differentiate between species? How could they possibly claim that chicken belongs to them? Surely they aren't here to fabricate a story, are they? Qiao Yun furrowed her brows. What does fabricate a story mean? The clan member turned to look at her. Qiao Yun continued, "Brother, isn't your focus misplaced? Shouldn't you be concerned about the previous statement? Fabricating a story means that even if this colorful chicken isn't theirs, they will assert that it is. And then demand another chicken from us." Qiao Yun explained earnestly. "These lions are truly vile, unjustly maligning our Snow Leopard clan." The clan member's face was filled with fury, ready to charge forth and confront the lion clan. Qiao Yun. The word vile was something she had last heard in kindergarten, and hearing it from the mouth of an adult beast felt rather jarring that as for why the lion clan would come demanding a mere colorful chicken. It was partly due to food shortages and partly because the Snow Leopard clan was impoverished and easily bullied. Truly, the saying holds, the poor are often preyed upon. Upon reaching the entrance of the clan's territory, Qiao Yun saw the clan leader and moved fiercely defending their domain, refusing to allow the lion clan to step foot inside. "We lost a colorful chicken, and it must be with you." A lion beast roared from outside the territory. "Nonsense, you lost your own chicken, and now you dare to accuse us." It was Qiao Yun's first experience hearing the clan leader speak so boldly, and she found it quite exhilarating. "Excuse me, that lion beast, when did you lose your colorful chicken?" Qiao Yun called out. The lion beast looked around in surprise, pointing at himself. "Are you asking me?" "Yes, indeed, I am." "Humph, what do you cubs know about adult matters? Go away, don't hinder us." The lion beast waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Are you lions intending to battle with our Snow Leopard clan?" Mu clenched his fists, ready to charge and challenge the lion beast at a moment's notice. "You are mistaken. I may be a cub, but I am also a snow leopard." Qiao Yun interjected, raising her hands in exasperation. "Our colorful chicken went missing 3 days ago." The lion clan leader shot a glare at the lion beast before responding sternly. 3 days ago? Then why have you only come to us now? Or perhaps you never lost it, and only came to accuse us because you saw us eating a colorful chicken this morning, looking for an excuse to demand one from us." Qiao Yun retorted with righteous indignation. The lion clan leader was at a loss for words, while the lion beast shifted his gaze, unable to meet the Snow Leopard clan's eyes. The Snow Leopard clan members, witnessing the scene, understood all too well. "You have gone too far," they condemned the lion clan. "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate this time. We shall return." The lion clan leader seethed, preparing to lead his kin away. "Wait, who said you could leave? You have wronged our Snow Leopard clan, and it won't be so easy for you to depart." Qiao Yun quickly intervened, realizing that if they didn't confront them now, it would be folly for Qiao Penny pinching Yun. "What do you want then?" the lion clan leader snapped, feeling cornered. Qiao Yun glanced at the clan leader, noting that he didn't object to her speaking up, thus tacitly granting her permission to make demands. "Oh, that's simple. You falsely accuse us of taking your colorful chicken, yet it was you who sought trouble. Therefore, you shall hunt a colorful chicken for us," Qiao Yun declared, tapping her nails and blowing away non-existent dust. Adopting a rogue's demeanor, the lion clan leader scoffed. "Ha! You snow leopards have quite the audacity. If you insist on fighting, we are more than capable, especially since we are numerous. And if you should fall in battle, do you truly believe your lion clan will survive?" Qiao Yun replied with a smile. "Let us not forget, your clan leader is present." "I wouldn't dare forget, but how many of you are there?" 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just 5 of you. Meanwhile, we have 10 here. Furthermore, this is the territory of the Snow Leopard clan, inheritors of the mightiest powers of the beast God. Oh, you think you can stand against us? Qiao Yun shot a sideways glance at the lion clan leader. Did you not know of the snow leopard clan's powers before attempting to deceive us? No. You knew, yet you still came. TSK, you clearly think us fools. The lion clan leader's chest heaved with anger, and if his nose could emit smoke, it would resemble the comical scenes from animated tales where bulls are enraged, Qiao Yun mused. Chapter 16. The lion cub, did you not hear? Hurry and hunt a colorful chicken to return to the snow leopard clan. The lion clan leader shouted at the lion beast before turning to leave, while the beast would be under the watchful eyes of the snow leopard clan until he procured the colorful chicken. Once the lion clan leader departed, Qiao Yun's expression turned serious. Clan leader, I suspect that we are being monitored by the lion clan. Think about it. We just consumed a colorful chicken this morning. And soon after, the lion clan came accusing us of losing one. Qiao Yun stated gravely as for why it couldn't be a traitor from their own clan. It was because the snow leopard clan was known for its unity. Such a betrayal could never and would never occur. Therefore, the only possibility was that the lion clan had sent beasts to spy on them. The clan leader and Mu exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. If one clan was monitoring another, it indicated potential intentions of encroachment. What should we do? The clan leader asked, his brow furrowed. We could. Qiao Yun leaned in to whisper to the clan leader. Early the next morning, Mu roused Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun, we found it. Your plan worked wonders. Yesterday, Qiao Yun had devised a strategy to hunt a sand pig and pretend it had wandered into the snow leopard clan's territory. Naturally, they would boast about how foolish the pig was for coming to them. The patrol team secretly hid near the entrance, and sure enough, the very beast sent to spy on them appeared, only to be captured on the spot. Yet, the spy from the lion clan turned out to be someone none of the leopards expected, a newly matured lion cub, Qiao Yun. The members of the lion clan seemed to show little regard for their young ones. In the world of Qiao Yun, such negligence could lead to imprisonment. All the clan members encircled the frail lion cub in the center, enveloped in silence. That it appears that the lion clan exhibits a shocking lack of instinct. They allow such a small cub to fend for itself, unconcerned that it might be snatched away by a wild beast. Hui Ying, who tends to the snow leopard cubs, felt a wave of sympathy for the feeble lion cub. The clan leader spoke, explaining that not all tribes cherish their young as we do. The lion clan perceives their offspring as burdens. If they do not contribute, they will not be fed. Those who survive have endured the trials of life and death. The lion cub in the center glared fiercely, baring its teeth and letting out a series of growls, ever vigilant against the snow leopard clan members surrounding it. However, one of its hind legs was injured, its fur sparse and patchy. Altogether, it appeared a wretched and unattractive creature. The lion clan is utterly despicable. What are we to do now? Bowler gazed pityingly at the lion cub on the ground. The snow leopard clan is composed of beings who value their young. Even though this cub does not belong to their tribe, they would never harm it. Can you transform into a human? We promise not to hurt you. Qiao Yun attempted to approach the lion cub, only to be met with a menacing huff that it's all right. We assure you we mean no harm. You are injured and bleeding. May I assist you in bandaging your wound? Qiao Yun was unwilling to give up easily, softly persuading the lion cub. While conversing with the lion cub, Qiao Yun exchanged glances with Hui Ying, who successfully grasped the signal. Seizing the opportunity, Hui Ying swiftly caught the cub off guard. Ow. 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 The lion cub struggled incessantly, blood pouring from its wounds. Then Mu stepped forward and swiftly rendered the lion cub unconscious. All the beastmen stood by, awaiting the clan leader's decision regarding the lion cub. Clan leader, I recall that we possess a genealogy. Every snow leopard cub born must be stamped there, and once marked, they are considered part of the snow leopard clan. If any harm comes to the interests of the snow leopard clan, they will be immediately expelled, never to receive the protection of the beast god again. Correct? Qiao Yun spoke in the silence. Indeed, that is the case. Qiao Yun, you wish for this lion cub to join our snow leopard clan? Yes, clan leader. Consider this. Our snow leopard clan is in dire need of beastmen. However, our tribe consists of only about 100 beastmen. Including the young ones, we are severely understaffed. Look at its injuries. The lion clan neglects it, viewing it as a burden that it surely has not been marked in their genealogy. Furthermore, raising a lion cub, do you not think it would enhance our prestige? Qiao Yun enumerated the advantages of nurturing the lion cub to the clan leader. The clan leader remained silent for a moment before ultimately agreeing. However, Qiao Yun, the stamping in the genealogy requires its consent. Otherwise, it may backfire. Understood, Clan leader, I will persuade it. I will encourage it. Qiao Yun carefully took the lion cub from Huiying's arms. Earlier, she could not discern the cub's fur clearly, only noting its sparse condition. Now, up close, she realized its fur had been deliberately torn away, patches missing here and there. This indicated the immense suffering the lion cub had endured in their tribe. Moreover, as she held the lion cub close, she felt just how bony it was. Qiao Yun could not help but curse the lion clan in her heart. Truly unfortunate. Chapter 17. Discovering matter in chestnuts. Qiao Yun first took the lion cub back to her cave to tend to its wounds. In this world, the invention of cloth had yet to occur, so she could only use her hunting knife to trim the fur around the cub's injury. With already sparse fur, the lion cub appeared even more bare. Qiao Yun cleaned the area around the wound, and next, she planned to venture into the forest to seek herbs for dressing it. The sight of the lion cub's wound was heart-wrenching, deep enough to see the bone. However, given the cub's lack of flesh, it was not surprising to see bone exposed. Qiao Yun laid some dry grass on the ground and placed the lion cub upon it. As she accidentally brushed against its wound. The cub flinched in pain. With a sigh, Qiao Yun stepped out of the cave to discuss her plan to find herbs with the clan leader. Clan leader, the cub's wound is too severe. We need to find herbs in the forest to treat it, and perhaps we can also look for food. This time, the clan leader allowed only Lei Gang and Feng to accompany Qiao Yun, as he was wary of the lion clan's sudden aggression after yesterday's events, fearing they might invade the snow leopard territory. Thus, Qiao Yun climbed onto Mu's back, gripping the fur tightly. Once prepared, Mu and Lei Gang set off. Although Qiao Yun yearned to take this opportunity to pet an adult snow leopard, she feared being thrown off and could only lament internally. Soon, they arrived at the forest's edge. Typically, there was little danger at the fringes, so Mu set Qiao Yun down. As she dismounted, she instinctively ruffled Mu's fur. Mu looked at Qiao Yun with his amber leopard eyes, perplexed by her gesture. Mu, what is it? Why don't you transform into a human? Lei Gang questioned Mu. Noticing he had yet to change, it's nothing to Mu cast a casual glance at Qiao Yun, who was avoiding eye contact with him. Little cub, Mu chuckled teasingly. As they entered the forest, both Mu and Lei Gang became increasingly cautious, ever alert to their surroundings, while Qiao Yun focused on the grass beneath her feet, hoping to uncover the herbs she sought hidden among it. At that moment, her gaze was drawn to a plant ahead. Was that matter? Qiao Yun exclaimed. Mu, Lei Gang, let us check out that plant, given that the area in front of the matter was overgrown with tall wild grass. Qiao Yun feared there might be unknown beasts lurking within. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. She quickly moved the matter into her space, and not far away, she discovered 5 or 6 more matter plants. Thus, Qiao Yun, Mu, and Lei Gang decided to head back. Suddenly, a fruit fell rapidly from above. Watch out. Mu yanked Qiao Yun back, preventing her from advancing further. If she took another step, that fruit would surely knock her out. Qiao Yun crouched down to examine the fruit. What are you doing, Qiao Yun? Hurry up, Lei Gang urged her impatiently. Wait, this looks edible. Lei Gang glanced at the fruit skeptically. How could that be? It was covered in thorns. Eating it would surely choke you. Qiao Yun remained silent, picking up a small stone nearby and smashing it against the fruit. Hey, it's definitely a chestnut, Qiao Yun exclaimed joyfully. Mu, can you check where this fruit fell from? The contents are edible, see? Qiao Yun picked up the freshly cracked chestnut, biting through the shell and offering the edible part to Mu. It's quite tasty. Lei Gang, stay down here to protect Qiao Yun while I investigate above. Mu transformed into a snow leopard and climbed the tree to scout. After a while, Mu completed his reconnaissance but found he could not descend. Who would have thought this cursed chestnut tree would be so tall? Mu helplessly howled from above. Qiao Yun, is there no way down? The cries were heart-wrenching as Qiao Yun gazed at the snow leopard perched atop the tree, its paws uncertainly testing the branches, while it cautiously explored. Qiao Yun and Lei Gang stood below, momentarily admiring the snow leopard's descent. Once Mu successfully descended, he refrained from transforming back into human form, and Qiao Yun along with Lei Gang pretended as if nothing had transpired. One observed the trees nearby while the other examined the chestnuts scattered on the ground. Both appearing quite occupied, Mu let out a frustrated growl towards Lei Gang, imbued with a sense of reproach. Qiao Yun, meanwhile, was merely a spectator, but soon found herself caught in the crossfire. Noticing Qiao Yun watching with amusement, Mu, in a fit of exasperation, directed a long, drawn-out growl at her. the intent to admonish unmistakable. Consequently, Qiao Yun had no choice but to climb onto Lei Gang's back, while Mu howled all the way back. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Qiao Yun and Lei Gang hurriedly dashed home. Their silhouettes reminiscent of a hasty retreat, the Mu's howls resonated with a sense of exhilaration. It was no wonder the chieftain often chastised him in his youth. Satisfied, Mu transformed back into human form and sought out the chieftain to discuss when they might venture to gather chestnuts. Qiao Yun first returned to her cave to check on the lion cub, which lay peacefully asleep on the hay, allowing her to feel at ease as she proceeded to the dining hall to prepare some madder root. She took out a root for boiling, planning to cut it for drying later, while the rest was stored in her space. After boiling, the madder root yielded a vibrant red hue, which could later be utilized for dyeing fabric, an idea Qiao Yun found delightful. She filled a stone bowl with the madder water and carefully poured it into the mouth of the lion cub. After the cub consumed the medicine, Qiao Yun remained by its side, vigilant against any potential infection that might lead to a fever. That evening, the clan prepared sweet potatoes, and Qiao Yun saved a portion for the lion. As midnight approached, the cub, perhaps due to prolonged injury, developed a fever. Qiao Yun rushed to the kitchen, heating water in a stone pot, and gently wiped the cub's body, attempting to bring down its temperature. During this time, the cub emitted discomfort sounds, tugging at Qiao Yun's heartstrings. As she tended to the cub, she berated the lion clan for their neglect. As dawn broke, the cub finally recovered from its fever, allowing Qiao Yun a brief moment of rest. Before long, members of the snow leopard clan began to rise, preparing to venture into the forest for chestnuts. The lion cub also awakened, gazing around the unfamiliar cave, and at Qiao Yun. Then timidly retreated into a corner of the cave. Upon waking and noticing the absence of the cub, Qiao Yun assumed it had ventured outside, only to find a pair of reflective eyes peering from the shadows. "Little cub, you could easily frighten someone who has crossed over," Qiao Yun remarked. She attempted to coax it. "Cub, come here to your sister." Perhaps sensing her care during the night, the cub cautiously approached Qiao Yun, who remained still, afraid of scaring it away. Eventually, the lion cub stood before her, tentatively nuzzling her hand. In return, Qiao Yun obliged its expectations, gently stroking its chin, causing the cub to close its golden eyes in contentment. "What is your name, little one?" Qiao Yun inquired while petting it. The cub stepped back slightly, fixating on her. After a moment, it transformed into a human, only to reveal itself as a girl. Chapter 18. The bamboo grove. Qiao Yun donned the grass attire that Hui Ying had just given her. Dressing the lion cub, the cub glanced shyly at Qiao Yun before quickly lowering her head, softly stating, "I have no name. When I was born, my family perished, and the clan believed I brought misfortune, forcing me to dwell by the creek behind the mountain. Would you like to choose a name for yourself?" Qiao Yun asked tenderly as she finished dressing her. The cub shook her head. "Then let me name you. How about Nian Nian? Year after year, may you find joy and be free from suffering. From now on, I shall be called Nian Nian. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to monitor you." I yearned for their acceptance, and they told me that if I watched over you, they would allow me to reside in the clan. Nian Nian choked out apologies, wiping her tears in silence. "Nian Nian, that is all in the past. From this moment forth, a new life begins. To be a lion, one must bravely look ahead." Qiao Yun reassured her. By the way, would you like to join the snow leopard clan? Unlike the lion clan, we cherish our young ones. Nian Nian, still sobbing, asked, "Can I? I've done wrong by you before." "Absolutely. Let us seek out the chieftain. There's no need to fear. He is a kind soul. And let me formally extend the invitation." Qiao Yun whispered the last part, her smile brightening her face. "Nian Nian, we, the snow leopard clan, wholeheartedly invite you to join our family." Nian Nian gazed at Qiao Yun's warm smile, akin to a ray of light breaking through the darkness of her childhood, and she resolved to grasp this light with all her might. Qiao Yun and Nian Nian quickly found the chieftain, who was currently counting the sweet potatoes in the central square, visibly distressed with each one consumed. "Chieftain, Nian Nian wishes to join our snow leopard clan. When shall we hold the ceremony?" Qiao Yun approached the chieftain, who, upon realizing Nian Nian was a girl, momentarily froze, then cursed the lion clan. "Forgive me, chieftain." Nian Nian apologized for her past misdeeds. "That is all behind us now. You are one of us, and this is your home. You shall no longer suffer," the chieftain said, affectionately stroking Nian Nian's withered hair. "From now on, You shall be with Qiao Yun, and there is no need to fear the clan members. We shall wait until everyone is gathered before proceeding with the stamp." Nian couldn't help but cry again, thanking the chieftain. "I swear by the beast god that I shall never betray the snow leopard clan." "Foolish child, why make such a solemn vow? The beast god is above. Children do not understand. Do not hold it against her." The chieftain hastily covered Nian's mouth and clasped his hands together in prayer. By noon, the clan members who had gone to gather chestnuts returned, and Qiao Yun spotted them from afar. She intended to introduce Nian to the clan, but upon closer inspection, she noted that each member had transformed into a snow leopard, their bodies covered in prickly chestnuts. "Qiao Yun, brother, doesn't that hurt?" Qiao Yun, who had been smiling and chatting with Nian, now felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of the prickly chestnuts adorning her kin. Subsequently, Qiao Yun and Nian worked together to dislodge the chestnuts from the clan members' fur. By evening, the entire snow leopard clan bore witness to the first lion joining their family, becoming one of them. Qiao Yun was fortunate to witness the ceremony of the stamp. Nian transformed into a small lion and pressed her paw print onto a mystical stone that could only be summoned by the chieftain. Once Nian completed her imprint, the stone radiated a brilliant light, awakening her innate ability to weave, marking her as a true artisan. It turned out that in this world, one must successfully imprint and transform into a human to fully awaken the powers of the beast god. Fortunately, the snow leopard clan had ensured the imprint was made at birth. Otherwise, Qiao Yun would have been exposed. The following morning, Qiao Yun woke early, but the clan forbade her from leaving. Thus, she wandered aimlessly within the clan territory. Meanwhile, Nian, with her injured leg, had only managed to walk yesterday by suppressing her pain, leading Qiao Yun to believe her injury was not severe. However, during her inspection of Nian's wound the previous night, Qiao Yun discovered it had reopened, prompting her to contemplate giving Nian a stern talking to. After preparing more madder water for Nian to drink, she forbade her from roaming about, really running around with an unhealed wound. "I completely forgot about it yesterday," Qiao Yun grumbled while retrieving leftover ginseng root for Nian to chew on. Fussing like a concerned mother, as she pondered this, Qiao Yun found herself irresistibly drawn to continue her nagging. Having never encountered such a disobedient cub before, unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to the riverbank of the clan, where she picked up a small stone and began skipping it across the water. "Hey, this is quite enjoyable." After some time, as she prepared to leave, she noticed bamboo not far to the east, something she had previously overlooked. However, that location was outside the clan's territory, so she would need to consult with the chieftain about going out to gather bamboo for weaving baskets. Sighing, she lamented the hardships of life. Life is not easy. Oh, the snow leopard's woes. The cubs of the clan have yet to be adequately nourished, and now another severely malnourished cub has arrived. The weight of responsibility on Qiao Yun's shoulders is heavy, especially since it is essential for her to ensure the survival of the clan each year. She hurriedly makes her way to the central square, sensing that the clan leader may want to reside there permanently, as the provisions available consist of the clan's current stockpile. In the central square, there are not only sweet potatoes, but also the chestnuts brought back from the previous day. However, the chestnuts in the forest have yet to be fully harvested. According to Mu and the others, the edges of the forest are lined with chestnut trees, and it may take 3 or 4 days of picking to finish. Qiao Yun dashes over to the clan leader, exclaiming, "Leader, I have discovered new food." There's food in the clan? Which one? The leader inquires eagerly. No, it's outside the clan territory. "Qiao Yun, you snuck out?" The leader, dismissing Qiao Yun's explanation, hurriedly inspects her from head to toe, and then grants her a few sharp slaps on the backside. Qiao Yun is in peril. "Leader, please let me explain. I found it by the river. I did not sneak out." After the leader finishes, with a puzzled expression, he asks, "Is that true? Do not deceive me." "Indeed, leader, this afternoon, let Lei Gang accompany me." Qiao Yun discreetly rubs her backside, feeling that the leader's punishment stems from her frequent visits to the central square for sweet potatoes. An act of personal vengeance. Look at that. The leader, who was once frowning, now wears a beaming smile. How excessive. Ouch. I must say, that truly hurts. By noon, after witnessing the appearance of her clansmen, Qiao Yun has become numb to it all. Their fur was already filthy, and now it is merely a shade dirtier, with a bit more shedding. Speaking of which, Qiao Yun wishes to venture into the forest to find soap trees to bathe the snow leopard cubs, making them smell delightful. However, Nian Nian cannot wash due to her wounds that eye in the afternoon. After their meal, Qiao Yun and Lei Gang swiftly arrive at the bamboo grove. Lei Gang, let us take some bamboo back. Those tall, verdant poles, we will make baskets to hold the chestnuts. Qiao Yun points at the towering bamboo while diligently searching for bamboo shoots beneath the stalks. Qiao Yun, do not wander too far. Lei Gang, noticing her distraction, calls out to her. I know. Qiao Yun waves her hand dismissively, assuring him of her awareness. While observing the bamboo grove, Qiao Yun feels rather small, but upon arrival, she realizes the grove spans around 200,000 square meters, teeming with bamboo shoots. Sighing, she contemplates whether it is due to the brief time spent here that she only finds tiny shoots. Yet, she is unwilling to concede defeat, rallying herself with encouragement. Be brave, little leopard, fear not the challenges ahead. With keen eyes, Qiao Yun spots a large bamboo shoot, albeit oddly oversized, perhaps an indication of its age. Nevertheless, better than nothing. She approaches it eagerly, attempting to twist it off. Is this bamboo shoot hollow? Qiao Yun wonders, pulling gently, causing the shoot to come free. This seems unusual. Lo and behold, as she lifts it, it is not merely a bamboo shoot, but a bamboo sheath. Hidden beneath it lies a black and white ball of fluff. Unable to restrain herself, Qiao Yun feels an overwhelming urge to whistle. What extraordinary luck! Having just discovered a lion cub, she now stumbles upon a panda cub. The panda cub, disturbed by the brightness of the sunlight, reluctantly opens its eyes. It is merely a few months old, its fur pristine, the black patches appearing as if dipped in ink. Upon noticing Qiao Yun, it slowly rises, emitting the unique sounds of a panda cub. Just then, a bamboo leaf falls directly onto the panda cub's head, startling it into a tumble, landing on its bottom, and it begins to squeal adorably. Qiao Yun is utterly smitten, feeling as though her heart has been stolen. For reasons beyond her control, her hands scoop the panda cub into her embrace. She gives it a little shake, realizing it is yet another frail creature. Lei Gang, witnessing Qiao Yun's prolonged absence in the bamboo grove, steps in and is taken aback by the sight of the black and white cub nestled in her arms. Where did this come from? He queries, inspecting the panda cub. I've never seen one before. Is it food? This is not food. However, such a small cub must have its family nearby. Qiao Yun gently pets the panda cub's head, sneaking a little sniff. How intoxicating. It almost drives her to roll on the ground in delight. The panda cub squirms in her arms, emitting soft whines. Seeing Qiao Yun so enamored, Lei Gang seizes the opportunity and, while she is distracted, gives the panda cub a gentle stroke, only to apply too much force, causing clumps of fur to come loose. The panda cub glares at him, seemingly affronted. Having indulged in her tactile pleasure, Lei Gang urges, all right, its parents must be nearby. You ought to set it down. We should head back. Very well, Qiao Yun replies, placing the panda cub back down, disguising it with the bamboo sheath. Thus, Qiao Yun and Lei Gang return to the clan carrying a hefty bundle of bamboo and a few modest bamboo shoots. Once back, they bring the bamboo and shoots to the central square, where Qiao Yun prepares to craft bamboo baskets. She is ever grateful to the director of the welfare institution in her previous world, who taught her the art of basket-making. As for the clan leader's curiosity about her newfound skills, Qiao Yun conveniently blames it on the beast god. How convenient. First, they must strip the bamboo of all its branches, then cut down poles about 3 to 4 meters long, dividing the bamboo into 8 equal parts, removing the green shoots and joints before commencing the weaving process. Once woven, the baskets require to be toasted over fire for fixation. With deft hands, Qiao Yun weaves 2 additional straps onto the bamboo basket, preparing them for carrying. Due to the passage of time, she recalls the steps gradually, occasionally making mistakes. Upon completing the first basket, it is presentable, not ugly, but not particularly attractive either. Observing Qiao Yun's process, Nian Nian quickly picks up the technique, having been carried out by Hui Ying and seated on the ground, crafting her own exquisite bamboo baskets. Qiao Yun cannot help but admire her talent, marveling at how she has inherited the beast god's craftsmanship. Of course, it is not just Qiao Yun and Nian Nian engaged in this task. All the beastmen are contributing. If one were to visit the central square of the snow leopard clan, they would witness the snow leopard cubs carrying freshly cut bamboo to the others. while the burly men awkwardly attempt to weave baskets, occasionally stubbing their toes in the process. Moreover, as night falls and they have yet to complete all the baskets, the beastmen return to the central square to continue their work after enjoying tender bamboo shoots, gathering around a fire burning brightly in the center. Occasionally, one would get too close to the flames, leading to the unfortunate incineration of partially finished baskets. Truly a merciless fire after crafting all the baskets. The clan members yawn, dragging their weary bodies back to their caves. Some, too exhausted, simply transform into snow leopards and sleep on the ground. Qiao Yun, feeling fatigued as well, witnesses Flourishes transform into a snow leopard and promptly falls asleep. In a drowsy state, she runs over to snuggle beside Flourishes, seeking a cozy position to doze off. Upon seeing Qiao Yun asleep, Nian also transforms into a little lion, limping her way over to snuggle beside Qiao Yun. Flourishes glances at the two little cubs beside her, raises her leopard head, and lovingly licks them for a while before succumbing to slumber herself. In her hazy slumber, Qiao Yun bids good night to the stars and the moon. Wishing everyone pleasant dreams. Chapter 20. Panda Cub, handed over. The next morning, Flourishes awakens, shaking off the two cubs resting on her back. Whoa! Qiao Yun falls to the ground, startled awake, then stretches her limbs in a grand yawn. That feels wonderful. She squats back down, gazing dreamily at Flourishes. With a charming flick of her head, Flourishes transforms back into human form. Come on, Qiao Yun, Nian, it's time for breakfast. Qiao Yun, nestled in Flourishes' embrace, relishes the luxury of not having to walk. Nian leans over, eager to lick Qiao Yun's fur, as she has always done when the snow leopard cubs have yet to transform. Nian has longed to groom Qiao Yun's fur. Qiao Yun dodges, pressing her paw against Nian's mouth, making her refusal abundantly clear, misinterpreting Qiao Yun's gesture as a request for assistance in licking her paws. Nian briefly pauses before shamelessly gnawing on Qiao Yun's feet. Qiao Yun. Oh, is this really happening? After finishing with Qiao Yun's paws, Nian begins to groom her own Flourishes. Observing this, concocts a mischievous idea. She messes up Nian's freshly groomed fur. Qiao Yun is taken aback. Who would have thought Flourishes could be such a playful spirit, after enduring the incessant teasing from Flourishes for 4 consecutive years? Nian finally found herself enraged. With a snarl, she turned her back on Flourishes, presenting her rear in defiance. Flourishes burst into hearty laughter, finally grasping the mischievous penchant that Qiao Yun always exhibited towards the cubs of their clan. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Qiao Yun and Nian transformed into humans and indulged in a delightful breakfast of sweet potatoes and chestnuts. The snow leopard cubs, having been nourished over the past few days, had become somewhat plumper, yet they still appeared leaner than their contemporaries. Today, Qiao Yun yearned to visit the bamboo forest, partly to see if the panda cub was still present, and partly because she felt that the depths of the forest surely harbored bamboo shoots, having only glimpsed its periphery yesterday. Additionally, she had overheard the clan members discussing a novel discovery, which piqued her curiosity. She intended to gather more to facilitate a trade with Xiaoji, when she had previously sold the illusion wolf for 30,000 gold coins. She had given the clan leader the majority, retaining only 1,000 coins for herself, which she buried in the land of her spatial domain. Yes, she buried them. She amused herself with a rhyme. In ancient times, people sowed beans to reap beans. Now, Qiao Yun sows gold to reap gold. How delightfully poetic. Returning to the matter at hand, Qiao Yun sought to obtain an indefinite permit for excursions from the clan leader. She wished to deny the leader any opportunity for personal vendettas, fearing that one day he might fabricate an excuse to punish her. Clan leader, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Qiao Yun said, ingratiatingly offering to massage his back while wearing a cheeky grin. What is it this time? Are you planning to sneak away again? The clan leader questioned, his brow furrowing as he regarded her. Qiao Yun's posture immediately stiffened. Clan leader, how can you accuse me thus? I am but a well-behaved cub of the clan, she retorted, indignantly shielding her backside with her hand. The clan leader replied with a hint of exasperation. It is precisely because of your notorious antics that I harbor such suspicions. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? First, promise me you won't be angry, Qiao Yun began, her tone cautious. Let us see what you have to say. The clan leader said, his brow furrowing deeply, sensing that Qiao Yun was up to something significant. Indeed, clan leader, I wish to have the freedom to leave the clan territory at will. Absolutely not, the clan leader exclaimed. Rubbing his temples, feeling the weight of his responsibilities that it was this troublesome cub that seemed to age him prematurely. But clan leader, you are aware that our clan is still facing a food shortage. The beast god has been sending me dreams, guiding me on what foods are safe to eat and which plants possess healing properties. Qiao Yun feigned a sorrowful sigh. If you do not permit me to venture out, how will our snow leopard clan sustain itself? This year's cubs may not survive the winter. She lowered her head, pretending to wipe non-existent tears on her grass cloak. Her words struck a chord with the clan leader, who pondered the implications of their food scarcity and the well-being of this year's offspring. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly agreed to her request, but with one condition: an adult beast must accompany her, and she must prioritize her safety above all else. The snow leopard clan could not afford to lose any cubs. Thus, Qiao Yun eagerly sought out Feng and once more ventured into the bamboo forest. Not far into the woods, she spotted the little black and white ball of fur attempting to tug at a small bamboo shoot. However, its feeble strength proved insufficient, and it began to whimper in frustration. Rushing forward, Qiao Yun scooped it up. Little cub, where are your family? The panda cub blinked its innocent eyes at the unexpected visitor, letting out soft whimpers while pointing at the bamboo shoot with its paw, imploring Qiao Yun for assistance. Without hesitation, Qiao Yun plucked the shoot and offered it to the cub, which eagerly munched away, clearly famished. Feng, do you recognize this beast? Qiao Yun asked, cradling the panda cub in her arms. I haven't seen one before, but the clan leader should know. Are you planning to take it back? Feng replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully, that it should have parents, right? It might be better to leave it where it belongs. It's possible it got separated from its family. When Lei and I arrived yesterday, it was already here, and it's so thin that I can feel its bones if its family were nearby. They would surely provide it food, unless it's like Nian Nian, deemed an omen by the clan and abandoned here. We should take it in temporarily. Leaving it here would be a death sentence. All right, let's take it with us then. Feng conceded reluctantly. As Qiao Yun cradled the panda cub, she occasionally picked small bamboo shoots from the ground to feed it. True to her expectations, the deeper they ventured, the larger and more abundant the bamboo shoots became. From her spatial domain, Qiao Yun retrieved 5 freshly woven bamboo baskets and commenced a bamboo shoot harvesting competition with Feng. In no time, all 5 baskets were brimming with large, long bamboo shoots, and Qiao Yun had also gathered numerous smaller ones specifically for the cub. She stowed the 5 baskets of bamboo shoots away in her spatial domain and began to cut bamboo with Feng. Feng, focus on harvesting the densely growing bamboo. The more space they have, the taller they will grow, Qiao Yun instructed. Your peculiar knowledge continues to expand, Feng remarked, though he complied with her direction. Once the bamboo was cut, Qiao Yun attempted to store it in her spatial domain, but encountered failure. Indeed, there were limitations on the quantity that could be placed within. With no choice, Qiao Yun carried the panda cub while Feng dragged a large bundle of bamboo back to the clan territory. During their journey, the panda cub nestled against Qiao Yun's fingers and drifted off to sleep. Qiao Yun had previously inspected the cub's teeth. It had just begun to grow its milk teeth and was still at the nursing age. Even if it attempted to eat bamboo shoots, they would need to be very small. Upon returning to the clan territory, Qiao Yun felt a twinge of apprehension, especially since Nian Nian's injuries had yet to heal. And she brought back another little glutton. She was uncertain whether the clan leader would permit the panda cub to remain. We'll take things as they come. Qiao Yun sighed once more, finding Lei Gang. She quietly inquired, Lei Gang, do you know of any prey that is gentle and produces milk? Lei Gang, busy weaving a bamboo basket, didn't look up but loudly declared, Moose Huan I used. At that moment, the clan members in the central square turned their attention to Qiao Yun, clamoring with questions. Qiao Yun, what do you need such prey for? Right, and their meat isn't palatable. They're rather foolish. Isn't that just a silly roe deer? Yes, I want the cubs to have some milk. Right now, the clan members haven't gone hunting. They're all eating vegetarian, and I worry the cubs won't adapt. Qiao Yun chuckled awkwardly, blaming Lei Gang's loud voice for her predicament. Oh, that makes sense. I'll go help you hunt some this afternoon. One clan member volunteered. Please catch a few, since they're rather simple-minded. Qiao Yun quickly responded. Just then, a peculiar noise emanated from her arms. What's that sound? Lei Gang inquired, setting down the bamboo basket he had just woven and inspecting Qiao Yun's hands that a black and white ball of fluff appeared before them. At that moment, the clan leader approached, asking, "What's going on?" "Ah, Lei Gang, you rascal." Qiao Yun wished she could kick him for inadvertently revealing her secret. She had intended to keep it under wraps for a while longer, but now it was prematurely exposed. The clan leader examined the panda cub closely. "Isn't this an iron-eating beast from the continent of Yukai? How did it end up here?" "I'm not sure. I discovered it with Lei Gang yesterday." Qiao Yun replied cautiously. "Clan leader, may we keep this iron-eating beast cub? If the iron-eating beast clan comes to reclaim it, we can demand gold coins for its upbringing if they fail to come for their cub. We gain an additional free laborer." The clan leader was taken aback by Qiao Yun's suggestion regarding the rearing fees, realizing the potential for profit. "Thus, we could earn a significant amount of gold coins?" He pondered, his eyes lighting up at the mention of gold. The clan leader, having been impoverished before, was now eager to accumulate wealth. He was currently saving to buy back clan members who had been sold into servitude. Willing to pay substantial sums in gold coins to reunite families that I in Qiao Yun's arms. The panda cub had quieted, now gnawing on its own paw, seizing upon the clan leader's newfound interest in wealth. Qiao Yun continued, "Moreover, clan leader, consider this. Before the iron-eating beast clan comes to claim their cub, we could have it work for us. All we need to do is provide food, and that one tea cost us any gold." The clan leader held his breath, captivated by the enticing vision Qiao Yun had painted for him. "Very well. We shall keep this iron-eating beast cub." The clan leader gazed at the panda cub with eyes alight, as if beholding a veritable treasure tree. Immediately, the leader dispatched a clan member to hunt for the musha cattle, for Qiao Yun desired 5 of them, 2 males and 3 females. Thus, Lei Gang and Mu accompanied him on the hunt. Before long, they returned, leading 5 musha cattle, indeed proving to be rather simple creatures, easily captured. The musha cattle bore a striking resemblance to the dairy cows of Qiao Yun's original world, both adorned in black and white patches, yet inheriting the naive disposition of the foolish roe deer, possessing an equal curiosity about all things. Remarkably, musha cattle could produce milk even when not pregnant. Qiao Yun instructed the clan to construct a fence at the edge of the central square, where the 5 musha cattle would be raised and nourished. Fortunately, the central square was spacious enough. Transforming into a snow leopard, Qiao Yun trotted towards the riverbank of the clan territory, where she harvested some grass to place within the enclosure. Aside from the instance in the forest when she had to run in her leopard form, this was her first experience of running as a leopard, and it was undeniably exhilarating, albeit with first shedding rapidly. As the musha cattle munched on the grass, Qiao Yun brought a large wooden basin beneath one of the female musha cattle and began to milk it. Indeed, it was a dairy cow. In mere moments, she had filled a large basin with milk, prompting her to marvel at the bounty. Stealthily, Qiao Yun took a sip, finding it quite palatable, devoid of any off-putting taste. She then distributed the ample milk into several small wooden bowls for the cubs. First, she ventured to the den of the snow leopard cubs to deliver the milk. Upon sighting the large basin in her hands, the snow leopard cubs erupted into a chorus of eager cries, each louder than the last, while simultaneously nuzzling against Qiao Yun's legs. Observing that the cubs at the rear could not reach her, one agile cub leaped onto the back of another, climbing over its companions to reach Qiao Yun, where it clambered up her grass cloak until it perched atop her head, contentedly gazing down at the other cubs. Qiao Yun and the other cubs were taken aback by this display. Noticing the eagerness in the other cubs, Qiao Yun quickly intervened, retrieving their respective bowls and wooden spoons from her space. Gently, she lifted the snow leopard cub from her head and playfully swat. Qiao Yun struggled desperately, emitting cries for help. Fortunately, Huiying had just finished her meal and returned to the cave, only to find Qiao Yun pinned down by several playful cubs, while others were eager to join in. She hurriedly lifted Qiao Yun into her arms. The snow leopard cubs, seeing their companion being carried away, continued to vocalize their displeasure, while the panda cubs chimed in with their own whimpers. All right, it's time for us to sleep." Huiying soothed the little ones, then transformed into a large snow leopard, lying down on the ground. The cubs found their spots and nestled down, ready for slumber. Qiao Yun thus narrowly escaped a predicament. Tomorrow, she resolved to locate a soap pod tree to give these mischievous cubs a proper bath, teaching them a lesson about their own capabilities. She drifted off to sleep, her thoughts meandered. Chapter 23. Mu was injured today. Qiao Yun was set to venture into the forest with Mu in search of new food. Upon arriving in the woods, Qiao Yun refused to remain perched on Mu's back. She longed to transform into a little snow leopard, darting about like the wind. Qiao Yun chased after butterflies, pounced on blades of grass that displeased her, and nibbled at others, thoroughly engrossed in her playful antics. Mu, observing Qiao Yun's sheer joy, couldn't bring himself to interrupt her. After 2 hours of frolicking in the forest, Qiao Yun reflected on her newfound mischievousness. Was her playful spirit a result of the tribe's affection towards the cubs, allowing her to embrace her freedom? Indeed, Qiao Yun was an orphan who had grown up in a welfare institution. Although the director had cared for her deeply, the presence of other children sometimes led to moments of neglect. However, within the Snow Leopard clan, she was one of only 2 successful shapeshifters, which meant she received abundant love and attention. Even though the clan leader often scolded her for pilfering sweet potatoes, she managed to succeed each time, largely because the leader was lenient that in order to protect Qiao Yun, Mu transformed into a snow leopard as well. Noticing her sudden dip in spirits, he approached her and affectionately nudged her. He then playfully knocked her over, not stopping there, as he pinned her gently between his paws, showering her with affectionate licks. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts. Be gentle. You're pulling my fur out. Qiao Yun protested. She attempted to break free. But Mu's paws were far too strong to her astonishment. There were cucumbers here. Qiao Yun cautiously approached the tree, where the cucumber vines climbed upright along its trunk, while the cucumbers dangled between the branches. Nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Elated, Qiao Yun plucked one of the cucumbers, which felt surprisingly heavy in her hand, likely around 2 pounds. There should be a balance of both vegetarian and meat provisions, considering there was an injured individual in the cave. Subsequently, Qiao Yun resolved to set some traps near the pumpkins, as she observed gnaw marks from animals on some of the pumpkins. After setting the traps, she returned to the cave, where Mu, already worried, had risen from the ground, preparing to venture out in search of her. Qiao Yun hurried over to support Mu, who, being taller, rested her hand atop Qiao Yun's head. Mu, I found new food, Qiao Yun said joyfully. Mu smiled back. Qiao Yun, you're amazing. Mu affectionately ruffled Qiao Yun's hair. Thus, Qiao Yun and Mu feasted on cucumbers daily until Mu's injuries healed. Now, Qiao Yun had grown somewhat nauseated at the sight of cucumbers. Yet the pumpkins were too cumbersome to carry, and none of the small animals had ventured into the traps. She wondered if it was due to Mu's earlier confrontation with the vines, which might have frightened away the surrounding herbivores. Once Mu recovered, he swiftly carried Qiao Yun back to their clan's territory. From afar, Qiao Yun spotted the clan leader. Leader, Mu and I have returned. She waved her hands from Mu's back, trying to catch the leader's attention. The leader's pupils widened in recognition. It's Qiao Yun and Mu. Quick, they have returned. With that, the leader transformed into a snow leopard, roaring towards the heavens before dashing towards Mu. The clan members quickly emerged from the cave, their faces alight with joy upon seeing Qiao Yun and Mu. Huiying even shed tears of happiness. Nian Nian rushed over to embrace Qiao Yun, exclaiming, "Where have you and Mu been? We searched everywhere, but couldn't find you." Qiao Yun recounted her recent experiences to the clan members. They surrounded Qiao Yun and Mu as they returned to their respective caves, with the leader insisting that they rest and tend to their injuries. Discussions about foraging in the forest would wait until Mu was fully healed. Upon entering the cave, Qiao Yun was swarmed by the panda cubs and snow leopard cubs, all eagerly seeking her attention, nuzzling against her, and expressing their longing during her absence. Qiao Yun reveled in this royal-like happiness, surrounded by affection. 3 cubs perched on her legs, 2 nestled in her arms, while another clambered onto her back, with the rest of the snow leopard cubs affectionately rubbing against her and licking her hands. As night fell, the clan celebrated Mu and Qiao Yun's safe return by hunting, bringing back 3 phantom wolves and 4 sand pigs. The dining hall buzzed with excitement, each clan member busy preparing the game. While Qiao Yun leisurely played with the cubs, she had ingeniously modified the teasing stick by tying colorful feathers to a blade of grass, the other end secured to a slender stick, allowing her to tease the snow leopard cubs even while seated. With a gentle tap of the teasing stick on one cub's back, which was busy grooming its paws, the startled cub leaped high into the air. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yun tossed the teasing stick before another cub, which immediately pounced on it, engaging in playful combat. Qiao Yun watched with delight as the two adorable creatures tumbled over each other. Oh, how adorable! Nian Nian happened to witness this scene, shaking her head with a smile, thinking Qiao Yun had a mischievous streak, relishing the sight of the cubs at play. Then, with the modified teasing stick in hand, Qiao Yun lounged beside a rock, playfully enticing the snow leopard cubs. Each slight movement on her part drew the cubs' attention. Their eyes fixated on the colorful feathers, they crouched low, eagerly anticipating, before suddenly leaping into the air. To Qiao Yun's amusement, several snow leopard cubs collided mid-air, their exuberance resulting in a painful thud. Qiao Yun erupted into carefree laughter, while Nian Nian hurried over to check on the cubs, casting a reproachful glance at Qiao Yun. Why do you always provoke the cubs? Who knows if they've been hurt? She gently blew on one cub's head. Fear not. Our little ones are not so fragile that that so? I can't shake the feeling that they might be. Nian Nian replied airily, giving Qiao Yun a pointed look. As night deepened, the central square buzzed with lively conversations among the clan members, who occasionally indulged in roasted meat and sipped sweet broth. Ugh, I can never get used to this tasteless soup. Where can I find some salt? Qiao Yun lamented as she forced down the unpalatable broth, her mind wandering aimlessly. Nian Nian observed Qiao Yun's grimaces as she drank the soup, her expression shifting dramatically as if she had shattered a palette of colors. Is this soup truly that dreadful? Nian Nian asked, taking a bowl for herself and gulping it down. Quite delectable. As the night advanced, and the moonlight bathed the land, the joyful chatter of the snow leopard clan gradually quieted, all the members transforming into their leopard forms, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Each adult snow leopard lay beside a cub, who sprawled across the ground, sleeping in a manner akin to humans, with one cub even extending its tongue in blissful relaxation. Before long, the central square echoed with snores. As one song faded, another began. Tomorrow, she resolved, they must locate the soapberry tree. Even if they didn't venture out themselves, the clan members should go. Qiao Yun mused, feeling frustrated. They must be quite odorous, having gone years without a proper wash, especially their paws, which reeked. She had intended to sniff the snow leopard cub's paws today, but nearly succumbed to the stench. As the night grew increasingly tranquil, Qiao Yun slipped into a dream, the gentle moonlight cascading over her as her space quietly absorbed its glow, gradually upgrading. Chapter 25. Fish kissing. Qiao Yun awoke early, stifled by the weight of the wind pressing against her abdomen. She struggled to crawl out, managing only to poke her nose out into the open air. Eventually, she surrendered to the struggle and drifted back into slumber, content as long as she could breathe. After an indeterminate time, the wind finally stirred, revealing Qiao Yun beneath. The sudden light blinded her, and she groaned, covering her eyes with her paws, attempting to sleep once more. Once sufficiently rested, Qiao Yun stretched lazily, discovering that the hunting party had long since departed for their duties. With no other option, she wandered aimlessly around the clan. Maintaining her leopard form, she ambled back, occasionally enduring playful nips from her kin. From her initial resistance to later acceptance of their antics, she had to admit it was the clan's influence. After enduring much trouble, Qiao Yun finally returned to the cave, only to find Nian Nian and the panda cubs had ventured out. Now that Nian Nian's leg had healed, she was assisting in weaving bamboo baskets at the central square, while the panda cubs frolicked with the snow leopard cubs. Eager to summon Xiaoji, she was relieved that she could still call upon him. Hello, master. How may I assist you? Xiaoji appeared before her. Xiaoji, please wait here while I fetch a bamboo basket. Qiao Yun had initially intended to retrieve a basket from her space, but suddenly recalled that she could not access it, so she hurried to the central square instead. Understood, master, replied Xiaoji. Remaining quietly in the cave, Qiao Yun dashed to the central square, stacking the completed bamboo baskets. After stacking about 10, she carried them back. Upon entering the cave, she placed the baskets down with a thud and excitedly told Xiaoji. Xiaoji, scan the baskets on the ground. Beep, scanning complete. The baskets are constructed from bamboo, with a suggested price of 10 gold coins or available for trade. Qiao Yun stroked her chin. 9 baskets priced at 10 gold coins. And the last one for trade. She pondered whether there might be something rare elsewhere, perhaps some delectable food. Beep, pricing completed. Please wait a moment, master. With that, Xiaoji vanished into thin air, feeling refreshed after her task. Qiao Yun stepped out of the cave and made her way toward the riverbank, eager to skip stones. After a while, she noticed familiar leaves along the riverbank. Trembling with excitement, Qiao Yun touched the plant's leaves. Recognizing them as the familiar reed, if the roots had not mutated into the tender shoots of the Zizania latifolia, this would undoubtedly be a reliable source of sustenance. It is indeed unfortunate that the banks of the river are overrun with weeds. Otherwise, Qiao Yun would not have only just discovered this. With utmost care, Qiao Yun unearthed the entire plant, relieved to find that the roots had yet to undergo any mutation. That in due time, it would yield Zizania rice, albeit in limited quantities. However, this mattered little, for once the roots transformed, they would become the delectable Zizania shoots, a delightful vegetable that is particularly tasty. Qiao Yun instinctively swallowed, for it had been far too long since she had savored rice. As a native of the South, rice was her staple. A single day without it left her feeling restless. Moreover, Qiao Yun had spent nearly a month in this world, and each night, a bowl of rice awaited her in her dreams. Yet, upon waking, her longing for the taste of rice only intensified. Now, with the promise of Zizania maturing and producing rice, she would soon be able to feast. Cautiously, she replanted the Zizania she had just harvested. Initially, Qiao Yun felt a twinge of regret for discovering food that was not yet ready to be consumed. However, amidst the thickets, she stumbled upon an abundance of fish, densely packed and plentiful. Qiao Yun was taken aback, especially since the fish did not flee from her presence. Instead, they swarmed around her feet. The slippery scales brushed against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. She harbored a strong aversion to slimy creatures, particularly snakes. In her mind, she mused, "Since you have come to me, I shall not hold back." Qiao Yun began to catch the fish with her bare hands, tossing them onto the ground as soon as she grasped them. The fish, deprived of water, floundered desperately on the shore, gasping for air, their tails slapping against the ground with a loud crack. The thrill of the hunt only intensified with each catch, and soon, a mountain of fish amassed at the water's edge. Upon witnessing the fate of their companions, the remaining fish retreated to the depths, wary of her presence. Just then, Bowler approached and, astonished by the pile of fish, inquired, "Qiao Yun, why have you caught so many boji fish?" "Boji fish?" Qiao Yun, standing in the water, asked in confusion. "Indeed, this species emits a popping sound. Listen closely." Qiao Yun leaned in and, to her surprise, heard the fish making the characteristic pop sound as they gasped on the shore. It was rather amusing. "Why don't you catch them to eat?" she asked. Logically, given the food scarcity in the tribe, one would expect them to be consumed. Yet, judging by Bowler's tone, it seemed the tribe was well aware of these fish. So why were they not eaten? Bowler's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Qiao Yun, these fish are merely for play. You must not eat them." "Why not?" she inquired. The tribe previously faced famine, and some members consumed these fish, only to meet their demise at the hands of the beast god. Bowler replied, his expression somber. After this revelation, Bowler quickly changed the subject, urging Qiao Yun, "All right, Qiao Yun, it's time to eat. Hurry, or there will be none left for you." "But how did those tribe members eat the fish?" Qiao Yun pondered, recalling that snow leopards belong to the feline family. It seemed illogical that felines would refrain from eating fish they swallowed them whole. Boji fish are quite small, so it is not unusual to consume them in one bite. Qiao Yun exclaimed, "No wonder those tribe members perished in such a manner. Had they survived, I would have respected their bravery." "Bowler, wait. I shall prepare a delightful feast for you. These boji fish are indeed edible, but there is a method to consuming them. One must not swallow them whole, as those tribe members did. Bowler, please wait here while I fetch a bamboo basket to collect the boji fish." With hurried steps, Qiao Yun dashed to the central square to retrieve a new bamboo basket before racing back to the riverbank. Upon her return, she discovered Bowler attempting to toss the boji fish back into the water. "Bowler, please, have mercy," Qiao Yun pleaded. Bowler earnestly advised, "Qiao Yun, do not try it. What if you end up like those tribe members and meet the beast god? What shall we do then?" The thought saddened Bowler, prompting him to act swiftly to dissuade Qiao Yun. In a flash, he discarded several fish back into the river. "Bowler, this is utterly disgraceful," Qiao Yun exclaimed. She quickly argued, "Consider this. If these fish are indeed edible but their previous method of consumption was flawed, we could have an abundance of food. Furthermore, these boji fish could be dried into jerky. allowing us to stock up for winter. We would not have to endure hunger during the cold months. Is that truly the case? Bowler hesitated, glancing between Qiao Yun and the fish in hand. Indeed, let us first cook these fish and then find some small carnivorous animals to experiment with. Bowler chose to trust Qiao Yun for the time being. Hooray, we can finally eat some meat. Qiao Yun exclaimed, hastily placing the boji fish into the bamboo basket, which Bowler then carried to the kitchen. Chapter 26. Cooking boji fish, a culinary delight. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Qiao Yun and Bowler found the tribe engaged in their midday meal. While the cubs leisurely savored their food, the panda cub, in particular, had grown bolder. After finishing its meal, it performed a somersault, eliciting laughter from the surrounding tribe members. One of them tossed a piece of bamboo shoot into the panda's bowl, which the cub promptly devoured, nuzzling in delight. This scene felt familiar to Qiao Yun, reminiscent of her playful antics with dogs. Now, both the snow leopard cub and the panda cub had put on some weight, particularly the panda, who consumed 8 bowls of milk a day. If it had not gained any weight, it would have been a disservice to mushy Huan for all the effort put into producing milk. Indeed, chubby animals are irresistibly adorable, their roundness inviting a delightful tactile experience. Qiao Yun felt the urge to indulge the cubs once more, but first, the boji fish required her attention. Bowler, what are you doing with the boji fish? Feng's casual remark captured the attention of all the tribe members, including the cubs. This boji fish is edible, Qiao Yun declared. Bowler set down the bamboo basket, ready to explain how to consume the boji fish. Is that true? The tribe leader rose, approaching with curiosity. Qiao Yun casually picked up a boji fish, requested a knife from Bowler, and skillfully began to prepare the fish. Her fluid movements left the tribe members in awe, their expressions a mixture of surprise and admiration. The fish's odor was uncertain, but surely the snow leopards would not find it unpleasant. As Qiao Yun prepared the fish, Bowler returned with a small carnivorous animal. Qiao Yun cut the boji fish into small pieces and offered them to the animal, which eagerly devoured the morsels. Bowler observed the creature for half an hour, and seeing it remain unharmed, the tribe members' gazes toward Qiao Yun transformed, filled with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun completed the preparation of all the boji fish, heating oil in a pot to fry the pieces before adding water to simmer them slowly. In another pot, she fried the fish, while yet another was dedicated to boiling boji fish soup, the creamy broth exuding an exquisite aroma. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the tantalizing scent of fish, causing the tribe members to glance at their bowls of plain food, and then at the savory aroma wafting through the air, suddenly finding their own meals lacking. However, the snow leopard tribe valued food and never wasted it. Thus, they savored the fishy fragrance as an accompaniment to their meals. Since Qiao Yun had caught a considerable number of boji fish, and Bowler had also released several back into the river, the meal would be insufficient for the adult members. However, if they desired more, they could always return to the river to catch some. The tribe members occasionally stole glances at the pot filled with boji fish, their cravings growing stronger. It was not long before one tribe member, having finished their meal, dashed to the riverbank to catch more boji fish. Soon, the boji fish soup, fried boji fish, and boiled boji fish were ready. The snow leopard and panda cubs eagerly clutched their little bowls, waiting in anticipation before Qiao Yun. All the cubs gazed at her with expectant eyes, fixated on the fish in her hands. Alas, it seemed that her efforts had been misplaced. Qiao Yun distributed the boji fish pieces into each of their bowls, and those fortunate enough to receive the fish devoured them voraciously, smacking their lips in delight at the exquisite flavors. Qiao Yun filled a large bowl with boji fish for Nian Nian, who had worked hard during this period and deserved a hearty meal. Qiao Yun then lifted her own bowl, savoring a steaming sip of the boji fish soup. Ah, this is delightful. The boji fish has no fishy taste whatsoever. In fact, it is incredibly fresh and flavorful, even without ginger. Simply marvelous. Tribe members who had caught boji fish hurriedly entered the kitchen, handing them over to the designated cook. The cook, having observed Qiao Yun's method, had also learned how to prepare the fish. Currently, Qiao Yun was only responsible for cooking when she discovered new food. Otherwise, the tribe's cooks handled the meals. After serving the cubs and Nian Nian, Qiao Yun noticed there were still 2 bowls of boji fish left in the pot. The tribe leader and Feng, undeterred by modesty, approached Qiao Yun, their intentions to partake in the meal glaringly obvious. With a resigned sigh, Qiao Yun filled bowls for the 2 shameless adult beasts, The other tribe members watched in shock, incredulous that the leader would partake in such boldness. Had I known they would shamelessly come to beg for food. What is this shamelessness? They possess none. The entire clan glared at the chieftain and Feng, both of whom feigned ignorance. As Feng savored his meal, he lavished praise upon Qiao Yun. Wow, Qiao Yun, your poji fish is simply delectable. The meat is so tender it melts in the mouth, leaving a subtle sweetness after consumption. He exaggeratedly feigned ecstasy. Qiao Yun replied, "Are you aware that the surrounding clansmen are casting glances that could strip you bare? Men, you are playing with fire." Qiao Yun shook her head, disinterested in engaging him, letting him endure a bit of punishment from the snow leopard clan. The clansmen did not dare to act against the chieftain. Nor would they dare to confront Feng. Just the thought of Feng facing the consequences of 2 people's worth of punishment made Qiao Yun unable to suppress a laugh. After the cubs finished their meal, a portion of milk awaited them. The clansmen who usually milked the cows obediently squatted in the dining hall, anticipating the delicious poji fish feast. Thus, Qiao Yun had to take matters into her own hands. She herded the cubs back to the cave, then went to the rear mountain to cut some grass, which she tossed to mushy Huan Yo, before carrying a large wooden basin to milk the cow. Qiao Yun could only extract a little, as the space did not permit her to enter fully, leaving her frustrated. Struggling, Qiao Yun brought the milk back to the cubs' cave, where each cub had a wooden bowl in front of them. Resembling beggars, an idea struck Qiao Yun. "Cubs, would you like to drink milk?" The seated cubs responded with eager cries. "Then you must satisfy me first. Perform some somersaults for me, and if I am pleased, I shall grant you milk." Qiao Yun looked at the cubs with pride, relieved that Nian wasn't present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be reprimanded. The panda cub was the first to act, performing a somersault right on the spot. Swaying charmingly as it walked, Qiao Yun covered her nose. "Here you go." She scooped a heaping spoonful for the panda cub, causing the other snow leopard cubs to stare in envy. Although they had eaten to about 70% fullness in the dining hall, they were still tempted. Thus, spurred by the panda cub's lead, the other cubs began to showcase their talents. One cub, in a particularly audacious display, lifted its leg, straightened it, and seductively licked its own beautiful limb. Glancing at Qiao Yun as it did so, Qiao Yun's nosebleed could no longer be contained, and it flowed forth. The cubs gasped in alarm, rushing to Qiao Yun's side, calling out in distress. Qiao Yun hurriedly wiped her nosebleed, assuring them, "It's all right. It's just that you are all too beautiful. I couldn't hold it in." She quickly distributed the milk and returned to her cave to compose herself. Ta-da! Qiao Yun buried her face in her hands. How could the leopards be so adorable, with such pure and unpretentious expressions? Officially confirmed, Qiao Yun was indeed a LSP, a severe fluff enthusiast. Chapter 27. Another adorable creature, the rabbit cat. While Qiao Yun was regaining her composure in the cave, Xiaojiba returned. "Ding! Greetings, master. This transaction has been completed." "What? Why was this one so quick?" Qiao Yun inquired in astonishment, her hands rubbing together in eager anticipation as she gazed at Xiaojiba. "I am so looking forward to this exchange. What have we acquired?" Ding! A total of 10 bamboo baskets were sold, with 9 of them fetching 10 gold coins each, resulting in 90 gold coins. 1 bamboo basket was exchanged for a miraculous young creature. "Qiao Yun, what do you mean by miraculous young creature? Clarify this for me." Qiao Yun felt a knot of anxiety forming. Could it be that Xiaojiba had taken someone else's young creature? After finishing, Xiaojiba placed the 90 gold coins on the ground and gingerly retrieved a young creature from its cabinet. "Xiaojiba, how could you have exchanged for a young creature? What have you done?" Qiao Yun felt on the verge of collapse. Ever since she had taken in the panda cub, although the chieftain had agreed to keep it, he now regretted his decision due to the panda's enormous appetite. Naturally, pandas are known for their voraciousness. There had been a time when the chieftain, furious, had made Qiao Yun and the panda cub face the wall in contemplation, chiding them for ages. This was all due to the panda cub demanding food after finishing its milk, persistently pawing at the chieftain when he refused. Despite being small, the panda cub possessed great strength, often leading to the chieftain's capitulation. As for why Qiao Yun was also punished, it was simply because she had brought the panda cub home. Now, to think Xiaojiba had brought back yet another young creature. If it turned out to be another glutton, Qiao Yun was certain the chieftain would throw her out of the snow leopard clan. Qiao Yun felt tears welling up. Why was life so harsh? She looked down at the young creature lying on the ground. There was no turning back now, no refunds, only the option to discover what kind of animal it was. As she turned the young creature over, her breath caught in her throat, her pupils dilating in astonishment, a hint of suppressed laughter evident. The young creature lying there was none other than the king of meme faces. The rabbit cat. People in the original world referred to it as the expression emperor sent by the heavens to amuse, sporting an angry visage reminiscent of a principal caught in a moment of exasperation. However, the rabbit cat's fur was truly luxurious. Qiao Yun was immediately enamored. If she ever happened to go bald, the rabbit cat's fur would be a worthy acquisition. Moreover, due to the rabbit cat's expressive face and fluffy fur, it had rightfully earned the title of Ao Bai. Indeed, its expressions could rival those of the Tibetan fox. Qiao Yun gently rubbed the rabbit cat cub. The texture was indeed exceptional. The rabbit cat cub remained blissfully unaware, sprawled out in a deep slumber. The only solace was that this cub had a good appetite, already sporting a tiny belly, yet the rabbit cat's dietary needs were modest. Qiao Yun sighed in relief. Had she encountered another glutton, she would have performed a face-changing act on the spot. Xiaojiba, what is the meaning of this? How did you end up bringing back a young creature? Qiao Yun inquired while still petting the rabbit cat cub. Master, I was preparing to head to the rabbit cat clan, as they had a strong desire to purchase bamboo baskets. However, midway, I encountered an injured rabbit cat that seemed to have little time left. It requested to exchange this young cub for a bamboo basket. Xiaojiba explained innocently. Oh, right, master. I also asked if it would be willing to send itself to you. It agreed, and now it resides within my body. Qiao Yun, Xiaojiba, do you collect everything? Do you consider the snow leopard clan a garbage dump? Free gifts? Do you think it's a supermarket sale? Buy one get one free? Qiao Yun trembled as she asked. Did you release that rabbit cat? Is it still alive? Xiaojiba released the rabbit cat. Good heavens, it was covered in blood, and one area of its fur was completely bald. Qiao Yun sighed, accepting the situation. Since it was already an adult, she would let it stay and work to support its own cubs. Qiao Yun proceeded to tend to its wounds. Since arriving in this world, she had almost transformed from a people's doctor into a veterinarian, becoming adept at treating wounds. While cleaning the rabbit cat's injuries, it twitched in pain even in its unconscious state, indicating the severity of its injuries. Once Qiao Yun finished tending to the rabbit cat's wounds, she collapsed onto the ground, sighing, I've done what I could. The rest is beyond my control. Xiaojiba paused the trading function. Ding. Trading function paused. For assistance, please contact Xiaojiba. Farewell, master. With that, Xiaojiba vanished. Qiao Yun then cradled the rabbit cat cub and sought out the chieftain. For honesty and confession yields leniency, while resistance invites severity. 9 years of compulsory education is not merely a saying. The chieftain was currently directing the clansmen to gather fish, having previously been unaware of the waste of so much food. However, the poji fish had to meet a certain size standard to be caught. Those that were too small needed to be thrown back, as Qiao Yun emphasized the essential nature of sustainable development. If they were to catch them all at once, the river's poji fish would be depleted, and after this meal, the next would be uncertain. Yet, if the smaller, immature fish were returned to the water, they would grow, providing sustenance in the future. Moreover, hunting was prohibited during their breeding season. Otherwise, they would be unable to produce young poji fish, which was also unacceptable. Fortunately, the breeding season for poji fish had passed, and it was now their prime growth period. By catching the older ones and allowing space for the younger to thrive, it was indeed a beneficial situation. The chieftain, contemplating this, could hardly contain his smile, as though he could foresee a bright future awaiting him. Just then, Qiao Yun arrived, holding a young creature in her arms, her gaze flickering uncertainly. The chieftain, Qiao Yun is a ticking time bomb. Chieftain, while I was selling those bamboo baskets, I inadvertently brought back a young creature and also received an injured adult beast. Qiao Yun spoke, her heart racing, unable to meet the chieftain's eyes. Qiao Yun, what do you mean by bringing back a young creature? And also an adult beast? The chieftain was no longer calm. Initially, he thought Qiao Yun had merely picked up another young creature, but now it seemed she had not only taken in a cub, but also an adult beast. The chieftain gritted his teeth. Qiao Yun, have you forgotten the taste of punishment? Qiao Yun was in peril, quickly feigning discomfort in her chest. Chieftain, my chest suddenly feels a bit uneasy. Uneasy? Let me give you a massage. No, no. Chieftain, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. The chieftain rubbed his forehead in exasperation. All right, where is that adult beast? In my cave. Qiao Yun now dares not provoke the clan leader. fearing that in the next moment he might be knocked to the ground and subjected to the fierce leopard punch. Qiao Yun brought the leader back to her cave, where the injured rabbit cat lay on the ground. "I will settle accounts with you once you recover." The leader shot a fierce glare at Qiao Yun, saying, "This adult beast should be placed in my cave. Despite its small size, its aggression remains uncertain." He lifted the injured rabbit cat and, before leaving, warned Qiao Yun, "In the future, do not bring everything into the clan. Or else what? You wouldn't want to know. Your curiosity has truly led you into trouble." Little Snow Leopard. Chapter 28. Finding the soap pod tree, preparing for a bath shortly after the leader departed. The rabbit cat cub in Qiao Yun's arms awakened. It let out a yawn, stretching its paws skyward, resembling a blossoming mangosteen. Qiao Yun playfully pinched its tender paws and began to knead them. This rabbit cat cub was quite small, barely a month old and still weaning. At an age where it was not yet familiar with its surroundings, the cub opened its eyes wide, gazing at Qiao Yun with round, innocent eyes, smacking its little lips. Then it began to call out to Qiao Yun, "Wow, wow," as if to say, "Food, I'm hungry." Qiao Yun squeezed some milk for it and brought it back for the cub to drink. It nearly toppled headfirst into the bowl, ready for a milk bath. Qiao Yun quickly supported it and asked the wind to create a shallow basin, pouring in milk bit by bit. The ravenous rabbit cat cub licked the bowl clean in no time, and Qiao Yun struggled to keep up with its voracious appetite. Once the cub finished, it exerted all its strength to cry out. Qiao Yun thought to herself, "Oh no, another foodie. We must ensure your adult beast works harder to justify your appetite." Finally, the rabbit cat cub was full, its belly almost grazing the ground. Qiao Yun resignedly picked it up and rubbed its belly to aid digestion. The cub seemed to think, "Aren't you just itching to pet me?" As it was being rubbed, the cub dozed off. Qiao Yun gently placed the cub on the hay and tiptoed out. The hunting team had not yet set out for the day. They had already hunted 5 phantom wolves in the morning and planned to sell them for gold coins to exchange for clan members waiting outside. Qiao Yun hurried over to them. "Legang, could you help me find a soap pod tree? If you see a tree with long, narrow fruits, please bring the whole tree back for me to see." "Sure, no problem," Legang replied, and the team prepared to set off. With Mu injured, the hunting team was temporarily led by Foam. After giving her instructions, Qiao Yun rushed to the riverbank to check on the fishing situation. To her astonishment, despite the clan members' diligent efforts throughout the afternoon, the river was still teeming with boji fish. The catch piled high in all the stone pots, yet the river remained a shimmering mass of fish. No wonder Qiao Yun had failed to notice the boji fish while frolicking in the water. Their dark bodies blended seamlessly into the sunlit river. With so many boji fish, they needed to be dried into fish jerky for winter storage. Thus, Qiao Yun made her way to the kitchen, applying to join the boji fish processing team. Her application was approved, and she swiftly got to work. The clan members were bustling with energy, and soon they had finished processing all the boji fish, leaving the remaining ones in the river to fatten up for winter. However, there was a pressing issue. Drying the fish would require salt, which was currently lacking in the clan. It seemed Qiao Yun would need to consult the leader. Just as she thought of the leader, he appeared by the river to inspect the boji fish catch. Qiao Yun hurried over with a smile, asking, "Leader, do we have any salty substances in the clan?" "Salty substances? Oh dear," the leader exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "I had forgotten that we haven't purchased salt in quite some time. So in this world, they still call it salt." Qiao Yun thought to herself, "Is there a market here?" "Indeed, but we were too poor before to afford a trip to the market, and I nearly forgot what it looked like," the leader explained. Qiao Yun felt a bit embarrassed. Then, "Leader, we must go to the market tomorrow to buy salt. We need it to make fish jerky." "Must we?" The leader was determined to explore the possibility of avoiding this expense. "Absolutely not." Qiao Yun firmly rejected the leader's frugality. "Well then, Qiao Yun, you must work hard to sell these bamboo baskets," the leader said, pointing to the central square and patting Qiao Yun on the shoulder with a serious tone. Qiao Yun thought to herself, "It seems I am not the true miser." The leader is in the kitchen. The clan members had already begun preparing dinner, awaiting the return of the hunting team. Tonight's meal would consist of fish and some sweet potato leaves. The new cave still had plenty of sweet potato leaves. But since Qiao Yun had initially been unaware of the need to plant sweet potatoes, she now had to use the existing sweet potatoes to cultivate seedlings. Qiao Yun planned to fill the land in her space with sweet potatoes first, then transfer those seedlings to the clan's fields. However, She was still uncertain about the condition of her space and would need to check it soon. Before long, the hunting team returned, bringing back a sand pig and 2 phantom wolves, which Qiao Yun intended to sell that night. Moreover, they had indeed found a soap pod tree and snow peas. Qiao Yun was utterly ecstatic. "What incredible luck you've had to find snow peas," she exclaimed, dancing with joy. "Lei Gang, where did you find these?" She pointed to the snow peas. I found it beside this tree. When I saw its fruit matched your description, I brought it back," Lei Gang explained, dropping a 15-meter-tall soap pod tree with a thud. Qiao Yun was awestruck. Is this the extent of Lei Gang's strength? I concede. I am envious. Qiao Yun instructed Lei Gang to fetch 2 more soap pod trees and to bring back all the snow peas tomorrow. For now, she decided to pick the pods from the tree and asked Lei Gang to plant the soap pod tree near the entrance of the clan's territory. With excitement, Qiao Yun dashed to wash the pods, tossing them into a stone pot to boil down into juice for bathing or washing clothes. She could hardly wait to see the cubs enjoying their dumpling experience. After preparing the soap pod juice, she awaited its solidification. Qiao Yun then set about making a small stool for herself, as washing so many cubs would be easier while seated. Not only did the cubs need a wash, but the adult beasts did too. Qiao Yun cast a menacing glance at the clan members, who felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. Soon, the rudimentary soap was ready, and it was time to take the cubs to the riverbank for their long-overdue baths. They were filthy, with only their faces still somewhat clean. Chapter 29, Bath Time. The cubs loved to bathe. Qiao Yun picked up the makeshift soap and headed straight for the cubs' cave. To her surprise, this group of little rascals had also gone fishing, and they were now covered in dirt from head to toe. They lay on the ground, soaking up sunlight on their fluffy coats. If not now, when would they wash? The timing was perfect for a bath. However, Qiao Yun did not wish to carry them. They were too dirty, and whoever wanted could take them. "Cubs, shall we visit a fun place?" Qiao Yun coaxed, and the cubs all lifted their heads in perfect unison. Why weren't they licking their fur clean? It was simply because they deemed themselves too dirty to bother. Upon hearing Qiao Yun's invitation to play, the cubs stood up, shaking off the droplets of water from their fur. Only when their fur was wet could their true forms be seen, with little bellies protruding, each one a testament to the meals they had consumed. Qiao Yun led them downstream, ensuring they wouldn't drink the washing water. The cubs, confused, sat by the riverbank, staring blankly at Qiao Yun. "Today, we shall bathe. You, in particular, will go first." Qiao Yun reached out for the cub closest to her. Unaware that the cub had yet to grasp the concept of bathing. As soon as it hit the water, it panicked and cried out, struggling to escape Qiao Yun's grasp. "No bath, no food," Qiao Yun threatened. Upon hearing this, the cub immediately ceased its struggle, resigned to being washed. While bathing the cub in her hands, Qiao Yun spotted the snow leopard cub and the panda cub attempting to hide. Qiao Yun scoffed. "Those who refuse to bathe will face hunger, and they won't be allowed to sleep in the cave, nor will any cubs want to play with them." Instantly, the snow leopard cub and the panda cub withdrew their curious paws, gazing innocently at Qiao Yun, mewling softly as if to say, "I'm very willing to bathe. That wasn't me just now." With an air of earnestness and decorum, Qiao Yun disregarded the other cubs behind her and focused intently on the one in her grasp. After thoroughly dampening its fur, she picked up a bar of rudimentary soap and proceeded to lather the cub from head to toe, creating a cascade of bubbles. The cubs on the shore watched with keen curiosity, resembling a crowd of onlookers at a spectacle. "Fear not, your turn shall come shortly. Every single cub shall have its share," Qiao Yun reassured them, observing with satisfaction as their eyes widened in astonishment. Once she had rinsed away the frothy suds from the cub, she meticulously cleaned its tiny paws and wrung out its damp fur, placing it gently on a patch of fresh grass. "Now, give your fur a good shake. The sun is just perfect for drying," she encouraged, reaching for the next fortunate snow leopard cub. As she continued her work, the transformation of the cubs became apparent. Not only did they emerge clean and fragrant, but their beauty reached unparalleled heights, truly a pinnacle of their charm. It is no deception. As the adage goes, beauty adorns the adorned, and even snow leopards are no exception. As Qiao Yun progressed, she found herself somewhat desensitized to the process. Can one truly envision a cub that appeared only mildly soiled, emerging from a wash with its true colors revealed, deep blacks and pure whites, rather than a muddled gray? Soon, Qiao Yun had washed all the snow leopard cubs, leaving only the panda cubs, As the rabbit civet cubs were still too young for a bath, she lifted a panda cub into her arms. Noting its increased weight since her last embrace just days prior, what had once been a trivial task now required considerable effort on her part, having not indulged in petting the panda cub for some time. She was determined to give it a thorough scrub. As she continued, the panda cub anxiously protested with muffled sounds, as if pleading for her to cease the vigorous grooming. Reluctantly, Qiao Yun halted, laboriously placing the panda cub on a bed of hay, from which it promptly distanced itself from her reach. Witness the panda cub's familiar fleeing posture. It seemed destined to avoid Qiao Yun for the rest of its life. Such a thorough wash had left the cub with a lingering shadow of trauma. A testament to Qiao Yun's formidable scrubbing skills. After indulging her whims, Qiao Yun transformed herself into a petite snow leopard, ready to enjoy a fragrant bath of her own, with a flawless dive. She entered the water, albeit with a rather large splash. Within the water, she displayed her swimming prowess, gliding gracefully from side to side, showcasing her skills to the cubs observing from the shore. The cubs paused their grooming, captivated by Qiao Yun's effortless aquatic movements. Before long, she had finished her bath and prepared to emerge, only to be met by a wave of cubs retaliating for their earlier washing, all eager to groom her in return with fervent enthusiasm. They licked with such vigor that Qiao Yun felt as though her very fur might be stripped away. Even now, she sensed a lingering discomfort, particularly in her hair, which felt decidedly sparser upon her transformation back into human form. "You little rascals, I shall remember this. We are now sworn adversaries," she declared. Once their fur had dried, Qiao Yun led them back, the cubs trailing behind her in a playful procession, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll with their elder. Along the way, they garnered astonished gazes from their kin, for they had never seen snow leopard cubs so impeccably clean. Subsequently, the cubs found themselves subject to yet another round of playful torment. Fortunate that Qiao Yun had resumed her human form, for otherwise, she too would have fallen victim to their antics. Upon finding the tribe leader, Qiao Yun proposed, "Leader, I have procured a bar of simple soap. Perhaps you could rally our kin to bathe by the river. Remember to wash downstream." The leader, however, met her suggestion with a firm refusal. "Bathing? No, absolutely not," he retorted. Qiao Yun, seizing a nearby cub, remarked, "Look how splendid it appears. And if you take a whiff, there's a delightful fragrance, is there not?" The leader, begrudgingly lifting a cub, conceded, "Indeed, it does smell pleasant, but do not count on me for the bathing expedition. Are you truly forsaking the prospect of companionship?" Qiao Yun pressed, striking a nerve in the leader, who had long remained solitary while his peers had married and started families. Despite his stature as the tribe leader, he could not fathom why he remained unpaired. "You see, it is precisely because you neglect bathing that the lovely beasts shy away from becoming your mate," she coaxed, though she refrained from revealing that the other snow leopards doubted his capability to be a suitable mate due to his leadership role. Inspired by her words, the leader resolved to become the most handsome beast in the tribe, determined to shed his solitary status. "Very well, I shall command the tribe to bathe tonight," he proclaimed, contemplating that the burden of such discomfort should not rest solely upon his shoulders. The leader, ever shrewd, knew how to manipulate the desires of his kin. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun assumed the role of an inspector, declaring that anyone who had not bathed or was not sufficiently clean would be denied their evening meal. The tribe, valuing their meals above all else, could not abide by such a decreed. "It's merely a dip in the water. We can manage," they declared, and those who were hesitant were promptly pushed into the water by their enthusiastic peers, who were eager to assist in their scrubbing. Of course, the male and female beasts were treated differently. Qiao Yun specifically tasked the male beasts with constructing wooden tubs for the few female beasts in the tribe, ensuring they had warm water for their baths. As anticipated, once every tribe member had bathed, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, a testament to their newfound cleanliness. After dinner, Qiao Yun summoned Xiaoji, ready to sell the phantom wolves and sand pigs caught by the hunting team. She then pondered whether the spatial realm still rejected her presence. "It's all tears. My humble master pleads for entry." She lamented to her surprise. She found herself entering the space bodily rather than spiritually, leaving her in a state of astonishment. "Could it be that future upgrades will push me beyond my limits?" she mused, recalling the agony of past breakthroughs, a shiver coursing down her spine at the thought of enduring such trials once more. Upon entering the space, she felt the earth beneath her feet, a stark contrast to the ordinary yellow soil of before, now transformed into rich red earth. teeming with nutrients. The madder plants she had previously sown had begun to flourish, spreading across a considerable patch of land. Moreover, the space now boasted a lively water source, as the water from the forest had been diverted into a vast lake. Using her spiritual energy to survey her surroundings, she noted the lake's impressive size. Though it seemed to lack something, aside from the addition of the lake and the transformation of the soil, not much else had changed. As she prepared to exit the space, she noticed a stone not far from the ground, inscribed with the conditions for upgrading the realm. What treachery is this? Why was this information not provided earlier? She exclaimed, advancing to read the inscription aloud. The space is currently in a state of restoration. Classified as L0 level. To restore the space, it is necessary to plant 1,000 plants, capture 2,000 seafood products, and raise 1,000 poultry. Special reminder, the growth rate within the space is twice that of the outside world. 2 hours in the space equate to 1 hour in the external realm. Growth rates will improve with further upgrades. Please endeavor diligently, dear master, such a boon. This meant that a plant requiring a month to grow in the outside world would only take half that time within the space. How splendid, Qiao Yun mused, stroking her chin in contemplation, that I can toss some boji fish into the lake for rearing, and perhaps I can raise colorful chickens and Musawan cattle as well, with a sense of purpose. She harvested the madder plants, planning to use them to assist the injured rabbit civet and moo. The tribe's sweet potatoes were dwindling, signaling it was time to plant more, alongside cucumbers, pumpkins, and peas from the forest. Ah, so many things to cultivate. It seems I must expedite the restoration of the space to facilitate an upgrade. Upon exiting the space, she prepared to boil the madder plants, then made her way to the leader's cave with a bowl of the vibrant red liquid. The injured rabbit civet was gravely wounded and had yet to awaken. With no other options, Qiao Yun forcefully administered the madder water, just as the leader returned, casting a glance at the unconscious rabbit civet. The leader muttered, "Why has it not yet awakened? Alas, even if it does, its injuries remain severe, and we shall have yet another mouth to feed." Picking up an empty wooden bowl, Qiao Yun sighed. Who can say? It has a long gash on its belly. One can only wonder what misfortune befell it. By the way, leader, when shall we procure some salt? We need to commence the preparation of dried fish. We shall go shortly. Do you wish to accompany me? The leader inquired, his expression skeptical. Indeed, I wish to explore. It has been far too long since I beheld the outside world, Qiao Yun replied, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Very well, off you go, but spare me your theatrics, the leader conceded, covering his face in exasperation to avoid seeing her antics. Thank you, leader. Now, may I inquire how much you intend to allocate for our trip to the market to purchase salt? Qiao Yun gently rubbed her palms, her face filled with anticipation as she gazed at the clan leader. A gold coin. The leader looked at Qiao Yun, hesitating. Qiao Yun, what can you buy with a gold coin? Although a gold coin is substantial, salt is quite expensive. Qiao Yun nearly shook the leader's head to clarity. Leader, how much salt can a gold coin actually buy? Is it really that much? Qiao Yun gestured with her fingers, forming a circle the size of a sesame seed. The leader, aware of his own shortcomings, remained silent. 500 gold coins, no negotiation. Qiao Yun grimaced. The leader leapt up, almost jabbing his finger at Qiao Yun's nose. No, 500 is too much. Let us reduce it. 400. Qiao Yun, with a sullen expression, was left speechless by the leader's stinginess. The leader gritted his teeth. 400 is acceptable, but you must sell the bamboo baskets for 500 gold coins. No way. Qiao Yun continued to haggle with the leader, ultimately securing 450 gold coins, but she had to sell 50 bamboo baskets, holding her 450 gold coins. Qiao Yun stealthily retrieved her private stash of 50 gold coins from her cave. For the miserly Qiao Yun, this was indeed a substantial fortune. She hurried to Moo's cave to give him the madder water. Then, clutching her sizable fortune, Qiao Yun proceeded to the central square, preparing to join Feng, Lei Gang, and the others at the market. She climbed onto Lei Gang's back, setting off for the market. The market was approximately 20 to 30 kilometers away from the Snow Leopard clan. At this point, one must commend the hunting team's swift travel speed. They arrived at the market in just 10 minutes. The market was dotted with stalls selling small game, with hardly any large game available. After all, the Snow Leopard clan was widely recognized as the poorest tribe who would want to sell goods to them. Even the Lion clan, which was no better off, consistently occupied the second spot on the list of the poorest tribes. Never budging an inch, The game on the stalls was loosely tied with grass ropes, mostly colorful chickens and a type of rabbit that Qiao Yun did not recognize. Qiao Yun pondered buying some for breeding. Tugging at Feng's grass clothing, she asked, "Feng, what is that?" Pointing at the rabbit, "That is a swift-wind rabbit. It runs incredibly fast," Feng explained. "Once we buy the salt, can the remaining gold coins purchase a few swift-wind rabbits and colorful chickens?" Feng, thinking Qiao Yun was craving them, agreed. They approached the most formally set-up stall and inquired, "How much for the salt?" The owner displayed a large sack of salt wrapped in grass, stating, 10 gold coins. Indeed, salt was quite pricey. A chunk the size of a fist cost 10 gold coins. Qiao Yun began to negotiate. "If I buy in bulk, could you offer a discount?" The owner glanced at Qiao Yun. Assuming she was causing trouble, what nonsense is a child speaking? You aren't the one paying with gold coins. Qiao Yun. "No, sir, I truly am here to pay." The hunters, overhearing the owner's dismissive tone, prepared to confront him. But the owner continued, "You are from the Snow Leopard clan? How do you have gold coins to buy salt?" "I am a fool. You must be here to cause trouble. Go away. Do not hinder my business." The owner shooed them away like flies. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Lei Gang exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Qiao Yun, you shouldn't have stopped me. I should have given that fellow a good thrashing." Qiao Yun remained silent, as according to the rules of novels, the dismissive shopkeeper would soon be replaced by a more accommodating one. Sure enough, a merchant quietly approached Qiao Yun and asked, "Are you looking to buy salt?" "I have some." Chapter 31. Colorful chickens and swift-wind rabbits. Everything truly conforms to the rules of novels, which was rather gratifying. "Yes, lead us there." Qiao Yun and the hunting team followed the merchant to his stall, only to be met with unexpected trouble. Qiao Yun realized that in these scenarios, there are typically two outcomes: robbery or genuine kindness. That it appeared Qiao Yun encountered the former. Qiao Yun felt a surge of anger. Why was she the target of such misfortune when others were not? Was it simply because she was a child? It seems it's time for him to experience the wrath of the Snow Leopard clan. Qiao Yun thought. Lei Gang swiftly seized a wooden stick and broke it in half. The owner, taken aback, trembled as he asked, "Which clan are you from?" Qiao Yun calmly regarded the owner. "Before you attempt robbery, shouldn't you inquire about who we are? We are the formidable Snow Leopard clan. When you snow leopards come to the market, you should declare yourselves as such. Then I wouldn't have dared to rob you." "But you didn't shout. This is all your fault," the owner retorted angrily. Qiao Yun. "What? Are you mad, sir? I've never encountered such twisted blame before, and now I've witnessed it twice." This reminded Qiao Yun of a time in her previous world when she had flirted with a boy, only to find he was underage. To ease her embarrassment, he had jokingly suggested he would carry a sign stating he was a minor whenever he went out. The absurdity of that moment left Qiao Yun speechless. Now, reflecting on the owner's words, they echoed the boy's sentiment. Qiao Yun protested, "Sir, I believe you are implying something about me that I demand compensation for emotional distress. You have quite a stock. Give us half." "Half for you? You might as well just rob me," the owner exclaimed. "Sir, did you not realize we are indeed robbing you?" Qiao Yun feigned innocence. "I see you have a fair amount of gold coins. We happen to be a bit financially strained. What do you propose we do?" The owner turned pale. "No, I can't give you gold coins. That I have dependents. Could you spare me this time?" "Is that so? I just saw you expertly attempting to rob us, and your eyes were quite shifty when you mentioned your dependents. You won't fool us. Brothers, bind him." Qiao Yun excitedly directed Lei Gang to tie up the unscrupulous owner with his own rope. They seized his salt, gold coins, and his decent linen clothing. The robbery transpired with all the subtlety of a locust swarm, devoid of any sense of honor. In the end, the greedy owner found himself stripped of everything, not even his clothes, while Feng, wary of Qiao Yun witnessing anything inappropriate, tossed a large leaf over him. Nevertheless, the members of the hunting team were not satisfied, lamenting, "Sigh, it's too little, just 3 colorful chickens, 2 swift-wind rabbits, and 2 bags of salt. But we did get 500 gold coins." Qiao Yun, a bunch of robbers lamenting their spoils. It seemed that after this heist, the Snow Leopard clan would gain infamy. For who robs someone and leaves them without clothes? Then, Qiao Yun instructed Feng to don the linen attire and use the 500 gold coins to purchase salt. Feng changed his appearance and headed back to the original salt vendor. Upon seeing Feng in the linen attire, the owner, recognizing him as a wealthy individual, treated him with extraordinary warmth. Since Qiao Yun and her companions were clad in grass clothing, they could not accompany Feng. Ultimately, Feng bought 40 bags of salt at the price of 8 gold coins each. With the remaining 180 gold coins, Qiao Yun intended to purchase some colorful chickens and swift-winged rabbits. She inquired about their prices and was relieved they were not too exorbitant. 5 gold coins for each colorful chicken and 3 for each swift-winged rabbit. Each stall had limited quantities of colorful chickens and swift-winged rabbits. Qiao Yun went about negotiating fiercely. If the price exceeded her expectations, she would bargain hard. If it fell below her threshold, well, Qiao Yun would still haggle. There was no way around it. Qiao Yun simply loved bargaining and refused to be taken advantage of. The title of miser was not bestowed upon her lightly. In the end, Qiao Yun purchased 25 colorful chickens and 30 swift-winged rabbits. Preparing to return home for breeding, Qiao Yun asked Feng, "Do you know how to raise these colorful chickens and swift-winged rabbits?" "Huh, raise them? We don't. We usually kill them at the market and take them back to the clan." Just then, Feng casually grabbed a colorful chicken, preparing to slaughter it. Qiao Yun quickly intervened. "Spare the chicken. Think about it. These colorful chickens can lay eggs that if they hatch chicks in the future, we won't need to buy them anymore." Feng was taken aback by Qiao Yun's logic. Qiao Yun continued, "Similarly, if these swift-winged rabbits have offspring, we will have many swift-winged rabbits. For now, we need to bring these colorful chickens and swift-winged rabbits back. See what they eat and raise them. They will produce young." All the clan members, gazing at the colorful chickens and swift-winged rabbits in their hands, were astonished. Apparently, it could be done this way. They instinctively cradled the creatures carefully. Fearing any mishap, Qiao Yun sighed. Looking at them, "There's no need to be so cautious. It's getting dark. Let us return and build them a pen to keep them safe." Yes, let us hurry back." The wind spoke to the hunting team as if awakening from a dream. They first searched for resilient grasses to bind the vibrant chickens and swift rabbits, carefully carrying them back with their teeth. Just as Qiao Yun climbed onto Lei Gang's back, he took off, causing her face to be blown about in the wind. "Could you possibly slow down?" With each word Qiao Yun uttered, the wind rushed into her mouth. Upon returning to the tribe's territory, Qiao Yun let out a contented burp, exclaiming, "I could survive on nothing but the wind from the northwest." Once back, the wind sought the chieftain to discuss the best location to raise the colorful chickens and swift rabbits. Lacking experience, they decided it was best to keep them nearby. Thus, a fence was erected not far from the chieftain's cave. Little did they know, the young chieftain was oblivious to the unpleasant odor of waste. But he would learn in due time. The tribe constructed the fence quite large, simultaneously raising the colorful chickens and swift rabbits. Fearing the rabbits might leap over the barrier, they raised the fence higher and provided a stone shelter to shield both the rabbits and chickens from the rain. The chieftain then instructed Qiao Yun and Yin to gather some dry grass to lay down for the rabbits and chickens. It appeared the rabbits and chickens were living better than the tribe members, who simply slept on the ground, with the more particular ones laying down a bed of grass. Fortunately, the weather was still mild. Otherwise, they would have needed to make beds. However, the pressing concern remained to address their food and warmth. Chapter 32. Making dried fish. Once the fence was completed, the colorful chickens and swift rabbits were cautiously placed inside. Qiao Yun, unsure of how to care for them, decided to apply the methods of raising chickens and rabbits from her previous world. She hurried to speak with the chieftain. "Chieftain, the colorful chickens and swift rabbits haven't eaten yet. We need to cut some fresh grass for the rabbits and dig up some worms for the chickens. Then go summon the tribe members to do so. I intend to check by the river." The chieftain waved his hand dismissively. "Chieftain, we can have the cubs help. Let them dig for worms." "Help? Qiao Yun is about to enslave child labor." The chieftain hesitated, considering the tribe's long-standing affection for their young. "Can the cubs manage?" "Of course. As members of the snow leopard tribe, they cannot be idle. They must work diligently to earn their meals." Qiao Yun argued earnestly. "Very well, go arrange it." The chieftain sighed, rubbing his forehead, thus pretending it was not his approval that allowed Qiao Yun to enslave the cubs. Upon reaching the cubs' cave, Qiao Yun found them frolicking together, some using their tails as playful wands, others grooming one another, while a few were engaged in playful scuffles, fur flying about. To Qiao Yun, this was merely a display of their abundant energy. It was the perfect opportunity to have them dig for worms, burning off some of their excess vigor to avoid a cave filled with fur. As soon as the cubs spotted Qiao Yun at the cave's entrance, they scattered in fear. Terrified, she would once again groom their fur into bald patches. "Hey, why are you running? I'm here to assign you a task. The chieftain has already agreed that I still need to find Yin Yin, so hurry out. One of the snow leopard cubs cautiously peeked out, letting out a soft awoo in response. Qiao Yun, understanding their hesitation, reassured them. All right, I promise not to groom you. She raised her hands in surrender. Another cub emerged, also making a sound of protest. And I won't bathe you either. Qiao Yun replied with a straight face. Honestly, it was just a few extra strokes during your bath. Why all the fuss? She muttered indignantly. Only after Qiao Yun made her guarantees did the cubs emerge from their hiding spots, obediently following her to find Yin Yin. Yin Yin was in Qiao Yun's cave, watching over a tiny rabbit cat, needing constant attention due to its small size. Of course, while caring for the rabbit cat, Yin Yin was not idle. She gathered materials to weave a bamboo basket at the cave's entrance under the sunlight. Yin Yin, the chieftain has called us to work. Remember to bring a bamboo basket. Qiao Yun called out from a distance, spotting Yin Yin weaving while the rabbit cat slept at her feet. Upon hearing her, Yin Yin lifted the rabbit cat, placing it in the bamboo basket before slinging it over her shoulder and walking towards Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun picked up the tiny rabbit cat from the basket and, alongside Yin Yin, set out to the tribe's edge to dig for worms and gather fresh grass. Behind them, the cubs scampered, their little tummies bouncing adorably. All right, we've arrived. From now on, we'll dig for worms and cut grass here, Qiao Yun said earnestly to the little ones to woo. The cubs responded in a harmonious chorus after hearing this. They eagerly began to scratch at the ground with their claws, while Yin Yin took charge of collecting the worms. Yin Yin truly was a brave child, while Qiao Yun was not as adept, resulting in her being assigned the task of cutting grass. Fortunately, a few snow leopard cubs accompanied her. The cubs' claws were sharp. With a mere swipe through the grass, they could gather handfuls of fresh blades. A few digs later, they had created small holes in the ground. Observing the abundance of grass, Qiao Yun decided to weave a small pouch from some long strands, just the right size to hold a rabbit cat. She placed the rabbit cat inside and hung it onto herself, fearing it might wander off and escape the tribe's territory. The cubs worked efficiently, gathering a basket full of fresh grass in under half an hour. Qiao Yun first carried the grass back to the fence to feed the swift rabbits, after which the grass-gathering cubs joined the worm-digging crew, with the bamboo basket on her back and the rabbit cat hanging from her. Qiao Yun returned to the fence, placing the fresh grass before the swift rabbits. The rabbits eagerly hopped over to feast on the grass. Qiao Yun marveled at how the rabbits' mouths moved rhythmically as they chewed, their plump faces bobbing adorably. She felt compelled to reach out and touch one. Suddenly, the swift rabbit flashed its gleaming white teeth, seemingly ready to pounce on Qiao Yun's hand. Fortunately, the rabbit cat hanging from Qiao Yun let out a puff, scaring it off. Otherwise, those steel-like teeth would have surely left a mark on her hand. Qiao Yun quickly retracted her hand, heart pounding in her chest. Why are these swift rabbits so fierce when they have young? How will I manage to place them in my space? Qiao Yun felt a wave of worry wash over her. After feeding the swift rabbits, she dashed back to help out, just in time. Yin Yin and the others had finished their tasks, preparing to wrap the worms in a large leaf to feed the colorful chickens. Noticing they were done, Qiao Yun opted not to follow them to see the chickens, instead turning towards the kitchen to prepare some dried fish before the freshly caught fish spoiled. Qiao Yun entered the kitchen, removing the entrails from the fish she had caught that day and rinsing them off briefly. Then she took out the salt she had purchased, estimating it to be around 40 pounds. She sprinkled the coarse salt onto the fish. Lamentably, the conditions were lacking, and she had to make do with what she had. After salting the fish, she set them aside to marinate for several hours. During this waiting period, Qiao Yun initially intended to visit the river to check on her reeds, but Xiaozhi had already sold out the prey. Thus, Qiao Yun returned to her cave. This time, the profits were quite satisfying, amounting to 5,000 gold coins. Qiao Yun instructed Xiaozhi to continue selling bamboo baskets. After much contemplation, she decided to designate one of the baskets for bartering, fervently hoping no more cubs would appear. Lately, the chieftain had been increasingly irked by Qiao Yun, seemingly eager to teach her the reason behind the flower's vibrant hues. Subsequently, Qiao Yun set off to the river to check on her reeds, which were thriving well, likely yielding around 100 pounds, she surmised. Once she had time, she planned to harvest the reeds and store them in her space. As the time approached, Qiao Yun returned to the kitchen, bringing along some grass to use for binding the fish. After demonstrating to the tribe members how to tie the fish, she assisted in placing them in the kitchen to smoke for a while. By the next day, when the sun rose and blazed fiercely, she would take the smoked fish out to dry in the sun for 3 to 4 days. However, with such splendid weather, a longer drying period would be acceptable. If she could find some chili peppers, she would make spicy dried fish, which would be absolutely delightful. Qiao Yun thought to herself, swallowing involuntarily. It had been ages since she had indulged in chili peppers. Although a southerner by birth, she was a false southerner, capable of handling spicy food exceptionally well, a skill honed during her time in the north. Now that the dried fish was nearly ready and Moo's injury had healed, it was time to venture into the forest to retrieve pumpkins and cucumbers. The tribe's land was set to be utilized for planting pumpkins, sweet potatoes, peas, and cucumbers. The botanical genes inherited from her floral ancestors were itching to be expressed. Chapter 33. Harvesting pumpkins at dawn on the second day. Qiao Yun awakened, excited for the day of pumpkin and cucumber harvesting. Nian Nian rubbed her eyes, yawning as she awoke. Yes, I am here to help too. Arriving at the central square, they found several tribe members already gathered there. Qiao Yun, Nian Nian, why are you up so early? A clan member greeted. I can't sleep. I'm too excited. Qiao Yun chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and replied, Indeed, the mere thought of having 2 varieties of food to enjoy soon fills me with exhilaration. Nian Nian also smiled, addressing the clan member. Feng, laughing heartily, approached and playfully patted Qiao Yun's head, saying, It's quite rare to see you up so early. Bowler swatted Feng's hand away and shot him a glare. Don't hit the little one's head. What if he becomes even more foolish? Qiao Yun responded with a puzzled expression. I initially thought you were an ally, but it turns out you're a detractor. Feng burst into laughter at this, while Qiao Yun maintained a stoic demeanor. Eventually, Mu, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, smacked Feng on the back of the head to defend Qiao Yun. Now I feel at ease, Qiao Yun remarked. The clan leader arrived, and as dawn broke, the pumpkin-picking team set off. Due to the previous attack by the vines that Qiao Yun and Mu had experienced, all the clan members remained on high alert, vigilant of their surroundings. Qiao Yun perched on Mu's back, taking the lead and directing the pumpkin-picking team's course. Before long, they arrived at the same location as before, where a vibrant patch of orange pumpkins lay hidden beneath lush green leaves. Some pumpkins were so colossal that they could not be concealed by the foliage. The clan members were astonished at the sight of so many massive pumpkins. Nian Nian gaped in disbelief at Qiao Yun, exclaiming, Qiao Yun, is this for real? With great bravado, Qiao Yun clambered down from the leopard's back and stood beside Nian Nian, declaring, Behold, Nian Nian, this is the realm I have secured for you. Nian Nian replied, You seem rather delusional. One clan member, who could scarcely believe the vast expanse of pumpkins before him, pinched himself. Ouch! Is this not a dream? At that moment, Feng turned to the clan member with an impassive expression. The member, regaining his senses, asked in confusion, Feng, why are you staring at me? When do you plan to let go? You've pinched me. Oh dear, I thought I had pinched myself. Is everything before me truly real? The clan member quickly released his grip. Feng hastily blew on his reddened arm and rolled his eyes. Of course, if it were fake. Would the redness on my arm be as well? The clan member, grinning sheepishly and scratching the back of his head, quickly apologized to Feng, well aware of his sharp tongue and the risks of provoking him. Once the pumpkin-picking team regained their focus, they promptly commenced a competition to gather pumpkins. Qiao Yun retrieved a bamboo basket from her space and began placing the pumpkins inside. After collecting about a quarter of them, the team split into 2 groups, one to transport the pumpkins back, and the other to continue gathering. Engaged in this fervent activity, Qiao Yun and Nian Nian also harvested tender pumpkin vines to take back for making soup. As for the cucumbers, they could only be gathered after the pumpkins were finished. For now, they would allow the cucumbers to grow a few more days. By a stroke of serendipity, Qiao Yun discovered a small chili seedling beneath the pumpkin vines. This must be the work of the beast god responding to my prayers from yesterday, she thought. With utmost care, Qiao Yun unearthed the seedling and, ensuring the clan members were unaware, swiftly tucked it into her space. Planning to plant it in the fields that evening. Aha, what a little genius I am, she mused. Subsequently, Qiao Yun found several more chili seedlings nearby. Can you imagine the thrill of treasure hunting? That was the feeling coursing through Qiao Yun at that moment, as she excitedly lifted pumpkin leaves, meticulously searching for more of the precious chilies. By noon, the clan members decided to make use of their surroundings and opted for an impromptu meal rather than returning to the clan. They constructed a stone pot on site, While a few members ventured off to capture a sand pig, Qiao Yun found it too troublesome and instructed them to remove the pig's entrails, clean it, and prepare a whole roast pig instead. Not far away, she noticed a large beehive on the stone wall, contemplating how the bees would likely not mind if a small amount of honey were taken. Regrettably, she lamented the absence of chilies for flavoring the sand pig's intestines, which would otherwise lack spirit. She wondered if there were any fish in the nearby river that could be caught using the pig's offal. With a mind brimming with clever schemes, Qiao Yun noted that they had already gathered more than half of the pumpkins. She figured that with a little persuasion, the clan members would agree to her requests. "Lei Gang, could you fetch some honey from that stone wall over there?" Qiao Yun said, her desire for honey nearly bringing her to tears. Lei Gang inquired. "Honey?" "Yes, that large lump on the stone wall. It's delicious that I'll roast the sand pig for you all." Hearing about the tasty treat, several clan members eagerly volunteered to go after the honey. Before they left, Qiao Yun feigned a sudden recollection, reminding them, "Oh, those bees will be present. If they swarm you, it would be best to jump into the water." The clan members nodded nonchalantly and scampered off to collect the honey. Qiao Yun watched from the riverbank, anticipating their return. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they were splashing into the water, shrieking in alarm. Qiao Yun had already taken cover, wary of the bees possibly stinging the innocent. The bees hovered around the river's surface for a while before dispersing. Qiao Yun emerged and called out to the clan members, "It's safe now. You can come up. The bees have flown away." The clan members emerged from the water, their faces resembling those of pigs. Unable to contain her amusement, Qiao Yun lowered her head to stifle her laughter, mindful of their dignity. "There's no need for that. We can still hear your laughter," one of them said, mumbling. Another added, "If you want to laugh, just go ahead. We won't hold it against you." Bursting into laughter, Qiao Yun replied, "Huh." One of the clan members quipped, "Did you know you startled my eyes? We were unprepared. And all of us got stung by bees, so we didn't manage to gather any honey." Qiao Yun encouraged them to continue their efforts, but they were reluctant. Their faces bore the marks of the bee stings. "And another encounter might leave them blind that if you manage to get some, I will prepare something exceptionally delicious for you. Now, what do you say? Will you do it?" "Yes," the clan members exclaimed, determined. In the end, they endured a few more stings but successfully brought back a large piece of honey. "And no wonder the bees chased you. With that size, they must have stung you to exhaustion," Nian Nian remarked. Chapter 34. Chili Seedlings. With the honey in hand, Qiao Yun began roasting the entire sand pig dough. Look at that beautifully charred skin, glistening with honey. The sizzling fat caused the clan members to salivate, their eyes glued to the roasting pig. Under Qiao Yun's skillful hands, the whole sand pig was ready. The clan members eagerly cut pieces for themselves with their knives. Qiao Yun instructed Mu to slice the meat into her freshly made wooden bowl before rushing off to dine with Nian Nian. As for the few clan members who had been stung by the bees, their faces swollen and puffy, they could only begrudgingly shift into their snow leopard forms and gnaw on the meat. Qiao Yun, upon seeing their pig-like faces, quickly diverted her gaze elsewhere. As her own face still bore a hint of sourness, she took a bite of the roasted meat in her bowl. The addition of honey makes a significant difference. It's not only delicious but fragrant as well. While roasting the sand pig, Qiao Yun had only used a small portion of the honey, saving the remainder to bring back as a treat for the little ones. After finishing lunch, the pumpkin picking team returned to work, and within 3 hours, they had gathered the last of the pumpkins. Finally, Qiao Yun proposed, "I wonder if there are any budge fish in that river we just visited?" The larger budge fish had been plentifully caught from the clan's river, so if this forest river also harbored them, they could prepare many small fish snacks. "Let's check that river and return to the clan before nightfall," Mu suggested to the pumpkin picking team. "Let us go see." Feng chimed in eagerly, always keen for fun. A group of beastmen made their way to the riverbank, with Mu leading the charge, slowly wading into the water. The others remained on shore, waiting for him. After a while, Mu emerged, excitement evident on his face. "I've spotted budge fish, and there are quite a few. Hurry down and catch them." Upon hearing this, the clan members leaped into the water like dumplings. Qiao Yun noticed Nian Nian was about to jump in as well and quickly grabbed her. "Let them catch the fish. We are both little ones. Why join the fray? We can fish from the shore instead." Upon finishing her words, Qiao Yun took hold of Nian Nian and crafted 2 rather unsightly fishing rods, which should suffice for their purpose. Subsequently, she urged Nian Nian to assist her in constructing a cage. into which they discarded the recently acquired entrails of the sand pig, submerging it in the water to be left unattended. Thereafter, Qiao Yun and Yin Yin commenced their fishing endeavors, for such activities are primarily about participation. They successfully engaged in the art of fishing at that moment. However, they still needed to assist the tribe members in transferring the caught boji fish into bamboo baskets, which would later be taken back to their tribe to prepare small fish jerky. It must be said that the river was teeming with boji fish. The melon-picking team had been at it for quite a while and had already filled 10 baskets, yet the river still brimmed with many more. They would have to return the following day for further fishing. The entire snow leopard tribe returned to their village with bountiful harvests. The tribe's swift bunnies and colorful chickens had already been fed. The pumpkins they brought back were placed into the newly excavated cave alongside the previously unearthed sweet potatoes. Fortunately, the cave crafted by the tribe leader was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, they would have needed to excavate another. However, when the time came for the tribe to begin constructing houses, they could consider creating an underground storage area for provisions. For now, they needed to transform the boji fish into jerky and extract the seeds from the 2 mature pumpkins for breeding purposes. They also had to discuss with the tribe leader where to plant the pumpkins. As Qiao Yun contemplated the multitude of tasks ahead, she let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the tribulations of life. Tonight's dinner consisted of pumpkin vine soup, pumpkin stewed boji fish, and steamed boji fish. However, the pumpkin vines required the removal of their fuzz before they were fit for consumption. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Qiao Yun and Yin Yin returned the little ones to their cave. Due to the tribe's insufficient manpower, Huiying had to lend a hand, resulting in the little ones being in a free-range state. Nevertheless, Qiao Yun and Yin Yin made it a point to visit them whenever they had the chance, also taking the opportunity to extract some milk from the mushy Hua cows for the little ones to drink. Tonight's milk was a delightful variation, as Qiao Yun had added honey to it. Upon tasting it, the little ones were astonished by its exquisite flavor. The cave was soon filled with the sounds of slurping, reminiscent of pigs feeding. The most refined among them was the rabbit cub, who delicately lapped at the milk, unlike the others who plunged their heads into it. Ever since the rabbit cub had played with the others, it was reluctant to return to Qiao Yun's cave, yearning to frolic with the snow leopard cubs and panda cubs, a sentiment well known to all. The most audacious was the panda cub, who, after finishing its share, clamored for more, employing all manner of antics in pursuit of another sip of milk. Unable to bear it any longer, Yin Yin poured a bit of milk for it, albeit without any additives. With limited honey available, they couldn't allow it to consume it all at once. Despite the absence of honey, the panda cub relished the milk with great enthusiasm, truly a creature of voracious appetite. The snow leopard cubs and rabbit cubs were left with full bellies, but the panda cub insisted on another bowl to feel satiated. Having consumed so much milk, the panda cub had grown larger than any of the snow leopard cubs. After tending to the tribe's pigs, Qiao Yun returned to the cave. Huiying had a matter to attend to and requested Yin Yin to sleep with the little ones tonight, leaving Qiao Yun alone in the cave. Qiao Yun boldly entered the space as she stepped inside. She spotted the pepper seedlings she had unearthed earlier that day and promptly planted them in the red soil. Ding! 5 pepper seedlings planted. 995 plants remain to be planted. Please strive diligently. This notification startled Qiao Yun, revealing that the space kept count. How wonderful that was! She surveyed her surroundings before heading to the lake to wash her hands. Just as she finished, Xiaoji returned. Ding! This transaction has yielded 500 gold coins and a wondrous medicinal herb. Given the user's good credit, Xiaoji will undergo an upgrade, which will take 12 hours. So Xiaoji could be upgraded. After delivering this message, Xiaoji placed the 500 gold coins and the miraculous herb on the ground before vanishing. Finally, it was no longer a cub. But what was this wondrous herb? After securing the coins, Qiao Yun picked up the mysterious herb. Wow, it's ginseng, freshly dug up. Qiao Yun was ecstatic and hurriedly planted the ginseng in another patch of unplanted red soil. Ding! 1 ginseng planted. 994 plants remain to be planted. Please strive diligently. Once again, the space's announcement resonated. The next day, the melon-picking team set out once more, this time to gather cucumbers. However, some of the cucumbers had become overripe, prompting Qiao Yun to transplant them, soil and vine included, into the space. These were old cucumbers. The space did not recognize them as plants, thus they did not count towards the 1,000. Nevertheless, Qiao Yun intended to allow them to continue growing, as their seeds could be utilized later. Given that there were more cucumbers than pumpkins, they were still left with a considerable amount to harvest by noon, not including the old cucumbers Qiao Yun had secretly transplanted. The manpower was truly insufficient, and Qiao Yun was on the verge of despair. With the sun beating down fiercely upon her face, she could barely keep her eyes open. Squinting, she settled beneath a tree and weakly inquired of Moo. Moo, when will we bring the outside tribespeople back? With just a dozen of us, it feels impossible to finish everything in days. The wind sighed in agreement. If we don't hurry, winter will soon arrive. I'll go back and discuss it with the tribe leader. Let's take a break for now, and then go hunt some wild beasts. Mu wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily as he gazed at the blazing sun in the sky. The heat was becoming unbearable. It must be summer, with less than half a year remaining before winter's onset. Qiao Yun wished to check the cage they had set in the river yesterday to see if any boji fish had been caught. If so, they wouldn't need to hunt that afternoon. Moo, let us go catch some boji fish to eat. The tribe members are too exhausted to hunt. After some contemplation, Moo agreed. Then let's go catch boji fish. The melon-picking team arrived at the riverbank, eagerly leaping into the water, both to catch boji fish and to cool off. As Qiao Yun approached the spot where she had placed the cage, she prepared to lift it. She had mentally braced herself for the possibility of coming up empty-handed, but when she hoisted it, she nearly toppled into the river, with only her and Yin strength. They couldn't manage to lift it. Qiao Yun had no choice but to call for help. Feng, could you assist me in lifting this cage? I have a feeling there is something edible inside. Upon hearing this, Feng swam ashore, shaking his hair dramatically. What on earth is it? He approached Qiao Yun and grasped the cage. Hey! Feng too nearly found himself pulled into the river by the cage. What is inside? It can't be something we don't recognize, can it? How frightening. Qiao Yun quietly moved behind Yin, hoping she would provide her with protection. Yin, however, stealthily maneuvered behind Feng, gradually inching away. I refuse to believe this, Feng declared, summoning all his strength, but the cage remained stubbornly submerged, as if mocking his efforts. Enraged, he shouted, Lei Gang, get over here and help me lift this cage. Today, I refuse to believe I can't lift it. Lei Gang reluctantly joined Feng on shore, and together they managed to raise the cage. When Qiao Yun finally glimpsed the contents of the cage, she gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, the cage was brimming with small lobsters. Qiao Yun, why on earth are your cages filled with these unsightly, filthy creatures? Hurry up and dump them. You're wasting my and Lei Gang's time. Feng chided. No, these are delicious. I haven't had any in ages. Qiao Yun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the lobsters, instinctively swallowing. Upon realizing they were lobsters, her fear dissipated, and she hurried over to Feng. Wait, I'll prepare something delicious for you. I guarantee you'll want more. Instantly, a multitude of eager eyes from the river and 3 pairs on the shore fixed their gaze upon Qiao Yun. But I need someone to help me clean these lobsters. I will. Feng raised his hands high, but how should we clean them? Yin was a moment late in raising her hand. I want to help too. No rush. Qiao Yun retrieved a bamboo basket from her spatial realm and poured the small crayfish from the cage into it. She then took out another bamboo basket, intending to place the freshly washed crayfish into it once they were cleaned. As the river was not excessively murky, the only method available for cleaning the crayfish was to vigorously rinse them in the water. For Qiao Yun lacked a proper brush, alas, while others traversing through realms possessed boundless abilities. Qiao Yun was left with merely a spatial pocket and a transformation ability. Thus, with 1 large and 2 small crayfish caught at the riverbank, she splashed water over them, hoping that no sand would accompany their consumption. After the melon-picking team had gathered enough boji fish, they too arrived at the riverbank to wash their crayfish, synchronously executing their tasks with such remarkable coordination that they would have been well suited for a comedic duet. Once the crayfish were cleaned, lacking sufficient ingredients, they resolved to prepare a simple steamed crayfish dish. Crayfish, you arrived too early. You should have come a bit later. Qiao Yun lamented silently as she gazed at the crayfish in the stone pot. However, in anticipation of future feasts, she had captured 50 crayfish and 30 boji fish, depositing them into the lake within her spatial realm to allow for gradual reproduction. Now, Qiao Yun needed to catch 1,920 more seafood products. The boji fish were all pilfered by Qiao Yun herself. Ahem. How can one refer to a scholar's endeavors as theft? It is merely a form of borrowing, she quipped. Yet, once the chili peppers in her spatial realm matured. She would be able to stir-fry the crayfish. Qiao Yun fantasized about the delightful scene of enjoying crayfish. For lunch that day, they feasted on stir-fried cucumbers, roasted boji fish, and steamed crayfish. Qiao Yun removed the shells from the crayfish and savored a piece of the succulent meat. Ah, a bite of crayfish meat brings such bliss, akin to that of a celestial being, she exclaimed, though she noted a lack of spiciness. Indeed, it seemed the crayfish was destined to be accompanied by chili. The crayfish, in its own musings, remarked, "No, I lack nothing. I have you." After all, unbeknownst to the crayfish, it would one day be recognized by a traveler from another realm who would wish to stir-fry it. "Wow, Qiao Yun. This is truly delicious," Feng exclaimed as she stuffed a crayfish into her mouth, too occupied to speak further. Fortunately, they had not yet made the blunder of consuming the shells alongside the meat. After satisfying their hunger, the melon-picking team resumed their labors as dusk approached. They had only managed to harvest half of the cucumbers, indicating that another trip would be necessary the following day to also catch the larger boji fish from the river. Upon returning to the tribal grounds and setting down the cucumbers, Mu sought out the tribe leader to discuss the possibility of bringing back the external tribespeople. Qiao Yun accompanied him. "Tribe leader, how many gold coins do we currently possess?" she inquired. "Why do you ask?" The tribe leader briefly glanced at Mu before resuming his playful antics with the rabbit-monkey cubs upon entering the cave. Qiao Yun witnessed this peculiar scene and thought to herself that the tribe leader was certainly not a product of her influence. After a moment of hesitation, Mu spoke. "Tribe leader, we intend to harvest the cucumbers from the forest and catch the boji fish from the river. But we lack sufficient manpower." This was indeed true. Considering the previous 30,000 gold coins and the recent earnings from selling bamboo baskets, they should have accumulated a considerable sum. The tribe leader furrowed his brow, preparing to count the tribe's gold coins. With a clatter, the tribe leader poured out the coins, startling the rabbit-monkey cubs with the sound of clinking metal. The injured rabbit-monkey had yet to awaken, but its wounds were gradually healing. "Let us begin counting," the tribe leader said, sitting cross-legged and starting to tally the coins. Qiao Yun then overheard the amusing counting. 11. What comes after 11? 15. Oh, 15. It was indeed a case of one daring to state and the other daring to teach. Qiao Yun had not anticipated that apart from herself, the entire snow leopard tribe consisted of individuals who had slipped through the cracks of the 9 years of compulsory education. Chapter 36. The blissful grass previously. Having observed the tribe leader's ease with the quantity of gold coins, Qiao Yun was taken aback to discover that neither the tribe leader nor Mu could count. After all, when Qiao Yun had bargained for coins at the market with the tribe leader, he had appeared rather confident. Suddenly, she recalled that it had been she who counted the 450 coins. The truth was revealed. The tribe leader was merely a well-meaning fool who could not even count properly. Qiao Yun felt a pang of concern for their educational level. "I shall take over the counting," Qiao Yun declared as she settled beside the tribe leader. She retrieved a small bamboo basket crafted by Nian Yin from her spatial realm and began tossing the coins into it as she counted. The tribe leader and Mu stared in astonishment at Qiao Yun's proficiency. In that moment, they were struck by her remarkable capability. That, of course, one must consider that I am a diligent youth who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Soon, Qiao Yun had accounted for a total of 40,001 gold coins. The tribe leader gazed forlornly at the coins in the bamboo basket. "It is still insufficient. Each tribesperson requires 10,000 gold coins. And we only have 40,000. Tribe leader, are there any tribespeople who sign contracts with shorter terms? Perhaps they are earning gold coins outside to improve the living conditions of the snow leopard tribe," Qiao Yun suggested, stroking the coins in her hands. "Impossible. Our tribespeople have all signed long-term contracts, some even binding contracts." Upon mentioning this topic, the atmosphere grew heavy. "Alas, it is the poverty of the snow leopard tribe that limits us. The only things we can sell are a few prey and bamboo baskets. What else can we offer?" Qiao Yun fretted. The three of them could not devise a solution, so they decided to return to their caves to ponder over the matter. Thus, the meeting of 3 individuals, along with a rabbit-monkey cub, ended in failure. In her cave, Qiao Yun struggled to conceive a viable idea and ultimately stepped outside to clear her mind. While wandering, she found herself in the kitchen, where the tribespeople were preparing the tribe's lunch, and the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Qiao Yun inhaled deeply. "Ah, stir-fried cucumbers with sand pig meat. How delightful." Suddenly, A light bulb went off in her mind. Of course, the food scarcity in this world arises from their ignorance of what is edible. If we transform sweet potato leaves, cucumbers, and the like into dishes to sell, wouldn't that yield a significant profit? Moreover, certain tribes may not be impoverished but rather face food shortages. Thus, we could earn a substantial sum. Excited, Qiao Yun turned to share her idea with the tribe leader, only to find that he was not entirely in agreement. Qiao Yun, I understand your intentions for the tribe's benefit, but we must also ensure that our food supply remains ample. Furthermore, if we bring back the tribe's people from outside only to discover that they were redeemed by sacrificing food, how heartbroken would they be? The tribe leader gently ruffled Qiao Yun's hair, sighing with regret. That I apologize, tribe leader. I should have considered this matter more thoroughly. Qiao Yun conceded, temporarily setting aside her notion. The following day, the melon-picking team set out once more. Qiao Yun instructed Nian Yin to remain behind and focus on crafting the bamboo baskets. Qiao Yun continued with the main group, not to harvest cucumbers or catch boji fish this time, but to search for new food sources. Upon reaching their destination, Qiao Yun and Lei Gang separated from the main group and headed westward. Lei Gang, do you smell something? Qiao Yun paused midway, inhaling the air. No, but it smells so good, she exclaimed, just as Lei Gang transformed into a large snow leopard, rolling on the ground in delight. Lei Gang rubbed against the earth, as if under the influence of a euphoric drug. His eyes rolling back, he occasionally stood to sniff the grass beneath him, taking bites before resuming his position, exposing his belly and rolling around once more. However, with each breath, Qiao Yun gradually felt as if she had stumbled into a realm of bliss. Her mood soared to unprecedented heights, filled with inexplicable joy. Despite having found no food, insufficient gold coins, and countless tasks left undone, what was the source of her happiness? Confounded, Qiao Yun pondered that such profound joy should stem from having her basic needs met. Petting fur, indeed, it was a delightful pursuit. With a leap, Qiao Yun landed on Lei Gang's soft belly, reveling in the tactile pleasure. Like a lovesick fool, she eagerly stroked Lei Gang's fur. After a while, however, a sense of unease crept in. Had they not set out to find food? Why were they now, one sprawled on the ground in blissful stupor and the other lost in a fit of affection? Qiao Yun felt her mind short-circuiting. Overwhelmed with boundless happiness devoid of purpose, this ethereal joy continually reminded Qiao Yun of the tasks still undone. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, only to be drawn back into the infinite joy by the fragrant plants wafting through her nostrils. By the time the melon-picking team discovered the pair, they had been lost in their reverie for several hours. Mu gazed at the two sprawled on the ground, a look of incredulity etched on his face. The surrounding grass had been devoured by the duo, and the earth bore witness to their antics, riddled with numerous holes. What has happened to them? A tribesperson prepared to assist, but Mu interjected, do not touch them. Yet, he was too late. The tribesperson had already scooped up Qiao Yun, their confusion evident. What? Before completing the thought, they collapsed in a faint. The other tribespeople were left bewildered. Mu took a few steps back, closed his eyes briefly, and then gazed once more at the three snow leopards lying on the ground. It appeared they had succumbed to the euphoric grass, ensnared in an endless bliss. Thankfully, this euphoric grass was non-toxic, merely instilling a sense of joy in the beasts. The other beastmen retreated, forbidden from approaching the trio. Mu surveyed his surroundings and spotted an exceptionally large leaf, approximately 3 to 4 meters in size. He plucked it and gathered some grass to fashion a rudimentary glove-like contraption and a mask, embodying a spirit of heroic sacrifice as he approached the three snow leopards. Upon witnessing this, the other tribesmen followed suit, swiftly lifting one of the snow leopards into the leaf, securing the stem with a grass rope, the other end held by a fellow tribesman. Thus, all three snow leopards were carried onto the leaf, dragged back to their clan's territory with a single grass rope en route. One of the tribesmen regained consciousness. He merely embraced Qiao Yun, unlike the other two fools who had consumed the euphoric grass mixed with other weeds. The tribesman transformed back into human form, appearing disoriented, shaking his head several times before finally standing up. Yet, it remained unclear whether he was genuinely awake or merely pretending. A broad smile adorned his face, rendering his expression rather eerie. The tribesman dragging him looked on in horror. The bewildered man asked, "What's wrong? Do I have something dirty on my face?" The tribesman, momentarily stunned, let out a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Moo. He has lost his mind. He has been laughing nonstop. Should we knock him unconscious? The bewildered tribesman slowly voiced a question mark. What do you mean he has lost his mind? He seems fine. How can he be crazy? Moo approached, glanced at the tribesman, donned the glove, and swiftly delivered a chop with his hand, causing the recently awakened tribesman, who had barely glimpsed the sunlight, to faint once more. Chapter 37. The aftereffects of euphoric grass. Upon reaching their clan's territory, Moo placed the 3 leopards in his cave, then went to sleep for the night with Fong. However, before settling them in, Moo tossed them into the river to wash off the euphoric grass juice. Consequently, the river's boji fish drank the diluted euphoric grass juice, all floating up in sheer delight. This significantly reduced the workload for the fishing team, as they merely needed to catch the larger ones. Yet, the diluted euphoric grass juice had no effect on the snow leopards, allowing them to merrily catch fish in the dead of night. Qiao Yun transformed back into her human form, suddenly sitting upright. Although she still felt immense joy, she was acutely aware that this joy was illusory, yet it did not diminish her euphoric high. She turned her gaze to the 2 snow leopards on the ground and let out a long, resounding whistle. Since all the snow leopards had bathed earlier and rarely transformed back into their leopard forms aside from sleeping, their fur remained smooth, except for Lei Gang, who had been petted by Qiao Yun for an extended period. His fur had become slightly tangled. The fur of the other tribesmen remained impeccably sleek. Qiao Yun immediately transformed into a leopard, leaping into the luxurious fur, soaring with joy, embodying the essence of a playful spirit. Awakened by the sound of her whistle, Moo and Fong stood at the entrance of the cave, watching her as she playfully groomed the leopards. Soon, a considerable pile of white, black, and black and white fur accumulated on the ground. At that moment, Qiao Yun looked up and spotted Moo and Fong, transforming back into her human form. She dashed over, standing before them. Moo, Fong, what brings you here? Qiao Yun glanced at the sky, then at the 2 of them, suddenly spreading her arms wide and proclaiming, I am exceedingly happy right now. Moo and Fong exclaimed in unison, stay alert. They were desperate to shake Qiao Yun awake. It was quite late, and her loud declaration would surely draw the attention of the tribe. Exposing her embarrassing antics, if summoned, Nian Nian, yawning and dragging her weary lion body, sauntered over to Mu and Fong shouted, Nian Nian, run. Nian Nian blinked in confusion. Just as she was about to respond, she caught sight of a lithe figure charging toward her. Instinctively, she prepared to flee, only to be pinned down. Ah. Nian Nian heard the little snow leopard on her back yowling. Nian Nian retorted, don't think that just because you've turned into a little snow leopard, she won't recognize you as Qiao Yun. Nian Nian, utterly exasperated, was tackled to the ground by Qiao Yun, who playfully flipped her over and began to enthusiastically nibble on her lion's fur. The joy was overwhelming. Qiao Yun felt her happiness soaring. The exhilaration compelled her to run laps around the tribe's territory at that moment. Lei Gang and the other tribesmen awoke in the cave. Lei Gang transformed back into human form, shaking his head as he approached Moo and Fong, exclaiming excitedly, brothers, I am so happy. Are you happy? The still-dazed tribesmen behind him echoed, happy. Moo and Fong mused that whether or not they were happy remained uncertain. But it was evident that these 3 were indeed filled with joy. Due to the commotion stirred up by the trio, all the tribesmen awoke, including the cubs. Before even reaching Moo's cave, they were spotted by the keen-eyed Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the cubs, resembling a hungry wolf about to pounce. The cubs froze in place, not daring to move. Qiao Yun stealthily shifted her body, adjusting her stance for an attack, then launched herself like an arrow. Nian Nian, witnessing Qiao Yun's movements, frantically yowled, urging the cubs to run. However, the cubs were captivated by Nian Nian's cries, oblivious to Qiao Yun's approach. This provided Qiao Yun with the perfect opportunity. With a swift leap, she seized the closest cub, clamping her jaws around its neck with authority. Standing up, she swayed her body as she carried the cub back to Moo's cave. While the captured cub curled up its paws, emitting a pitiful whine, Nian Nian could only watch in exasperation. After placing the cub on the ground, Qiao Yun nuzzled it affectionately before darting off in pursuit of the other cubs, astonished by her own stamina. Thus, in the dead of night, all the tribesmen watched as Qiao Yun single-handedly brought each cub back to the cave. Lei Gang, encountering each beast, shouted, "Brothers, I am so happy. Are you happy?" The other tribesmen chimed in, happy. Despite being unable to control Qiao Yun, Mu and Feng had no qualms about dealing with the two fools. Without hesitation, they knocked both of them unconscious once more. As for Qiao Yun, the matters concerning the cubs would be resolved internally among them. "All right, disperse and return to your sleep," the tribe leader yawned. Leading the way back to his cave, the poor cubs were carefully laid out on the ground by Qiao Yun. Should any of them move, they would be subjected to her playful claws. Nian Nian, feeling uneasy, followed suit back to the cave, turning a blind eye to Qiao Yun's antics. Once the cubs were arranged, Qiao Yun began grooming each one, eliciting a chorus of pitiful whines from them. Having indulged her penchant for nibbling, Qiao Yun finally fell asleep. The beleaguered cubs, adorned with tear-stained faces, also succumbed to slumber. Oh, such pitiful creatures. They would do well to avoid Qiao Yun in the future. Nian Nian checked on the cubs before drifting off to sleep as well. The following morning, Qiao Yun finally awoke. Reflecting on her actions from the previous night, she felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and bury herself. With an impassive expression, Qiao Yun exited the cave, bracing herself for the scrutiny of her fellow tribesmen. As the saying goes, as long as one remains unembarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others. Qiao Yun was a true practitioner of this principle. How could she possibly suffer social demise due to last night's events? The tribesmen were astonished by Qiao Yun's audacity. Upon arriving at the central plaza, she spotted Feng, whose face was contorted in suppressed laughter. Qiao Yun attempted to feign ignorance, but to no avail. "If you wish to laugh, then laugh." Puffed. "Ha ha ha. You. Ha ha. Why do you so enjoy grooming the cub's fur? Ha ha, from now on, the cubs will hide whenever they see you." Feng clutched his belly, laughing heartily. Qiao Yun rolled her eyes in response. Chapter 38. Qiao Yun's crisis before long. The cucumber-picking team had nearly assembled, with only Lei Gang absent. Having consumed more euphoric grass than Qiao Yun, Lei Gang had yet to fully awaken, though he was able to walk normally, albeit with an unsettlingly broad smile. Due to the previous day's incident involving Qiao Yun and Lei Gang, the cucumber harvest remained unfinished, so they would continue today, also catching the boji fish from the river. As they entered the forest, Qiao Yun was strictly ordered to remain within the sight of the other tribesmen. Reluctantly, Qiao Yun scanned beneath the cucumber vines for any new growth by sheer fortune. She indeed discovered something, though it wasn't tea food. It was merely a cooking spice. Ginger, in no wonder Qiao Yun had overlooked it before. It was currently quite small. Had she not whimsically decided to check beneath the cucumber vines for chili peppers, she might have missed it entirely. Yet, tender ginger was edible. However, Qiao Yun preferred to let it grow for seasoning. She carefully unearthed it and stealthily transplanted it into her space. Ding! 1 ginger plant has been planted. There are still 993 more plants to cultivate. Please keep up the good work. Qiao Yun also found 10 more ginger plants scattered around, promptly relocating them to her space. Ding! 10 ginger plants have been planted. There are still 983 more plants to cultivate. Please keep up the good work. Qiao Yun listened to the number and felt quite pleased. There were still 983 trees left to reach the goal. Once the pumpkins were planted, completing the task would undoubtedly be a breeze. Moreover, she could secretly transplant a few of the Dutch peas that Lei Gang had previously brought back into her space. The more Qiao Yun contemplated this, the more exhilarated she became. Suddenly, she felt a surge of luck, leading her to discover purple basil and wild onions. With great excitement, she tossed each plant into her space. Reveling in the delightful beeping sounds of her space reporting back, today was truly remarkable for Qiao Yun. Finally, she had harvested all the purple basil and wild onions in the vicinity, leaving her with 900 plants still to be planted. Satisfied, she assisted in picking cucumbers. Before long, the remaining cucumbers had been harvested, and now the team was heading to the river to catch boji fish. Watching her kin prepare to dive into the river for the fish, Qiao Yun was suddenly reminded of the euphoric grass juice from yesterday. Seizing the opportunity while her clan was distracted, she stealthily slipped back to the previous location to see if any euphoric grass remained. Before heading out, Qiao Yun took some protective gear, as she had stashed the cloth from her previous market escapade in her space. She used it to cover her nose, despite the overwhelming stench of sweat. She couldn't afford to be picky. To her surprise, she found more euphoric grass not far away. Not only that, but she also stumbled upon a grayish-white tiger cub, Should I take it back or not? Qiao Yun pondered. Glancing around, she swiftly collected the white tiger cub alongside the euphoric grass. The cub seemed offended, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? You gather euphoric grass without even acknowledging me." Truth be told, Qiao Yun was hesitant to take the cub, having heard that both the white tiger and snow leopard clans possessed formidable beast god powers. Moreover, the white tiger clan was more populous than the snow leopard clan and had access to gold coins. She feared bringing back trouble, recalling how the previous encounter with the rabbit cub had been an accident. Thus, she forced herself to ignore the cub and continued searching for euphoric grass. Unexpectedly, a bloodied old tiger blocked her path. Qiao Yun could barely discern that it was a white tiger by peering at its underbelly. Was it searching for the white tiger cub? The white tiger transformed into a menacing figure, demanding, "Have you seen a small white tiger?" Qiao Yun, terrified, refrained from speaking the truth. "No, I am from the snow leopard clan, and my kin are nearby. Please do not harm me." After warning the white tiger, it merely sneered disdainfully at her. "Regardless of your clan or whether you've seen the small white tiger, you shall perish today." Qiao Yun was perplexed by this logic that it seemed the white tiger intended to kill the cub, but for some reason, it had failed to do so, allowing it to escape. The white tiger lunged at Qiao Yun. She was caught off guard and suffered a cut on her arm. Seeing her bleeding, the tiger's eyes gleamed with malice in a panic. Qiao Yun discreetly retrieved the euphoric grass from her space and calmly addressed the tiger. "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the snow leopard clan?" "Huh. If you die, who will know?" The tiger scoffed, lunging at her once more. Just as it was about to reach her, she shoved the euphoric grass into its mouth. With a thunderous crash, the white tiger collapsed. But Qiao Yun paid a hefty price for her action. Her leg had been slashed, fortunately missing the artery, yet the risk of losing too much blood loomed large. Additionally, the sap from the euphoric grass clung to her hands, and she bit her lower lip to stay conscious. As her vision blurred and darkness encroached, Qiao Yun staggered back to the white tiger cub, finally putting it into her space, just as she could no longer bear the pain. She fainted, her last sight being her kin rushing toward her in a flurry. "We must capture that white tiger and not let it escape so easily," she silently urged in her heart before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 39. The White Tiger Clan's Visit. When Qiao Yun awoke, she found herself in her cave. Nian held a bowl of red grass water, preparing to cool it before offering it to her. "Qiao Yun, you're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Nian asked anxiously, setting the bowl down hastily. "No, just a bit of pain from my wound," Qiao Yun replied. "I'll go fetch the clan leader." Nian dashed out to find the leader. Before long, a throng of clan members entered, including the worried cubs. "Leader, did we capture the white tiger that injured me?" Qiao Yun asked from her place on the ground. "We did. This time, we must demand an explanation from the white tiger clan," one clan member exclaimed, rage evident on their faces. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Yun stated, "We cannot let them off so easily. I have suffered greatly. If it weren't for Mu and the others arriving in time, I might have lost my life. Qiao Yun, you may decide how to deal with that white tiger. For now, focus on healing," the leader said gravely, glancing at her injuries. "Leader, if the white tiger clan comes demanding retribution, you must carry me out so I can negotiate with them. I need to ascertain the origins of that white tiger and its status within their clan," Qiao Yun said, her face pale, yet resolute. The leader and the clan members exchanged a few more words with Qiao Yun before departing, leaving the cubs to keep her company. Noticing her pallor, they whimpered softly in concern as Qiao Yun stroked their fur. She drifted back to sleep. When she awoke again, it was to the commotion outside. Propping herself up, she asked the nearby cub, "What is happening out there?" One cub stood up, gesticulating animatedly, though Qiao Yun struggled to comprehend. It barked anxiously, "A whoa, a whoa." At that moment, Nian and Mu entered. With a serious expression, Mu informed Qiao Yun, "The white tiger clan has arrived, and they are quite aggressive." He lifted Qiao Yun in his arms, explaining as they made their way to the leader's cave that the white tiger was not the main concern. Rather, they had lost their clan leader's only precious son, and that white tiger had been protecting the cub. Now, the white tiger accused the snow leopard clan of having captured their cub, leading to their attack. And they had subsequently apprehended the white tiger. What a cunning twist of fate, Qiao Yun thought, eager to confront the audacious creature. Upon reaching the entrance of the leader's cave, a loud voice boomed from within. "If you snow leopard clan do not provide us with an explanation, We shall be willing to sacrifice the lives of our entire clan to attack you. Do not threaten us. We have already stated that your cub is not here, the leader retorted defiantly. Coughing weakly, Qiao Yun interjected. The echo within the cave amplified her feeble sounds. She was unsure why she coughed. Perhaps it was to draw attention. The white tiger, upon seeing Qiao Yun, lost all color in its face, fearing she had perished and thus there would be no witnesses. But to its surprise, Qiao Yun was still alive, caught off guard. The white tiger clan leader furrowed his brows, questioning, "Is there no one left in your snow leopard clan? You send a sickly little cub to represent you. Huh? Are you not here to see the one who took your cub?" "She is right here," the leader retorted with a cold smile, glancing at the white tiger. The white tiger clan leader cast a questioning look at the white tiger, observing its shifty demeanor and the cold sweat forming on its brow. "What is going on? Hong Gang, have you been hiding something from us?" he demanded, teeth clenched. The white tiger, Hong Gang, stammered, "Yes, it's true. She was the one who captured our cub. Have you taken us all for fools? If you do not confess the truth, even your father will not be able to save you." The leader warned that Hong Gang faltered. "Since you refuse to speak the truth, allow me to clarify," Qiao Yun said, signaling Mu to set her down. "I am certain you are familiar with the euphoric grass that I was merely harvesting it when he suddenly appeared." Questioning me about a small white tiger cub, Qiao Yun paused, then continued, "When I replied in the negative, he threatened, regardless of your clan or whether you have seen the small white tiger, you shall die today." Feigning another cough, she lifted her grass garment, revealing the extensive wound on her arm, which nearly spanned its entirety. The injury on her leg was even worse, as she had braced herself for an attack without any defense. The pain from the blade piercing her thigh had been excruciating. Seeing her injuries, Hong Gang was drenched in sweat. Then, Qiao Yun dropped a bombshell. "I have seen that white tiger cub, but it was wounded. Likely injured by him." She pointed at Hong Gang. "You lie. I never intended to harm it. I merely wanted to sell it to the guild." Hong Gang protested hastily upon being implicated. So that is the case. The truth is now laid bare. The chieftain of the White Tiger clan, do remember to compensate with 10,000 gold coins for the medical expenses, as well as 5,000 gold coins for the fraudulent charges. Qiao Yun shrugged her shoulders, concealing her accomplishments and reputation. The chieftain's face turned ashen. That cub was the fruit of his and his wife's decade-long efforts, only to be lost by his uncle's son. Hong Gang, the chieftain's wife, had also arrived. Upon hearing Qiao Yun's words, she instantly transformed into a white tiger, ready to tear apart the source of their calamity. In an instant, chaos ensued, with some pulling and others shouting. "Silence!" the chieftain of the White Tiger clan cried. His eyes reddened as he looked at Qiao Yun, pleading, "What has become of my cub? Can you save him?" Qiao Yun observed the scene, feeling a pang of sympathy. Fortunately, she still had a conscience. Despite the injuries, she was determined to retrieve the cub into her space. "Then I shall require an additional 10,000 gold coins for the cub's rescue fee. Please wait a moment." With that, Qiao Yun instructed Mu to carry her back to the cave, wishing to keep the existence of her space a secret from outsiders. Carefully, Qiao Yun extracted the white tiger cub from her space. The cub remained asleep, perhaps having inhaled too much of the euphoric herb. Qiao Yun could only gently rouse it, and the cub lazily yawned, stretching its tiny paws forward, playfully demonstrating a display akin to a flower blooming. The thought that she might never be able to play with the white tiger cub again made Qiao Yun affectionately stroke its head, squeeze its paws, and snuggle its fur. The poor cub, unaware that one day it would be subject to such treatment, opened its large, watery eyes to find a sizable head buried in its fur. Appearing somewhat dazed as it registered the situation, it began to struggle fiercely, as if declaring, "Bold commoner, how dare you disrupt my fur?" Qiao Yun sensed the cub had awakened and finally lifted her head from its fur. The cub glanced at its disheveled coat, huffing in irritation at Qiao Yun. People often possess a rebellious streak, yet Qiao Yun did not. Noticing the cub's genuine anger, she meekly smoothed its fur back into place. After all, that was a sum of 10,000 gold coins. Should the cub be displeased, its parents might withhold coins from her, and she would have no one to lament to. "Hello there, little white tiger cub. I am your savior. Remember to speak kindly of me before your parents." Qiao Yun smiled sheepishly. The cub, with an expressionless face, pressed its paw against Qiao Yun's nose, halting her approach. All right, I shall not bother you anymore. Look at these wounds, they are all from protecting you." Qiao Yun raised her hands in surrender, showing the cub her injuries. Upon seeing them, the cub softened slightly, though only to the extent of its thumb's nail. Qiao Yun then embraced the white tiger cub while occasionally sneaking a hand to pet it. Mu held on to Qiao Yun as they neared the chieftain's cave. From a distance, the chieftain's wife spotted the white form in Qiao Yun's arms and rushed over with excitement. "Cub, is that you?" "My dear precious." She took the white tiger cub from Qiao Yun, weeping inconsolably. The cub nuzzled against her. Qiao Yun thought to herself, "Another day of good deeds." The white tiger cub seemed to counter. "Isn't it you who sought to exchange me for gold coins? Hypocritical snow leopard cub." Subsequently, Han Gang was stripped of his clan membership by the White Tiger clan and would no longer be recognized as one of their beast men. The white tiger cub returned to its parents, and Qiao Yun collected her various fees. What a trivial amount. At that moment, it happened to be noon, and the clan members in the kitchen were preparing lunch. A throng of keen-nosed white tiger clan members, each enticed by the aroma of the food, found themselves unable to move. The white tiger cub, more direct, wriggled free from its mother's embrace and dashed straight to the kitchen. What a perfect opportunity for the White Tiger clan to use the pretense of searching for their cub to observe what delectable dishes the Snow Leopard clan had prepared. Thus, a flurry of beastmen flocked to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the early arriving White Tiger cub stood before the stone pot, charming the Snow Leopard clan members and wagging its tail like a dog, hoping to receive some food. Huiying, standing there, was perplexed. Where did this cub come from? Has Qiao Yun been picking up cubs again? The following clan members arrived, and seeing the commotion, Huiying assumed they were preparing for a fight. Without hesitation, she grabbed a weapon and scooped up the white tiger cub. What did Qiao Yun call it? "Ah yes, capture the leader first." "Huiying, what are you doing? Put down the white tiger cub." Qiao Yun exclaimed in astonishment. "That weren't you here to fight?" Huiying paused, then released the white tiger cub onto the ground, only for it to feign injury. Was that a scam? Qiao Yun, expressionless, picked up the white tiger cub again and in an instant transformed her demeanor. "Darling, would you like some snow leopard brand fish? 1 gold coin per piece." The Snow Leopard clan members were astounded, having never seen Qiao Yun in this light that a timid beast man from the White Tiger clan inquired. How much is this?" Pointing to the pig bone soup in the stone pot. 1 gold coin for 2 bowls, enough to fill you up?" Qiao Yun gestured with her 2 short fingers. "I want 4 bowls of that bone soup and a piece of fish," the beast man declared decisively, then sat on a small stone, waiting for Qiao Yun to serve him. "All right, esteemed guest. Quickly, serve 4 bowls of soup and a piece of fish for this gentleman," Qiao Yun called out, rushing over to collect 3 gold coins from him. This entire series of events shattered everyone's perceptions. What a miraculous maneuver. Qiao Yun then stuffed the white tiger cub back into the arms of the chieftain's wife, saying, "Darling, if you wish to eat, you must provide gold coins. Our clan does not entertain freeloaders." Upon hearing this, the white tiger cub immediately patted its mother's hand and eagerly pointed at the food in the stone pot. Fearing it might miss out, "Qiao Yun, bring me 6 portions of bone soup and 2 fish." The chieftain of the White Tiger clan chimed in. "I want some too." "I want." Me too. "Don't rush. Line up properly. Everyone will get their share. Hurry up and come help." Qiao Yun cheerfully instructed the beast men of the White Tiger clan, then turned to call out to the clan members standing dazedly. The members, as if awakening from a dream, began to work. Occasionally, one would remember they were supposed to negotiate with the White Tiger clan, wondering how they had ended up serving them instead. However, with the prospect of gold coins, they immersed themselves in their tasks. After the White Tiger clan had their fill, the Snow Leopard clan profited immensely. Naturally, Qiao Yun handled the monetary transactions, as the other beastmen were merely remnants of a 9-year compulsory education system. Qiao Yun enthusiastically delivered the orders to the entrance of the White Tiger clan's territory. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you again." As she watched the White Tiger clan depart, she hurried back to tally her earnings, including various fees, totaling 25,000, plus 500 gold coins from today's meals. She had amassed a grand total of 25,500 gold coins. Upon hearing this figure, all the clan members cheered. They had never encountered such wealth before. After their excitement subsided, their stomachs began to protest, and a throng of beastmen returned to the kitchen, ready to grab something to satisfy their hunger. When Qiao Yun returned to the kitchen to grab a bite, her keen eyes caught sight of a gray fur peeking from under the makeshift stove. Seizing its leg, she pulled it out and found herself locked in a gaze with the white tiger cub, which was eagerly whining at her. Qiao Yun, expressionless, shook the white tiger cub in her hands. Why are you still here? How much food have you consumed? She glared at the cub's noticeably rounded belly, fearing it might burst with a poke. The white tiger cub, clearly feeling guilty, stuck out its tongue, attempting to act cute to evade suspicion. Then you shall work off your debt here, Qiao Yun declared sternly. Placing the cub on the ground, it whimpered in protest, but Qiao Yun remained resolute. We still have not fed the colorful chickens and swift rabbits. You will assist in gathering grass and worms. Qiao Yun led it to the other cubs, the white tiger cub trailing behind her with its head hung low. From now on, this cub will join you in gathering grass and worms. Keep a close eye on it and ensure it doesn't slack off. It has consumed our food without providing any gold coins. Initially, the other cubs looked at the white tiger cub with sympathy, thinking another cub would be subjected to their grooming. However, upon hearing it had pilfered their food, all the cubs bared their teeth at it and turned away. The white tiger cub lamented, weak and innocent. Qiao Yunbian remarked as he lifted the weeping little one. The white tiger cub contemplated the delectable treats it had surreptitiously devoured at noon, its eyes glistening with tears as it licked its lips. When it comes to deceiving others, Qiao Yun would boldly claim the second position, for no one would dare to contest his supremacy. However, before you embark on your tasks, our clan observes a certain ritual. Just a moment, stay close to me. Qiao Yun gently wiped away the half-fallen tears of the white tiger cub, and upon hearing his words, the surrounding cubs immediately dragged their bowls and hurriedly made their way outside, striving to distance themselves from Qiao Yun as much as possible. Yet, the white tiger cub remained dazed, gazing at Qiao Yun, while the cubs that had reached a safe distance looked on with sympathy. Qiao Yun glanced at the cubs that had quickly retreated far from him. Humph, it's just a bath. You would think I was going to devour them. Upon catching Qiao Yun's glance, the cubs immediately perked up their ears in alarm, their tails bristling, fearing that a moment of carelessness would result in them being dragged away and tossed into the river. Come, my most obedient little white tiger cub, follow me closely. Don't get left behind. The cubs exchanged glances, thinking, is this the classic case of offering a sweet date before delivering a slap? The white tiger cub, believing the ritual would involve an abundance of food, cheerfully trailed behind Qiao Yun. All the cubs stood solemnly, their serious expressions tinged with a hint of sympathy and suppressed laughter as they bid farewell to the white tiger cub. You lot are quite the gluttons, Qiao Yun remarked. Upon reaching the riverbank, the white tiger cub looked at Qiao Yun in confusion. Isn't this a ritual? Why bring me to the river? Come, come, the white tiger cub that is bathed is the most obedient, Qiao Yun declared, seizing the cub. The white tiger cub gaped in terror, exclaiming, you trickster. Ignoring its protests, Qiao Yun unceremoniously plunged it into the water, where the little cub began to flail nervously. It elongated its cries, furiously cursing Qiao Yun. If you don't wash, no one will sleep with you tonight, and can't you smell yourself? You reek. As Qiao Yun reasoned with it, he swiftly lathered it with simple soap. Throughout the washing process, the white tiger cub's mouth did not cease its protests. After great effort, Qiao Yun finally managed to cleanse the cub, then proceeded to wash the previously worn garments, intended to be fashioned into a mask when searching for the blissful grass. Lifting the freshly washed white tiger cub from the river, Qiao Yun exclaimed, indeed, after a wash, your fur is white. Before, it was all gray. Truly a little dirty tiger. He playfully tapped the cub's little pink nose, nearly provoking it to tears. All right, I shall give you some milk. It's not a big deal. Qiao Yun wrung the water from the cub's fur and then pinched the nape of its neck, placing it in the central square for a thorough sunbath. When the white tiger cub was set down, it stood frozen, unable to accept the sudden bathing ordeal. Fortunately, its fur was still short, and with the sun blazing fiercely, it dried quickly. Qiao Yun kept her promise, squeezing a bowl of milk and adding a touch of honey for the white tiger cub to drink. Instantly, the cub's worries vanished as it eagerly drank. Qiao Yun stroked the cub's soft fur, allowing Nian Nian, who was weaving a bamboo basket in the central square, to observe. She decided to check on the snap peas that Lei Gang had brought back earlier. Despite her leg injury, Qiao Yun hobbled towards the eastern hills, her determination to pilfer some snap peas undeterred. Previously, she had discovered 21 blissful grasses in the forest, one of which was consumed by Hong Gang. leaving her with 20 in her space. Now, she needed to plant 880 more plants. Lei Gang had carelessly discarded the snap peas. Ignoring them completely, I shall have to deal with that fool Lei Gang. If all the snap peas perish, he will be in serious trouble. Qiao Yun lamented as she tenderly gathered the wilting snap peas into her space, hoping they might survive, planting 50 snap peas. 830 plants remained to be cultivated. Please make an effort. Qiao Yun exhaled in relief, grateful that only a few snap peas had died. She harvested all the peas, planning to prepare a delightful meal later that evening. While saving some for seeds, placing the rest into a bamboo basket. The yield of these snap peas was commendable, filling a third of the basket. Exiting her space, Qiao Yun made her way to the kitchen to inform her clan about the preparation of the snap peas. Before returning to her cave to rest, that I need to construct a bed. Otherwise, I shall suffer from chronic leg pain in my old age, she mused, contemplating the ground. Subsequently, Qiao Yun ventured into the cub's cave to collect the fur they had shed that day, intending for Nian Nian to spin it into yarn for her to knit. Upon her return, Nian Nian presented her with madder root water. Qiao Yun gulped it down eagerly. When the time comes, we will have materials to make clothes. We must dye them red using this madder root water. She frowned as she complained to Nian Nian. All right. Can you pass me the bowl? I need to wash it. Dinner will be ready soon. Nian Nian, resigned, accepted the wooden bowl from Qiao Yun. Just then, the panda cub dashed in, eagerly gesturing to Qiao Yun about something. Unable to comprehend, Qiao Yun felt the cub tugging at her grass garment, attempting to lead her to an unknown destination. Hey, hold on. I can walk on my own. This is my only piece of clothing. If you tear it, I shall be left without anything to wear. Qiao Yun grumbled, reluctantly following the panda cub. Seeing that Qiao Yun had fallen behind, the cub began to whimper. All right, enough with the noise. My leg is injured. How can I move quickly? What is it that requires my presence? Qiao Yun hobbled slowly to the panda cub's side. As they walked, Qiao Yun sensed something was amiss. Wasn't this the path to the clan leader's cave? Did something happen to the leader? Panic set in as she quickened her pace. Arriving at the colorful chicken, Qiao Yun exclaimed, You brought me here just to see the colorful chicken? Chapter 42. The colorful chicken egg. A group of cubs squatted in a circle around the enclosure of the colorful chicken. Their curiosity piqued. Upon spotting Qiao Yun, the cubs erupted with excitement, eager to call out but hesitant to disturb the scene, merely opening their mouths in anticipation. Qiao Yun sighed. Every day, I wonder what new antics you lot are up to. The cubs quickly parted to reveal an egg nestled within. Oh my. The colorful chicken has laid an egg. It seems to have matured. The egg bore a color akin to that of ordinary chicken eggs, pale and unassuming, but whether it was a fertilized egg remained uncertain. Qiao Yun approached, cradling the colorful egg in her hands, preparing to awkwardly make her way back to her cave for a closer inspection. Suddenly, she noticed another colorful egg beneath a colorful chicken, which, upon standing, trembled in fear at the sight of so many cubs. However, upon realizing Qiao Yun was eyeing its egg, it immediately settled back down with great force, seemingly unbothered by the risk of breaking its egg. Its tail fluffed in fright, Qiao Yun thought. Nonetheless, she resolutely seized the colorful chicken, confiscating its precious egg. The colorful chicken let out a mournful cry, a sound so heart-wrenching that it would bring tears to any listener. Holding two large colorful eggs, Qiao Yun strode confidently back to her cave, followed by a procession of eager cubs. They gazed longingly at the colorful eggs in her hands, hoping for the chance to witness the hatching of colorful chicks. The dim lighting of Qiao Yun's cave prompted her to seek a small corner, instructing one cub to fetch a burning stick from the kitchen. After waiting for what felt like ages, the cub finally returned, carefully holding the stick in its mouth, its little head tilted back, standing upright to avoid extinguishing the flame. Its earnest demeanor reminded Qiao Yun of circus performers from her previous world. How commendable, she thought, recalling that it had no hands, only paws. Qiao Yun hastily took the stick from its mouth, then gingerly inspected one of the eggs, only to discover that neither was fertilized. Disappointment washed over her as she sighed. These two colorful eggs will not hatch into colorful chicks. The cubs gazed at her with forlorn expressions, their spirits visibly deflated. However, Qiao Yun quickly added, But if they are not fertilized, we can still eat them. The cubs' faces brightened instantly, their eyes gleaming with hope. Let's steam these colorful eggs. They are sure to be delicious. With a command from Qiao Yun, the cub scampered joyfully toward the kitchen, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Only the rabbit cub lagged behind. Just a moment ago, Qiao Yun had been touched by its companionship, and now she noticed it mimicking her, hobbling along in a similar manner. "Oh dear," she thought, observing its eager expression. Hoping for praise, Qiao Yun could no longer pretend not to see it, and offered a nonchalant acknowledgement, which delighted the cub, prompting it to continue its imitation. That in her mind, Qiao Yun chanted, "This is a cub. This is a cub." Remain calm. What a farce. As she waited for her to finish, Qiao Yun thought to herself, "Let the little one wait for its bottom to bloom." Upon entering the kitchen, Qiao Yun retrieved a shallow bowl, cracked 2 vibrant eggs into it, and began to whisk them vigorously. Afterward, she added some cool boiled water, continuing to stir the mixture. While whisking, she sprinkled in a pinch of salt and a dash of lard. Before placing the concoction into the steamer, when will I ever find peanuts? Even rapeseed flowers would suffice. Qiao Yun pondered aloud each day. After a while, the steamed eggs were ready, and the little ones eagerly brought their bowls over. Thus commenced the grand feast of begging, with each one howling in turn, accompanied by occasional whimpers and cries. The most amusing was the white tiger cub, who placed its bowl on the ground, let out a howl, and then tapped the bowl, showcasing its expertise in the art of begging. Due to the limited quantity of eggs, the custard was not plentiful, so Qiao Yun carefully portioned it out, reminding them to savor each bite, for once it was gone, it would not return. As she divided the custard, she chattered, "Oh, I'm talking to you, panda cub. If you gobble it down in one big bite and miss the flavor, don't come asking me for more." The panda cub let out a disgruntled sound and cautiously spat out a small piece of custard, licking it delicately. Nian Nian stood by, observing the entire spectacle. That tiny piece, even the panda cub couldn't fit it between its teeth, and yet Qiao Yun still urged it to eat slowly. Once Qiao Yun finished dividing the custard, she swiftly fed a spoonful to Nian Nian, asking, "How is it? Delicious, isn't it?" The custard was silky smooth, seemingly slipping effortlessly into one's stomach, with its sweet aroma prompting Nian Nian to declare it one of her favorite foods. "It's delightful, just a tad scarce," she replied, smacking her lips, yearning for another bite. However, there were only 2 vibrant eggs in total. Yet, with this batch of colorful chickens maturing, they would soon be able to lay eggs, promising a feast of delectable dishes in the future. After finishing the appetizer, the sky darkened, and since Qiao Yun was already in the kitchen, she decided to prepare a pea feast. She took the older snow peas, discarding the pods, allowing the little ones to carry them to the swift rabbit as a treat. Qiao Yun requested a piece of lean lard from Huiying, chopped it into bits, and cooked it with the peas. As for the remaining snow peas, she peeled their strings and stir-fried them with a mix of fatty and lean lard. Once the vegetables were washed and the lard cut, Huiying stood by, learning from Qiao Yun. Once the oil was hot, she added the lard, and instantly, the savory aroma wafted through the air, invigorating the little ones who eagerly inhaled it. When the dish was ready, due to the modest quantity, each beastman could only have a few bites, with pumpkin serving as the main course. After dinner, Qiao Yun returned to the cave, exhausted. She lay down for a while before summoning Xiaozhi, curious about any changes following its upgrade. "Ding! Good evening, Master. How may I assist you tonight? What new functions have you acquired with your upgrade?" "Greetings, Master. With my upgrade, I now possess the ability to specify items for exchange. For instance, if you wish to trade a bamboo basket, you can designate that only food or medicinal herbs may be exchanged, preventing any mix-ups like the last time when a rabbit cub was mistakenly traded," Xiaozhi diligently explained. Qiao Yun harbored serious doubts about Xiaozhi's implications regarding her, yet lacked evidence. She pressed her forehead, retrieving 20 bamboo baskets from her space, 10 to be sold at 10 gold coins each, and the other 10, with 5 exchanged for medicinal herbs and 5 for food seeds or other food items. "Ding, setting successful. Please wait patiently, Master." With that, Xiaozhi vanished into thin air. Qiao Yun sprawled on the ground, gradually slipping into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 43. The next morning, Qiao Yun sprang up energetically from the ground, declaring, "Another vibrant day awaits. I love life, and life loves me." Life seemed to respond, "No, I merely wish to clutch your throat." As Qiao Yun prepared to step out of the cave, Nian Nian dashed in, exclaiming, "The rabbit snow beast you brought back has awakened." Qiao Yun replied, "If it weren't for Xiaozhi, would Nian Nian believe it was her who rescued it?" She made her way to Moo's cave, where the White Tiger clan had previously relocated the rabbit snow beast. Upon entering, the clan leader, with keen eyes, spotted Qiao Yun and remarked, "Look, the beast you rescued has awakened." Qiao Yun responded, "That was Xiao Ji's doing. Not mine. It seems this barrier is insurmountable." The rabbit snow beast sat up, rubbing its head, still somewhat dazed, and asked, "Where am I?" "This is the Snow Leopard clan, and I brought you back," Qiao Yun admitted tearfully, acknowledging the falsehood that she had rescued the rabbit snow beast. "My name is Yunin, and I am a beast of the rabbit snow clan." Coincidentally, the rabbit snow cub rushed in, howling with affection for Yunin. Overjoyed, Yunin scooped up the cub, exclaiming, "Did you save my little one?" "Thank you so much. However, I must inquire, how did you sustain such grave injuries?" Qiao Yun asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, the clan leader and Yin Yin perked up, their curiosity piqued. Yunin absent-mindedly stroked the cub's tiny head, remaining silent for a moment before lamenting, "Perhaps you are not well acquainted with the Rabbit Snow clan. We belong to a northern tribe, residing among the rocky crevices of the high mountains. I once had a wife who tragically bled to death during childbirth." After a brief pause, Yunin continued, "No one in the clan was willing to care for my cub, so I had to take it with me while hunting. The hunting team rejected me, deeming my little one a burden. Unable to hunt, I faced starvation alongside my cub. Reluctantly, I had to fend for myself. That day, I encountered a unique Xuanhua cow, which gored me with its horns. That I fought for my life to bring my cub to the desolate beast smoke area. I thought I would perish, but thanks to you, both my cub and I survived." Having spoken, Yunin set the rabbit snow cub down and knelt before Qiao Yun, bowing in gratitude. "No, no, no." Qiao Yun and the others hurried to lift Yunin up. "You should be grateful, but you can stay in the Snow Leopard clan and work. You are still a member of the Rabbit Snow clan." The clan leader interjected, while Qiao Yun quickly added, "But you must first repay the cost of the herbs and the care for your cub before we discuss wages." The clan leader and Yin Yin gazed at Qiao Yun in astonishment, realizing they had not considered this before. Qiao Yun shamelessly accepted their shattered expectations, proclaiming, "Indeed, that's how it is," now that Yunin's injuries had nearly healed. Qiao Yun thought it was time to transform the cave into a proper home and repurpose the furnishings within. "Clan leader, I need Mu to come help," Qiao Yun called out as the clan leader prepared to leave. The clan leader turned, puzzled. "What do you need Mu for? Go find him yourself." With that, the clan leader departed, eager to avoid being roped into work. Qiao Yun watched as the clan leader scampered away. If only her leg were healed, would she need your assistance to call Mu? Qiao Yun sighed, instructing Yin Yin to summon Mu back to his own cave. "Yunin, your recovery is nearly complete. Let us begin the day with work to repay your debts." Qiao Yun clenched her fists, encouraging him with an enthusiastic gesture. In essence, she was merely a capitalist, exploiting others. When Mu arrived, Qiao Yun informed him, "I want to set up a bed in your cave, along with a floor, a small window, a table, and some stools. Feel free to do so. Would you like my assistance?" Mu rolled up his sleeves, ready to lend a hand. Yes, your cave must be worked on by you. I will guide you from the side." Mu assumed Qiao Yun was merely toying with the idea, yet if the cub wanted to play, how could the adult beasts refuse? As the clan's caves closely resembled the snow houses of the Inuit, and these caves were ideal for winter dwelling, Qiao Yun wished to preserve the structure rather than dismantle it, opting instead to create a Kong. Without further ado, Qiao Yun instructed Mu to fetch 8 large logs, with any leftovers to be used for household purposes. Yunin was tasked with collecting some stones to be used for the Kong later. Given Qiao Yun's experience working in the north after graduation, she possessed some knowledge on constructing a Kong. First, she would build a few small walls on the ground, approximately 8 rows high, and then stack flat stones to form supportive pillars, covering them with large stone slabs. Finally, she would segment the space into several channels, leaving openings at both ends for connectivity. On the surface, it was covered with slate, and finally smoothed over with sand clay. The sand clay had to be transported from the river. The three of them pondered for quite some time before finally completing the first heating bed, which was no small feat. Qiao Yun wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Now that the bed was ready, it was time to test how well it retained heat after a fire was lit. Qiao Yun started a fire in the pit below, and after a while, she initially intended to gauge the heat with her hand. However, the foolish Yunin simply sat down to help test it, resulting in a large red mark on his backside. Do not ask how Qiao Yun knew. She wouldn't reveal Mu's secret. With the heating bed completed, They still needed to construct a chimney. Otherwise, the smoke from the burning wood would not be able to escape. They also needed to add windows. By the time they finished all of this, night was nearly upon them, and their lunch had been brought over by Yin Yin. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. We can sort out the table and everything else tomorrow. I can't go on. I'm spent. Qiao Yun collapsed onto the ground. Too tired to rise, Themu and Yunin were equally fatigued, but the clan had already called for dinner. It was acceptable to let Yin Yin bring lunch in the afternoon. But dinner would not do. Thus, they dragged Qiao Yun over, literally dragging her along. She was so worn out that she didn't mind. Her grass cloak was torn, but Yin Yin would help her make a new one. Upon reaching the kitchen, Qiao Yun hastily took a few bites before retreating to her cave to sleep, utterly drained. The next morning, as Qiao Yun opened her eyes, she was startled to find Mu staring at her with dark circles under his eyes. "What is wrong with you? Why do you have dark circles?" she asked tentatively. "Qiao Yun, I can't get used to that bed. It's so hard and uncomfortable compared to the ground," Mu lamented. "If the bed is hard, you can just sleep on the floor. You big fool. You could also catch a furry animal and use its fur for bedding. I'll help you weave a bamboo mat. And then you can sleep comfortably. Now hurry and go hunt." Qiao Yun urged him. Mu turned back repeatedly. "You must help me make a bamboo mat." I know. Just go hunt." Qiao Yun impatiently pushed him along. After Mu left, Qiao Yun went to the central square. Once Mu's bed was made comfortable, every beast would need a bamboo mat and animal skin. For now, she had to prepare the bamboo mats. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to manage. Qiao Yun clapped her hands, and when all the clan members turned to look at her, she announced, "Everyone, listen up. Those already weaving bamboo baskets, hurry up and continue. If you haven't started, don't bother. Today, we're going to create a new design and then sell it." "What kind of design? I need to hurry and weave." The central square buzzed with chatter as everyone hastened to complete their bamboo baskets. After a while, once Qiao Yun saw that the clan members had finished their baskets, she began weaving bamboo mats. If one were to ask how Qiao Yun learned to weave bamboo mats, she would surely sigh about the difficulties of life and lament the hardships she faced. The last time she wove a bamboo mat was when she was 15, and now a decade had passed. Yet her technique remained as deft as ever. Necessity had driven her to weave 5 or 6 mats a day back then, and it had become second nature to her. Yin Yin watched her weave a couple of times and attempted it herself, but found it challenging. The first mat she wove was not particularly attractive. After observing Qiao Yun a few more times, she finally grasped the steps. With nothing else to do, Qiao Yun became engrossed in her weaving in the central square, completely forgetting that she still needed to help Mu with the flooring and the table. When Mu returned from hunting and spotted Qiao Yun in the central square, she suddenly remembered her unfinished tasks and hurriedly rushed back to Mu's cave. No, it could no longer be referred to as a cave. It should be called a stone house now, with windows, doors, and a chimney. Upon reaching Mu's stone house, Qiao Yun set about putting down the flooring. She decided to use wood for the floor, making use of the 8 large logs Mu had brought back the previous day. It was time to showcase the true strength of the snow leopard clan. Qiao Yun told Mu how much wood she needed, and Mu effortlessly split it by hand. Qiao Yun thought to herself, as she required neatly cut planks, not these ragged pieces with broken edges. She had no choice but to take Mu's knife and carefully trim the excess. Since most clan members used knives made from either animal teeth or sharpened stones, and iron was still unheard of, Qiao Yun was cautious not to apply too much force while working, fearing the knife might break. "You worry too much. With your skinny arms and legs, even if you exert all your strength, the knife won't break." Mu reassured her that Mu's stone house was somewhat spacious, so Qiao Yun asked him to call a few clan members over to help. By the time, she had made some progress. Mu had gathered all the clan members. Initially unaware of the renovations Mu's stone house had undergone, the clan members curiously touched everything. "Wow, Mu, what is this? It's so hard to sit on," one clan member inquired. "Oh, this is a bed, a place for sleeping," Mu explained with a smile. However, his grin was somewhat irritating, causing discontent among those present. Mu quickly stripped the animal skin, wash it by the river, and hang it to dry. "Later, you can lay it on your bed and then cover it with a bamboo mat," Qiao Yun instructed without looking up, then hurriedly called the clan members to join the woodworking effort. One clan member edged closer to Qiao Yun, clearly having ulterior motives. "Qiao Yun, I feel like something is missing from my home. Oh, you know what it is." "What is it missing?" "It's missing Mu's handiwork." The clan member chuckled shyly. Once Mu is done, can I be first? The others chimed in. This shameless person, trying to sneak in while we're not paying attention. What a little rascal. No. I, Qiao Yun, want mine done first. No way. Mine should be first. Suddenly, chaos erupted as everyone began arguing, insisting that Qiao Yun attend to their requests after Mu's. Stop. Let us finish Mu's first. Check the results, and then we'll work on the little ones. Rotating in the order they came to the clan's entrance. How does that sound? Qiao Yun called for calm. The clan members pouted, envious of Mu, wishing they had asked Qiao Yun to experiment with their caves instead. Indeed, many hands made light work, and soon they had crafted the wooden boards, which were laid on the ground, instantly elevating the entire stone house to a new level. The clan members envied the smooth wooden floor. I must sleep here tonight, one clan member murmured, stroking the smooth surface of the bed. Me too. This bed looks so comfortable. Even if I can't sleep on it, I can sleep on the floor. The color is so nice. Soon, the clan members began to reserve their spots without even consulting Mu, and they didn't even leave a space for him. Qiao Yun secretly smiled as she fashioned the remaining wood into tables and benches, demonstrating how to make them to the clan members. When it came time to tidy their homes, they would be able to quickly produce tables and move on to the next family. Before long, the tables and benches were completed, and Qiao Yun placed them in her preferred positions. Ding dong, the cozy little house was ready. Although it appeared somewhat empty, Qiao Yun was confident that life in the clan would improve. And in time, this stone house would be filled with many items. Qiao Yun allowed the clan members to explore Mu's stone house, while she stepped outside to assess the exterior. It still seemed a bit bare. Aside from the red madder root, which could be used for dyeing and painting, there didn't seem to be much else. Qiao Yun pondered, stroking her chin. Perhaps there were colored clays. But she hadn't seen any. If she did, she could create paintings. Dismissing her thoughts, Qiao Yun called the clan members from the stone house to bring the remaining wood, and together they headed to the little one's cave for renovations. Upon arriving at the little one's cave, they found it empty, as all had gone to gather grass and catch insects. Even the little rabbit cubs had gone to help. Qiao Yun decided to tidy up the cave first, putting away the playful leopard sticks and pulling out the weeds. That I asked for why Mu didn't undertake such tasks. Qiao Yun thought that a big man didn't need to be so meticulous. You being sexist, Mu exclaimed. This time, Qiao Yun aimed to lay down flooring and create a heating bed, but the beds for the little ones needed to be large enough to accommodate all the cubs. After much effort, the little one's stone house was finally completed, and Qiao Yun even made cute little name tags to signify that this was the cubs' stone house. When the colorful chickens and swift rabbits returned, they almost thought they had taken a wrong turn, standing frozen at the entrance, too timid to enter. Little ones, look how beautiful and new your stone house is. If you all dirty yourselves after working hard, wouldn't that make the stone house filthy too? Qiao Yun coaxed. The little ones replied, just say you want to give us a bath. Chapter 45. Peanuts. With a reluctant demeanor, Qiao Yun brought the grumpy little ones to the riverbank for a bath before returning them to their stone house. It was already dark when she returned to her cave, and she had no idea where Nian had gone. Qiao Yun contemplated visiting her space to check on the progress of the chili peppers she had planted. Squatting on the ground, she examined the small green peppers before her, still verdant as if they were part of a lush prairie, yet they had not ripened into red. Nevertheless, these peppers should be ready for consumption. Qiao Yun hurriedly ran to the lakeside, eager to see how the crayfish were faring, as she longed to indulge in spicy stir-fried crayfish. Using her spiritual energy, she attempted to count the number of crayfish. Lo and behold, their reproductive prowess was remarkable, and without natural predators, the benefits of her space ensured a survival rate of 100% for the flora and fauna within. This meant that every crayfish born would also thrive. In due time, once the peppers ripened and the crayfish grew, she would be able to savor a delectable dish of spicy crayfish on a sweltering summer day. The anticipation filled her with delight. After indulging in her daydreams, Qiao Yun decided to check on the growth of the ginseng, pondering whether to venture into the forest in a few days to search for more her delight. The blissful grass flourished abundantly, reminiscent of catnip, but with a longer duration of effect. If one were to suffer an injury, this could serve as a remedy to alleviate pain. She meticulously inspected the plants in her space, having devised a plan for plots for food crops and another for medicinal herbs. If her space were to upgrade, granting her additional plots, she would distribute them evenly. Qiao Yun also yearned to cultivate flowers and fruit trees. Just as she was assessing the growth of the madder plant, Xiaoji returned. Ding! A total of 11 bamboo baskets were sold. 8 were sold at 10 gold coins each, yielding 80 gold coins. While the other 3 were exchanged for several peanut seeds, 1 mature potato, and 2 bound crabs. 9 bamboo baskets remained unsold. Should she continue selling? Qiao Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Peanuts. Trembling with excitement, she instructed, continue selling the remaining 9 baskets. But at the price of 10 gold coins per basket, the setting was successful. Please wait patiently. Xiaoji left behind the gold coins and peanuts before vanishing from sight. Qiao Yun reached for a peanut. Raising it in disbelief, she could hardly fathom that Xiaoji had indeed brought back peanut seeds. After her initial joy, she gathered the fallen peanut seeds from the ground, leaving the potato and crabs in place for later handling once she finished planting the peanuts. Qiao Yun filled 2 plots with peanut seeds, her body drenched in sweat from the exertion. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, she lamented that she had yet to craft any farming tools. And the soft soil made it necessary for her to transform part of her beastly claws to dig the earth. Now her claws were filthy, prompting her to dash to the lakeside to wash them clean. Ensuring not a speck of dirt remained, she pondered why her space required seeds to sprout before counting them towards her planting quota, especially since the germination rate was supposedly 100%. She had meticulously counted the seeds, totaling 200, all of which she had planted. Presently, there remained 630 plants yet to be sown, while there were still 1,820 seafood products. With no movement among the poultry, with an increase of 100 crayfish, the need for additional seafood had lessened correspondingly. Qiao Yun found herself impatiently awaiting the arrival of young multicolored chickens and gale rabbits. As she sighed over the mundane nature of life, she turned her attention to the potato and crabs. Upon inspection, she discovered that the crabs were a male and a female, with the female ready for breeding. Qiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she mused over the deliciousness of crabs. Uncertain of their dietary needs, she wondered if the crayfish could coexist with the crabs. Setting the crabs aside, she climbed atop a large rock and inquired, "What do crabs eat?" To her surprise, the rock responded, slowly inscribing words upon its surface. Crabs do not require additional food. The water and aquatic plants in the lake sufficed. No wonder the crayfish had thrived without additional sustenance. They were truly creatures that thrived on mere water. Can crayfish and crabs coexist? She asked. Indeed, came the reassuring reply. With her concerns alleviated, she promptly untied the 2 crabs, allowing them to plunge into the lake. She believed it wouldn't be long before numerous small crabs would appear in the waters. After releasing the crabs, she turned her attention back to the potato. This mature potato was impressively large, bearing 5 substantial tubers. Fortunately, Qiao Yun had attended a lecture on agriculture during her university days, which conveniently covered the cultivation of potatoes. Indeed, knowledge is power. Had she not studied, she would have found herself at a loss in this unfamiliar world. Potatoes are rather resilient crops. One simply needs to chop them into several pieces, ensuring each has an eye, and plant them in the soil. This would yield a flourishing plant, laden with abundant tubers. However, as she lacked a knife in her space, she had to venture outside to retrieve one. Upon exiting her space, she was greeted by the glaring sun. How is it that a mere planting session has resulted in daylight? She mused, astonished to realize she had spent the night sowing peanuts. Dumbfounded, Qiao Yun stood in her cave for a moment before finally heading to the kitchen to fetch a knife. Where have you been? Qiao Yun, we were hoping to find you to help with the house. Not long after she stepped out of her cave, a passing tribe member called out to her. Haha, I intended to enjoy the view from a tree last night, but I accidentally fell asleep up there? Qiao Yun replied, still half-dash asleep. Be more careful next time. How could you sleep in a tree? They were currently constructing the first stone house at the entrance of the tribe. She should go take a look. All right, I'll head over shortly. You continue with your work. Qiao Yun waved goodbye and made her way to the kitchen to grab a knife, ensuring no beasts were nearby. She entered her space to plant the potatoes and also sowed pumpkin seeds, eagerly awaiting their sprouting. Once she finished planting, she emerged from her space, only to feel a wave of fatigue wash over her. As she stifled a yawn, she headed to the tribe's entrance to lend a hand. Qiao Yun, where were you last night? I didn't see you at all. Nian Nian gazed at Qiao Yun's dark circles. Hesitant to speak, Qiao Yun recounted her previous explanation to Nian Nian. Next time, be more cautious. If you hadn't mentioned sleeping in a tree, I would have thought you were out all night. Those dark circles could rival a panda's. Nian Yin remarked with disdain. Qiao Yun responded, surely not. It was just one night. She sat down to assist with the remaining wooden planks. Chapter 46. The Gale Rabbits Give Birth Other Tribe Members. Having spotted Qiao Yun, began sharing their experiences sleeping in Mu's stone house the previous night. Qiao Yun, I've never slept in such comfort. The bed was so soft, and the wooden floor emanated a delightful scent. Indeed, this morning, I found it difficult to rise. The tribe members chattered animatedly, while Qiao Yun engaged with them half-heartedly, feeling utterly fatigued. If only our tribe could accommodate members from other tribes and charge them gold coins. What did you just say? Qiao Yun jolted awake. The tribe member hadn't anticipated her inquiry and, taken aback, responded, I was saying, didn't we sell some food to the White Tiger tribe last time? If they were to come and stay with us, we could charge them gold coins, but how would they come here? It's so remote. You may not know, but every autumn, our snow leopard tribe's mountain is abundant with prey, albeit also fierce creatures. Many starving tribes come to borrow our beastmen for hunting. Indeed, now that I think about it, they are quite stingy. One beastman for a single coin, a tribe member scoffed discontentedly. What are you talking about? Nian Yin and Qiao Yun are here. Bolly Air interjected, playfully nudging the tribe member. Qiao Yun inquired, will they come this year? It's possible, especially since food seems to be scarce this year. While we currently have plenty to eat and aren't reliant on grass cakes or soil cakes, the situation will change come winter. Even having grass cakes and soil cakes will be a blessing. Bolly Air sighed. Qiao Yun pondered thoughtfully. Bolly Air, if, hypothetically, I could ensure our tribe's food supply was abundant, we could build an inn here. What is an inn? Just then, the tribe leader arrived to inspect the progress of the stone houses and overheard Qiao Yun's remark. An inn is a place that provides food and shelter for guests, allowing them to pay in gold coins, much like when we sold food to the White Tiger tribe. That is not a good idea. Qiao Yun. I haven't mentioned it yet, but last time you sold food to the White Tiger tribe, even though they paid, it was still food. The tribe leader disapproved it. Oh, tribe leader, you mustn't think that way. Consider what I gained from selling them food. It's the lives of the outside tribesmen. Qiao Yun is determined to seek the approval of the clan leader for the establishment of an inn. Bowler remarked that the food supply has diminished this year. What about the tribespeople outside? Are we not gathering this abundance to bring them back? Do we not yearn for our tribe to be united? Moreover, which tribe can claim to have members scattered afar like ours? Qiao Yun's words rendered the clan leader speechless, and all the orcs present fell silent, each harboring longing for their kin beyond the clan. Indeed, their tireless search for sustenance is driven by the desire for all their tribespeople to reunite. Even if it means enduring a little less during winter, it is a worthy sacrifice. After a prolonged silence, the clan leader finally agreed. Very well, we shall establish an inn. Once we have saved enough funds, we will fetch our children home. After the clan leader's proclamation, one tribesman could no longer contain his tears. His brother had been taken away just as he came of age and had yet to return to To claim he did not miss him would be a falsehood. As one person wept. Many followed suit, and soon the stone dwelling echoed with the sounds of sorrow. Let us work diligently to bring back our tribespeople who have endured hardships, the clan leader declared, his voice thick with emotion. Yes, we must strive hard, hunt for food, and ensure our loved ones return. One tribesman wiped his tears and exclaimed, I want my sister to know that I am thriving, that I miss my father, who, united by a common resolve. All the tribespeople quickly transformed every cave into stone dwellings within 3 days. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun and the clan leader deliberated on the location within the territory to establish the inn, with plans for a commercial street as well. It was a significant undertaking, as they could not allow outsiders to freely enter the residential areas. Thus, expanding their territory was the most prudent solution. Consequently, the clan leader, accompanied by a few tribespeople and Qiao Yun, ventured nearby to inspect the land. The surrounding terrain was indeed fertile, with few trees, allowing for their removal and replanting elsewhere. The environmental protection efforts of the Snow Leopard clan remained robust. Indeed, you have not heard Qiao Yun's daily musings on sustainable development and environmental conservation. Have you? How could it not be strong? After their inspection, they returned, intending to relocate the trees after the caves had been fully converted. Just as Qiao Yun returned to the clan, Wind hastily hoisted her onto his shoulder. Wind, put me down. I need to. What? What did you say? Wind paused, unable to hear Qiao Yun's words clearly. I feel nauseous. Qiao Yun promptly vomited onto Wind's back. Stunned, Wind incredulously asked, You didn't just throw up on me, did you? Ugh. Put me down, quickly. Wind immediately released her, standing frozen in place. Once on her feet, Qiao Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had Wind not been supporting her stomach, she would not have been in such a predicament. If only you had held me differently, I wouldn't have vomited on you. This is all your fault, Qiao Yun retorted. Now, all she desired was a drink of water. Ah. Wind clumsily dashed away. After feeling queasy, Qiao Yun noticed a burning sensation in her throat and hurried to quench her thirst before checking on the swift rabbits. She decided to detour to the kitchen for a cup of water before proceeding to the swift rabbits. Upon her arrival, she was encircled by her fellow tribespeople, all clamoring to share news. Qiao Yun, the swift rabbits have given birth. Yes, they had 1, 2, 3, 8, not just 8. Many more have given birth. Why are they all surrounding Qiao Yun? Let her come and take a look, with a command from the clan leader. The crowd parted. Qiao Yun stepped forward to find 30 swift rabbits huddled together, startled by the tribespeople. Among them, 5 had tiny, rosy heads peeking from beneath their mother's belly. Wow, there are indeed babies. Perhaps I could sneak one inside later? The tribespeople wouldn't count. After all, Qiao Yun thought, unable to suppress her smile. Chapter 47. Moose wash beef, delicious and non-inflammatory. Qiao Yun, can you count how many there are? The clan leader whispered, urging her. All right. Qiao Yun feigned seriousness as she began counting. However, some were hidden beneath the rabbit mother's body, prompting her to offer fresh grass to entice the mother away. Swiftly, she lifted the rabbit mother by the scruff of her neck to count the bunnies. After gently placing the mother back down and giving her a handful of forget-me-not grass, she ensured the rabbit would forget the previous disturbance. Qiao Yun systematically lifted each rabbit mother to count the swift rabbit young. Yet, the babies were too small. She would need to wait until they grew before attempting to take one. A total of 30 swift rabbit babies were counted, but Qiao Yun decided to misreport the number. Better to be safe than sorry. If there's someone who truly can count in the clan, losing a few of the swift rabbit babies would be hard to explain. There are 20 swift rabbit babies. Qiao Yun announced as she exited the enclosure. So, adding those we bought at the market, how many do we have in total? One tribesman began tallying on his fingers, while the others eagerly watched. Qiao Yun felt a jolt of anxiety. Was there truly someone who could count? 20, 23, 30. In total, 30, the excited tribesman exclaimed. Qiao Yun sighed in relief, thinking, of course, how could there be a beast who can count? They are all just the remnants of 9 years of compulsory education. With a breath of relief, she turned to the largest snow leopard cub on the ground and said, Now, it's your turn to work hard. Gather plenty of fresh grass and diligently exchange it for dry hay. Can you manage that? Raising a hand, the cub glanced at Qiao Yun's gesture, let out a yowl, and then placed its paw on her palm. Such a good cub. Qiao Yun ruffled the little snow leopard's head affectionately. At dinner, all the tribespeople remained in high spirits, engaging in animated conversation. Recently, as they needed to spread animal skins on the beds, they had hunted many prey, resulting in an abundance of meat. Yet, the clan leader hesitated to consume so much. Thus, he approached Qiao Yun for advice on how to preserve the meat for winter. An idea struck Qiao Yun: sausage, cured meat, dried beef, and more. However, she recalled that the tribespeople found moose wash beef unpalatable, fearing it would turn out as inedible as the boji fish. Qiao Yun resolved to have Mu lead some tribespeople to hunt more moose wash beef to assess its quality. The 5 moose wash cattle in the clan remained untouched. After discussing with Mu, she returned to her cave. Yes, Qiao Yun's cave had yet to be transformed. She desired to renovate it herself, ensuring it had basic amenities and a small kitchen. Qiao Yun yearned to set up her little cooking station. Chuckling to herself, she stretched and, feeling exhausted, decided against checking the space that evening. The next morning, Qiao Yun awoke early and first entered the space to check if the potatoes, pumpkins, and peanut sprouts had sprouted. As she stepped inside, an announcement echoed. Ding! 200 peanut plants have been planted, and there are still 630 plants remaining to be planted. Please keep up the hard work. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yun knew that some plants had sprouted, so she hurried to the field. Wow! The green tips of hope are poking through the soil. Upon closer inspection, only the peanut sprouts had emerged. The pumpkins and potatoes had yet to germinate. Qiao Yun intended to water the peanut sprouts, but suddenly realized she lacked a spoon. Yet, Before retrieving one, she cautiously inquired, "May I use water from the lake to water the peanut sprouts?" "Yes, but be careful not to use too much, or the peanut sprouts may be overwhelmed by the nutrients in the lake water," came the warm reminder. "Using a bit of lake water will promote plant growth." Wow, it has such a function. Qiao Yun marveled at the words inscribed on the stone. Turning, she went to fetch a spoon, just as Mu returned. "Qiao Yun, I've brought back the moose wash beef you asked for." "Great, I will be there shortly." Qiao Yun hurriedly tossed the spoon into the space before seeking out Mu. "Qiao Yun, what do you need the moose wash beef for?" Mu asked, puzzled to see if the meat is palatable. Qiao Yun stroked the fur of one of the moose wash cattle. "This beef is likely unappetizing. Aside from what you mentioned about providing milk for the cubs, there seems to be nothing special about it. I would prefer grass cakes or earth cakes over its meat. No rush. Just help me slaughter one first, and the rest can be kept in the enclosure," Qiao Yun instructed Mu. "Once you're done, call for me." Qiao Yun hastily returned to her cave, stepping into the space. Day by day, she hurried along, pondering where to find him. Mu murmured softly as Qiao Yun carefully filled a spoon with water, then gently watered each peanut sprout. Of course, the pumpkin seeds and potato chunks were not exempt either. By the time Qiao Yun finished watering and returned to her space, it was already afternoon. Qiao Yun thought to herself, "Oh no, I forgot to inform Mu. It's all because time passes too swiftly in this space." She braced herself for a scolding as she sought out Mu. Mu was busy in the chief's cave. Assisting with renovations, Qiao Yun approached Mu hesitantly and queried, "Mu, where's the moose cow we slaughtered at noon?" In the kitchen, Mu, engrossed in his work, paid no heed to Qiao Yun, who seized the opportunity to slip away. That sound seemed remarkably like Qiao Yun's. Soon, however, Qiao Yun's escape was thwarted as she was caught and reprimanded soundly. Dejected, Qiao Yun entered the kitchen and was greeted by a stone pot brimming with meat. This beef was generally quite delectable, so how could it possibly taste bad? Qiao Yun picked up a piece and inhaled its aroma. Almost immediately, she nearly retched from the overpowering stench of the meat. "What to do?" Qiao Yun lamented. "I still have ginger and perilla in my space. I wonder if the perilla can mask the smell. I'll give it a try," she muttered to herself. Qiao Yun retrieved a stalk of ginger and a sprig of perilla from her space. Ginger and perilla can be combined without causing discomfort. The ginger was perfectly matured, neither too tender nor too old. Qiao Yun broke off a piece to use as ginger seed. After washing both the ginger and perilla, she crushed the ginger and chopped the perilla into small pieces for later use. Qiao Yun selected a piece of meat, cleaned it thoroughly, and diced it into smaller chunks. Next, she heated some lard in a pot. And once it was hot, she added the ginger and perilla to stir fry until fragrant. She then tossed in the meat, sautéing it for a couple of minutes before adding water to simmer for 2 hours. While in the kitchen, Qiao Yun sporadically added wood to the fire, finding the pot lid quite unfamiliar and wondering if bamboo could serve as a suitable lid. With nothing better to do, she let her mind wander. Soon, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. It smells divine. It must be delicious, Qiao Yun mused. "What are you cooking? It smells so good." Nian approached. Qiao Yun glanced around, noticing no one was nearby, and quickly scooped out a piece of meat. "Hurry, taste it." "Is it good?" Qiao Yun's face lit up with anticipation as she looked at Nian. Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is incredibly delicious. What is this? It's even better than egg custard. This is moose cow meat." Qiao Yun beamed with pride. The meat that was so awful. Nian could hardly believe it. Chapter 48. A heart craving for wild rice is shattered indeed. Qiao Yun also treated herself to a piece. The flavor of the beef mingled with the fragrance of perilla. Delicious. Huiying entered to prepare dinner and remarked, "Qiao Yun, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful." Huiying sniffed the air and suggested, "Why don't you both cook tonight's meal? I'll continue helping with the wooden planks." "All right, we promise to complete the task." Qiao Yun assured Huiying with an okay gesture. Huiying placed a bamboo basket filled with cucumbers and sweet potatoes on the ground before turning to leave. Nian, please wash and chop the sweet potatoes and cucumbers while I prepare more moose cow meat." "Sure, I'll wash them by the river," Nian replied, picking up the bamboo basket and departing. Qiao Yun watched Nian leave, astonished at her strength. Is she really a technician? Surely, she can't be the only capable one in the entire tribe. Qiao Yun grumbled as she cut the moose cow meat in half, intending to use the remaining half for making dried moose cow meat. After finishing with the moose cow meat, Qiao Yun noticed the plants in Yin Yin's hands, which only added to her frustration. Qiao Yun, I'm all set. I found some tender plants by the river. I'll give them as a treat to the swift-winged rabbits later, Yin Yin enthusiastically informed Qiao Yun. Yin Yin, those are edible. I was hoping to let them grow a bit longer before harvesting, Qiao Yun said, on the verge of tears. Really? Then what should we do? Yin Yin exclaimed, flustered and almost in tears, clutching the plants. Well, it seems we have no choice but to cook and eat them, Qiao Yun replied, taking the plants from Yin Yin and searching for seeds. Unfortunately, there were none to be found. With a sigh, Qiao Yun cut the stalk of the plant, known as water bamboo, a vegetable that is quite delicious. She planned to stir-fry the water bamboo. Yin Yin, don't worry. You didn't pick too many. So this should suffice to, as Qiao Yun continued to cut. She comforted Yin Yin. Yin Yin cautiously glanced at Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun, I told you not to be angry. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yun's heart sank. Could it be that all the water bamboo is gone? Yin Yin swallowed hard. Previously, some of the little ones picked these plants to feed the swift-winged rabbits, and they really enjoyed them. Lately, many little ones have been gathering these plants by the river, and with my picking, there are hardly any left. Qiao Yun felt darkness cloud her vision. Woe is me, has the water bamboo I anticipated for so long met such a tragic end? Go back and retrieve the remaining water bamboo for me, she commanded. Yin Yin, realizing her fault, prepared to head back to the river. Wait, I'll go instead. Yin Yin, you wash these ginger and perilla. Qiao Yun retrieved several stalks of perilla and ginger from her space. Let us go wash by the river. Yin Yin followed closely behind Qiao Yun. Upon reaching the river, the few solitary water bamboo plants stood out conspicuously. There are only a handful of water bamboo. When will I ever get to eat the rice? Qiao Yun sighed, diligently transferring the water bamboo into her space with utmost care. Yin Yin, while washing, stole glances at Qiao Yun's serious expression. Oh dear, Qiao Yun is rather intimidating. Little ones, pray for your safety. The little ones, unaware of the impending disaster, huddled together, watching the swift-winged rabbit cubs. Qiao Yun ensured not a single water bamboo was left behind before returning with Yin Yin to prepare dinner. Now, with a pot of simmering moose cow meat, Qiao Yun wished to mix it with the cucumbers. Thus, she blanched the diced cucumbers in hot water before adding them to the freshly cooked moose cow meat for stirring. Alas, Qiao Yun missed soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cornstarch. While the moose cow meat was indeed delicious, it still felt like something was amiss. Just as Qiao Yun finished preparing dinner, the tribe members rushed into the dining hall. Qiao Yun, what are you cooking? It smells fantastic from afar. A tribe member stood at the forefront, holding his bowl that you'll find out once you taste it, Qiao Yun replied, serving him a generous helping of moose cow meat and cucumbers, along with a piece of sweet potato as a staple. This meat is beyond delicious. The freshness compelled him to keep chewing, even as it scalded his tongue. Seeing this, the other tribe members hurriedly lined up, eager to partake rather than watch others eat, their mouths watering in anticipation. Once the first tribe member had their fill, they passed the baton to Qiao Yun. Her meal was already served, and she carried her bowl over to confront the little ones. The little ones had just arrived and were promptly informed of the situation by Yin Yin. Now, upon seeing Qiao Yun approach, they trembled nervously. The nearly full little ones slowed their pace, taking their time to nibble. Looks like you all don't appreciate my cooking, Qiao Yun remarked pointedly, casting a sidelong glance at the little ones. The cubs felt a shiver run down their spines and hastily resumed eating, eager to convey their enjoyment of the meal. Humph, Qiao Yun scoffed. Though she knew she shouldn't blame the little ones, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved over the significantly reduced yield of the water bamboo she had eagerly anticipated. The few remaining stalks were now meant solely for seeds. Given your understanding of the situation, I shall sleep with you all tonight as an apology. The little ones, who had been attentively listening, slowly drooped their ears, looking rather defeated. Qiao Yun quickly finished her meal while the little ones were still eating. She fetched a bowl of water to drink, and they were still at it. After finishing her water and washing her bowl, the little ones were still munching. Qiao Yun mused, "This is the first time I've realized how delicious the air can be." She lightly kicked the panda cub. "All right, is the air so delectable? Hurry back to your place." The panda cub grumbled in reluctance, trudging back to the stone house. On the way, it turned back to grab the rabbit cub, determined to stick together through thick and thin as they marched back to the stone house. The remaining snow leopard cubs pretended to be diligently eating, fearing Qiao Yun might come for them. Those who had finished eating began grooming their fur, unable to hide the truth any longer. "Whoever returns to the stone house last will have to sleep beside me," the cubs gasped. In a burst of energy, they dashed out of the dining hall. "Goodness, am I truly that frightening to them?" Qiao Yun expressed her discontent. Upon returning, she observed that the little ones were playfully tumbling over one another. However, as soon as they caught sight of Qiao Yun, they all feigned sleep, emitting loud snores. With an expressionless demeanor, Qiao Yun picked up the white tiger cub and playfully ruffled its small head, determined to see if it could hold back its excitement. After affectionately petting each cub, she tousled their fur, which lifted her spirits, and then she lay down to rest. This bed is truly delightful." Qiao Yun reclined and soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 49. Ginger Yellow. Yellow paint. The next day, Qiao Yun awoke to find the cubs, who had initially kept their distance, all piled atop her. Her already frail body was overwhelmed by their weight, and no wonder she felt breathless throughout the night, especially with the cubs snoring resembling the rumble of a tractor. Qiao Yun marveled at her own sleep quality that allowed her to remain undisturbed. Carefully, she attempted to relocate the cubs to the bed. But as she moved, they all stirred awake, groggy and yawning. The cubs blinked their sleepy eyes and smacked their little lips before getting up, forgetting that they hadn't yet been fed the colorful chicken and the swift rabbit. Qiao Yun thought to herself, how ironic that they had spent the whole night atop her, yet she was the one tending to their needs. Rising, she prepared to dry the moose beef she had salted the day before. Today, she merely needed to tie it with twine and hang it out to dry. Speaking of twine, it was something she had always made, yet she had never learned how to do it herself. Qiao Yun first headed to the central square to check on the dried boji fish she had hung up a few days prior. After inspecting it, she decided it needed a few more days of drying. She pinched the fish with her fingers and then set about constructing a bamboo rack for drying. Next, she sought out Mu, requesting his assistance in hanging all the moose beef on the rack, as the weight warranted professional help rather than her own limited strength. Since Qiao Yun intended to prepare cured meat, she instructed her clansmen to refrain from hunting for the time being. Lately, they had been sleeping on hard stone slabs, resulting in sore bodies, prompting many to crowd into Mu's room for rest. The tribe's salt supplies were dwindling, necessitating a trip to the market. Qiao Yun entrusted Lei Gang with the task of gathering a few clansmen to purchase salt, emphasizing that they need not buy anything else. She even managed to procure 200 gold coins from the tribe leader for this purpose. Afterward, Qiao Yun encouraged the clansmen to go hunting, urging those who had prepared their beds to do so promptly, as they could then spread animal skins and avoid crowding Mu's quarters. Upon hearing they could hunt, the clansmen were eager to embark on the venture. However, Qiao Yun cautioned against overhunting, as the tribe was low on salt, and the leader had been stingy in providing funds. As Qiao Yun glanced at the leader, she noted his impassive expression, arms crossed over his chest. The clansmen exchanged glances, puzzled by the leader's tight-fisted nature. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and go hunt," he barked, clearly agitated by their delay. Qiao Yun thought to herself, "He-s getting impatient." After the clansmen departed, Qiao Yun contemplated searching for plants that could serve as dyes within the tribal lands. She could no longer bear the stark white of the stone house. She ambled along. She found herself in a field on the northern hillside. Feeling fatigued, she was relieved that her legs had nearly healed. Otherwise, this extensive walk would have left her limping. Wiping her brow, she recalled her miraculous experience with the lake water, which had surprisingly aided in her healing. During a recent wash, she had noticed a significant reduction in pain and swelling. Astonished, she pondered whether the lake water truly possessed such healing properties. To confirm, she inspected her injuries before diving in for a soak. The coolness was refreshing, especially amidst the sweltering heat of recent days. Enjoying a long-awaited bath, she exhaled in relaxation and unintentionally dozed off by the lakeside. Upon awakening, she found her wounds had nearly healed. "Oh no," she lamented, feeling a tinge of regret for using the lake water to nurture the small crayfish and crabs. This was why she had not been limping lately. Returning to her original quest, Qiao Yun settled on the hillside, unwilling to climb any further, and gradually descended. After such a lengthy search with no results, she grumbled about her lack of success. As she made her way down, she grasped a tuft of grass for support. This grass looks familiar. Is that turmeric? Curious, She released her hold to examine it closely, only to lose her balance and tumble down the hill. Whether to deem herself fortunate or unfortunate was debatable. Fortunately, she had not fallen from a great height and avoided serious injury. Just as my foot was healing, I've heard it again, but if only there were a deity nearby, I would surely offer my prayers, she thought, limping back up to inspect whether the plant was indeed turmeric. That it turned out to be true, and there was an abundance of it. Turmeric is known for its ability to invigorate circulation, alleviate pain, and heal injuries. Most importantly, it can be processed to extract yellow food dye, precisely what Qiao Yun desired. Now, with madder for red, perilla for purple, and turmeric for yellow, she felt she had enough colors. I can blend these three to create other shades, she declared, promptly transplanting every turmeric root into her space. Ding! 300 turmeric plants have been planted. There are still 330 plants that require attention. Please continue your diligent efforts. The notification from her space chimed in. With 330 remaining, she was confident that once the potato and pumpkin seedlings sprouted, she would complete the task. Overjoyed, Qiao Yun forgot her foot injury and leapt for joy. Ouch! She winced, sitting down and cradling her foot. It seems I'll need to soak in the lake again tonight. Hobbling back, she arrived at the central square, where Nian Nian looked at her in astonishment. Isn't your foot healed? Why are you limping again? Qiao Yun tearfully replied. Oh, Nian Nian, I just rolled down the mountain and twisted my ankle. I've heard that if you injure your foot, you should eat some pig trotters or something similar, she suggested, glancing at Nian Nian. Does anyone even eat that? It hardly has any meat, he responded, perplexed by Qiao Yun's peculiar tastes. Nian Nian, resigned, agreed to help clean the trotters while Qiao Yun prepared them. Just then, the hunting party returned, exclaiming, Qiao Yun, we're back from the hunt. We need to skin the pelts and fur first. A large group of them bustlingly entered, leaving Qiao Yun wondering why it had taken them so long to buy salt. After a moment of grumbling, she limped over to see how they were processing their catch, reminding them not to discard any offal, as it was all edible. Hey, what are you doing? She exclaimed, hastily stopping one of the clansmen. I'm just chopping off the foot to toss it away. There's hardly any meat on it, he replied, bewildered by her intervention. Don't discard it. I want to eat it, Qiao Yun insisted. The clansman pondered whether there was still enough food in the tribe to warrant her odd cravings, but he complied, cutting off the foot and offering it to her along with other innards. The other clansmen exchanged glances, wondering if the tribe had truly run out of food, given how often Qiao Yun sought out such peculiar dishes. Chapter 50. A hearty stew. Fragrant Qiao Yun paid no mind. Returning to harvest her ginger and perilla, following her usual method, she left the ginger roots intact while simply plucking the leaves from the perilla. Then, she built a small fire to roast the legs of the game before cleaning the skin. With everything prepared, she set the stage for a grand stew. Heating oil in a pot, she added ginger and perilla, sought them until their rich aroma filled the air. After achieving a fragrant base, she tossed the various legs into the pot for a quick stir-fry before seasoning with salt and water, allowing it to simmer to her delight. Nian Nian had indeed crafted the pot lid she had requested. Although made of bamboo, it was remarkably effective. Anyone who saw it would surely praise its ingenuity. While the stew simmered, Qiao Yun busied herself cleaning various innards, scrubbing them with salt to eliminate any bitterness. Finally, she summoned the courage to retrieve her long-saved chili peppers. Just a few days have passed, she thought as she chopped them finely and heated another pan with oil as soon as she added the peppers. The pungent aroma filled the air, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. What are you doing? I can barely keep my eyes open with all this spice. Feng squinted against the scent. Achu, Qiao Yun, my eyes are watering. Another clansman complained, rubbing his nose. I'm preparing spicy stir-fried innards. Please, wait a moment and help me taste it, she called out. A heavy silence fell over the group, as none were eager to volunteer, knowing from the smell that it likely wouldn't be palatable. Feng, you have to help me taste it, Qiao Yun insisted, pointing directly at him. Why should I? You made me sick last time, he retorted, still holding a grudge. Thus, this occasion calls for an apology. The wind, left speechless, glared at the neighboring tribespeople who were stifling their laughter. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Qiao Yun, I can't possibly enjoy this alone. It would be best if more people came to taste it. So, you, and you, come and try it. Qiao Yun pointed at the most boisterous of the tribespeople. The wind scoffed, a derisive sound escaping his lips. How amusing it is to see you all laugh. The selected tribespeople frowned, regretting their earlier merriment. Observing this, the others hastily returned to diligently preparing the animal hides, fearing that Qiao Yun might next point at them. Before long, the spicy stir-fried entrails were ready. Eagerly, Qiao Yun urged the wind to give it a taste. "How is it? Is it delicious?" she asked, her face alight with anticipation. My tongue feels like it's on fire." "Hiss, phew, what is this?" The wind's face flushed crimson. "Is this chili truly so fiery?" Qiao Yun took a piece for herself. It's delicious, albeit a bit spicy. The intestines are entirely free of any foul odor, and they possess a delightful chewiness. Truly delectable. Qiao Yun mused that if she had rice, she could easily finish 3 large bowls. Along with some beer. Delicious. Well then, try this leg too. While chewing, she served a leg to the wind and the selected tribespeople. They exchanged glances, their earlier fear resurfacing from when the wind had tasted it. What kind of food could turn as soon as Qiao Yun mentioned chili peppers? She became quite loquacious. The clan leader, listening nearby, grew curious about whether the chili was indeed as fiery as Qiao Yun described. Seizing the opportunity while Qiao Yun was distracted, he swiftly scooped up a piece of offal along with some chili and took a bite. Cough, cough, cough. "What is this? Tears are welling up?" As the clan leader coughed, he lamented. Qiao Yun looked at the clan leader in astonishment. "Did you eat the chili? Your entire face is flushed." Nian hurriedly fetched a glass of water for the clan leader. "That red plant? Yes, I thought it looked so appealing, so I just took a scoop and ate it. Serves you right for being scorched. Even Qiao Yun dares not eat that chili." The clan leader, however, consumed it all in one go. "But it's quite delicious. I shall have another taste." Once the clan leader regained his composure, he smacked his lips, reminiscing about the flavors of the spicy offal. Saliva uncontrollably dripping from his mouth. Just one more bite. This will absolutely be the last. He gazed at the offal and the spoon, silently vowing to indulge once more. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun and Nian watched as the clan leader took bite after bite. Other clan members, witnessing the clan leader's enjoyment, also came to sample the dish. Some who could handle the heat found the chili delightful, deliberately picking it out to eat. Others, unable to withstand the spice, took a single bite and vowed never to touch it again. Before long, the dish was nearly empty, with even the ginger and perilla leaves consumed. Qiao Yun remarked, "I didn't expect this dish to be so popular." After the meal, Qiao Yun retreated to her space to soak in the lake water. How refreshing. "I wish I could remain here forever," she sighed, closing her eyes. After her soak, Qiao Yun felt much more comfortable, free from the searing pain. She then began to experiment with pigments. Aside from the first perilla plant that Qiao Yun uprooted, she simply snipped the leaves off the others. The trimmed spots gradually sprouted tender shoots. Qiao Yun plucked some perilla leaves, along with turmeric rhizomes and madder root, placing these 3 items into small bamboo baskets before moving them out of her space. She specifically prepared 3 small stone bowls, filling them with perilla leaves to extract their juice. The same was done with the turmeric, while the madder root was simmered to yield a rich red hue. With all the pigments ready, Qiao Yun filled 3 large wooden bowls with the distinct colors. Starting with her cave, Qiao Yun dipped dogtail grass into the pigments and began to paint, having only learned simple line drawings. She struggled with anything more intricate. She depicted a charming, adorable snow leopard and a small lion, adding a few flowers and grasses to complete the scene. Pleased with her artwork, Qiao Yun admired the piece, realizing that a touch of color truly enhances its beauty. "Wow, Qiao Yun, what are you doing? What is this? It looks amazing." Feng happened to pass by, exclaiming in admiration. "Qiao Yun, the artist of simplistic wisdom. Do you think it looks good? Would you like me to paint your stone house too?" "Yes," Feng eagerly replied, fetching the pigments for Qiao while you end up be careful with them. "Don't spill," Qiao Yun declared with a proud air. "I promise, I won't spill a drop." Feng replied playfully, aware that the little ones wished to join in on the fun. "You're talking nonsense. You clearly want to play too," Qiao Yun retorted. She then made her way to Feng's stone house to paint a silly, goofy snow leopard for him. "Why does it feel like it doesn't resemble me?" Feng pondered, gazing at the painting with uncertainty. "How could it not? I think it looks quite like you, Qiao Yun." "I want to paint too," Mu called, inviting Qiao Yun to assist him with his own artwork. Coming. Qiao Yun grabbed a pigment and said, "Feng, quickly bring me those 2 pigments as well." "All right, I'll grab them in a moment." Feng still felt the snow leopard didn't resemble him, yet Mu insisted it did, leaving him in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Feng picked up the 2 bowls and sought out Qiao Yun. Based on Mu's character traits, Qiao Yun painted a mature and composed snow leopard. Qiao Yun, why do I feel like your snow leopard for Mu looks better than mine? No way. I want to paint another. Feng protested. Go away. You've already painted yours, so don't waste everyone's time. It's my turn now. The clan leader pushed Feng aside and asked Qiao Yun, it's my turn now. Hey, do you know how to queue? I've been standing here for so long. Where's the line? Unbeknownst to her, a crowd of clan members had gathered around Qiao Yun. One by one, everyone wanted their turn. And there was no need to rush. Qiao Yun urged everyone to quiet down, assuring them she would paint for each in turn. Just go about your business. There's no need to crowd around. She encouraged the clan members to disperse and not to watch. Chapter 52. The visceral feel of a street argument. Qiao Yun completed painting for each member, thankfully having enough pigment. However, Yunnan still lacked a house and had been residing with Mu. It was time for him to have his own place, allowing him to construct a stone house with the clan. Qiao Yun wouldn't admit it was because she wanted to draw a simple rabbit-like creature. As Qiao Yun focused on finishing the last details, an uproar seemed to erupt at the entrance of the clan's territory. She set down her dogtail grass and walked towards the commotion. Let go of me, you bandits! How dare you steal my belongings? You're finished. From a distance, Qiao Yun could hear the raucous voice of a man. Could it be that Lei Gang had stolen his property? Qiao Yun scanned the orc, who appeared rather fair-skinned, yet his incessant rambling made her question his sanity. I demand to see your clan leader. It's evident that your snow leopard clan is inexperienced in being beasts. You perfectly avoid all the traits a beast should possess. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yun could no longer contain her temper. Why are you shouting so loudly? You sound like a braying donkey, and your mouth is as endless as a cotton-padded waistline. Although Xiong Ziming didn't understand the term donkey, he recognized the sarcasm in Qiao Yun's tone. Is there no one left in your snow leopard clan? You actually sent a cub to handle matters. How disgraceful for a beast. Oh, please, you don't even possess the dignity of a beast. Xiong Ziming sneered, his words inciting Qiao Yun's ire, causing her chest to rise and fall with indignation. You effectively living the definition of triggered right now, and you seem to embody half of it yourself. Beast? Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot you are indeed a beast, so there's no need to claim any part. Qiao Yun mimicked his sarcastic tone, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Xiong Ziming attempted to charge in and give Qiao Yun a beating. What are you doing? Don't think for a moment that our snow leopard clan is weak. How dare you attempt to harm our cub in front of us? You're asking for a thrashing. A large group of clan members quickly stepped in to block the furious Xiong Ziming. The clan leader has arrived, someone shouted. What is going on? The clan leader asked sternly upon his arrival. I just got here and heard him insulting us, so I retorted, Qiao Yun replied, looking quite aggrieved. Shut your mouth. Not only are you robbing my belongings, but now you're insulting me. It's only fair that I retaliate against your theft. But you have no right to insult me. Xiong Ziming shouted, his anger boiling over. Qiao Yun had never encountered someone so shameless. If you can't speak civilly, then kindly leave, the clan leader bellowed, his expression darkening. What is happening here? The clan leader inquired of Lei Gang. I don't know him, Lei Gang replied, staring dumbfounded at Xiong Ziming, unsure why he had come to provoke the snow leopard clan. Don Lai, if you didn't know me, how did you end up with that bamboo basket? Xiong Ziming pointed at the bamboo basket in front of the stone house. That belongs to our clan. Lei Gang felt puzzled. How could someone assume they had stolen his belongings based on a single bamboo basket? It was utterly absurd, impossible. A master sold it to me, and I was just about to learn how to weave. Xiong Ziming scoffed in disbelief, continuing to challenge Lei Gang. Besides, can your clan of brawn produce such exquisite items? Xiong Ziming looked down on them. Everyone, apologies, but we truly can. If you don't believe us, come inside and take a look, but you mustn't damage anything here, the clan leader interjected. Humph, if you truly can, I'll stay and work for you for free for 30 years, Xiong Ziming retorted disdainfully. Great, Qiao Yun exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of free labor. Come along, I'll show you. Kid, you'll be working here. Then, Yunnan remarked as he patted Xiong Ziming's shoulder with a serious tone. Don't touch me. I don't believe it's a genius from the land of wealth. I've studied for so long, and yet Haven Team managed to replicate it. How could you possibly succeed? Speak big. And beware of losing your teeth. Xiong Ziming, with his nose in the air, followed Qiao Yun. Oh, why bother? Yunnan sighed with a hint of schadenfreude, then followed along without offering any warning. Come, let us first explore the structure of the stone house. You'll be living here for 30 years, Qiao Yun kindly reminded him. Nothing is guaranteed. I advise you, young one, not to overstep, or I won't hesitate to teach your clan a lesson. Oh dear. I am so frightened, Qiao Yun feigned terror, putting on an exaggerated expression. What is this? Xiong Ziming paused for a moment before swiftly approaching the Kong, his fingers tracing the exquisite craftsmanship. What is this? There's a tube leading up to it. Ventilation? He muttered to himself, lost in admiration. You're unaware, aren't you? This is called a Kong. When a fire is lit beneath, the bed becomes warm, banishing the cold of winter. Qiao Yun replied, a smug look on his face that seemed to invite a playful scuffle. Humph, that doesn't prove you can weave bamboo baskets, Xiong Ziming retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Be patient. We shall soon arrive, and then you can examine this table. Qiao Yun proudly tapped the table beneath them. This is crafted by our own hands, you know. Xiong Ziming scrutinized the table further. It was made entirely of wood, fitting together flawlessly without the aid of any tools, sturdy and unyielding. He was genuinely astonished, realizing that the Snow Leopard clan harbored such hidden talents, regardless of their inability to craft bamboo baskets. He felt compelled to remain. There were so many unfamiliar wonders here that stirred a sense of longing within him. Ahem, not bad. Quite impressive, Xiong Ziming said, clenching his fist and feigning a cough. Qiao Yun discerned the softening tone in his voice and thought, just wait. I'll have my way with you. He merely smiled in silence before leading Xiong Ziming to the central plaza. Scattered around the central plaza were several bamboo baskets. Xiong Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. You wove all these yourselves? The sound of his shattered worldview echoed in his ears. He could hardly believe that the strength-oriented beasts could create such exquisite items. While his own technically inclined kin fell short, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his clan. Of course. Yunnan, why don't you weave one for him to see? Absolutely, Yunnan replied without hesitation. Swiftly crafting a small bamboo basket, Xiong Ziming could hardly contain his astonishment. That I accept the wager. I shall work for you here without charge, he said, his spirits dampened by the undeniable evidence before him. Don't be downcast. The Snow Leopard clan is rather splendid, Yunnan reassured him. But there's a lack of food. Mere skills are insufficient, just like me. What good are gold coins without sustenance? At the mention of gold coins, Qiao Yun instinctively turned to him, her eyelids barely fluttering. What is that? Xiong Ziming, startled by her intense gaze, stammered. You possess gold coins, don't you? You could exchange them for 30 years of free labor. However, I currently have no money, Xiong Ziming admitted sheepishly. Humph, and yet you dare to speak, Qiao Yun said, her interest waning. Chapter 53. How could a robbery be left unfinished? By the way, which clan do you belong to? Yunnan inquired of Xiong Ziming. I am from the Panda clan of Yukai continent. Qiao Yun raised an eyebrow. Panda clan? Wait a moment. Xiong Ziming looked on in confusion as Qiao Yun dashed away. Panda cubs, she exclaimed, racing toward the cub stone house in search of the panda cubs, only to find it empty. Next, she sprinted to the wall, where she spotted several cubs stacked atop one another. Peering over the edge to observe the swift wind rabbits. How pitiable, she thought, gazing at the cubs below. Panda cubs, Qiao Yun called out. The panda cub, situated at the bottom of the stack, responded, while the others turned their heads, equally puzzled by her call. Quick, come here. You're so dirty. Let us go meet a beast man, she said, lifting the panda cub and brushing the dust from its fur. She needed to ensure the panda cub was spotless, so she could later solicit a fee for its care. No, not a fee, rather a guardian's remuneration, if the panda cub realized that Qiao Yun was cleaning it up merely to fetch a higher price. It would surely weep for her. Alas, it remained blissfully unaware. Once Qiao Yun had brushed the dust from the panda cub, she cradled it in her arms, forbidding it from touching the ground. The other cubs gazed enviously at the panda cub, for none had been carried off like this by Qiao Yun. Thus, Qiao Yun arrived at the central plaza, holding the panda cub, leaving Xiong Ziming utterly astonished. Why does Qiao Yun have a panda cub? He wondered. Did the Snow Leopard clan steal it? Not only did you take my gold coins, but you also abducted our cubs. He shot a look of incredulity at the two from the snow leopard clan. I found it in the bamboo forest, Qiao Yun explained. Impossible. Yukai continent is so far from the snow leopard clan. The panda cub could not have traversed here alone, unless it is the one that was stolen. Xiong Ming murmured, his voice dwindling as he realized how closely the cub resembled the one that had been taken. His mission had been to locate that very stolen cub. This tale began a month prior when a female beastman in his clan gave birth to two panda cubs. A moment of great joy, for it had been years since the panda clan had seen twins. That it was said that the birth of twins was a blessing from the beast god, heralding prosperity for the clan. Hence, the chieftain was elated, placing all hopes upon these two cubs, showering them with care. However, the news somehow leaked, and the rival wolf clan sent individuals to capture the two panda cubs. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, but one cub had already been taken. When they confronted the wolf clan for the return of their cub, they denied all accusations and assaulted the envoy from the panda clan. Consequently, the chieftain dispatched two groups, one to monitor the wolf clan's movements and the other to search for the lost panda cub. Unexpectedly, Xiong Ming had indeed found the panda cub. Excited, he reached out to embrace the panda cub, but Qiao Yun swiftly dodged his hand. Don't touch it until you've paid enough. What do you mean? Xiong Ming asked, perplexed. It means you must pay for their assistance in caring for the cub. I am currently working off a debt, Yun clarified. Qiao Yun nodded in agreement, and even the panda cub in her arms mimicked the gesture. See? Even the panda cub agrees. You owe gold coins. And after all, it's a divine beast of your clan. Concerning the price, Qiao Yun rubbed her fingers together, a sly grin spreading across her face. But I have no gold coins, and you all took my coins. Didn't you? Xiong Ming protested. Who took your coins? We certainly did not. I don't know. The beast man who robbed me claimed to be from the snow leopard clan, which is why I came here to retrieve my coins. Xiong Ming spread his hands, recalling, I remember two individuals coming to rob. That certainly wasn't us from the snow leopard clan. We had more than two people at the market. Qiao Yun, feeling fatigued, placed the panda cub on the ground, where it instinctively nestled against her feet, fearing that Xiong Ming might snatch it away. With all the delectable food from the snow leopard clan, it had no desire to return to the panda clan. Xiong Ming sighed. The market? I wasn't robbed at the market. It happened on the road, and I believe I heard them mention something about revenge. Upon seeing the cub's reaction, Xiong Ming felt resigned. Revenge? Could it be the one we robbed at the market? Qiao Yun pondered, stroking her chin in contemplation. Having dealt with many matters recently, she had somewhat forgotten what the beast man looked like. Cubs, go fetch Lei Gang. We will wait for you by the chieftain's stone house. She patted the cubs and instructed them. The cubs responded before scampering off. Once Lei Gang arrived, everything would become clear. Qiao Yun led Yun and Xiong Ming to sit in the chieftain's stone house, where the chieftain was also present. Have all matters been resolved? The chieftain cast a glance at Xiong Ming. Still displeased by his earlier remarks, Qiao Yun settled beside the chieftain, nudging him with her elbow, and whispered, This is Xiong Ming. He wishes to pay us gold coins for caring for the panda cub. The chieftain's demeanor shifted dramatically, his smile reappearing as he addressed Xiong Ming. You are called Ming, correct? So, what do you think? Asnt the snow leopard clan splendid. Would you care to stay? Both Yunin and Xiong Ming were taken aback. Qiao Yun paused, adding, But he currently has no money. The chieftain's smile vanished immediately as he scrutinized Xiong Ming, as if weighing his potential contributions. Xiong Ming awkwardly chuckled, shifting uncomfortably on the bench. Before long, the cubs returned, dragging Lei Gang along with them. Hey, stop. Cubs, don't chew on my grass skirt. It's my only one. If you ruin it, I'll have nothing to wear. Lei Gang lamented, caught in a humorous negotiation with the cubs. With a look of disdain, the cubs released their grip, and Qiao Yun cooperatively chimed in. I'll take you to brush your teeth later. Finally, the cubs trotted over to Qiao Yun, licking their paws. Qiao Yun, what do you need me for? Lei Gang inquired. Lei Gang examined his grass attire with a pained expression before inquiring of Qiao Yun. Do you recall what that orc who attempted to steal our gold coins looked like when we visited the market? Well, I have a vague impression. I only remember that his hair was quite long. Oh, and he had a large bump at the corner of his mouth, Qiao Yun replied. Suddenly, Xiong Ming stood up excitedly, exclaiming, Yes, that's him. He stole my belongings, the scoundrel. With a furious countenance, Xiong Ziming cursed, but the orc we managed to rob in return was not him. Lei Gang scratched the back of his head in rebuttal. Wasn't that fellow the one with a large black bump between his brows? His entire face was flushed red. Hey, how did you know that? Lei Gang looked at Xiong Ziming with surprise. Qiao Yun interjected. That large black bump is called a mole. Qiao Yun's focus was always rather peculiar to us. Oh, it must be these two orcs who robbed me. Then framed you, pretending to be the victims of your robbery. Such cunning. Observing Xiong Ziming's expression, Qiao Yun felt an ominous premonition that if the two of them stood before him now, they would be beaten to a pulp. Even if they survived, they would be left severely injured. How many gold coins did they rob you of? The chieftain hesitated to ask. 300,000 gold coins. Xiong Ziming replied. Qiao Yun, chieftain, those two rascals devoured that much money, and yet they casually offer us a mere few thousand as if we were beggars. Qiao Yun fumed. Lei Gang, how much gold did you manage to collect? Just a little over 1,000. I keep count when I buy things that I still count out 10 gold coins. Lei Gang responded, shocked by the mention of 300,000 coins. This is unacceptable. We must retrieve that sum. Come on, grab your weapons. Let us deal with them, the chieftain declared with righteous indignation. Xiong Ziming. Lei Gang. Clearly, he wasn't that enraged, and why did he feel as if the gold truly belonged to them? Wait a moment, wasn't that gold mine? Xiong Ziming interrupted them. Nonsense, it's ours. We went to rob them, and they should hand over all the gold. Yet they not only failed to yield all their coins, but also framed us for it. I cannot tolerate this, Qiao Yun angrily retorted. Chapter 54. A group brawl. This is my forte. Xiong Ziming. Yunin, finally seeing the true colors of the snow leopard clan. Was it still possible to escape with the cubs? Oh whoa. Yunin and Xiong Ziming turned in shock to the fluffy balls at their feet, their minds filled with a singular thought. It's over. Their cubs had been led astray. Qiao Yun eagerly climbed onto Mu's back. Raising a hand high, charge, let us reclaim our gold, and we can exchange it for our tribesmen. Instantly, the central plaza erupted with howls of enthusiasm. They surged forward, reaching the market in less than 10 minutes. Shoo, we need to send someone to their side. Pretending to be affluent, Qiao Yun whispered to the tribe members, since Qiao Yun's group and Lei Gang's group had already met with those two merchants. They needed unfamiliar faces to approach them. One tribe member volunteered. Qiao Yun, let me go. If we are to feign wealth, I cannot wear this grass attire. Qiao Yun pondered. What should we do? Accidentally, her gaze fell upon Xiong Ziming. Aha! Upon catching Qiao Yun's eye, Xiong Ziming felt an inexplicable chill run down his back. Xiong Ziming, you must remove your linen robe, Qiao Yun commanded. Xiong Ziming. Other tribe members. It would be rather embarrassing to undress on the spot. Xiong Ziming clutched at his collar, struggling, but the tribe member immediately assisted in removing it. Then, Qiao Yun's eyes were covered. Little cub, don't look. You might catch a cold. Ew. Xiong Ziming protested, defending his attire while seething with embarrassment. When Xiao Yun was able to see again, Xiong Ziming glared crimson-faced at the tribe member. That tribe member, clad in his robe, casually remarked, Oh, I'm just borrowing your linen robe for a bit. Don't be so stingy, Qiao Yun. There was a distinct air of a domineering CEO's pampered spouse. After the tribe member donned the linen robe, he swaggered over to the stall. One could only say that the orc at that stall was greedy enough to keep operating even after receiving such a bounty of gold. Truly, gluttony leads to downfall. Yet this also provided Qiao Yun and her companions an opportunity to reclaim their fortunes, or rather, to rob the rich to aid the poor. Qiao Yun would surely express her gratitude for the great favor they had done. Concealed in the grass, Qiao Yun and her companions quietly observed the orc. The orc, initially bored while tidying his new merchandise, suddenly widened his eyes upon spotting the tribe member in the linen robe. His pupils darted, and with a sly grin, he approached the tribe member. What would you like to buy? I assure you, my goods are the most comprehensive in the entire market, unmatched by others. The orc grinned broadly. The tribe member arrogantly replied, I don't believe you. I want something you certainly don't have. How would you know unless you say? Such arrogance hinted at significant wealth. The orc thought to himself, waiting eagerly to fleece him. Sweet potatoes, do you have any? What? What kind of potato? The orc was taken aback. Was someone trying to disrupt his business by mentioning something he didn't recognize? Look, you don't have it. So step aside. I'm going to the snow leopard clan. I hear they have this item. The snow leopard clan? Upon hearing this name, the orc's mind began to concoct a plan, having already framed them once. What was stopping him from doing so again, especially since they had snatched 500 of his coins? You're going to the Snow Leopard clan. You've taken a wrong turn. I'll guide you there. I know the way well. Resolute, the orc intended to lead the tribe member elsewhere to execute a robbery. Keep an eye on the stall. I'll take this orc to the Snow Leopard clan. The orc called back, Really? Don't deceive me. The tribe member responded, still somewhat skeptical, though the act was convincing. Indeed, it's this route. Then the orc led the tribe member away. Let us follow them, leaving some behind to watch Geta. Qiao Yun instructed as she gathered Mu and several tribe members. Brandishing her wooden club, Lei Gang and a portion of the tribe stayed behind to monitor Geta. The orc cheerfully led the tribe member into a small grove, intending to take him by surprise and knock him out. Unfortunately, the tribe member was prepared, and with Qiao Yun and her comrades charging in, a group brawl ensued. Qiao Yun was well versed in this kind of scuffle. Charge, brothers! Beat him to a pulp, Qiao Yun shouted, wielding a club taller than herself. The tribe members overwhelmed him, delivering kicks and punches, while Qiao Yun occasionally stomped down for good measure. Ultimately, Qiao Yun landed a decisive blow, taking the orc down. Tribe members. Qiao Yun, do you believe I didn't exert myself? Haha, I'm truly impressive, she declared. Mu, feeling a bit dazed, remarked, how could he be knocked out with just one blow? How will we continue the act now? It's all his fault. Irritated, Qiao Yun kicked the orc. Humph. Carry him back to collect the gold. Qiao Yun was the first to return to the stall. And upon seeing her, Lei Gang had also captured Geta. Let me go. Who are you? Geta exclaimed in terror. Quickly, hand over your gold coins. We've come to rob you, Lei Gang demanded. Geta became even more frightened. I don't know what you're talking about. I have nothing. Wait, isn't this the one who robbed me? Lei Gang scrutinized Geta's face, puzzled. Could there be accomplices? Qiao Yun inquired, leaning closer. It seems we must wait for this orc to awaken. Mu remarked, glancing at the unconscious orc on the ground. This is simple. Just watch me, he added. Qiao Yun pinched the orc's philtrum, forcibly waking him. Itsu. The orc clearly recognized Qiao Yun and Mu. Hurry up, be quick about it. Hand over those 300,000 gold coins, and we'll leave you with a whole corpse, Qiao Yun threatened. Pa, you want my life? I have no gold, the orc spat defiantly. Geta remained silent for a long while before weakly saying, I know where it is. You've lost your mind. That gold was meant for your brother's medical treatment. The orc, in a fit of madness, appeared to be hell-bent on rushing forward to slay Geta, his frenzied demeanor requiring several of his kin to restrain him just enough to prevent the assault. There was something amiss. Upon witnessing this scene, Qiao Yun furrowed her brow. However, both my brother and I did not wish for you to perish in such a manner. Fathered, we should cease our plundering. Tears streamed down Geta's face as she pleaded. I can offer you gold coins. Will you spare my father? Qiao Yun and the others exchanged glances, taken aback by their true predicament. Had they known, they would not have seized their gold and belongings. Yet, possessing gold coins would not save him from death. At that moment, Xiong Ziming interjected, if he falls ill, it is essentially a death sentence. That I understand. But what if? The orc then began to weep, covering his face in despair. Chapter 55, Chicken Bone Herb, an excellent medicinal material for treating the little yellow ones. Could you take us to see it? Perhaps it could provide a cure, Qiao Yun suddenly suggested, causing the orc to halt his sobs. Is that true? Can you heal my brother? Geta asked, her voice thick with tears. If you restore my son to health, I, Han Yuan, would gladly serve you in any way possible. Han Yuan immediately knelt to vow his allegiance. Presently, his brother lay on the ground, gravely ill, and both he and father were fearful that he might meet the beast god in the next moment. Hearing Qiao Yun's words, they could only resort to desperate measures. The kinfolk released Geta and the orc, who then led Qiao Yun and her companions back to their cave. However, Qiao Yun left some of the kin behind to tend to the stall. Upon arriving at the cave, Qiao Yun immediately spotted the orc lying on the ground. As she approached, she observed that his entire body had turned a sickly yellow, and his abdomen was distended. When did this happen? Qiao Yun inquired while examining the ailing orc. After we raided him and returned to the cave, he suddenly turned yellow all over and lost his appetite. Even if we force food into him, he just vomits it back up. Han Yuan shut his eyes tightly, refusing to let his tears fall. That we need to find a medicinal herb, chicken bone herb. The illness has not progressed for long that we must venture into the forest. Keeping a close eye on his condition, Qiao Yun retrieved a ginseng from her spatial pocket, reluctantly pulling off its roots before returning it to the earth. If there are dire circumstances, place this root in his mouth for him to suck on. Or use it to brew a medicinal tea, Qiao Yun instructed, before heading back into the forest with Mu and the others. Since chicken bone herb predominantly grows in sparse woodlands or thickets, they only needed to search along the forest's edge, which was not particularly perilous. The reason for aiding Hong Yuan's family was due to their unknowing role in plundering his home. Although Getta's brother's illness was not directly their fault, it may have been indirectly related. This was a form of compensation from the snow leopard clan. After all, they had acted rather hastily. Moreover, the chicken bone herb did not grow deep within the forest, or else they would not have dared to venture there. Qiao Yun and her party progressed smoothly, and before long, she discovered a chicken bone herb at the southern edge of the forest. Using it as a starting point, they subsequently found around 20 more of the herb. Not only that, but Qiao Yun also stumbled upon jujube trees, which were necessary for the remedy to treat Getta's brother. Although she believed it was inconsequential whether or not the jujubes were utilized, the clan lacked fruits, and they had to bring some backed up. Mu. When we leave, you must carry these trees back. The fruit is edible and has a sweet and sour taste. Qiao Yun pointed out, indicating the 5 jujube trees laden with fruit, swaying enticingly in the breeze, practically beckoning them to partake. Qiao Yun returned to Hong Yuan's cave with some kin, while Mu and 4 others were tasked with transporting the jujube trees. How did it go? Did you find anything? Hong Yuan inquired eagerly. That we found some. Legang, go fetch a small stone pot, Qiao Yun replied, panting heavily. She then busied herself washing the dirt off the chicken bone herb and prepared some water. Asking the kin to fetch a small wooden bowl, once the stone pot was ready, Qiao Yun placed several herbs inside, added water, and began brewing the chicken bone herb for tea. Once the tea is ready, give it to him. After a few days, he should recover. While tending the fire, Qiao Yun engaged in casual conversation with Hong Yuan. Yes, I will certainly remember, Hong Yuan promised. By the way, where is your mate? Legang inquired, curious. Do not mention it. My mate abandoned me for another orc, claiming I could not bear daughters. Hong Yuan sighed, unable to comprehend why his once gentle mate had left so abruptly. Qiao Yun mused, is it truly a world where only male orcs propagate? Such fortune, she felt a surge of excitement and joy. Unable to bear daughters? Xiong Ziming asked, astonished. Indeed, she bore 2 sons. Our tribe is matriarchal. Failing to produce daughters results in expulsion from the tribe, Hong Yuan lamented. The matriarchal tribe sounds quite appealing. If Qiao Yun were to traverse to such a place, wouldn't she be surrounded by handsome suitors once she matured? Qiao Yun daydreamed, by the way, we practice monogamy. A female orc cannot have 2 male partners simultaneously, which is why she cast me and the children out. After speaking, Hong Yuan felt tears welling up again that he was utterly inept, having inherited none of the beast god's abilities. Relying solely on thievery for survival, that it was merely because his family predominantly produced daughters that his mate had chosen him. After all, he was deemed useless within the tribe, incapable of anything. Yet, the beast god showed him no favoritism. Despite his efforts, he still could not father a daughter. Qiao Yun thought, momentarily plunged into despair, realizing how deluded she had been to think she could possess countless attractive males. What a foolish fantasy. Yet, Hong Yuan's plight was equally tragic. Was this not reminiscent of the family dramas from her previous world? Would you like to join our snow leopard clan? Look at your living conditions here. You have no protection. What if a beast were to carry you away? You must think not only of yourself, but also of your children, Mu proposed, extending an olive branch. Can we truly go? You want mind that all my children are boys? Hong Yuan asked cautiously. Of course not. In our snow leopard clan, male and female orcs hold equal status. Otherwise, I would not be here, Qiao Yun assured him with conviction. Moreover, we snow leopard clan dote on our young. So you need not worry. Then I shall return the 300,000 gold coins to you, Hong Yuan stated, moving to the corner to shift a stone and retrieve the coins. However, Qiao Yun noticed his face turn ashen, and he slowly turned to them, stammering, the gold coins are gone. With that, he fainted. Father, wake up. Please don't scare me. Getta cried out, rushing to embrace Hong Yuan. Do not panic. We must return to the tribe, Qiao Yun instructed, immediately standing to check on Hong Yuan. urging the kin to carry him and get his brother back to the clan. Chapter 56. 300,000 gold coins down the drain. Qiao Yun first administered the medicine to get his brother before hastily returning to the tribe. Chief, 300,000 gold coins have vanished, Qiao Yun shouted in anguish before even reaching the chief. What? The chief, hearing the commotion, rushed out with wide eyes. How could 300,000 simply vanish? He murmured. Qiao Yun sorrowfully recounted the events to the chief, who was utterly devastated, declaring, the three of them must remain to repay the debt. Very well, I will speak with the three of them. The kinfolk hastily constructed a stone hut for the trio. Matching the specifications of Qiao Yun's dwelling. Geta stood before the stone hut. She could hardly believe it was to be their home. No, this is merely a temporary arrangement. Once you repay the debt, and are able, you may purchase this stone hut. Qiao Yun interrupted her daydreams with a flat expression. This is already splendid. I have never resided in such a fine dwelling. Geta sincerely expressed to Qiao Yun. You will stay here for now, and when your father awakens, invite him to the dining hall for a meal. It is dark now. I must take my leave, Qiao Yun said, turning away, not towards the dining hall, but towards the enclosure. Upon arriving at the swift rabbit's enclosure, she noticed the rabbit munching on forget-me-not grass, having carelessly tossed its offspring onto the hay without a second thought. Such a carefree mother, were it not for the fact that the walls of her spatial pocket were not yet constructed, making it unsuitable for raising young ones. Qiao Yun would have long since taken a baby rabbit into her space. Alas, she could only touch them now, unable to do anything else. Just then, she heard the soft sounds of a calf nursing from the neighboring Muscovy cow. Is there a ghost? Since the swift rabbit and the colorful chicken had been housed within the enclosure, the Muscovy cow had also shifted there. Cautiously peeking in, Qiao Yun was astounded to see a white tiger cub desperately latching onto the Muscovy cow. Fervently nursing. It harbored no fear of being squashed by the hefty moose Huan Yo, little white tiger cub. What are you up to? Qiao Yun entered, swiftly seizing it by the nape, lifting it off the ground. A ring of milk stains adorned the corners of its mouth, and it showed no inclination to lick them away, perhaps saving them for a midnight snack. Qiao Yun haphazardly wiped them off. But the cub protested vocally, crying out in discontent. Dinner is almost ready, and yet you sneak away to drink milk. If you can't eat later, you'll be in trouble. Qiao Yun, exasperated, poked its little forehead. Wait a moment. She lifted the white tiger cub and exclaimed, Good heavens, how much weight have you gained? She attempted to lift its tail to discern its gender. The white tiger cub retorted, Are you being polite? Woe is me. I am not innocent. It seemed to realize it was indeed a little male tiger. Let me tell you, should you continue to gain weight, no female tiger will want you. Qiao Yun set the white tiger cub down and spoke earnestly. Meanwhile, the cub remained dejected, still brooding over the scrutiny it had received. Let me tell you, the competition among male beastmen is fierce. The adult beastman who came today was abandoned by a female beastman. If you keep eating, be careful. When you grow up, you might be rejected by female beastmen and then cast aside. The white tiger cub widened its eyes in surprise. Such a thing could happen. But it was just a child. What was wrong with eating a little? Did it not eat when it was younger? The cub, indignant, sulked and turned its back to Qiao Yun, refusing to look at her. Humph! How could one say that the cub was fat? Its chubbiness was not fat. It was adorable. Upon witnessing the cub's reaction, Qiao Yun chuckled. This little chubby one was quite sensitive. It was clearly smaller than the snow leopard cubs. Yet it had already consumed more than they did, and was even sturdier. Qiao Yun dashed forward and scooped up the white tiger cub. All right, I was wrong. I promise not to mention it again. Will you forgive me? She affectionately ruffled its little head. A whoa. The white tiger cub's cry elongated as if to say, What did you do wrong? Qiao Yun replied. I was wrong everywhere. I was wrong to interrupt you. Wrong to say you were fat. Wrong to. Before she could finish, the indignant white tiger cub playfully nipped at her. Of course, it was a mock bite. But how could Qiao Yun pass up such a splendid chance to feign injury? Ouch! That hurts. I'm bleeding, she exclaimed dramatically. The white tiger cub hesitated and released its mouth, gazing quizzically at Qiao Yun's hand. How strange. It didn't seem to have bitten down hard. The cub, feeling guilty, thought, All right, I suppose I can forgive her this once. With plenty of companions among the white tiger cubs, it decided to let her off the hook. The white tiger cub affectionately licked the spot it had just nibbled, hoping to evade Qiao Yun's nagging. Now, have the cubs grown smarter? Qiao Yun mused as she carried the white tiger cub to the dining hall, where the aroma of steaming trotters wafted in the air. After that, she returned to her stone house to rest. Her stone house had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only was there a Kong bed, table, and stools, but also a wooden sofa. Astonishing, Qiao Yun had even crafted a sofa, which in the eyes of her kin was akin to a Kong. Albeit less practical. However, Qiao Yun planned to use the fur from beasts captured by her kin to decorate the sofa in the future. After lying on the Kong for a while, Qiao Yun entered her space to check on the progress of her pumpkin seeds and potato sprouts. Upon entering, the notification from her space chimed, "Ding! Congratulations, your planting goals have been achieved. There are still seafood products and livestock to complete, so please double your efforts." So, the pumpkin sprouts and potato sprouts were thriving. Qiao Yun dashed over, exclaiming in delight as she discovered that the pumpkin sprouts had not only sprouted but were already peeking out. The potato sprouts had only just begun to emerge. Perhaps by the time the cured meat was ready, the potatoes and peanuts would be ripe as well. Next, Qiao Yun ventured to another plot of land to plant a single banana taro seedling. She then used her spiritual energy to check on the breeding situation of the hairy crabs and crayfish. Their reproductive capabilities were truly impressive. The number of crayfish had increased by 300, while the hairy crabs had multiplied by 200. Now, there were a total of 1,318 seafood to cultivate. The day of the crayfish feast was drawing near. At that moment, Xiaoji returned, bringing with him 90 gold coins. This time, Qiao Yun decided against selling bamboo baskets and opted instead to sell bamboo mats. Fortunately, she had previously stored 20 bamboo mats in her space. Otherwise, she would have had to venture into the central square in the dark. "Xiaoji, what do you suggest as the selling price for these bamboo mats?" "Ding, scanning in progress. Scan complete. Bamboo mats can be used as bedding. Suggested selling price, 50 gold coins each. Then I shall sell 15 bamboo mats at 50 gold coins each, and the remaining 5 can be traded for unique items from others." Ding. Setting successful. "Please be patient, master." After delivering the message, Xiaoji vanished from sight. Qiao Yun, feeling content, exited her space and gradually drifted into slumber upon the Kong. Chapter 57. The heavy rain arrives the following day. Before dawn, Qiao Yun was roused by the sound of thunder. The weather was indeed capricious. Just yesterday, the sun had shone brightly, yet today, rain began to pour. Sleepy-eyed, Qiao Yun murmured for a moment before turning to embrace Nian Nian, who had dozed off again. When Qiao Yun finally awakened, the sky was dim and the ground was a muddy mess. Judging by the current conditions, it seemed the rain would only intensify, with rain falling. Venturing outside was impossible, which was quite disheartening. "Qiao Yun, let us take advantage of the lull before the downpour and go play with the cubs," Nian Nian suggested, stretching languidly. "I'd rather check on the wind rabbit and colorful chicken." Qiao Yun replied, gazing at the gloomy sky with concern. After pondering for a moment, Nian Nian added, "Then I shall accompany you." As the ground became slippery, Nian Nian and Qiao Yun tread carefully. Before they reached the enclosure, they found a circle of kin gathered around. "Are the wind rabbit cubs all right?" Qiao Yun inquired anxiously. "They seem to be struggling to survive." One of the kin replied solemnly. The kin parted to allow Qiao Yun to enter and observe. The wind rabbit cubs were trembling beneath the belly of their mother, shivering uncontrollably. They had yet to grow their fur, and the arrival of summer rain had caused the temperature to plummet. "This won't do. We need to modify the enclosure once more," Qiao Yun stated with determination as she looked at the quaking cubs. Initially, she believed a simple rain shield would suffice, but it was evident that more was needed. A small shelter must be constructed within the enclosure to house the wind rabbits. Without delay, Qiao Yun instructed the kin to gather stones. She required regular-shaped stones, but they were all oddly shaped, necessitating cutting. However, without tools for cutting, the kin transformed their hands into beastly claws, gradually shaping the stones into regular forms. Yet, having stones alone was insufficient. Qiao Yun also needed mud from the river, since bamboo baskets would leak. The kin hastily crafted a stone vat and returned with a full vat of mud. Qiao Yun recalled a few construction techniques. First, a layer of mud would be laid on the ground, followed by stones placed atop it, and then another layer of mud on the stones, repeating the process until a not-so-sturdy stone shelter was formed. It was deemed not sturdy because the mud was wet. It would only solidify once dried. The previous enclosure had not utilized mud, but was constructed directly from stones, inevitably leaving some gaps for the wind to seep through. Qiao Yun also envisioned using this stone shelter during winter. So she added mud to reinforce it, ensuring its strength. However, with the thunderstorm approaching, Qiao Yun feared the shelter would collapse under the downpour. What to do now? There were no tents available. A tent? Qiao Yun suddenly recalled a particularly resilient animal hide captured by the kin during a hunt. Perhaps it could provide some protection from the rain. Most of those hides were currently atop the Kong beds in various stone houses. Tribal leader, quickly instruct the kin to fetch the animal hides from their Kong beds. I have a use for them, Qiao Yun shouted, as the wind began to howl. As she spoke, a gust of wind rushed into her mouth, causing her words to come out slowly. The tribal leader promptly commanded the kin to retrieve the hides, for the strong winds heralded the imminent arrival of a storm. The kin scrambled back to their stone houses, each covered in mud, but clutching pristine animal hides. However, these mismatched pieces would need to be sewn together to effectively shield against the rain. Why does it seem like there's always so much to do every day? Qiao Yun pondered, wishing she could fashion needles from beast fangs. But where would she find such fangs now? Tribal leader. This won't do. These hides cannot be sewn together, and thus we cannot block the rain completely, Qiao Yun exclaimed. What shall we do then? The tribal leader called out in response. Is there any sharp beast fang in the tribe? Yes, in the kitchen. We caught some during yesterday's hunt. I will retrieve them. Huiying suddenly remembered and dashed off to the kitchen. Just then, the skies opened up and rain began to pour. Everyone, join the hides together and ensure the stone shelter remains standing. The clan leader bellowed, and the clan members nimbly scrambled atop the stone roof, pressing the animal hide firmly to prevent it from being whisked away by the wind. Qiao Yun and Yin Yin deftly rolled the fur that had fallen from the cub into yarn. Once the beast's teeth were brought forth, they merely needed to pierce a hole at one end to sew it together. Before long, Huiying returned with several sharp beast teeth. Yu and the clan leader, stationed below, made small holes in the teeth, and Qiao Yun threaded the prepared yarn through the openings, passing it to Yin Yin and Huiying, while she herself began to sew with painstaking precision below. The animal hide was exceptionally tough, requiring considerable strength from Qiao Yun to push the teeth through. Eventually, when Qiao Yun could no longer muster the strength, the clan leader took over. Having observed Qiao Yun's sewing technique for a while, he had become quite adept by the time it was his turn, even managing to stitch a simplistic snow leopard at the seam. Qiao Yun thought to herself, how was I unaware of the clan leader's flamboyance before? Showing off in front of her, how shameless. Because of the clan leader's extravagant snow leopard, they soon found themselves short on yarn. The clan members exclaimed, this is what you get for being ostentatious. Clan leader, hurry and transform into a snow leopard. I need your fur to make more yarn. Qiao Yun, exasperated, asked, why? Why don't you call them? The clan leader, with a proud expression, replied, I am the clan leader. I shall not transform. What else could it be? Had it not been for your snow leopard, we would have had enough yarn. Hurry, stop dawdling. Qiao Yun, growing impatient, shot a glare at the clan leader. The clan leader, conceding, said, fine, fine, I will transform. But why so fierce? Reluctantly, the clan leader morphed into a snow leopard, only to have the rain immediately drench his fur. My fur is wet. I certainly can't pluck any for yarn now. Qiao Yun, expressionless, reached out and began to pluck fur. The clan members gasped, exclaiming, Qiao Yun is truly daring, doing what they have always feared to do. Well done, Qiao Yun. Oh, the clan leader yelped in pain, casting a reproachful glance at Qiao Yun. Unmoved, Qiao Yun continued her plucking. The clan leader, unable to bear it any longer, buried his face in his paws, lying on the ground and whimpering. The rain fell, mirroring the chill in his heart, while the plucked areas burned with a fiery sting. After Qiao Yun finished plucking the clan leader's fur, she began to roll it into yarn. Once the yarn was complete, she tossed it to Yin Yin and Huiying to continue their sewing. Before long, they had successfully stitched all the animal hides together, and just as Qiao Yun had hoped, the hide proved waterproof. Once the rain ceased, they planned to craft umbrellas for each household, wiping the rainwater from her face. Qiao Yun declared, all right, everyone, quickly return to the stone house for a warm bath and change into fresh grass clothing. I will prepare some ginger water for you shortly. Upon hearing this, the clan members departed. Qiao Yun tended the fire in the swift-wind rabbit's shelter for a while to ward off the cold. Thankfully, the colorful chicken and moose Huan Yo had constructed a sufficiently large rain shield, so they remained unscathed. After ensuring the fire in the Swiftwind Rabbit's stone house had extinguished and dousing it with rainwater to eliminate any chance of rekindling, Qiao Yun braved the rain to return to the stone house. Preparing to boil water for a bath. Chapter 58. Umbrella. Umbrella. I have an umbrella. No worries in the rain. Qiao Yun retrieved a ladle of water from her space and, feeling particularly lazy, poured it directly into the stone basin. Then kindled a fire around it. Without waiting for the water to heat, she jumped in. This behavior is colloquially referred to as boiling oneself, akin to a frog in warm water. Qiao Yun, guiltlessly soaking in the warmth. Didn't he fear the prospect of being boiled alive as the water temperature rose? She attempted to climb out, only to find the basin too hot to handle. Moreover, she began to feel the bottom of the basin scorching her feet. Is this what they call poetic justice? Fortunately, Nian Nian returned just then, witnessing Qiao Yun's self-immolation in shock that, oh my goodness, I've never seen such a reckless approach. Nian Nian, hurry, help me extinguish this fire, Qiao Yun pleaded with a pitiful expression. What sort of operation is this? You set yourself ablaze. I was too lazy to wait, so I thought I'd just combine boiling and soaking. Who knew it would get so hot? Qiao Yun felt quite aggrieved. Nian Nian quickly gathered firewood to extinguish the flames. Oh, you want to join me for a soak? It's quite pleasant. Qiao Yun tempted, thinking she could transform Nian Nian into a little lion later. Not a chance. What if I catch your foolishness from your bathwater? Nian Nian teased. Qiao Yun replied. It's just a moment of laziness. Is it really necessary to call me foolish? Seriously, come and try it. The water has unique properties. Ignoring Nian Nian's jibes, Qiao Yun continued to persuade her. You go over there. I'm going in. Nian Nian removed her grass clothing and stepped into the stone basin. Ah, this is so comfortable. Qiao Yun, help me scrub. Nian Nian instructed that you're treating me like a bath attendant. Qiao Yun could only resign herself to the task, expecting to have a little lion to pet. She found herself doing the work instead. Truly, she felt as though she had lost both her lady and her soldier, and Qiao Yun simmered in indignation. She transformed her frustration into motivation and scrubbed vigorously. After a while, Qiao Yun climbed out of the basin, donned the new grass clothing Nian Nian had made for her, and prepared to craft an umbrella, since the clan members had taken their own hides. The cubs in Qiao Yun's hides remained untouched. Qiao Yun intended to use this hide to create an umbrella. She fashioned the umbrella frame from bamboo and then adhered the animal hide to it. A rudimentary yet functional umbrella was born. While Nian Nian continued her soak, Qiao Yun announced her departure to the kitchen to prepare ginger water. Hey, this umbrella is indeed effective. At least it keeps me dry. Qiao Yun mused as she strolled confidently with the umbrella into the kitchen. Along the way, some clan members stared anxiously at the sky from the stonehouse entrance, only to be astonished to see Qiao Yun alone. Carrying an unknown object down the path, they were utterly taken aback, with a few curious souls wishing to discern what Qiao Yun held aloft. Qiao Yun excused herself, stating she was off to prepare ginger water. And they allowed her passage. Once in the kitchen, Qiao Yun prepped the ginger, smashing it before placing it in the water to boil. Earlier, she had noticed that most clan members had obediently bathed and changed into fresh grass clothing. Though she was unsure whether they had taken cold or warm baths, moments later, the ginger water began to bubble. Qiao Yun then transported the entire stone pot to her space, making her way through the stone houses. Urging everyone to drink the ginger-watered tea this point, the clan members remained oblivious to the ginger water's potency, believing it to be merely delicious. Upon taking their first sip, the flavor struck them as peculiar. Qiao Yun, what is this? Poison. Feng exclaimed after tasting the ginger water, setting the bowl on the table and quietly pushing it away. What are you doing? Hurry and drink. I still need to deliver some to the next household. Qiao Yun chided, impatiently assisting him. Ugh, Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun placed the wooden bowl down and departed with a flourish. No need to see me off. I'm off to the next house. She waved over her shoulder. Raising her umbrella as she exited, Feng silently pitied the other clan members for a moment, realizing that nearly every one of them had fallen victim to Qiao Yun's antics. The clan members quietly bestowed upon her the title of Master of Ginger Soup. Strangely enough, it suited Qiao Yun's persona quite well. That by afternoon, the rain finally ceased. Qiao Yun hurried to the enclosure, eager to check on the Swiftwind rabbit cubs to see if they had survived. Upon entering, she spotted several small rabbit heads peeking out, each no larger than Qiao Yun's palm. This sight reminded her of the affectionate nickname netizens in her previous world had for small rabbits, a little rabbit. Upon closer inspection, she could see the soft, downy fur on the swift-winged rabbit cubs. Qiao Yun nodded, satisfied that they were all present and unharmed, though perhaps a few strands of fur had been shed during their hasty retreat. Reassured, she departed to seek out the clan leader. Due to Qiao Yun's creation of the umbrella, the clan leader wished for her to teach the clan members how to make one as well. However, with the rain just having fallen, the beasts were unlikely to emerge, and the clan leader had to abandon the idea. Xiong Ziming, intrigued, touched Qiao Yun's umbrella, exclaiming, "Good heavens, this exquisite construction, how does it open and close so seamlessly? It is truly marvelous." He gazed at Nian Nian with starry eyes. "Nian Nian, how did you make this? Could you teach me?" As he spoke, Xiong Ziming cast a bashful glance at Nian Nian. Qiao Yun interjected, "He clearly stands right in front of me, yet he still mistakes her for someone else. That it was not entirely his fault." Upon arriving, Xiong Ziming had seen Nian Nian weaving a bamboo basket. After hearing that the beastmen of the snow leopard tribe acknowledged Nian Nian's inheritance of the beast goddess techniques, he assumed that this umbrella had also been crafted by her. It wasn't me. It was Qiao Yun." Nian Nian pointed at Qiao Yun, who immediately raised her nose haughtily at Xiong Ziming. "How could that be? Nian Nian, didn't you inherit the beast goddess techniques?" "You must be joking." Xiong Ziming looked at Qiao Yun in disbelief. "That in fact, this umbrella was indeed made by me. Given your earlier behavior, I've decided not to teach you," Qiao Yun teased, wishing to provoke him. "Please, Qiao Yun, I was wrong. Teach me how to make an umbrella. I'll do anything you ask." Cough, cough, silence yourself. The clan leader, while sipping water, was choked by the words of Xiong Ziming that he shot a glare at him, admonishing him for corrupting the cubs, and doubled the compensation gold coins. Nian Nian and Qiao Yun exchanged bewildered glances at the clan leader. The clan leader awkwardly chuckled. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Please continue your discussion." He then departed, dragging Xiong Ziming along with him. "Clan leader, let go of me. Honestly, Qiao Yun can teach me how to make an umbrella. She'll let me do anything." "No, you cannot." The sounds of their quarrel faded into the distance. "By the way, Nian Nian, I'm going to check on Hong Yuan and his 3 sons. Go ahead, go ahead." Nian Nian shooed Qiao Yun away like a fly. "Honestly, each day they seem to grow more disdainful of me." Alas, life is arduous. After lamenting, Qiao Yun went to the kitchen to brew a bowl of chicken bone herb water, then carried the concoction to Hong Yuan's stone house. Chapter 59, The Snow Leopard Clan. Discussing techniques, they are quite serious. Upon entering the stone house, Qiao Yun found Hong Yuan sitting on the Kong bed, appearing dazed. "What is the matter?" Qiao Yun inquired with curiosity. Geta quietly approached Qiao Yun and whispered, "My father has been like this ever since he woke up. I have no idea why." Qiao Yun handed the medicine to Geta for him to administer to his brother. Then, she stepped in front of Hong Yuan and poked him. "What is wrong with you?" Only then did Hong Yuan seem to notice Qiao Yun's presence. "Qiao Yun, what brings you here? Sit, quickly. You still haven't answered my question. What is wrong with you? Your son said you changed after waking up." Hong Yuan's eyes instantly lost their luster as he sighed heavily, lamenting, "I am sorry to you all. I did not expect my partner to take those 300,000 gold coins. Wait, weren't you driven out of the tribe? Why does your partner still seek you?" "It's because she deceived my father, claiming that her heart still holds him dear, and that driving him out was only temporary. Once her new partner bears a daughter, she will abandon the new one and return to my father." Geta slammed a wooden bowl down on the table, indignantly exclaiming, "The crux is, my father actually believes her foolish words. That he is truly foolish. He gave her all the money he had looted before, and now he has revealed this 300,000 gold coins to her. Now, it's all gone." Qiao Yun gasped. "I never imagined one could encounter such a wretched woman in this world. I explicitly told her that this is the gold to save Pandan. How could she bear to take it all, leaving not even a single coin? Pandan is also her child. How could she be so heartless?" As Hong Yuan spoke, sorrow overtook him, and he could not help but choke back tears. "If I may ask, her new partner isn't the son of your clan leader, is it?" Qiao Yun timidly inquired. "How did you know?" sighed Hong Yuan. My father is powerless and has yet to awaken any abilities. He only has 2 sons. However, her new partner is powerful, with his mother being the clan leader. By marrying that male beast man, her status in the tribe has surely risen. My father still believes her lies, and now she possesses both power and gold. Geta scoffed. Father, you shouldn't speak of your mother that way. Mother? Hong Yuan's eyes reddened as he pleaded with Geta. Bah, she is unworthy. Father, do you know? When you were not around, she would whip my brother mercilessly, as if she wished for his death after I was born. She intended to do the same to me. Had it not been for my brother's protection, you would never have even seen my face. Geta grew increasingly agitated. How could this be? She told me that regardless of whether you are a boy or a girl, she would treat you well. Humph, she forbade us from telling you. Otherwise, you would not know. Even now, the scars on my brother's body remain. Would you like to see? Geta declared, pulling back Panan's grass clothing. Tio reveal an array of whip marks across Panan's body, some of which were ancient, deeply etched into his skin. The newer lashings still oozed blood, demonstrating the severity of the beatings. Seeing the scars on Panan, Hong Yuan lost all composure. I have treated you so well. Why do you do this to me? Panan is our child. Why? Qiao Yun was equally horrified, shocked to see that the child bore no unscathed part, at least now. I see her true nature, sparing the child thus. Qiao Yun and Yin transformed into a little lion and a little snow leopard, frolicking on the fluffy surface, truly bouncy. Xiong Ziming, in the depths of slumber, sensed a gentle thumping on his belly. Yet, reluctant to open his eyes, he waved his hand and seized the two little partygoers. He then pressed them onto his abdomen, compelling them to sleep. Qiao Yun and Yin protested. Let go. No, we can't breathe. They struggled and squirmed, but eventually succumbed to slumber. Before dawn broke, Qiao Yun sprang up with great vigor, exclaiming, Fluff! She pawed around but could not find the delightful fluff from the previous night. That oh no. The fluff is gone. Only a big belly remains. Qiao Yun lamented, deeply saddened as the beautiful white fluff she had admired was now lost. She had intended to craft a garment for Yin from it. In her sorrow, Qiao Yun howled, using her cries to express her inner anguish. Xiong Ziming remarked, he hasn't yet accounted for the disturbance you caused him last night, and here you are, acting as if the world is ending. As if he has wronged you. He sat up, capturing Qiao Yun in one hand and Yin in the other. What a large panda you are. Qiao Yun gazed at Xiong Ziming's panda visage, momentarily stunned. Upon regaining her senses, she wriggled free from his grasp and began to dance upon him. Xiong Ziming exclaimed, dancing all night was enough. Must you continue now? He swiftly caught Qiao Yun by the neck. Immediately transforming into a human, Qiao Yun curled her paws, her tail raised to shield her modesty, watching in disbelief as the national treasure morphed into a person. Oh no, my source of joy is gone. The commotion finally roused Yin from her slumber. Stretching languidly, she feigned ignorance of their antics and dashed outside, eager to observe the swift rabbits and colorful chickens near the wall. Qiao Yun gazed forlornly as Yin departed, leaving her to face Xiong Ziming. Sire. Oh dear, it wasn't intentional, and yet he shouts at me. Feeling wronged, Qiao Yun lay there, accepting Xiong Ziming's accusations. Once he finished his tirade, Qiao Yun instantly perked up and dashed away. She returned to her stone abode, transformed into her human form, and sought out the tribe leader. With the weather favorable, she planned to hunt for beasts whose pelts could be fashioned into umbrellas. One hide could yield 5 umbrellas, so there was no need for extensive hunting. Moreover, the leader must not hunt any beasts that had offspring. Otherwise, they would be unable to make umbrellas in the future. Qiao Yun nearly resorted to tugging at the leader's ears to emphasize her point. All right, I understand. You repeat this 3 times a day. Who doesn't know? The leader replied tersely. Also, leader, I require some tribe members to accompany me to the northern lands. How many do you need? Not many, just 10. Fine. Go find Mu. The leader promptly dismissed the bothersome Qiao Yun. She then set off to find Mu, who was in the central square preparing for an expedition. Mu, wait, I need 10 tribe members. The leader has agreed. Spotting Mu about to depart, she hurriedly called out, choose them yourself. Qiao Yun retained the newest beastmen and a few tribe members. Yunin, possessing commendable hunting skills, joined the hunting team, while Guda and Hong Yuan, whose abilities were still uncertain, remained behind to tend to the fields. Qiao Yun led her 10 companions to the stone dwelling recently constructed by Xiong Ziming. Retrieving the farming tools prepared the night before, she then ventured to bring forth the mushy Wanius, eager to ascertain if it could serve as a plow animal. If successful, it would greatly ease their labor. Qiao Yun secured the mushy Wanius with a stout grass rope, and together they made their way to the northern hillside to prepare the fields for tilling. The ascent was treacherous and slippery, prompting her to forge a more accessible path. With a vigorous swing of her hoe, she effortlessly unearthed the soil. Qiao Yun envisioned creating steps, making future visits much more convenient. Observing her method, the tribe members emulated her actions. It must be noted that Hong Yuan appeared to have an innate talent for farming. While other steps were uneven or too low, Hong Yuan's were impeccably flat and standard. Everyone marveled, though this is our first time. Why do you excel so? In no time, the staircase up the hill was completed. Qiao Yun commenced planting from the highest point, as the gentle slope was particularly suited for agriculture. She envisioned transforming this area into terraced fields, cultivating various crops in layers. They first removed all the wild grasses from the land, but did not discard them, as they could be used to feed the mushy Wanius or the swift rabbits. Look, the mushy Wanius is already munching. Before long, the wild grass was entirely cleared. Qiao Yun discovered a treasure amidst the grass, a soybean sprout. She quickly relocated it to her space for nurturing. Regrettably, she only found one. It likely resulted from a bird that, unable to digest it, expelled it whole during its excretion, allowing it to grow independently amidst the dense grass. Chapter 61. Planting peanuts. Qiao Yun dragged the plow behind the mushy Wanius, preparing to till the land, but the creature remained stationary, contentedly grazing. Qiao Yun remarked, "You've driven her to this." She gathered the remaining grass, leaving only a few handfuls, which she tied together with a grass rope. The other end was affixed to a stick held by her as she sat upon the mushy Wanius's back. Indeed, this was her ingenious fishing method. As the tribe members readied themselves in front of the plow, the mushy Wanius, upon finishing its grass, craned its neck towards the stick, yearning to nibble at the grass hanging from it. Qiao Yun, however, would not indulge its desires. She positioned the grass just out of reach. A rather devious tactic. The mushy Wanius, driven by its desire for grass, moved forward, and the plow followed suit. Wow, Qiao Yun, it's really moving. Is this truly magical? Godar exclaimed, astonished at the land being plowed by the mushy Wanius. Of course, Qiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Perched on the creature's back, swinging her short legs, the tribe members began to self-organize, since some beasts needed to ride on the mushy Wanius's back to entice it with grass. The weaker ones mounted first, exchanging positions once those below grew weary. Qiao Yun, however, merely observed, relishing the experience. Utilizing the mushy Wanius for plowing proved remarkably efficient, as they soon completed tilling approximately 2 hectares of land, thanks to the efforts of 5 mushy Wanius. After finishing, Qiao Yun rewarded the 5 animals with some of the gathered grass. Next, she set about digging holes to plant peanuts. She retrieved the previously sprouted peanut seedlings and equipped each beastman with a hoe. Hers was a miniature version. Having asked the tribe members to shorten their sticks, she effortlessly dug a hole with a gentle swing of her hoe. Qiao Yun and Gudo worked together to place the peanut seedlings into the holes and cover them up. Noticing how convenient Qiao Yun's small hoe was, Gudo too shortened his stick, as did Hong Yuan. Once the small holes were dug, the tribe members turned back to assist in planting the peanut seedlings. Since Qiao Yun had only planted half of the peanuts in her space, they eventually ran short of seedlings. Therefore, she planted half of the already sprouted seedlings and half of the unsprouted peanuts. Unfortunately, she had yet to soak the peanuts, so she would need to return the following day for those. When they finally looked up, evening had arrived. Fortunately, tribe members had delivered lunch earlier, or they would have surely starved. With spirits high, they led the mushy Wanius back, tidying up their tools. Qiao Yun, however, remained upon the mushy Wanius's back, determined to become a cowherd boy. Tomorrow, she would return for the pumpkin planting showdown. Upon bringing the mushy Wanius back within the walls, they were summoned by the leader to the central square. Mu and the others had gone hunting. Capturing 20 of a certain wild beast. 1 would be saved for dinner, while the others would be prepared as cured meat and jerky. Since Qiao Yun had previously instructed Bo Li'er on the process, he would handle the jerky this time. After Mu skinned the beasts, he awaited Qiao Yun's return to learn how to make umbrellas. Just as Qiao Yun was about to wash up after her day of planting, she sighed, realizing the leader was indeed a diligent capitalist, wasting no time and constantly seeking to maximize her labor. With a dirty face, she began to instruct them on crafting umbrellas. Perhaps, Qiao Yun, you should wash up first. the leader suggested hesitantly, his conscience pricking him. No need. Let me teach Xiong Ziming first, then I will wash up. Qiao Yun, somewhat indifferent, waved his hand and methodically instructed Xiong Ziming on how to construct the umbrella ribs, followed by the technique of attaching the beast hide to them. Xiong Ziming was quite earnest in his learning. It was no surprise, for if he were to be careless and delay Qiao Yun's bath, he was certain that Qiao Yun would once again dance upon his belly that night, with deft hands. Qiao Yun completed the umbrella ribs and skillfully cut and sewed the beast hide onto them. His movements flowed seamlessly, captivating Xiong Ziming, who dared not blink, fearful of missing a crucial step and incurring punishment. Silently, Xiong Ziming pitted himself. He had barely emerged from one ordeal only to be waylaid, losing his gold coins and now being detained to labor in repayment of a debt. The little brat demanded 500,000 gold coins. How many years of toil would that require? How many decades could a bear's life endure? His plight was truly lamentable. Upon completion, Qiao Yun regarded Xiong Ziming with a gaze filled with intent. Xiong Ziming anxiously produced a satisfactory umbrella. Very good. Now, teach the clan members how to make one as well. I shall go take a bath. Qiao Yun observed Xiong Ziming's handiwork with a satisfied smile before hurriedly dashing off to wash. The combination of dirt and sweat clung to Qiao Yun's garments, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. Moreover, he could detect the pungent odor of his own perspiration without even having to lower his gaze. All this is the chief's fault, Qiao Yun lamented, nearly in tears, as he seized a bar of soap and made his way downstream to bathe. How refreshing it felt to emerge from the water. Fragrant and renewed, Qiao Yun scrubbed himself vigorously. Emerging from the river after thoroughly cleansing his skin, he leaned down to inhale the delightful scent of soap wafting from his body. However, as he passed the kitchen, he was called over by Bo Lier. Qiao Yun, come handle this entrail. I can't manage it. Just as Qiao Yun was about to sneak away, he thought, so all that washing was for naught. Reluctantly, he approached to deal with the entrail, vigorously scrubbing the intestines with salt as if to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, Bo Lier set about roasting the beast. Seeing the roasted meat, Qiao Yun suddenly recalled the honey he had collected previously, which would pair splendidly with the meat. Bo Lier, you handle the entrail, and I shall teach you. Qiao Yun gestured for Bo Lier to come closer. After demonstrating how to clean the intestines, he allowed Bo Lier to take over. He then retrieved ginger and chili from his space, instructing Bo Lier to chop them while he dashed off to prepare the meat. The skin of the meat sizzled over the fire, tempting Qiao Yun's appetite. He swallowed hard and began drizzling honey over the roasting meat. Lacking a brush, he used a stone knife to spread it. This inconvenient world, Qiao Yun sighed, reflecting on its monotony. Perhaps it was the honey's allure or the aroma of the meat wafting through the air, but in the brief time he stepped away. A circle of little ones had gathered around the roast, licking their lips with eager anticipation, their intentions glaringly apparent. When did you all arrive? Weren't you at the central square? Teske, it's not cooked yet. Step aside. Once it's done, I shall sneak you a piece. Qiao Yun made a sound akin to a dog's bark before whispering to the little ones, "Whoa, deal." He affectionately patted their heads before turning the spit to ensure even cooking. Chapter 62. As the heat of the day intensified, the need for straw hats arose. The roasting meat turned out splendidly, prompting Qiao Yun to extinguish the fire, leaving embers to continue cooking the meat slowly. He then proceeded to stir-fry the entrails while Bo Lier stood by, learning the craft, as she would take over this dish in the future. Night soon enveloped the sky, and the clan members meandered back from the central square to the dining hall. Appearing utterly exhausted, Daiti was no wonder, for some had gone hunting, others had planted peanuts, and still, others had crafted umbrellas. They were undoubtedly fatigued, their enthusiasm for dinner noticeably diminished. The sweltering summer heat only added to their irritability. Compounded by the exertion of the day, some were struggling to remain upright. Hey, wake up. Your face is about to fall into your bowl. And you, could you at least finish chewing before dozing off? Only the newcomers, Xiong Ziming, Guda, and Hong Yuan, were relishing their meals, for they had never tasted such delectable food. Living among the snow leopard tribe was indeed a stroke of luck. They were willing to pledge themselves to the tribe, becoming members of the snow leopard clan. After dinner, they dragged their weary bodies, eyes half closed, back to their stone houses for sleep. Qiao Yun, can you really see the path with your eyes half closed? Can you find your stone house? Qiao Yun expressed deep skepticism, Upon returning to her stone house, Qiao Yun entered her space and was greeted by Xiao Zhiba, who had returned after a long absence. Ding! Good evening. Mastered at a total of 20 bamboo mats were sold, with 15 sold at 50 gold coins each, amounting to 750 gold coins. The remaining 5 were exchanged for a large bag of corn. 1 large bag of corn. How could that be? Indeed, master. They bargained for 5 bamboo mats in exchange for a large bag of corn. After speaking, Xiao Zhiba produced the enormous bag of corn. Staring in disbelief, Qiao Yun exclaimed, "You call this a large bag of corn? Is this not a mountain of corn? Is there anything else you wish to sell, master?" Xiao Zhiba inquired gently. Xiao Zhiba, come with me, Qiao Yun instructed as she exited the space and stealthily made her way to the central square. Xiao Zhiba, do not make a sound that I will take some umbrellas and bamboo mats for you to sell. Qiao Yun gestured for silence before whispering her instructions. Understood, master, Xiao Zhiba replied in hushed tones. Qiao Yun gathered 50 bamboo mats and 10 umbrellas, then led Xiao Zhiba back to her stone house. Xiao Zhiba, analyze these umbrellas. Ding, scanning in progress. The umbrellas are complex to make, capable of repelling rain. Suggested selling price: 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. Qiao Yun gasped, astonished. The child had never seen such wealth before. A fact she hoped he would forgive. That it was worth noting that the initial sale of a phantom wolf fetched 1,000 gold coins, illustrating that skilled labor was highly valued in any realm. All 10 umbrellas were sold, while 45 of the 50 bamboo mats found buyers, leaving 5 for barter. After her initial shock wore off, Qiao Yun contemplated before addressing Xiao Zhiba. Ding, setting successful. Please be patient, master. With that, Xiao Zhiba departed with a small fortune in her stone house. Qiao Yun continued to calculate the gold coins she would accumulate from this round of sales, her excitement preventing her from sleeping. Tossing and turning, Qiao Yun lamented. Curse it, it's all Xiao Zhiba's pricing that keeps me awake at night. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that her excitement waned, allowing her to drift into slumber. However, she had barely closed her eyes when she was awakened by a clan member. Qiao Yun, wake up. We're going to plant crops. One clan member lifted Qiao Yun and vigorously shook her. Stop shaking me. I'm awake. She yawned, initially believing she had slept through to dawn. Alas, upon opening her eyes, she discovered it was still dark outside, with cicadas serenading from the trees, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Qiao Yun, hurry up. I can't wait any longer, another clan member exclaimed with excitement. Look at the sky. Has it brightened? I just fell asleep. I'll have to deal with you later. Qiao Yun gritted her teeth in irritation. Her interrupted sleep ignited her fury, and she turned to retaliate against the clan member, subsequently chasing them all out. Fuming, Qiao Yun flopped back into bed to continue her rest. She resolved to install a door in her stone house next time. So they wouldn't burst in uninvited. Before falling asleep once more, Qiao Yun remained agitated. This time, the clan members had learned their lesson and waited until dawn to rouse her. Qiao Yun, it's unbearably hot today. Guda complained, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, the heat is oppressive. Last night, I longed to lie in bed, yet the bamboo mat felt as if it had been roasted, another clan member chimed in. It never seemed this hot before, Hong Yuan added, stretching his back and rubbing his sore muscles. Ugh, even my breath feels hot, Qiao Yun remarked. This is intolerable. We must return before we suffer heat stroke, she declared, unable to bear it any longer, concerned for the well-being of her clansmen. Very well, let us retreat, the leader of the group concurred. Thus, they abandoned their peanut planting halfway and returned home, where they eagerly gulped down water. Ah, refreshing. If only it were a bit cooler, Xiong Ziming mused. You dream on. If you touch the river water, you'd find it warm enough for a hot bath, Qiao Yun retorted disdainfully. Nevertheless, the sun is too fierce. We can work on the bamboo mats in the stone house, Nian Nian suggested as she wove. Hey, Nian Nian, I've thought of something brilliant. Straw hats, Qiao Yun exclaimed as soon as she finished speaking. Both Nian Nian and Xiong Ziming turned their attention to her. Straw hats? What are they? How do we make them? Xiong Ziming was the first to break the silence. Just wait, and you shall find out. Qiao Yun played coy, then set off to find suitable straw for crafting a straw hat. She needed the straw and began by weaving the crown, subsequently working downwards, ultimately fashioning a straw hat. Qiao Yun placed the freshly made straw hat atop Nian Nian's head. It's a bit too large, It obscures Nian Nian's face. Nian Nian removed the hat, marveling at it in her hands. Xiong Ziming, who had been observing Qiao Yun's entire process of hat making, exclaimed, "Qiao Yun, how did you manage to create a straw hat so effortlessly?" "Oh, it's quite simple. Allow me to demonstrate again. Just pay close attention." Qiao Yun replied, picking up the materials and crafting another hat to match Nian Nian's head size. Before long, she had completed yet another straw hat. Tada. "Nian Nian, try this one on and see if it fits." Qiao Yun handed the hat to Nian Nian. Nian Nian donned it, exclaiming, "Wow, this one fits perfectly. Qiao Yun, you truly are impressive." She then showered Qiao Yun with compliments, lifting her spirits sky high. Chapter 63. Nian Nian's large head could not accommodate a single bite. Qiao Yun then took Nian Nian by the hand, teaching her how to make a straw hat. Xiong Ziming pondered why Qiao Yun was so adamant about her gender. He too desired a Qiao Yun brand straw hat. During the sweltering heat of midday, the three of them feverishly crafted 50 straw hats. Qiao Yun felt her shining moment was when she produced 30 hats within 3 hours in the afternoon. She planned to wear a straw hat while planting peanuts. Delighted, Qiao Yun sported the hat Nian Nian had made, proudly flaunting it everywhere. Soon, the entire tribe was aware of Nian Nian's newfound hat-making skills. As the tribe members clamored for Nian Nian to make them hats, she wondered if Qiao Yun intended to exhaust her in revenge for previously reporting her for stealing sweet potatoes. Eventually, overwhelmed by the requests, Nian Nian joined Qiao Yun and the others in planting peanuts. When the tribe saw Nian Nian working in the fields, they could only leave in disappointment, promising to return later for more hats. Wearing her straw hat, Nian Nian, drenched in sweat, tossed the soaked peanuts into the pit before burying them. "Qiao Yun, planting peanuts is truly exhausting. I can hardly stand up straight," Nian Nian exclaimed, stretching her back. "Our straw clothes are not breathable. Once I find Rami, we shall make garments from it. Those will be much more comfortable. Unlike Xiong Ziming's attire, which isn't made from Rami and is rather stifling." Once Qiao Yun finished planting the last peanut, she stood, removing her straw hat. Her hair was soaked, as if freshly washed. She used the hat to fan herself, feeling the oppressive summer heat. "Qiao Yun, since the sky is still bright, why don't we plow the lower fields as well?" a tribe member lazily inquired, leaning on a hoe. "Sure, I'd like to ride on Mushy Huanyo's back for a bit," Qiao Yun replied, before she could finish. Nian Nian excitedly chimed in, "I'll go." "All right, you two go fetch Mushy Huanyo. Nian Nian and I will wait down below," Qiao Yun instructed as she and Nian Nian made their way to the lower fields. Carrying the straw hat, 5 tribe members returned with Mushy Huanyo, while the remaining 5 followed Qiao Yun to the fields. They lay down on the ground, using their straw hats to shield their faces from the sun. Resting in perfect unison, Qiao Yun and Nian Nian exchanged glances at the sprawled tribe members, hesitated for a moment, then decided to join them, covering themselves with their hats and reclining with one leg crossed over the other, shaking it playfully. Upon returning, the tribe members found the 5 laying down, all synchronously propping their legs up. They promptly lifted the lounging group, delivering a few playful slaps, teaching the youngsters to be lazy. "Are we? You deserve this," one tribe member remarked, casting a glance at Qiao Yun and Nian Nian. Qiao Yun and Nian Nian quickly scrambled to their feet, obediently standing still, gazing at the reprimanding tribe member with innocent eyes. As if to say, "That wasn't us. We are quite well behaved." The punishment served as a warning to the others. After giving the 5 a gentle scolding, the tribe members resumed weeding. Meanwhile, Mushy Huanyo slowly munched on the grass beneath it. Having learned their lesson, the tribe members diligently weeded without causing further mischief. As Qiao Yun worked, she kept an eye out for familiar sights. After all, she had found soybean sprouts just the day before. And perhaps the bird's friends had also enjoyed the soybeans, leaving a little gift behind. Qiao Yun searched meticulously, even inspecting the grass meant for Mushy Huanyo before feeding it to her. Her perseverance was rewarded when she discovered several soybean sprouts. "Who would have thought that bird had so many friends?" Qiao Yun exclaimed, carefully excavating the sprouts and placing them into her storage space. Even better, she had only just mentioned wanting to find Rami. And now she had located some, though there was insufficient quantity to plant. Without hesitation, she threw all the Rami into her storage for future planting. After weeding, Qiao Yun gathered all the grass into a pile to hide it from Mushy Huanyo, then resumed her previous task of bundling the grass to use as bait. Nian Nian was carefully lifted onto Mushy Huanyo's back. "Wow, Qiao Yun. The air up here is so fresh, Nian Nian exclaimed. Inhaling deeply. Once you grow taller, you'll be able to breathe in different air too. But I'm so short right now, Nian Nian sighed. Nonsense. I was shorter than you at your age, a tribe member reassured her. If you were 20 centimeters shorter, I might believe you were never as tall as me, Nian Nian retorted, her resentment evident. The tribe member, towering nearly 2 meters, remained blissfully unaware of Nian Nian's grievances. Regardless of the world, height remained a pressing issue. After finishing the plowing, the sun began to set, signaling the end of the workday and time to return for dinner. Qiao Yun stretched and declared, "Let's head back." The tribe members busily gathered their tools, while Qiao Yun tied the hidden grass together with a long piece of straw. She also fashioned a grass ring from the same straw. Nian Nian, look, isn't it lovely? Qiao Yun held up the grass ring for Nian Nian to see. What is this? Can it be worn? Nian Nian took it, examining it curiously, noticing Nian Nian's uncertainty about how to wear it. Qiao Yun quickly offered, Yes, let me help you put it on. Just as Nian Nian donned the ring, a tribe member praised her. Nian Nian, you look stunning in that. Really? Nian Nian blushed. However, as she noticed the horrified expressions of the tribe members and Qiao Yun, she asked, What's wrong? Suddenly, Nian Nian felt a shadow cast over her, followed by a cold sensation on her head. The tribe members and Qiao Yun gasped, realizing Nian Nian happened to be standing directly beneath Mushy Huanyo, which had just finished eating the grass in its mouth. As it lowered its head, it spotted the vibrant green grass ring on Nian Nian's head, and before she knew it, Nian Nian had been caught by Mushy Huanyo's jaws. With a startled cry, Nian Nian burst into tears, struggling to catch her breath. The originally curious Mushy Huanyo, now startled by her cries, released its grip, staring in confusion at the snow leopard tribe cub. Wondering why it was crying so loudly, Qiao Yun rushed forward to remove the grass ring from Nian Nian's head, and Mushy Huanyo followed the ring, intrigued. Wah! Qiao Yun, it's going to eat me. Nian Nian sobbed, clinging to Qiao Yun. Although Qiao Yun had never seen Nian Nian cry so tragically, she couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Trying to stifle her laughter, Qiao Yun checked Nian Nian's head for any injuries. Relieved to find her unharmed. Unfortunately, Nian Nian developed a fear of Mushy Huanyo, forever haunted by the memory of nearly being devoured. Chapter 64, A Bountiful Dinner. Nian Nian returned home in tears, refusing to come within a step of Mushy Huanyo. Noticing her distress, the tribe members approached, inquiring what had happened. With a sigh, Qiao Yun explained, Nian Nian got bitten on the forehead by Mushy Huanyo. Which one? I'll help you teach it a lesson. A tribe member offered, moving to comfort Nian Nian. Nian Nian's sobs momentarily ceased as she and Qiao Yun reflected, realizing they had forgotten which Mushy Huanyo had bitten her. This revelation caused Nian Nian to cry even louder. Wah! I forgot which one it was. Feeling utterly helpless, Nian Nian lamented that she couldn't even retaliate against the Mushy Huanyo that had bitten her. The tribe members scrambled to console her. Don't cry. Don't cry. Qiao Yun will make you something delicious. Yes. Once we finish planting, we'll butcher that Mushy Huanyo for you to eat. They added, we must wait until it has given birth to its calves so you can play with them first. Qiao Yun, I never knew my kin could be so unruly. Even toying with their young no. I cannot bear to slaughter these moose Huanyo. I want them to bear offspring, and then I shall play with their young right before their eyes. Nian Nian, sniffling and looking pitiful, said, All right. Nian Nian can do as she wishes. Just stop crying. You've turned into a little leopard. Huiying embraced Nian Nian, gently wiping the tears from her face. Qiao Yun, why didn't any of you come to comfort her when the clan leader made her cry? Qiao Yun squatted on the ground, questioning the meaning of life. Because of a single comforting word for Nian Nian, Qiao Yun was compelled to the kitchen to prepare a feast. The case is solved. She is indeed the one who was picked up. Qiao Yun entered the kitchen with an impassive expression. What is there to prepare? A pumpkin soup, perhaps a cucumber salad, and finally, a roasted sand pig. Qiao Yun grabbed the sand pig meat, finalizing tonight's menu. She retrieved a large pumpkin and 20 cucumbers from the storage. There was no choice. The clan's appetites had grown, necessitating more preparation. Qiao Yun peeled the pumpkin, scooping out the seeds and soaking them in water from the lake, intending to plant them tomorrow. The cucumbers were treated similarly. Qiao Yun first cut the pumpkin into small chunks, placing them in a shallow dish. Then, she filled a stone pot with water and placed the dish inside to steam the pumpkin until it was tender. Next, she attended to the cucumbers. Qiao Yun deliberately selected the tender cucumbers, smashing them flat and cutting them into segments. The cut cucumbers were placed into a large wooden basin, and that task was complete. Now, she needed to prepare the seasoning. Unable to find cilantro, she resorted to wild onions instead. Since the last time she foraged for wild onions in the forest, they had proliferated in her space. The wild onions carried a spicy aroma, eliminating the need for chili. Moreover, this spice was generally acceptable to most of her kin. Qiao Yun chopped the wild onions finely, placing them into a wooden bowl, adding some salt, and pouring hot oil over them. Instantly, the fragrant aroma of the wild onions wafted through the air. Qiao Yun stirred the mixture well and then drizzled it over the cucumbers, using a large spoon. She mixed vigorously. After tasting a bit, she found it quite delightful. The wild onions combined with cucumbers created a new flavor. Delicious. Before long, the pumpkin was also steamed to perfection. Qiao Yun quickly brought the shallow dish to the table. Phew, it was hot. She blew on her hands, then took a spoon to mash the steamed pumpkin. Afterward, Qiao Yun fetched a large basin of milk from the wall. Balancing the basin of milk, she carefully returned to the kitchen, pouring all the milk into the stone pot, then adding the mashed pumpkin. She ignited the fire, stirring continuously until the pumpkin soup thickened, lest it scorch easily. Thus, Qiao Yun called Huiying over to stir while she prepared the sand pig meat. This time, Qiao Yun decided not to roast it whole, but rather to skewer it in small portions. She cut the sand pig meat into small pieces, adding the squeezed wild onion juice, salt, and ginger, marinating it for about an hour. During this time, Qiao Yun fetched a bamboo stick to create skewers. Seeing Qiao Yun working alone, Bowler's conscience pricked him, and he offered to help. Qiao Yun, you actually have a conscience. Because Qiao Yun occasionally displayed a remarkable maturity, the clan members instinctively regarded her as an adult beast, often forgetting she was merely a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Bowler called more clan members to assist in making skewers. Allowing Qiao Yun a moment to rest, she took the opportunity to check on the pumpkin soup, which was nearing completion. Qiao Yun, what is this? It's yellow. Xiong Ziming curiously eyed the pumpkin soup in the stone pot. It's pumpkin soup. I haven't added salt yet. Would you like to try it in a moment? Qiao Yun took the spoon from Huiying, stirring and adding salt. Xiong Ziming immediately rushed to fetch his wooden bowl. Eagerly watching the stone pot, Qiao Yun scooped a bit for him to taste. How is it? Does it have flavor? Xiong Ziming gulped it down, then smacked his lips that I don't taste anything. Can you scoop me some more? Xiong Ziming was being cheeky. Qiao Yun realized he was just a rascal, wanting a larger share. Ignoring him, she noticed the pumpkin soup was thickening, so she removed it from the heat, leaving a few embers to keep it warm. Come here. Qiao Yun beckoned Xiong Ziming over with a finger. She intended to make 5 stone slabs. Qiao Yun first demonstrated how to make a stone slab, leaving the rest for Xiong Ziming to handle while she skewered the sand pig meat. It must be said, the bamboo skewers made by the clan members were quite sharp. A gentle poke was enough to skewer the meat. Each skewer held 5 to 6 pieces of sand pig meat, which were placed in a shallow dish. Once half were prepared, Qiao Yun stoked the fire beneath the stone slab. As the temperature of the slab rose, Qiao Yun poured in the oil and placed the skewered sand pig meat inside. Sizzle, sizzle, the oil sang, and the meat sizzled in response. Qiao Yun skillfully flipped the skewers. Before long, the skewers were cooked to perfection. Once the clan members understood how Qiao Yun was doing it, they began to roast their own. Qiao Yun sampled the skewer. It was fragrant, the flavor of wild onions having infused into the meat. Not laden with many seasonings, it was still delectable. Qiao Yun fetched her small wooden bowl, transferring the meat from the skewers into it. 1 bite of roasted meat, 1 bite of cucumber salad, and once finished, another bowl of pumpkin soup. Burp, delicious. The kitchen was filled solely with the sizzling of roasted meat, devoid of conversation among the clan members. With such delicious food, why waste time talking? If you finish talking, there's nothing left for you to eat. After feeling 8/10 full, Qiao Yun went to help the little ones roast meat one by one. The little ones, after licking their bowls clean of pumpkin soup, gathered around Qiao Yun, waiting patiently for her to feed them. Qiao Yun swiftly finished roasting the skewers for them, thoughtfully removing the bamboo skewers for easier eating. Naturally, she also allowed them some cucumbers. They couldn't subsist solely on meat or they wouldn't grow tall. Upon hearing the words "one grow tall," the little ones, who initially refused cucumbers, obediently let Qiao Yun scoop cucumbers into their bowls. Whether they wanted to eat cucumbers was secondary. The primary concern was growing taller. Chapter 65. Harvesting banana taro and making noodles. Qiao Yun had been pondering the banana taro that Lei Gang had unearthed. Deciding to forego farming today and retrieve all the banana taro first. Lei Gang, where exactly did you find the banana taro last time? Qiao Yun asked while weaving a straw. It seems to be along the road to the market. I'll take you there shortly. Lei Gang cheerfully tried on his straw hat, casually responding to Qiao Yun's inquiry. Then let us go now. With a decisive clap, Qiao Yun grabbed Lei Gang and headed outside. We need to bring along a few more clan members. The last lesson from Mu was harsh enough. Thus, a large group, bustling with energy and carrying bamboo baskets, set out to find the banana taro. Since Lei Gang claimed it wasn't too far, Qiao Yun believed him. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Qiao Yun had walked a full 10 kilometers, feeling as though her straw sandals might break. Then, reminiscent of her childhood, Qiao Yun lay down on the ground, refusing to walk any further. No, I don't want to walk anymore. I am so tired. I want to ride the snow leopard. I want to walk. Qiao Yun flopped on the ground, rolling around, insisting she wouldn't walk anymore. The clan members observed her antics like the elders of the previous world. After rolling for a while, Qiao Yun grew bored. After all, a solo performance isn't too much fun without an audience. Sitting up with a blank expression, she declared she wouldn't walk. Lei Gang sighed softly, then quickly transformed into a little snow leopard. And I'll carry you in my bamboo basket. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yun instantly perked up, swiftly springing from the ground and transforming into an adorable little snow leopard, leaping into Lei Gang's bamboo basket. Hey, please call Qiao Yun the high jump champion. She managed to leap into such a tall basket. Satisfied, Qiao Yun turned in circles within the basket, finding a comfortable spot to lie down and rest her eyes. After a while, she felt the sun was too bright, so she used her fluffy paws to shield her eyes. As long as she blocked the light, she could pretend it was night and sleep peacefully. Lei Gang traversed the rugged path while Qiao Yun dozed in the swaying bamboo basket. Being a little one is so blissful, I can openly slack off. After about half an hour, Lei Gang finally stopped. He set down the bamboo basket to find Qiao Yun sprawled with her belly exposed. Her face hidden in her paws, sound asleep. The sound of snoring echoed, and Lei Gang was left wondering if Qiao Yun was truly asleep. He gazed at her snow-white belly, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Lei Gang plucked a slender blade of grass, and while gently rubbing Qiao Yun's soft belly, he began to tease her nose with it. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Qiao Yun sneezed 3 times, nearly causing herself to suffer a concussion. With bleary eyes, she opened them, yawned, stretched, and shook her little head, finally waking up completely. Upon waking, Qiao Yun immediately spotted Lei Gang's instrument of mischief. You scoundrel Lei Gang, she exclaimed. With her exclusive cat paw technique, she swiftly shredded Lei Gang's grass attire. After striking, she leaped onto a rock, casting a disdainful glance at him. Competing with her, he was still a bit too naive. Seeing his newly shredded grass outfit, Lei Gang was especially furious. Qiao Yun, do you dare believe I won't reveal all your embarrassing moments? Qiao Yun shot him an indifferent glance, thinking to herself what embarrassing moments he could possibly know about her. Lei Gang, incensed by Qiao Yun's insufferable demeanor, retorted, You were just snoring while you slept. What? How could a fairy snore? You must be slandering this weak and innocent little snow leopard, Qiao Yun protested, transforming back into her human form to immediately counter. That's nonsense. I wasn't the only one who heard it. They heard it too. Lei Gang pointed at the clan members nearby who were watching the spectacle. As soon as they felt Qiao Yun's gaze upon them, they promptly averted their eyes, feigning interest in the sky, the ground, and everything else but her. Although you haven't spoken the truth, your reactions speak volumes, Qiao Yun mused, her heart heavy with despair. Oh no, my fairy image is ruined. She lay despondently on a rock, unable to believe she had actually snored. But so what if a little snow leopard snores? It was merely a blessing bestowed upon you all. After comforting herself, Qiao Yun boldly set out to dig up some taro. Seeing Qiao Yun's despondent posture on the rock, Lei Gang and the others hurried to dig up the taro. Fearing her delayed wrath might destroy their new grass attire, they skillfully unearthed the entire taro plant and neatly placed it in a bamboo basket. Qiao Yun was already contemplating how to prepare the taro for consumption. With its high starch content, taro was perfect for making noodles. Let's all work hard. When we return, I shall prepare delicious dishes for you all using this plant. Qiao Yun suddenly stood up and shouted. The clan members paused, creating an awkward silence. Observing their reaction made Qiao Yun want to reprimand them. Just as she was about to scold them, one clan member called out, "Yes, everything Qiao Yun makes is exceptionally delicious." Then, the others chimed in with praises, showering Qiao Yun with compliments. Feeling bashful from the flattery, Qiao Yun was about to express her gratitude when the clan members fell silent. Returning to their tasks, "Could you at least be a bit more enthusiastic in your praise? This is quite embarrassing for me," Qiao Yun mumbled, squatting down to continue digging up taro. The taro tubers had grown numerous, resembling small taro roots. Once back at the clan, the tubers could be harvested, leaving only one behind to plant on the mountain. It required minimal care, and by next year, it would continue to thrive. As the sun gradually moved overhead, Qiao Yun noticed her shadow had shrunk to a mere dot on the ground. Has it already reached noon? We've only managed to harvest a third of the taro. There's so much. Qiao Yun straightened her back and shook her hands. "Lei gang, let us head back. It's noon. If we don't return, we might fall ill," she advised. Lei gang squinted up at the sun and agreed it was time to go back. After finishing the collection of taro, he slung the bamboo basket over his back and prepared to leave, while Qiao Yun seamlessly transformed into a little snow leopard, nestling atop the taro. "Qiao Yun, what are you doing up there? You're squashing the food," Lei gang remarked, feeling her jump on him and perplexed by her actions. Qiao Yun lay there, looking at him with confusion. "What's wrong? Is a little snow leopard not allowed to rest? And haven't you heard the saying, do good deeds to the end?" Lei gang set down the bamboo basket and tried to nudge Qiao Yun off. Shocked, she stared at him, flicking her long tail. "Is it really necessary to fuss over a little grass attire?" In the next moment, Lei gang placed Qiao Yun into a small bag that Nian Yin had woven earlier, which was slightly larger than the one she used to carry her rabbit cubs. However, it wasn't that much bigger. With tears in her eyes, Qiao Yun poked her paws out of the bag, barely fitting inside. "Qiao Yun, have you gained weight? Your paw is sticking out," Lei gang exclaimed, squeezing her little paw pad in astonishment. "I can't hear you. I can't hear you," Qiao Yun retorted, expressionless as she pretended her paw was fully contained within the bag. Chapter 66. The cubs play in the mud and get dirty. Should they be scolded or punished? Qiao Yun was carried back like this, nearly dozing off and almost falling to the ground along the way. Luckily, Lei gang was quick enough to catch her. Otherwise, she would have landed head first. However, this incident would forever become a source of amusement for Lei gang at Qiao Yun's expense. Fuming, Qiao Yun crossed her arms and refused to acknowledge him. Upon returning to the clan, Lei gang boisterously proclaimed that she had gained weight. "I shall not rest until I confront him," Qiao Yun thought angrily as she headed to the kitchen to process the taro. She peeled the tubers, leaving only one behind to plant in the afternoon. There were also pumpkin seeds that needed to be sown without delay. It seemed more people would be required this afternoon. Qiao Yun chopped off the leaves and stems, contemplating how to make paper and rope. Currently, she had no means to create gauze, making it impossible to extract taro flower. "I only remembered this while washing the taro." She lamented that it's all because I was too excited to see the taro that I forgot this world lacks gauze. No matter. If she couldn't make noodles, she could boil them instead. With the weather being warm, she could also use taro to make soup, perfect for cooling off. The remaining could be dried for storage and consumed in winter. Moreover, once she found sugarcane and made sugar, she could also brew wine with the taro. It had been a long time since Qiao Yun had enjoyed a drink. Back when she worked in the north, she often competed in drinking contests, earning the nickname of someone who could drink 1,000 cups without faltering. Qiao Yun called her clan members to help peel and wash the taro. By the time they finished, an hour had passed. This was only a third of the taro harvested from that plot of land. They filled 5 large bamboo baskets with the washed taro. Seizing the moment under the bright sun, Qiao Yun instructed the clan members to spread the taro out on the central square to dry. Of course, they first spread out a large piece of animal skin they had sewn together. The mud on the stone house of the swift-winged rabbit had already dried under the sun, making the large animal skin unnecessary. Once they completed this, Huiying and several clan members had also prepared the meal. After having lunch, Qiao Yun took a short break before gathering her farming tools, ready to plant pumpkins and taro. This time, she would bring along the moose hua cattle, as they needed to plant 2 types of crops that afternoon. Qiao Yun carried the small bag that Lei gang had used earlier to hold it, intending to use it for her pumpkin seeds. Nian Yin accompanied her again to the fields, but kept a safe distance from the moose hua cattle. The cubs, seeing so many clan members heading to the fields, wanted to join in the fun. Having already fed the swift-winged rabbits and colorful chickens at noon, they found it more entertaining to play outside than to loiter in the stone house. Thus, Qiao Yun picked up a rabbit cub in one arm and the smallest snow leopard cub in the other, marching forward with great enthusiasm. The remaining cubs dashed ahead as if in a race. Initially, the panda cub also ran along, but midway, it lost interest and began to stroll leisurely. Upon reaching the plowed field from yesterday, the clan members started digging small holes. Qiao Yun distributed the pumpkin seeds from her bag, following the workers to begin planting. The moose-wa cattle were placed on the land below to graze, while the cubs took turns watching them. Planting pumpkins requires skill. The spacing between holes should be 0.6 meters. Moreover, each hole should contain 2 seeds to ensure a good sprouting rate. Additionally, the seeds must be placed with the pointed end facing down and covered with 3 centimeters of soil to ensure healthy growth. Once the pumpkin seeds sprout, the seed shells should be gently removed to promote the unfolding of the pumpkin leaves. It is also crucial to maintain slightly moist soil to prevent the pumpkin seedlings from failing to flower or bear fruit. With so many clan members present, the task was completed swiftly. Next came the planting of taro. Qiao Yun did not plan to remove the pumpkin seedlings from her space, as she wished to compare the pumpkins grown there with those cultivated in the fields. Having organized her tools, Qiao Yun followed the clan members to the lower plot of land. As they walked, she noticed the clan members had suddenly stopped. Why have they halted? Did something happen ahead? Qiao Yun, perplexed, remarked as the clan members ahead wore expressions of shock, making way for her to see the situation before her. Qiao Yun. Before her, the once pristine snow leopard cubs and white tiger cubs were rolling in the mud, their bodies caked in dirt. The rabbit cat cubs, initially uninvolved, were now being pressed down by the snow leopard cubs, rolling in the muck. The panda cub was even more audacious, actively smearing mud onto itself. Due to the heavy rains of the past few days, while the surface soil appeared dry, it was, in fact, wet beneath. Ironically, the cubs had dug up the dry top layer, choosing to play with the moist earth beneath. What should be done in such a situation? Should they be scolded? It felt urgent. Upon seeing the clan members, the snow leopard and white tiger cubs immediately ceased their antics, obediently lying down, attempting to feign innocence. The rabbit cat cub finally broke free from the snow leopard cub's grasp, shaking its head, and, upon spotting Qiao Yun, ran over with a pitiful expression, crying out in dismay. Meanwhile, the panda cub remained oblivious to the arrival of the clan members. Continuing its mud play, Qiao Yun felt her blood pressure rising. She inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, attempting to calm the anger boiling within her. Then, she casually grabbed a stick and approached the other cubs. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the snow leopard and white tiger cubs promptly fled. It was only then that the panda cub noticed someone approaching, staring blankly at Qiao Yun as she approached with the stick. And then, it got swatted. Qiao Yun merely delivered a few token smacks before stopping. After her reprimand, the panda cub immediately lunged at Qiao Yun, whining and seeking affection. Qiao Yun. Her new grass dress was now soiled. Qiao Yun felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. With a stern expression, she addressed the snow leopard and white tiger cubs hidden in the grass, stating, "You must bathe when we return, or else." Upon hearing Qiao Yun's threat, all the cubs responded weakly, except for the rabbit cat cub, who, not understanding the situation, echoed the response that in truth. The most unfortunate was the rabbit cat cub, which had never intended to engage in the mud play but was coerced into it. Still not coming out? Qiao Yun, hands on her hips, said fiercely. The snow leopard and white tiger cubs hesitated before stealthily emerging from the grass. As they approached, they furtively glanced at Qiao Yun's face, their expressions reflecting caution, fearful of punishment. When they finally reached Qiao Yun, they had even learned to mimic dogs, wagging their tails vigorously, ears flopping, exuding a desire to appease the onlooking clan members. Is Qiao Yun truly that terrifying? Qiao Yun raised her hand, and the snow leopard and white tiger cubs, thinking she intended to strike them, all closed their eyes, emitting pitiful sounds. Instead, Qiao Yun scooped them up, inspecting each one for insects and other issues. Once the snow leopard and white tiger cubs realized she wasn't going to hit them, they attempted to lick her. Qiao Yun preemptively addressed their behavior. "No licking. Do you think this matter will just be brushed aside?" Not so fast. The two cubs, appearing woeful, tucked their heads into their paws. After examining the snow leopard and white tiger cubs, Qiao Yun proceeded to check the panda and rabbit cat cubs, finding no issues. She began to assist the clan members in gathering grass. Chapter 67. A daily social faux pas technique. Then, she mounted the musha cow to till the land. However, the cubs curiously gazed at the clan member seated atop the musha cow. Particularly at Qiao Yun. It seemed that if Qiao Yun dismounted, they would be the first to rush forward to ride the musha cow. Yet, Qiao Yun had no intention of granting them that wish. With their dirty little paws on its back, she had no desire to sit there. Thus, Qiao Yun firmly maintained her seat on the musha cow, dreaming of dismounting. Not a chance that it wasn't until the tilling was complete that Qiao Yun finally dismounted. What she beheld next was a comical sight. A group of small, dirty cubs with muddy faces, poised to leap. The highest jump barely reached 30 centimeters off the ground, only to come crashing down. Qiao Yun. What was I expecting? That you could jump up? I can't even manage that. The cubs became the target of Qiao Yun's merciless laughter. The most ridiculous of all was the rabbit cat cub, which leaped only a mere inch off the ground, making its jump virtually indistinguishable from not jumping at all. Was this perhaps its first experience of social embarrassment? After mocking the cubs, Qiao Yun instructed the clan members to lift the little ones up, allowing them to have some fun. However, to her surprise, the musha cow rejected the dirty cubs, refusing to let them climb aboard. The cubs took a step forward, and it took a significant step back. Qiao Yun. Clan members. Cubs. Crying with no choice, the cubs were left dejected, unable to ride the musha cow until they were clean again. The clan members had already begun digging holes, but had yet to plant seeds. As the seeds were with Qiao Yun. From her storage, Qiao Yun retrieved the yam seeds she had set aside for planting at noon and distributed them to the clan members, instructing them to plant them as they had done with the pumpkins. Each member was responsible for a row, gently covering the yam seeds with soil. With many hands making light work, the yams were soon planted. The sun began to set, seizing the moment before sunset. Qiao Yun hurriedly took the cubs for a bath. Otherwise, their fur would take ages to dry. Armed with soap, she picked up a cub and tossed it into the river, ensuring its fur was thoroughly soaked. Then, she roughly scrubbed it with soap, treating its fur much like washing clothes, albeit gently, as the mud embedded deep within required more effort to remove. The bathed cub lay resignedly, while Qiao Yun worked on it. The other cubs, don't ask, just shiver. There are always exceptions. To Qiao Yun's astonishment, the rabbit cat cub reveled in the water. While she was diligently washing one cub, a sudden splash caught her attention. She quickly looked up to see which cub had boldly entered the water. There was the rabbit cat cub, happily paddling about, luxuriating in the water. Qiao Yun. What a gem! The other cubs. It's not afraid of water, perhaps inspired by the smallest rabbit cat cub. The others, with a sense of righteousness, boldly leapt into the water, leaving Qiao Yun utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly the best bath Qiao Yun had given the cubs. After washing, the cubs shook their bodies, sending droplets flying. Using the warmth of the sun, they dried their fur. Hey, no licking. If you do, your fur will smell of your own saliva. Qiao Yun admonished as she noticed one cub attempting to lick its fur. After the last time, when they licked themselves and left a scent on her, she was determined to prevent it from happening again. The cub, head lowered, froze in place, motionless. You better not lick. I'll keep an eye on you. Qiao Yun pointed to her eyes with 2 fingers, then pointed at them. After her warning, Qiao Yun focused intently on washing the cubs. After all, with her authority, there should be no cub that disregards her commands. By the way, if anyone spots a cub licking its fur, let me know, and I'll reward you with a treat, Qiao Yun casually mentioned. Instantly, the cubs perked up their ears, fixating on their freshly bathed companions, not daring to blink. Before long, Qiao Yun had finished bathing all the cubs, with the rabbit cat cub being the quickest to complete its wash. It was only its head that was dirty. Its body remained relatively clean. Once bathed, darkness enveloped the sky. With no other option, Qiao Yun led the cubs to the kitchen, having them sit in a row before the firewood to dry their fur. Noticing their good behavior, Qiao Yun stepped away for a moment. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of something burning, and it wasn't just her. The clan members also took notice. Then, Qiao Yun spotted a snow leopard cub with its tail on fire. Qiao Yun. Clan members. Surprisingly, the cub remained quite calm, watching its tail ablaze. The other cubs also appeared unfazed, as though a flaming tail was nothing to be alarmed about. Qiao Yun rushed over. Intent on extinguishing the fire, the clan members had already grabbed buckets to fetch water from the river. Just then, the fire extinguished itself. Qiao Yun. Did it encounter water deep within its fur? What on earth? Your tail is on fire, and you remain so composed. Qiao Yun scooped up the cub, inspecting its tail. The cub proudly lifted its tail for Qiao Yun to see, as if to boast that a mere fire couldn't harm it. Look at how proud it is. As Qiao Yun parted the fur, she found it still damp. Otherwise, the fire would have scorched the cub's tail. However, after burning the fur, that tail sure looked unsightly. Cub, take a look at your tail. Qiao Yun cast a glance at the tail of the little creature, her expression one of indescribable exasperation. The little one turned back, scrutinizing its own tail, only to become flustered that it tentatively touched its singed appendage with its paw, letting out a series of anxious yelps. Ultimately, as if resigned to its fate, it dived into Qiao Yun's embrace, whimpering softly that it was only then that it recognized the gravity of the situation, albeit too late. Qiao Yun could only offer comfort to the distressed little creature in her arms. The tribe member who had gone to fetch water returned, looking astonished at the state of the little one's tail. Did the fire go out? He asked, observing the singed tail. The little one in Qiao Yun's arms paused its cries, only to erupt into a louder wail. Qiao Yun sighed. The unspoken truth is hard to bear. How am I to soothe this? Oh dear, little one. Please don't cry. I promise to prepare something delicious for you, all right? Qiao Yun gently bounced the little creature in her arms. It lifted its head, its eyes glistening with tears, and let out a couple of whimpers. All right, 2 servings it is. Seeing its pitiable state, Qiao Yun acquiesced. She then set the little one down, cautioning the others, please do not bully it. Its fur has merely been singed. And it is still one of you. She pointed to the little creature she had just placed on the ground and addressed the other little ones. In a previous world, Qiao Yun had heard of a duck that, having been dyed green, was shunned by the others, who believed it to be an outsider. She wondered if the beings in this world would think similarly. Thus she felt compelled to take preventive measures. Chapter 68. Climbing trees is easy, descending is hard. After being set down, the little creature timidly hid behind Qiao Yun's feet. The other little ones approached silently. After a moment of silence, just as the singed little creature was on the verge of tears, one of them finally spoke up. Awa, muwa. Instantly, every little creature began to emit their soft, baby-like sounds, taking turns to step forward and embrace the singed one with their paws, offering comfort in their unique manner. Some even humanely wiped the tears from its face with their paws, while others attempted to lick its fur, trying to soothe its emotions. Wait. No licking. Otherwise, it will be a wasted bath, Qiao Yun admonished sternly. The little creature, taken aback by her harshness, let out a pitiable sound, gazing up at Qiao Yun with big, round eyes. Its expression morphed into one of sorrow, a furrow forming on its brow. Qiao Yun thought to herself, how can one weaponize cuteness against me? Ultimately, Qiao Yun had no choice but to allow the little ones to lick. Once given permission, they eagerly began to groom the singed creature. Qiao Yun covered her eyes with one hand, pretending not to witness the licking at mealtime. Qiao Yun kept her promise, preparing a sumptuous serving of roasted meat and a sweet milk for the singed little one. Naturally, she provided milk for the others as well, albeit without adding honey. Yet, all of them relished their meal. To her surprise, the singed little creature took a few sips of milk and then stopped, choosing instead to share it with the others. The other little ones willingly reciprocated, sharing their milk as well. Heavens, Qiao Yun felt her heart swell with emotion. How could the little ones be so warm-hearted? She showered them with kisses, and they could not refuse her affectionate gestures. That night, Qiao Yun perhaps indulged them with an excess of milk, for aside from the panda cub, the others could scarcely walk, their bellies dragging along the ground, moving not on their feet, but rather on their bellies. Qiao Yun lamented, next time, I shall not allow you to drink so much. You won't be able to walk at all. As bedtime approached, the little ones, filled with extra warmth, decided to massage Qiao Yun while also curling up to sleep beside her. Oh my, fortune had finally smiled upon her. She was to receive the delightful massages from her little ones. How exhilarating! Upon returning to her stone abode, Qiao Yun lay on her bed, exclaiming, little ones, let us begin. I am ready. She assumed a regal posture, eagerly awaiting the pampering from her beloved companions. Who else could be as fortunate as she, receiving massages from so many little ones? after a while of enjoying their ministrations. Qiao Yun wished to turn over, only to be met with the little ones pinning her down with their hind legs, preventing her from rising. Gasping for breath, Qiao Yun exclaimed, "No, is this some kind of forced labor? Stop, I need to breathe." The little ones reluctantly released her, allowing Qiao Yun to sit up, gasping for air, squinting at them. She suspected they might be using this massage as a means of revenge for her earlier insistence on bathing them. Unfazed, the little ones met her gaze with fearless eyes, yawning nonchalantly. Qiao Yun sighed. Time for sleep. Finding their cozy spots, the little ones curled their tails around themselves, preparing to slumber. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling. "Are you all trying to suffocate me?" One sleeping atop my head, another on my chest. Exasperated, Qiao Yun scooped up the little ones, forbidding them from sleeping on her chest or near her face. After issuing her warnings, she finally drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, Qiao Yun felt a weight on her chest, thinking she might be on the verge of a heart attack. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered two little ones nestled on her chest. Is this a sign that I've lived too long? Yet, she decided to embrace her newfound identity as a snow leopard and nestled among them to sleep. Transforming into a snow leopard, Qiao Yun found herself larger than the biggest cub. Comfortably, she shifted the snow leopard cub that had previously been resting on her to her belly. The next morning, as Qiao Yun awoke, she found herself surrounded by several little ones sprawled haphazardly across her bed. The panda cub, being the largest, had the most snow leopard cubs snuggled beside it. Qiao Yun was the first to awaken and promptly called all the little ones to rise. "Time to get up. We must feed the multicolored chickens and the swift rabbits." The little ones shook their ears and gradually roused, sleepily shuffling out of the stone house to search for insects. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun went to check on the jujube tree she had previously asked Mu to carry back. In the central square, Qiao Yun found Mu weaving bamboo mats, his head bent low. "Mu, where is that jujube tree you were supposed to bring back?" she inquired. "Next to the honey locust tree," Mu replied, continuing his work without lifting his head. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yun hurried off to find the jujube tree, also bringing along a bamboo basket to collect the fruit. "Nian Nian, let us go gather something wonderful." Qiao Yun cheerfully approached Xiong Ziming's stone house, where she and Xiong Ziming had been crafting straw hats. "What is it?" Nian Nian asked, setting down the newly woven hat. Her expression one of curiosity. "I'm taking you with me. I want to go too," Xiong Ziming said upon seeing the two of them leave. "Follow along." Qiao Yun grabbed Nian Nian's hand and dashed off. Leaving that statement behind, Xiong Ziming hastily set down his half-finished straw hat and hurried after them. "Nian Nian, do you see the little fruits on the tree? They are incredibly delicious," Qiao Yun exclaimed. Leading Nian Nian to the base of the tree and pointing upwards at the jujubes hanging from the branches. "But I can't climb trees." Nian Nian hesitated. "No worries. Isn't Xiong Ziming good at climbing trees?" Qiao Yun suggested, glancing back at the panting Xiong Ziming who had just caught up. "Climbing trees? Oh, I can do that." Once Xiong Ziming caught his breath, he transformed into a panda and swiftly ascended the tree. "Xiong Ziming, pick those little fruits," Qiao Yun called from below. Xiong Ziming responded affirmatively and plucked a branch laden with jujubes, tossing it down to Qiao Yun and Nian Nian, who were ready with their bamboo basket below. After clearing the tree of all its jujubes, Xiong Ziming prepared to descend, only to suddenly realize just how high up he was. He felt a wave of fear wash over him. "Woe is me," he whimpered, trying hard to keep his legs from trembling. "Xiong Ziming, hurry down. We need to move to another tree," Qiao Yun urged from below, anxiety creeping into her voice. "Woe is me." Xiong Ziming pointed at the tree and then at the ground. Fear evident in his tone, Qiao Yun sighed. "Oh dear, I forgot that pandas also find climbing easy but descending difficult." Chapter 69. A sesame ball grew on the tree. As for how Xiong Ziming eventually came down, he preferred not to recall the experience. Upon witnessing his struggle, Qiao Yun felt equally anxious. However, given the tree's height, her climbing up wouldn't be of much help. Thus, Qiao Yun had an idea. She would return with Nian Nian to fetch a bamboo ladder from the tribe. Turning to Xiong Ziming, who was still perched in the tree, she reassured him, "Do not fret. Nian Nian and I will return with a bamboo ladder to rescue you. Stay put and do not move around." Xiong Ziming could only obediently remain perched above, his entire being steeped in dejection. After Qiao Yun had given her instructions, she swiftly took Nian Nian along to the central square to craft a bamboo ladder. only to be informed by Mu that the tribe's bamboo supply had been exhausted. If they wished to procure more, a trip to the bamboo grove was inevitable. Qiao Yun sighed, lamenting her unfortunate fate, and hoped that Xiongziming could endure. Thus, she, along with several tribesfolk, ventured into the bamboo grove to chop bamboo. Their route would take them past the jujube trees, whereupon Xiongziming, upon spotting Qiao Yun, initially called out in excitement, only to be met with her indifference as she walked past him. Xiongziming was bewildered. Wasn't she there to rescue him? Why was she ignoring him? Gradually, his cries faded into the distance as he hung there. Despondent, Qiao Yun, seated atop the back of a snow leopard, soon arrived at the bamboo grove. While some tribe members were tasked with cutting bamboo, she set about searching for bamboo shoots and slender stalks to bring back for the panda cub to gnaw on. Each orc diligently fulfilled their roles, stripping the branches from the felled bamboo. Qiao Yun discovered an abundance of bamboo shoots, which had grown significantly during her absence, sprouting numerous little tips. Once they had harvested enough bamboo and dug up the shoots, they began their return, once again passing beneath the jujube trees, where they ignored the forlorn Xiongziming still dangling above. Xiongziming had been exposed to the biting wind for far too long. Pondering when he would finally be rescued, he was hungry, lamenting softly to himself that in truth, it was Qiao Yun who felt guilty. She had initially promised a swift rescue for Xiongziming, yet much time had elapsed. She nimbly darted past the tree, feigning ignorance of the miserable panda above. The tribe members transported the bamboo to the central square, and Qiao Yun prepared to construct the ladder. She measured 2 sturdy bamboo poles of equal length, then selected a third, slightly thinner but robust pole. Next, she proceeded to drill holes into the 2 poles to secure the third, thus completing the ladder. Testing its stability, she found it quite sturdy and unlikely to collapse. With that, Qiao Yun followed in Mu's footsteps to rescue Xiongziming. Before reaching the jujube trees, she spotted the panda, a small ball of fluff, at the very top. Qiao Yun mused, was it really necessary for him to be so despondent? Gazing into the distance just because she was a tad late? Feeling guilty, she lowered her gaze and subtly inched closer to Mu, seeking a measure of strength. She dreaded that the moment Xiongziming laid eyes on her, he would unleash a torrent of grievances. The Mu secured the ladder, which conveniently reached the treetop, and began to ascend, intent on rescuing Xiongziming. However, Xiongziming had lingered at the top for far too long, sulking and refusing to descend as he stubbornly gazed at the distant scenery, utterly unmoving. Mu, helpless, had to come back down. What could be done? Xiongziming was unwilling to budge. Perhaps this might help, Qiao Yun suggested, retrieving fresh bamboo shoots from her space and handing them to Mu. Ascending once more, Mu enticed Xiongziming. Look what I have. The panda's nose twitched as he caught sight of the enticing treat. Is that something delicious? I want to eat it, he thought, unable to resist leaning forward. You must come down with me first before I can give it to you, Mu retorted, retracting his hand to everyone's surprise. Xiongziming, with a semblance of dignity, complied and descended. Qiao Yun was taken aback, never expecting that a simple bamboo shoot could coax the panda down. Ultimately, it seemed he was easily swayed due to his lack of experience. Those more discerning pandas would only come down for delectable treats and rich milk. Trembling, Xiongziming cautiously descended the first rung of the ladder, only to hesitate, overwhelmed by the height. Oh dear, it's so frightening up here. I don't want to come down, he exclaimed. Qiao Yun subtly suggested, why not transform into your human form? Wouldn't that make it easier to climb down? Realizing the merit of her suggestion, Xiongziming paused before shifting into his human form and successfully climbing down. After having perched atop the tree for so long, he nearly stumbled upon touching the ground. Qiao Yun, please don't make me climb trees again. This one is far too tall. I refuse to ever go up again. Let Mu take care of it, he lamented with a sigh. Mu, recalling a previous embarrassing incident where he had climbed too high while gathering chestnuts, felt a pang of anxiety. Please no, I don't dare, Qiao Yun chuckled inwardly, bemused by the sight of 2 adult orcs expressing their fear of heights before her. A mere juvenile that it seemed she would have to scheme against Foam or the tribe leader next time. But for now, they needed to harvest the jujubes. Casting a glance at Mu and Xiongziming, she noted their trepidation. Mu, why don't you climb up and gather the fruit from the tree? Absolutely not. I refuse, Mu protested. Her insistence was unwavering. Your refusal is futile. You already ascended. Just go. With Qiao Yun pressing him, Mu reluctantly set off to gather the jujubes, hearing that he would not be the one to climb. Xiongzi Ming visibly relaxed. You stand below and catch the fruit in a bamboo basket, Qiao Yun instructed. Turning to see Xiongzi Ming standing ramrod straight, she raised an eyebrow. What are you doing now? Nothing. I'm just going to catch the fruit, he stammered, hastily rushing to the base of the tree to begin his task. Pausing, he seemed to have forgotten something but quickly dismissed it and focused on his work. With determination, Xiongzi Ming began to catch the falling jujubes. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun sat beside a bamboo basket brimming with jujubes, plucking the fruits from the branches. Before long, Nian joined her, and the two sat side by side. Diligently working, Xiongzi Ming stole glances at the pair, finding their focused demeanor quite endearing. Yet, whenever Qiao Yun spoke, his perception of adorable seemed to shift as Qiao Yun sorted the jujubes into ripe and unripe. She realized that many were still unripe. She decided to keep the ripe ones for immediate consumption and dry the unripe ones for future use in soups. Nian, give this a try, she said, handing her a particularly red jujube after wiping it clean. Delicious, so sweet, Nian exclaimed, savoring the flavor that bloomed on her palate. Sweet? Xiongzi Ming's ears perked up, and he instinctively licked his lips, yearning to taste it as well. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he quickly plucked a jujube and popped it into his mouth. Ugh, what is this? It's so sour and astringent, he grimaced, his face contorting in agony. Qiao Yun noticed the jujube in Xiongzi Ming's hand, its color resembling the green leaves of the tree. And no wonder it tastes sour and astringent. With that hue, I commend your bravery for tasting it. Xiongzi Ming learned his lesson well, vowing not to hastily sample any more jujubes. After Mu finished gathering the jujubes from the tree, he descended, trembling. That tree is far too tall. I will never return to pick again, he remarked, gazing apprehensively at the towering tree. Next time, you needn't come at all, Qiao Yun replied nonchalantly, too preoccupied to engage further. Once they had gathered all the jujubes, they had about half a bamboo basket of ripe ones and 3 baskets of unripe ones. Mu carried 2 baskets while Xiongzi Ming managed one, as Qiao Yun and Nian transported the ripe jujubes back to the central square, with the sun drying the plantains and taro in the central square. There was no extra animal skin to spread out for the jujubes. Qiao Yun instructed the wind to fetch some wooden planks to lay on the ground for drying the fruit. Afterward, she and Nian carried the ripe jujubes to the kitchen. Once lunch was finished, each orc would receive a handful. After bringing the jujubes back, Qiao Yun rummaged through the stone jar, eager to check on the cured meat, which would be ready for smoking in a few days. Next, she went to see how Pa Nan was faring. Ida, has your brother improved? As she approached their stone dwelling, she found Guda weaving bamboo mats, his skills nearly rivaling those of Nian. He's better, but he hasn't awakened yet, Guda replied, setting aside his work to greet Qiao Yun. I just came to check on your brother. I will be leaving shortly, Qiao Yun assured, moving to Pa Nan's side. She took his pulse, examined his tongue, and scrutinized his pupils. Ida watched nervously, fearing he might disrupt Qiao Yun's examination. Your brother is recovering well. He should awaken in a few days. Just make sure to feed him some broth in the meantime. Qiao Yun paused for a moment before continuing. You may freely utilize the kitchen to prepare some nourishing bone soup for your brother. He needs to replenish his strength. Since the father and son had only just arrived, they were hesitant to impose on the clan, even requesting smaller portions at mealtime for fear of being turned away if they ate too much. This seems rather ungrateful. We have contributed so little, Qiao Yun added. Really, it's unnecessary. That a bit of water will suffice for my brother, Guda replied, lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands. In that case, I shall have Huiying assist you with the soup, Qiao Yun declared with finality. No, Qiao Yun, allow me to handle it. Please do not trouble Huiying, Guda hurriedly interjected, her face flushed with urgency. Your brother has yet to awaken and requires something nutritious. Otherwise, his condition will not improve, Qiao Yun stated seriously, and Guda could only nod in agreement. After offering a few more words of advice, Qiao Yun made her way to the swift-winged rabbits, intending to place the tiny swift-winged rabbit offspring into her space. To her surprise, the little ones were all crouched nearby, observing the swift-winged rabbits. Are you stealing? Perhaps she wouldn't even allow a gentle touch, Qiao Yun mused. The rabbit cat offspring, with keen eyes, spotted Qiao Yun and rushed over excitedly. She scooped it up, and it chirped joyfully, pointing towards the swift-winged rabbits. Carrying the little creature, Qiao Yun approached the wall and peered inside. Wow, there are even more nests of swift-winged rabbit offspring. The first batch had already developed a luxurious coat and were now about the size of a palm. The female swift-winged rabbits had permitted them to venture out and graze, and it was certain that it would not be long before these little ones matured. Once they are grown, I can bring them back to my space. They will be able to reproduce. How splendid! Qiao Yun's thoughts drifted mischievously towards the young swift-winged rabbits, viewing them not merely as offspring, but as tools to restore her space. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted from the neighboring colorful chicken coop. All the little ones turned their heads in confusion toward the source of the noise, wondering why it was crowing at such an hour. An idea struck Qiao Yun. Aside from indicating the time, the crowing might mean it was laying eggs. Shoo, the colorful chickens might be laying eggs. I shall go take a look, so please remain quiet. Qiao Yun instructed as she gently set the rabbit cat down and stealthily entered the colorful chicken coop. Upon entering, she immediately noticed several female colorful chickens nestled in the grass nests. Beginning to cluck. Counting carefully, she observed 8 colorful chickens in total that I could scarcely contain my glee. If each colorful chicken lays 1 egg, that amounts to 8 eggs. If they are all fertilized, we could have 8 little colorful chicken chicks. As she calculated, Qiao Yun thought, if those female colorful chickens lay an egg daily, there would be an abundance of chicks. Seizing the opportunity while the colorful chickens were distracted, she deftly grasped one and discovered 3 eggs nestled beneath her. Oh my! Qiao Yun exclaimed, turning to see a wall adorned with small snow leopards, all gazing in astonishment at the eggs in the grass nest. The rabbit cat offspring were too small to leap up, while the panda cubs were too heavy. The white tiger cubs showed little interest, preferring to seek out milk instead. Qiao Yun collected all the eggs from the nest, one hand clutching the colorful chicken and the other carrying 2 eggs. Making her way back to the wall, the snow leopard cub's eyes were fixated on the eggs, recalling the delectable egg custard they had enjoyed before. Quickly, descend and watch over these colorful chicken eggs for me. I want to see if they are edible, she instructed, placing the eggs on the ground for the panda cubs to guard, ensuring they were not broken. Afterward, Qiao Yun returned to gather the last remaining egg and, in doing so, gently returned the startled colorful chicken to its nest. She continued to methodically gather colorful chicken eggs, ultimately collecting around 30, a remarkable bounty, although she had been pecked by a colorful chicken while gathering the eggs. The reward was well worth it. Let us first see if these eggs contain colorful chicken chicks. If they do, we shall return them. If not, they are ours to eat, Qiao Yun mused, carefully placing the eggs into her clothing as she hurried back to her stone house, where she delicately set them down. She instructed the little ones to guard the eggs while she went to the kitchen to fetch firewood. Since witnessing their struggle last time, she had refrained from letting them carry it. Upon her return, she found the little ones curiously pawing at the colorful chicken eggs, their movements cautious to avoid causing any to roll off the bed and break. Qiao Yun affectionately ruffled their fur before beginning her inspection. Fortunately, 26 of the eggs were fertilized, indicating the promise of 26 new colorful chickens. That I have wonderful news for you. These eggs contain colorful chicken chicks, while these do not. Tonight, I shall prepare egg custard for you, she announced, as the little ones gazed intently at the eggs, their mouths watering in anticipation. Chapter 71. Sichuan pepper and romaine lettuce. Later that afternoon, Qiao Yun prepared egg custard for them, using the 4 colorful chicken eggs. Fulfilling their desires, she then returned the 26 colorful chicken eggs to their original place, this time without any colorful chickens pecking at her. Be good and hatch those eggs. Once they are hatched, I shall gather more worms for you, Qiao Yun murmured to herself while carefully placing the colorful chicken eggs. After ensuring each egg was securely positioned, she and Lei Gang set off once more to dig for Taro. This time, Qiao Yun fashioned a suitably sized bag for herself, allowing Lei Gang to carry it while she transformed into a small snow leopard and nestled inside. Just a little lazybones, she thought. Qiao Yun dozed along the way until they arrived at the taro grove. Sleepily, she leapt from the bag, stretching with a large yawn before transforming back into her human form to begin working. Workers of the world, unite, let us strive together, Qiao Yun cheered herself on, invigorated as she commenced her digging. That if possible, she also sought treasures in the nooks and crannies, hoping for new discoveries. As she continued digging, she unwittingly strayed from her path, taking advantage of the absence of her clan members. Quietly, she approached a nearby tree and was delighted to spot a familiar figure. It's Sichuan Pepper, Another seasoning to add to my collection. How delightful. Qiao Yun marked the spot, planning to have Lei Gang uproot it later. Just as she was about to leave, she accidentally stepped on something. Lifting her foot, she was astonished to find it was romaine lettuce, her absolute favorite. With the clan's sweet potato leaves recently consumed, it was time to try a different flavor. Qiao Yun hastily bent down to uproot the romaine lettuce, tossing it into her space. She was adept at pulling it up, as smoothly as if harvesting radishes. As her excitement subsided, she heard Lei Gang calling for her. Oh no, I'm in trouble, she thought, slowly emerging with the romaine lettuce in hand. Upon seeing Qiao Yun, Lei Gang's frustration boiled over. Qiao Yun, have you learned to vanish without a trace? He scolded, his face stern as he suppressed his anger. That I did not. I merely saw something delicious and wanted to take a look, Qiao Yun hurriedly denied. Fearing that her actions would worsen the situation, she quickly presented the romaine lettuce to Lei Gang and explained, I swear it is true. Really? Lei Gang squinted skeptically. Indeed, more genuine than pearls, Qiao Yun insisted. Nearly swearing an oath that I will inform the clan leader, Lei Gang threatened. Please, no, Qiao Yun cried out. If you tell the clan leader, I will be in deep trouble. Lei Gang glanced at the Sichuan pepper tree and replied, I cannot carry you anymore. You must walk back on your own. Qiao Yun, bewildered, protested, Are you serious? Why can't you carry me? I will behave quietly in the bag. Unwilling to relent, Qiao Yun pouted and turned, hanging the small bag on a nearby clan member before seamlessly transforming into a snow leopard and slipping inside. Humph, without you, there are still plenty of clan members around. You are not the only one who can carry me. She thought dismissively. Lei Gang realized he had underestimated her. With a stoic expression, he trudged back to the clan with a large basket of taro and a sizable tree in his arms. Upon reaching the clan grounds, Qiao Yun felt a pang of guilt for Lei Gang. He had carried so much, and she had taken her frustrations out on him. She silently reflected on her missteps. She overheard the clan leader remark, Qiao Yun ventured out today in search of food without the company of her clan members. Lei Gang emphasized the words clan members, and Qiao Yun gasped in shock. Young man, you lack integrity. No, clan leader, please let me explain. Qiao Yun hurriedly put on a charming smile for the clan leader, eager to explain, but alas, time slipped away. She endured a meal of vine-wrapped pork, which left her feeling quite full. Nian Nian looked at Qiao Yun with a gaze of pity, at her behind. How unfortunate to have such a master. Your behind must be quite sore. Qiao Yun now dared not sit down. The mere thought of it sent pangs of pain to her rear. Woe is me. I will never venture out with Lei Gang again. She had thought him amiable, only to discover he was a petty winner. She had misjudged him. When she prepared a delicious meal in the future, she vowed to give him the bare minimum, to infuriate him. Qiao Yun brooded over her misfortune, then decided to plant the oilseed vegetables she had harvested into her space. The quantity was too scant for a proper meal. She would wait until they grew more before consuming them. Limping into the kitchen, every clan member she passed regarded her with sympathetic eyes. Fixated on her posterior, Qiao Yun exclaimed, Enough already. It was just a beating. Why do you all keep staring at my behind? Frustrated, she rummaged through the kitchen, contemplating what to prepare for dinner. After all, she had been beaten, and she deserved something special to soothe her aching rear. No more searching. Tonight, it shall be pumpkin and sand pork. Hui Ying, noticing Qiao Yun's frantic search, kindly reminded her, By the way, we have run out of salt in the clan. You should accompany the hunting team to purchase some tomorrow. Understood, Qiao Yun replied with a weary tone, I'll prepare your favorite spicy stir-fried entrails. Hui Ying, observing Qiao Yun's despondency, whispered to her, just as Qiao Yun was about to agree. A sharp pain shot through her rear. Don't know. I can't eat spicy food. It will only worsen the pain, she lamented. Hui Ying, perplexed as to why spicy stir-fried entrails were off the table, chose to remain silent, focusing instead on making Qiao Yun's beloved pumpkin soup. Cradling the warm pumpkin soup, Qiao Yun was nearly moved to tears, for it was a unique offering. Hui Ying was truly kind. After a moment of gratitude, Qiao Yun slurped down the soup. Ah, how delicious. After finishing the pumpkin soup, she felt rejuvenated once more. The little ones who often gathered to watch the colorful chickens and swift rabbits were now aware of Qiao Yun's predicament with the clan leader. Each of them offered their own form of comfort, licking her fur. Though Qiao Yun had not transformed into a snow leopard, they rubbed against her hair, providing solace. Really, There's no need for that. Chapter 72. Space Cultivation After Dinner. Qiao Yun returned to her stone house, her hair tousled. Recently, Nian Yin had taken to sleeping with the little ones, leaving Qiao Yun alone in the stone house. Is this the taste of freedom? She spread her arms wide, turned her back to the bed, and let herself fall backward. Thud. Ouch. I forgot this isn't a spring mattress. Rubbing her sore head, she winced in pain. Moreover, her rear was still subtly aching. Perhaps she should take a dip in the lake within her space. With a whimper, Qiao Yun entered her space. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by a lush expanse of vibrant greenery, having neglected her plants for a while. They had flourished remarkably. She dashed over to inspect the pumpkin seedlings. They've grown to my ankles. Quite impressive. I'll water you with some lake water shortly. She measured the height of the pumpkin seedlings against the potato seedlings. Alas, the potato seedlings had a slight edge in height. Qiao Yun unearthed the ginger she had previously planted. It was indeed ripe. She decided to keep some for planting and dry the rest for seasoning. Examining her harvest, she pulled up all the ginger from her space, then replanted the ginger seeds into the soil, ensuring she had a sufficient quantity. Qiao Yun planted around 50 ginger plants. Later, under the cover of night, she crept into the kitchen, grabbed a spoon, and gently poured lake water at the roots to encourage rapid growth. However, the spoon she had previously used had mysteriously vanished. She secretly hoped Hui Ying wouldn't discover that one spoon was missing by morning. Next, she checked on the chili peppers. Some were just beginning to ripen, while others had turned a vibrant red. Qiao Yun picked the ripe ones, slicing them open to extract the seeds. Ouch, these peppers are fiery. My hands are burning. Blowing on her hands, she inadvertently let the pepper's aroma waft into her eyes. How foolish of me. Tears streamed down her face as she berated her own clumsiness. Qiao Yun extracted each pepper seed, placing them on the ground. After watering all her plants, she would soak the seeds in the spoon for a while, ensuring they could be planted without leaving a lingering peppery scent that would render the spoon unusable for watering. Afterward, she pruned the perilla, removing some stem tips and leaves to obtain seeds. These seeds, when half ripe, needed to be cut, dried in the sun for several days, and threshed for planting in abundance. Following her work with the perilla, she watered them with lake water. Next on her list were the bliss grass and wild onions. Remarkably, the ginseng she had partially harvested still thrived. Qiao Yun hastily watered it to aid its recovery. Currently, Qiao Yun's space boasted a variety of crops: pumpkins, potatoes, perilla, wild onions, ginseng, bliss grass, soybeans, ginger, chili peppers, reed, turmeric, and snow peas. And let us not forget the rami and chicken bone grass. Qiao Yun contemplated planting the perilla and perilla outside. But the land was severely insufficient. When will the space be restored? She gazed at her thriving plants and sighed deeply. Moreover, she noticed the distant corn mound, which only added to her headache. She had once considered planting corn, but there was simply no space left. After lamenting for a moment, she continued her labor with renewed vigor. She watered all her plants with lake water, then tossed the chili seeds into the spoon to soak. Qiao Yun then decided to take a dip in the lake, hoping to observe the breeding of the crayfish and crabs. The last time she checked, she needed to raise 1,318 seafood. Now, only 500 were required, as the crayfish and crabs reproduced incredibly swiftly, akin to the rapid growth induced by feed. This was only natural, given the lake's nutrient-rich water, just as the peppers were ripening. It was time to commence her crayfish feast. After enjoying the lake for a while, she finally emerged, her skin wrinkled from the water. She planted the soaked chili seeds into the soil and watered them with lake water before exiting her space. By the time she stepped outside, dawn was breaking, and the sounds of her fellow clansmen echoed in the air. Qiao Yun sprang up with a roll, hastily rinsing her mouth with water. She had yet to find willow branches, so she had to manage with what she had. With the speed of a sprinter, she dashed to the kitchen, grabbed a quick bite, and rushed to the central square for assembly. The hunting team was already gathered, while Yunin and the others remained behind to patrol the clan. Upon seeing Qiao Yun's arrival, the clan leader took charge, ready to set off. To her surprise, the clan leader was accompanying them as well. As Qiao Yun prepared to climb onto Mu's back, the clan leader bent down in front of her. Is it necessary for me to get on? She mused. However, it appeared that refusal was not an option. Mu, noticing the clan leader's intent to carry Qiao Yun, turned away. With no choice left, she gingerly climbed onto the clan leader's back. During this journey, Qiao Yun felt the clan leader's affection for the little ones. He deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring she was comfortable, trailing at the back of the group. Unlike Mu, who was indifferent to her comfort and maintained his own speed. Upon reaching the market, Qiao Yun dismounted from the leopard's back. Smoothing her hair, her clothes may have been disheveled, but her hairstyle must remain impeccable. Since the clan leader was present, he would handle the transaction. They approached the stall where they had previously purchased salt. "Boss, we need 50 bags of salt," the clan leader announced first. Each bag costs 20 gold coins, totaling 1,000 gold coins. The vendor, not even lifting his head, replied curtly, 1,000 gold coins? You might as well rob a bank. Last time it was 10 gold coins per bag. Mu immediately retorted, last time was last time. If others sell it to me at this price, I shall sell it at the same rate. Buy if you wish. If not, leave me to conduct my business. The vendor, incensed, picked up a stick and began to shoo Qiao Yun and the others away. How utterly outrageous. 20 gold coins for a sack of salt was never an extravagant amount. Yet now the price had risen, leaving one in a quandary. Feng, filled with indignation, queried, "Do you know which tribe produces salt? Is it far from our own?" After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Yun replied, "It is the Orca tribe. Quite a distance from us." The chieftain furrowed his brow and lamented, "Qiao Yun, are you referring to the formidable orca of the sea?" Qiao Yun was taken aback. She had thought the existence of iron-eating beasts was astonishing enough. Yet here was the revelation of the endearing yet intimidating orca. She felt compelled to visit this tribe. Chapter 73, but alas, we are still the poorest, the chieftain mused. "Chieftain, can we make a trip to this tribe? Will we return before nightfall?" Qiao Yun inquired tentatively. After a moment of consideration, the chieftain responded, "No, that is not feasible. Chieftain, might we stay there for a night before returning? We could barter our bamboo baskets, mats, and straw hats for their salt, or perhaps for food they lack, thus avoiding the need for gold coins." Qiao Yun urged, anxious that her plan to witness the orca tribe would not be thwarted. "Ah, Qiao Yun, that is a viable suggestion," the chieftain conceded. "We have amassed so many bamboo baskets that we cannot sell. Exchanging them with the orca tribe seems wise." Feng chimed in, "Indeed, chieftain, even if they do not offer us shelter, we could easily find a stone hut to stay in." Qiao Yun gazed at the chieftain with anticipation, her desire to visit the orca tribe evident. Before the chieftain could respond, Mu interjected, "Moreover, Lei Gang can remain in the tribe to safeguard our people. There has been little danger lately, so I believe we can proceed." The chieftain regarded Mu with a deep look, then sighed. "Having let you all voice your thoughts, it would be a disservice not to heed your suggestion." "Huzzah!" Qiao Yun exclaimed, leaping up to embrace the chieftain. "But, Qiao Yun, perhaps you should refrain from going?" the chieftain cautioned. Qiao Yun's joy was short-lived, as she was informed. "If I do not go, will you tally the gold coins? What if they do not want our goods? Would we not then have to purchase with gold? And what if you end up being duped?" After a brief pause, she continued, "One must prepare thoroughly. Taking me along would ensure success. I promise not to be a burden." Qiao Yun asserted earnestly. "Tsk, just do not touch their young," Feng retorted sarcastically. Qiao Yun was taken aback. Oh, she merely wished to pet the orca calves. Now that she was forbidden, she was rather displeased. Thus, Qiao Yun, unusually silent, allowed the tribe to see her true intentions. She simply wished to cuddle the younglings. The chieftain hesitated, then gently remarked, "Qiao Yun, I have heard that their calves are hairless and dwell in the sea. I never said I would touch them. Truly, there are so many cubs in our tribe that I could not possibly want for more," Qiao Yun earnestly explained. Yet the chieftain was not fooled by her fibs. As her shifty eyes betrayed her, feeling her blood pressure rise, the chieftain inhaled deeply before stating, "You will not cause me trouble. Otherwise, you shall regret it." "Fine. She will not touch the orca calves, only observe." Qiao Yun mumbled, downcast as she climbed onto the chieftain's back, her spirits dampened. Upon reaching the tribe, Qiao Yun dismounted and was instantly surrounded by the little furballs. "What is this? Why the sudden fervor?" Qiao Yun inquired. "Mu informed them that you planned to cuddle other cubs, and they grew anxious." Feng whispered as he passed by that Mu is quite childish, and so are you. How could you believe such nonsense? "I would never forsake you," Qiao Yun reassured, tapping one of the snow leopard cubs on the forehead in exasperation. The smallest of the snow leopard cubs climbed into Qiao Yun's embrace, nuzzling affectionately. The rabbit-like cubs mirrored this, eagerly rubbing their heads against her legs. Even the aloof white tiger cub gazed longingly at Qiao Yun, letting out a small whimper before rolling over, exposing its belly, enticing her to hold it. Well, this is quite the unprecedented treatment. Rather delightful, I must say, Qiao Yun mused, enjoying the moment. After attending to the little fur balls, she gathered the surplus bamboo baskets, mats, and straw hats in the central square. The cubs followed her closely, as if to ensure she would not falter and thereby miss the journey. Are you intent on causing me to trip so that I cannot go? Qiao Yun remarked. As the words left her lips, she noticed the cubs' eyes gleam with mischief, as if they had devised a clever plan. They clung to her with renewed vigor. Despite their efforts, the little fur balls could not persuade Qiao Yun to stay. They could only watch helplessly as she departed with the chieftain and the others. Oh, whoa. Ugh, woo. The little fur balls sat upright, gazing after their departing kin, wishing for their safe return. Chieftain, you know the way, do you not? Qiao Yun inquired, perched upon the chieftain's back. Of course, if I did not know the way, would I have agreed to journey to the Orca tribe? The chieftain replied, dismissively. Chieftain, how does the Orca tribe produce salt? Will they allow us to learn? Qiao Yun rambled, unperturbed by the wind as it whipped past her. The chieftain, weary of her incessant inquiries, chose to ignore her, deeming it the best course of action. For her questions were excessive as Qiao Yun continued to chatter. She noticed the chieftain's silence and felt increasingly bored. However, sleep was not an option. Should she doze off, she risked falling. She resolved to fashion a grass rope to tie herself to the chieftain on the return journey, allowing her to rest during the journey. Thus, Qiao Yun drifted in and out of a stupor on the chieftain's back. Around midday, she caught a whiff of the ocean's distinctive fishy scent, instantly awakening her. Chieftain, are we nearing our destination? Is this the sea? Qiao Yun exclaimed with excitement. She had never seen the sea in her life and was astounded that she could behold it after her journey. Marveling at its beauty, the chieftain and the others hastened their pace, and finally, by noon, they arrived at the Orca tribe. Slowing their speed, they stopped at a certain location, transforming back into their human forms. Qiao Yun, too, shifted back, and the chieftain led them down numerous paths until they finally arrived. Before Qiao Yun lay a dilapidated wooden railing haphazardly assembled, within which stood a few scattered wooden huts. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and with a crash, the remaining wooden huts collapsed. Qiao Yun and her companions gaped in disbelief at the scene before them as the orcs within the huts rushed out, desperately attempting to right the structures. Yet another strong wind blew, scattering the timber once more. With a look of incredulity, Qiao Yun turned to the chieftain and hesitantly remarked, Chieftain, did you not say our tribe was the poorest? Yet it appears the Orca tribe suffers even more. The chieftain, momentarily at a loss for words, finally replied, No, we are indeed the poorest. Their living conditions may be poor, but they possess wealth. Feng patted Qiao Yun on the head, gesturing for her to look in the opposite direction. You see that? A mountain of gold coins. We are the poorest indeed. Qiao Yun was nearly blinded by the sight of so many gold coins. Chapter 74. Do not burn it further, or it will turn into Neza, the chieftain called out, approaching the rickety railing and waving his hand vigorously at an orc who had been gathering the scattered wood. Looked up, eyeing Qiao Yun and her group warily. One orc suddenly dashed towards the sea, leaping in with a splash. The remaining orcs abandoned their wood, watching Qiao Yun's group with suspicion, remaining silent for about 10 minutes. They remained in a standoff until a multitude of orcs emerged from the sea. Wow, the Orca tribe truly lives in the ocean. Qiao Yun marveled, pondering the rationale behind their wooden structures and fencing on land. A matriarchal orc, her hair flecked with gray, approached them and inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? It is worth noting that the Orca tribe operates under a matriarchal system, with the eldest female typically assuming leadership. Thus, this orc was likely the tribe's leader. The chieftain quickly introduced themselves. We are from the snow leopard tribe, and we have come seeking to exchange for salt. Salt? We have sold all of it. You should purchase it at the market. You ought not to seek us out. The matriarch frowned. Regarding the chieftain, we have just come from the market, where the salt was exorbitantly priced. Hence, we wish to engage in direct trade with you. The chieftain explained. The clan leader spoke calmly. Do you have anything to trade with us? Let me make it clear. It must be something that catches our eye. Otherwise, please return. Among the orc crowd, a young female orc remarked, while the clan leader gestured for Qiao Yun to present the bamboo basket, bamboo mat, and straw hat. Where did you obtain these? A little girl asked curiously as she watched Qiao Yun produce items seemingly from thin air. This is my ability. These are items for exchanging salt, Qiao Yun replied proudly. Humph, what are these trinkets? What use would they be to us in exchange? The young female orc scoffed. Can you allow me entry? I could assess what you lack and procure it for you on the spot, Qiao Yun boldly proposed. Qiao Yun, the clan leader admonished, shaking his head disapprovingly. He then turned to the Orca clan, stating, I possess gold coins. May I purchase from you? Gold coins? We are not in short supply, but the young lady has a point. Enter and see what we need. Perhaps out of goodwill, we might even give you salt. The Orca clan leader replied. The young female orc turned to Qiao Yun and, notably, the Orca clan leader did not oppose her suggestion, indicating her desire to see as well. However, I cannot go alone. I must bring several companions. My strength alone is insufficient, Qiao Yun stated calmly, willing to risk for the sake of saving coins on salt. Very well. The Orca clan leader consented. Qiao Yun, accompanied by Feng and several clansmen, entered, while Mu and the other clansmen remained outside to protect the leader. Little cub, quite brave, aren't you? The young female orc teased. Circumstances compel me, Qiao Yun replied. Where are you taking me? She asked, noticing the female orc leading her further away. Instantly, Feng and the clansmen tensed, becoming vigilant. Fear not, our Orca clan would never harm a young one. The young female orc waved dismissively. By the way, little cub, what is your name? I am Hu Man, the orc replied with interest. I am Qiao Yun, she responded. Qiao Yun, what a lovely name. All right, we've arrived, Hu Man announced as she led Qiao Yun and her companions into a chilly cave, where several pallid orcs. It is not that we deliberately raised the salt prices. It is because our clansmen suddenly fell ill one day. Thus, we seek only to gather enough funds to take them to the Baihu clan, Hu Man lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the ailing orcs. Qiao Yun mused, how fortuitous. Though I possess no other skills, my medical knowledge is adequate, Qiao Yun decisively declared. Hu Man, if I can heal them, will you exchange salt with us? Hu Man appeared momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Qiao Yun from head to toe. Are you jesting? How could that be? If you manage to heal them, not only will we provide you with salt, but I shall also grant you 10,000 gold coins. Agreed. It is settled, Qiao Yun exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if the 10,000 gold coins were already hers. Without delay, she knelt to examine the orcs, upon touching the hand of one orc to take his pulse. She was startled by his feverish temperature. Is this a fever? Qiao Yun placed her hand on the orc's forehead. Goodness, it is scorching. It must be around 40 degrees. Quickly, fetch some water, she urged Hu Man. Water? Seawater. How do we boil it? Hu Man panicked. What do you usually drink? Qiao Yun inquired. Seawater. What else? Qiao Yun inhaled deeply. Foam, bring a stone pot, and you all fetch a large wooden basin, using the wood you just used to build the house. She instructed methodically, then proceeded to examine each patient, finding them all with high fevers. After a thorough examination for wounds and throat inflammation, she noted one orc with slight throat swelling, but otherwise found no issues. It seemed they merely had colds. It was surprising that orcus living in seawater could catch a cold as well. Before long, Feng returned with a large stone pot, and the other clansmen brought 5 large wooden basins. Drawing the Orca clan leader's attention. What is happening here? She inquired, observing the situation in the cave. Leader, she claims she can heal, Hu Man timidly explained. Nonsense. How could such a young cub practice medicine? The Orca clan leader exclaimed, narrowing her eyes at Qiao Yun. Little cub, do not overreach. Be cautious, or you may find it difficult to leave the Orca clan. I inherited the healing arts of the beast god if I cannot treat them. Would you fare better? I would not toy with the lives of my kin. If I were incapable, I would simply leave. Why would I remain for a mere 20 gold coins worth of salt? Qiao Yun retorted. Noticing the leader's lingering doubt, she added, I may not possess the skills, but Qiao Yun does. The Orca clan leader fell silent for a long moment before finally sighing in resignation. Very well, treat them. If you succeed, we shall not only give you salt, but also 10 times that in gold. Should you fail, you need not return to your homeland. She paused, then continued, of course, if you require anything, feel free to command my clansmen. Additionally, your companions outside may enter and stay until you have healed my people. Only then may you leave, since she had agreed to allow the snow leopard cub to treat her kin. She was determined to arrange for subsequent matters. However, upon hearing this, Qiao Yun's expression faltered. This was unfortunate. Prior to her arrival, the leader had repeatedly cautioned her against causing trouble. Now, on her very first day, she had stirred up conflict and was detained by all. Would the leader punish her upon seeing her? Qiao Yun felt a pang of guilt. "You man, please summon the snow leopard clansman outside," she instructed. "Could you not delay a moment? I might be in serious trouble." Soon, the leader and the others followed Hu Man to the cave entrance, their expressions filled with confusion. "You respectfully inquired of the Orca clan leader. Is there a matter for which you have summoned us?" "Your clan's cub claims to possess healing abilities, and she wishes to remain to treat my kin. Given the circumstances, it seems it will take several days, so I have permitted you to stay," the Orca clan leader explained. The leader was taken aback. He regarded Qiao Yun with a puzzled gaze, while she avoided his eyes, feeling increasingly anxious. The leader covered his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how they had been detained in such a manner. The crucial point was that he had assured those remaining in their homeland of their swift return. It was all Qiao Yun's fault for being a troublemaker. The leader shot her a glare. "Given the circumstances, we shall remain. But where shall we stay? Your dwellings have been swept away," he sighed, expressing his helplessness. "Do not fret. We shall arrange accommodations," the Orca clan leader assured him. The leader approached Qiao Yun, clearly intending to hold her accountable. Upon seeing his expression, Qiao Yun realized she was in trouble. In a moment of desperation, she darted to the leader's side, gesturing for him to lower his head. "Leader, once I have healed these orcs, they will provide us with salt free of charge and 10,000 gold coins. Thus, you cannot strike me now." She paused, adding with a pained expression, "It could be postponed." The leader, hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. "Postponing a beating? Yet, the mention of 10,000 gold coins has piqued my interest." He reluctantly agreed to her proposal. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward appearance of rage. "Humph. Do you think you can avoid punishment just like that?" Qiao Yun, sensing urgency, replied, "Leader, if you strike me, I will be unable to treat them, and our return will be delayed." The leader shot her a sidelong glance, responding, "Isn't that precisely what you desire? Staying longer here, you might as well enjoy the company of the Orca cubs." Qiao Yun was taken aback. "Is my interest so obvious?" However, she conceded that he had a point. "So, once you have healed the Orca clansmen, be prepared to be punished." The leader dropped a heavy bombshell, leaving Qiao Yun utterly flabbergasted. "Isn't there a way to redeem myself?" Qiao Yun refrained from asking further. Feeling utterly aggrieved, with a frown, she began drawing lake water from her space into the wooden basin. Meanwhile, the Orc clansman had tactfully withdrawn during the leader's confrontation with Qiao Yun. She poured the lake water into the stone pot for Feng to heat. "Qiao Yun, the Orca clan has no wood left. The remaining timber was used to make the basins," several clansmen hesitantly informed her. Qiao Yun responded, "And they claim not to be poor. They are evidently destitute." Having only gold coins left, with no other option, she instructed Feng to request wood from Hu Man. They must have some remaining. However, Feng returned empty-handed, reporting to Qiao Yun. Hu Man said they have no wood left. "They are currently searching for some. This won't do. We can afford to wait, but they cannot." Qiao Yun furrowed her brow, instructing Feng and the others to venture outside in search of timber. She turned to gaze at the orc from the Orca clan lying on the ground, lifting a wooden basin to moisten their lips with a few drops of lake water. This very water had the potential to heal Qiao Yun's leg injury, and surely it could alleviate their fever as well. "Chief, please come and assist me in feeding them some water," she called out. There lay 5 orc members on the ground, and Qiao Yun found herself overwhelmed. It seemed prudent to enlist the chief and others to join her efforts, particularly since the bounty of 100,000 gold coins would not find its way into her own pockets. With that thought, Qiao Yun couldn't help but smirk. The chief was indeed calculating. Qiao Yun exerted herself while the chief reaped the rewards. Such an arrangement hardly seemed equitable. Thus, she mused quietly, in the future, should any arduous or unpleasant tasks arise, it would be wise to delegate them to the chief. Moreover, it would also serve as a means of retribution. The chief approached, remarking, "Isn't this cave a tad too damp? It's both dark and humid, quite uncomfortable." Indeed, it was. Qiao Yun had just finished feeding one of the orcs when Feng returned with a substantial amount of timber. These trees had been uprooted in their entirety. Is being strong such a remarkable feat, Hu Man remarked, seemingly unimpressed. Afterwards, Qiao Yun boiled the lake water, crafting 5 wooden buckets from a single tree, pouring the steaming water into them before adding a bit of cooler lake water to ensure the temperature was manageable. She instructed Mu to undress the orcs and immerse them in the water. Qiao Yun then stepped outside, leaving a few tribe members behind to keep watch over the orcs, ensuring they did not slip into the buckets and drown. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun, along with Hu Man and Foam, contemplated how to construct the wooden houses. Upon their arrival at the Orca clan, they observed that the wooden structures appeared exceedingly frail, easily toppled by the slightest breeze. The timber was in a deplorable state, as if hastily assembled into a rudimentary shelter against the wind. Frankly, Qiao Yun had never encountered such flimsy wooden houses that could be blown down by a mere gust. We can indeed construct proper wooden houses, Hu Man asserted defiantly. They're simply a bit weak. Is that so? Just look at your houses that fall with a mere breath of wind. Allow me to show you what a genuine wooden house looks like. Foam boasted. But can you build one? Hu Man challenged. I cannot, but Qiao Yun certainly can. Wait until I have the chance to prove you wrong, Qiao Yun retorted. Given that the Orca clan resided near the coast, where the winds were ever blustery, the prospect of a tsunami loomed ominously. Thus, Qiao Yun deemed it prudent to construct wooden houses by the shore. First and foremost, wooden structures were significantly easier to erect. Secondly, in the event of a typhoon, a wooden house collapsing upon them would cause less harm than stone. This was also the reason Qiao Yun was disinclined to allow them to build stone houses. Chapter 76. Exquisite Wooden House. Qiao Yun instructed Foam to bring over the timber they had just uprooted, while she sought a suitable location for constructing the wooden house, this time with a proper foundation. Hu Man, do you know why your wooden houses were blown away? After finding an appropriate spot, she inquired of Hu Man regarded Qiao Yun with suspicion. Though I do not know, you shan't swindle me out of my gold again. Others around them observed. Qiao Yun has already expanded her business into other tribes. How impressive. Yet, she countered, consider this. If you learn how to build wooden houses, you will be able to reside in comfortable wooden homes that frequently collapse. Wouldn't that be advantageous? To speak of Qiao Yun's persuasive abilities, she would boldly claim no one could rival her. Is that truly the case? Hu Man hesitated, lowering her gaze, then timidly asked, just tell me. How much do you charge for teaching me to build wooden houses? Pausing, she added, if it's excessively expensive, I shan't learn. Fear not, it won't be 99,999 gold coins, merely 9,999 gold coins. And I will give you a discount of 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. Very well, it's a deal. Upon hearing the figure of 99,999, Hu Man had almost declined. But now she found it a bargain. She secretly rejoiced within. Simultaneously, Qiao Yun felt a sense of delight, uncertain who truly benefited from the arrangement. Please wait here for a moment. I will fetch the gold, Hu Man said eagerly, then dashed off to retrieve it. Hold on, I will accompany you. I can count, Qiao Yun replied. Recognizing Hu Man's illiteracy from her overly eager response to it was better for her to count the coins herself, while also grabbing a bamboo basket to promote her merchandise. All right, let us go. Hu Man led Qiao Yun to the pile of gold coins. Forgive Qiao Yun for her naivety. She had never seen such a wealth of gold coins in all her time in this world. She couldn't help but drool, feeling a pang of envy. Would you like me to fetch you a leaf to hold them? Hu Man asked. No need. I have my tools. With that, Qiao Yun produced a bamboo basket from her spatial pouch. Hu Man scrutinized the basket and inquired, isn't that the item you just took out? What use does it serve? It serves a great purpose, Qiao Yun teased, withholding the details to pique Hu Man's curiosity. Setting the bamboo basket beside the mountain of coins, she sat cross-legged and began to count the gold. The delightful sound of clinking coins filled the air. Soon, Qiao Yun had neatly packed 1,000 coins. She was a person of integrity, and she would neither take more nor less than what was agreed upon. Qiao Yun lifted the heavy bamboo basket, only to find she could hardly budge it. Ah, so this basket is indeed meant for holding coins? Hu Man exclaimed in astonishment. How many coins would I need to purchase one? Upon witnessing the basket's capacity for coins, Hu Man's interest peaked. Not too many, merely 10 coins. Would you like to buy one? I have plenty. Absolutely, Hu Man replied with enthusiasm. Wonderful. How many would you like? Qiao Yun was overjoyed. Her surplus bamboo baskets could finally be sold. I I would like 50. Oh, you have that many. Indeed, since you desire them, I certainly have enough. Qiao Yun promptly retrieved 50 bamboo baskets from her spatial pouch. Here, 50 baskets. Exchange and delivery, and I shall go fetch the gold now. Go ahead, Hu Man replied, her attention entirely consumed by the baskets on the ground, ignoring Qiao Yun. Qiao Yun, meanwhile, collected 500 gold coins before tossing the filled basket back into her spatial pouch. She then led Hu Man to learn how to construct the wooden house. Wait, I need to place this basket properly. Hu Man halted, pulling back her hand to set the basket amidst the coins for safekeeping. Isn't gold worth more than the basket? Qiao Yun queried incredulously. After Hu Man secured the basket, she followed Qiao Yun to the construction site. Feng and several tribe members had already prepared the timber to the appropriate size for constructing the wooden house. Eagerly awaiting Qiao Yun's return to commence building and learning. Feng, dig a hole of this size right here, Qiao Yun instructed, gesturing to indicate the desired dimensions. Once Feng had excavated the hole, he and the other tribe members pressed Qiao Yun's selected timber into the ground. Securing 4 posts firmly, they then began constructing the wooden house atop the foundation. Lacking iron nails, Qiao Yun had to substitute with hard stones. Fortunately, the stones she found were sufficiently sturdy to be embedded between the wooden beams. During the initial stages of construction, Qiao Yun, having only a rudimentary understanding, faced challenges. They experimented with various stones, ultimately discovering that the current type was the most resilient. As a result, they hastened their efforts and successfully completed the wooden house. Since this structure was intended to accommodate the 5 ailing orcs, Qiao Yun made sure it was slightly larger. With the framework of the house now established, the wooden planks remained to be fashioned and laid down. My goodness, it looks so beautiful. Hu Man marveled at the completed wooden house, astonished it was of an entirely different caliber compared to their own constructions. The Hu Man, barefoot, stepped onto the smooth wooden planks, free from the annoyance of gritty sand beneath her feet. This is akin to paradise. This 1,000 gold coins was worth it. After finishing the wooden house, Qiao Yun returned to the cave to check on the 5 orcs to see if their fevers had subsided. If not, she would need to seek out medicinal herbs. Qiao Yun, you're back. Is the wooden house completed? The chief, with keen eyesight, spotted Qiao Yun and inquired. Yes, it is done. Have the orcs' temperatures decreased? Yes, their temperatures have dropped significantly. We observed that the water had cooled, prompting us to extract them from it. However, they were drenched in perspiration. Sweating is beneficial. Once the sweat is released, there are no further concerns. After speaking, Qiao Yun entered to take their pulse. The heartbeat was steady, no longer chaotic, indicating that the timing of their perspiration had been fortuitous. Had it been delayed any longer, they would have met the beast god. Tribe leader, please carry them to the wooden house while I prepare some hay. Qiao Yun instructed before departing. The 5 beastmen had just recovered from a severe illness and were still quite weak, so it was best to avoid direct contact with the cold wooden boards. This search for hay was accompanied by Hu Man and her kin. The chief of the Hu Jing tribe also marveled at the exquisite wooden house. Did you construct this? She scrutinized the structure for a while before inquiring. Indeed. Would you like one? A mere 10,000 gold coins per dwelling, Qiao Yun replied, thinking that in business, one must treat all visitors as guests and should seize the opportunity when it arises. Then please build me 50 wooden houses, the Hu Jing tribe leader stated nonchalantly. 50. Qiao Yun swallowed hard. 50 wooden houses equated to 500,000 gold coins. Was she about to embark on a prosperous venture? Yes, 50, the Hu Jing tribe leader confirmed before continuing. Rest assured, the gold will be provided. With that, she ignored the astonished Qiao Yun and entered the wooden house for a closer look. Tribe leader, did you hear that? We're about to acquire 500,000 gold coins, Qiao Yun exclaimed excitedly, while the tribe leader, still in a daze, muttered, 500,000, 500,000. Dear heavens, how much is that? Shortly thereafter, Hu Man returned with her kin, only to find Qiao Yun and the snow leopard tribe leader standing before the wooden house, looking rather dazed, akin to 2 guardian deities. She waved her hand in front of Qiao Yun, receiving no response, then did the same before the snow leopard tribe leader, to no avail. Have they lost their wits? Hu Man thought, shaking her head in exasperation before proceeding to lay down the hay. Once she had arranged the hay, she moved the tribe members from the cave. Tribe leader, their bodies have cooled somewhat, Hu Man noted, touching their exposed arms, which had indeed lowered in temperature. though they were still quite sweaty. She retrieved their grass garments, intending for her kin to help them change. Upon exiting, she found Qiao Yun and the snow leopard tribe leader still in their dazed state. What on earth transpired while I was gone? Hu Man pondered. Once Qiao Yun's initial excitement waned, she wished to share her joy with the other tribe members, only to notice something shimmering on the surface of the sea. Could it be sparkling gems? She wondered, her spirits lifting as she dashed toward the shore. Hu Man turned to see Qiao Yun racing to the beach. What is happening? Could it be that my little one has emerged? Driven by curiosity, Hu Man followed Qiao Yun to the shoreline. There, she found Qiao Yun suddenly halted, staring blankly at a bizarre creature on the beach. Qiao Yun? What is the matter? Hu Man gently inquired. Slowly, Qiao Yun turned her head, her expression contorted, frightening Hu Man to her core. Though she was a tiger whale, the sovereign of the ocean, she could not withstand the terror of Qiao Yun's visage. Trembling, Hu Man stammered. What has happened to you? Please do not frighten me. Hu Man, I never imagined there would be so many delicacies here, Qiao Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of seafood sprawled across the beach. What delicacies? Those are inedible, Hu Man hurriedly interjected, alarmed that Qiao Yun might consume the bizarre creature. These are exquisite. How could they be inedible? I will prepare a sumptuous feast for you tonight. Qiao Yun disregarded Hu Man's protests. Retrieving an empty bamboo basket and strapping it to her back, embarking on her seaside adventure. Look at these plump crabs. They must be flourishing here due to a lack of predators, she mused. Noting how unafraid they were, boldly strutting before her. Who else would I capture, if not you? She challenged, feeling her culinary prowess being tested. And this gigantic octopus left behind on the beach. I haven't savored grilled octopus in ages. Qiao Yun licked her lips, reminiscing about the last time she had indulged in such a dish, recalling that it was after she had earned her first fortune. The flavor had been exquisite. She seized the octopus and tossed it into her bamboo basket, then spotted several large crabs, which she promptly captured and placed into her basket as well. Seeing that she could no longer deter Qiao Yun, Hu Man resigned herself to the situation. Perhaps the little one merely wishes to play and does not genuinely intend to eat. She reassured herself, turning a blind eye as Qiao Yun gathered the seafood from the shore. Qiao Yun's fortune continued, as she discovered several shrimp and numerous moon shells, eventually unearthing a sizable stone covered in oysters. Upon spotting this stone, she found herself unable to move, with her knife in hand. She began prying the oysters from the rock. Hu Man, witnessing this absurdity, thought, is she really going to play with a stone when there are creatures to capture? She could hardly bear to watch Qiao Yun's antics. After what felt like an eternity of prying oysters, Qiao Yun's bamboo basket was filled to the brim. Content, she decided it was time to depart as the tide began to rise. Qiao Yun. Where have you been? The tribe leader inquired. Having returned to her senses, I went to gather seafood. Tonight, I shall prepare a grand feast for you all. Qiao Yun declared with confidence. Hu Man was left in disbelief. Did I not warn you that these are inedible? She exclaimed anxiously, fearing for Qiao Yun's well-being. Rest assured, I will handle it properly. Qiao Yun set down the heavy bamboo basket on her back. Hu Man, where is your kitchen? Kitchen? What is that? Hu Man asked, puzzled. It is the place where we prepare meals. Qiao Yun explained. Hu Man continued to gaze at her in confusion, prompting Qiao Yun to exclaim in exasperation. Surely you must have a place to eat. What do you consume daily? Hu Man scratched her head, chuckling as she replied. We simply transform into tiger whales and forage in the sea. But you just mentioned that the bizarre creature is inedible and could be deadly. Qiao Yun pressed. This tale harks back to a time long ago that we had a tribe member who specialized in testing food. One day, he spotted that peculiar creature and wished to taste it, to see if it was edible. Unfortunately, after consuming it, he met the beast god. Long ago? How can one ascertain the truth of such a story? Qiao Yun mused, beginning to question Hu Man's credibility, especially since she had consumed crabs for so long without issue. The unfortunate beast man had apparently eaten it raw, explaining his fate. No, this is true. Qiao Yun, you must believe me. Hu Man insisted, growing increasingly agitated. In a fit of desperation, she began discarding the bizarre creatures Qiao Yun had gathered. No, Hu Man, those are indeed edible. I will show you. Qiao Yun pleaded, retrieving the discarded crabs. The reason your tribe member met the beast god was that he consumed it raw. It must be cooked first. With earnestness, Qiao Yun attempted to convince her, reclaiming the crabs. Cooked. Hu Man paused, then leaned closer to the tribe leader, whispering, "Did you not claim that the Hu Jing tribe is not impoverished? Why then does Hu Man lack knowledge of cooking?" The tribe leader whispered back, "Perhaps it is because they hunt and eat directly in their beast forms." Hu Man interjected, "Please keep your voices down. She can hear you. Why must they discuss her in plain sight?" Chapter 78. Grilled Oysters. Even the tribe leader declares them delicious. Qiao Yun led Hu Man and the tribe leader to a sheltered spot away from the wind, where she proceeded to perform a demonstration of fire-making by friction. Observing Qiao Yun struggle, the tribe leader could no longer contain herself and revealed, "Actually, if you wish to create fire, it is quite simple. You only need 2 stones, producing 2 stones from an unknown corner." She struck them together, generating sparks that ignited upon contact with the dry grass. Qiao Yun was taken aback. "Oh, this world has advanced to the point where fire can be created with stones, rather than through the laborious method of friction. Was I truly so ignorant?" Having always retrieved fire from the kitchen stove, she was unaware that fire could be generated this way. Yet, there was still an audience in the background. Hu Man watched the flames with curiosity, exclaiming, "Wow, it feels so warm. Can I touch it?" As she circled the fire, she extended her hand toward it. "Oh, you truly believe that touching it will not harm you?" Qiao Yun warned her. Hu Man retracted her hand, gazing at the fire in disbelief before turning to Qiao Yun. "Surely not. It is so warm and adorable, and so small. How could it possibly harm my hand?" Qiao Yun observed the clumsy demeanor of Hu Man, reminiscent of the time when she fed the little ones the swift wind rabbits. She found them endearing and diminutive, believing they posed no threat. Only to nearly be bitten. It was amusing. Yet she recalled that these creatures could indeed inflict burns upon one's hand if one were not careful. Qiao Yun tossed a thoroughly cleaned oyster into the fire. Before long, with a crack, it opened. Hu Man watched as the charred oyster split apart, gradually turning black. Qiao Yun used a stick to extract the oyster and gently prodded the scorched portion, which easily fell away. Hu Man trembled in fear. Qiao Yun took satisfaction in Hu Man's frightened expression and instructed the clan leader to fetch a stone slab. She intended to roast food upon it. She retrieved chili peppers, wild onions, and ginger, preparing a basin to wash them while awaiting the stone slab. Once the clan leader delivered the slab, Qiao Yun commenced chopping the wild onions and chili peppers, slicing the ginger into strips, separating the 3 ingredients into distinct containers, and setting aside the chili seeds in another wooden bowl. Hu Man, peeking curiously at the red chili peppers, asked, "Qiao Yun, what is this? Will it burn as well?" She tentatively poked a piece of the chopped chili and, in a moment of reckless curiosity, licked it. Qiao Yun, exasperated, watched as Hu Man inquired whether the chili was harmful while simultaneously consuming its juice. She felt disinclined to witness Hu Man's reckless behavior. "It's so spicy." Qiao Yun, Hu Man's face rapidly flushed crimson, and tears began to well in her eyes. Qiao Yun scooped a bowl of lake water and offered it to Hu Man, who gulped it down in one go. After quenching her thirst, Hu Man felt a slight relief from the burning sensation in her mouth. Wiping her tears, she murmured, "Qiao Yun, am I destined to meet the beast god?" "Fear not. You shall not perish. I shall need it for seasoning shortly," Qiao Yun replied, her focus unwavering as she busied herself with roasting the oysters. Hu Man, hearing this, found it reasonable. After all, Qiao Yun had just handled the chili without issue, so she too would be fine. Thus, Hu Man regained her composure. Qiao Yun casually gathered 2 stones and positioned the stone slab over the fire. "Clan leader, kindly fetch some wood to burn," she instructed. Noticing the ground lacked suitable fuel, the clan leader complied and hurried off to gather some. As Qiao Yun prepared to place the oyster on the now scorching slab, she suddenly realized she had forgotten the oil. "Oh no," she exclaimed, seizing the opportunity before she began preparing octopus and shrimp. She urged Hu Man, "Go catch a prey for me. I need to extract some oil." "What kind of prey do you require?" Hu Man inquired, lifting her head in confusion. "Just capture any creature that is meaty," Qiao Yun responded. "The more flesh, the more fat, I presume." Hu Man confidently made her way toward the sea. "Wait, where are you going?" Qiao Yun called after her. "To hunt. Of course, you wanted something meaty, right? I shall catch you a large dolphin." "How so? Do you not favor dolphins? What about a shark?" "Though the meat is not particularly palatable, it possesses a peculiar odor." Seeing Qiao Yun's silence, Hu Man assumed she disapproved of dolphins and considered the merits of a shark instead. No. Qiao Yun exhaled slowly, calming herself as she replied, simply seek out Feng and have him lead the others to hunt. Huh? I believe dolphins have plenty of meat. Do you not want them? Do you not require my hunting skills? I am the best in the clan, not necessary. Once you have called Feng, return to keep me company. I fear being alone here. Very well. Human conceded reluctantly, deciding to stay with her. After all, she was just a little one. As Qiao Yun resumed roasting the oysters, she worried that Human might slip away to catch a dolphin. She had never tasted dolphin herself, let alone prepared one, and considering their charming nature, she could never bring herself to eat one. Instead, she envisioned raising it to assist her in fishing. Thus, it was clear why Qiao Yun was often labeled a cunning merchant. While others hunted dolphins for sustenance, she sought companionship without squandering the dolphin's value. As for Human, the clan leader returned with firewood, but noticed Human's absence and looked perplexed. I sent her to find Feng, urging him to bring back a prey. Qiao Yun explained as she pried open the now-cooked oyster, sprinkling it with chili and wild onions, omitting salt due to the oyster's natural brininess from soaking in seawater. After a while, the aroma of the oysters mingled with the spices wafted through the air. Wow, Qiao Yun, what is that delightful scent? It smells heavenly. Human approached, drawn by the fragrance, her expression one of bliss. The oysters are nearly ready. Would you care to taste? Qiao Yun remarked, observing the bubbling brine within the shell. Is it truly safe to eat? Isn't that the same chili from earlier? Human inched closer, spotting the chili and quickly declining. I don't want my face to turn red. It's delicious. Please give me a piece. The clan leader interjected, reaching for the oyster shell, ready to consume it whole. Clan leader. You fool, Qiao Yun exclaimed, swatting his hand away. Using a wooden spoon, she painstakingly scooped the oyster meat and fed it to the clan leader. How is it? Is it good? The clan leader smacked his lips, savoring the combination of spiciness from the chili, the pungency of the wild onions, and the oyster's freshness, which created an explosion of flavors on his palate. He continued to chew contentedly until the morsel was thoroughly pulverized before finally swallowing. Delicious. Qiao Yun, I want more. His eyes gleamed hungrily as he gazed at the remaining oysters, licking his lips, nearly drooling in anticipation. No, we must summon the clan to share in this feast. Qiao Yun resolutely declined. She then placed the freshly roasted oysters into a basin and prepared to roast the next batch. Human slowly edged closer to the clan leader, nudging him with her elbow as she whispered, Is that oyster really that good? It has chili on top. Isn't it spicy? It is delectable. You need not eat the chili, the clan leader replied, casting a disapproving look at Human for her hesitation. Who would have thought there would be a beast man who despises chili? How can one not appreciate its fragrance? Human pouted, yet could not resist the alluring aroma that filled the air. Seizing the moment while Qiao Yun and the snow leopard clan leader were distracted, she swiftly snatched an oyster and popped the meat into her mouth. She chewed slowly. She found that the chili had mellowed through cooking, making the combination of ingredients a true delight for her taste buds. Wow, Qiao Yun, this is absolutely divine. Her eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected flavor. Of course, it was no wonder. Human usually consumed food in her beastly form, devouring it in one bite, hence rarely experiencing such exquisite flavors, especially not from cooked dishes. Tiger whales develop teeth after about a month, which they must diligently protect, as their teeth do not regenerate upon reaching adulthood, making wear irreversible. Consequently, tiger whales cultivate an awareness of dental protection, avoiding hard objects. However, Human was currently using her human form to savor the oysters, allowing her to truly appreciate their deliciousness. Qiao Yun. She's stealing. The clan leader pointed at Human, reporting her transgression. Human stared, astonished, at the snow leopard clan leader, unable to believe such a beast man existed. So what? Qiao Yun inquired, lifting the oyster shell and asking. So, I want to eat one more. Qiao Yun. She had anticipated this. Human. Shameless. I have only eaten the first one. If you eat another, then you will have two. And that is unacceptable. Human protested defiantly. This is your reward for my report, the clan leader remarked casually, appearing confident in his victory. Human. You scoundrel, Qiao Yun. She had learned well. She would not give in. Instead, she instructed Human to call the clan members to join the meal. Just then, Feng returned with the clan members, bringing back a large catch, though she could not discern what it was. Its fur was astonishingly white, though stained with its own blood. In the forest, white was conspicuously visible. It was remarkable that a prey's fur had evolved to such a hue. Additionally, its claws resembled those of a tiger, capable of retracting and extending with ease. As Qiao Yun examined the catch with curiosity, she asked Feng, "What kind of prey is this? This should be a man-man beast." Feng replied as he prepared to dispatch it. "Feng, strip off its fur. I have use for it." Qiao Yun desired to fashion a cotton garment from this fur, while Feng was preoccupied with processing their catch, eager to dine sooner. Thus, he half-heartedly acquiesced to Qiao Yun's request. Meanwhile, Qiao Yun roasted all the remaining oysters. However, the quantity proved insufficient to satisfy the clan's hunger. Even with the addition of crabs, it still fell short. Fortunately, Feng returned with a Mammonchosaurus, which should suffice. "Hu man, where are your kin?" Qiao Yun inquired, for it had been a while since she had seen any of the orcs from the Orca clan. Hu man, gazing longingly at the bowl of oysters, replied dismissively, "They have gone to hunt in the sea. And you? Why aren't you joining them?" Hu man looked at Qiao Yun in shock. "Can I not eat here?" Having already savored the exquisite taste of oysters, she was utterly unwilling to return to bland fare. Qiao Yun regarded Hu man with puzzlement. "But you are not one of us, and tonight's provisions are scarce." Hu man was exasperated, feeling insulted that Qiao Yun would suggest she go hunting. "Then I shall catch some fish to bring back. Will you roast them for me?" Taken aback, Qiao Yun observed the fierce glint in Hu man's eyes and timidly replied, "Then go ahead and catch some." With that, Hu man dashed toward the sea, transforming into a great orca, charging through the waters in search of fish. Moments later, Qiao Yun heard a resounding splashing sound and witnessed a massive fish soaring into the sky, approximately 5 to 6 meters high, before crashing back into the water. Qiao Yun pondered, who bestowed upon her the audacity to provoke the tyrant of the sea. This was merely the beginning. After the first fish was hurled skyward, a multitude of others followed suit, soaring briefly like kites before plummeting back into the ocean. Qiao Yun envied the grand tail of Hu man, yearning to caress it. After sending about 10 large fish airborne, Hu man finally ceased her rampage and returned to Qiao Yun, burdened with an impressive haul. Each fish was plump and still vibrant, merely stunned from the ordeal that Hu man had vented her frustrations upon her prey. And thus, when she came ashore, she appeared remarkably composed. The fish seemed to lament, "What did I do to deserve this? Why not grant them a swift end?" Glancing at the catch, Qiao Yun identified various species of tuna. "Ah, tonight shall be a feast. Hu man, I shall assist you in roasting, but do share one with me." Qiao Yun shamelessly nudged closer to Hu man, requesting both assistance in cooking and a share of their food. Hu man, ever the negotiator, replied, "You will roast for me and still ask for a portion of our food." Having been momentarily intimidated by Hu man's display of strength, Qiao Yun gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Thus, when all the orcs of the Orca clan emerged from the sea, they were greeted by the sight of a brilliantly lit beach. Surely, they must have stumbled into the wrong place. At least 10 wooden racks were set up, each adorned with a large fish roasting over the fire. Additionally, there was a substantial prey already partially consumed. Qiao Yun diligently turned the skewers of fish, brushing them with honey. The orcs of the Orca clan could think of only one thing: delectable. Clan leader, Hu man finally tore her gaze from the sumptuous feast, her face smeared with grease, staring in astonishment at the leader of the Orca clan. "What are you all feasting upon?" the clan leader inquired. Approaching with an unabashed demeanor, "We are enjoying barbecued delicacies." Upon mentioning this, Hu man became immensely excited, utterly surprised by how delicious the roasted prey turned out to be. The clan leader, well acquainted with the setting, seated herself comfortably, tearing off a piece of roasted meat, preparing to indulge. "Clan leader, what are you doing?" Hu man exclaimed, incredulous at the sight of her leader holding the roasted meat. The clan leader hesitated. "Eating? What's wrong with that? This is food for me and the snow leopard clan." Hu man responded meekly. The clan leader glanced down at the sizable chunk of meat in her hand, tore off a bit more, and offered it to Hu man. "Is this enough?" Hu man, looking at the morsel approximately the size of a thumb, fell silent. The clan leader continued to tear off another piece. Hu man remained unresponsive. The clan leader, now dividing the remaining meat into 4 portions, declared, "I cannot give you more. I am still hungry." Hu man, is that the crux of the matter? The focus should be on the fact that this is food earned through hard work by her and the snow leopard clan. Yet, Hu man dared not retort, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she watched her clan leader devour the roasted meat voraciously. Chapter 80. Creamy white sea fish soup. Qiao Yun watched in astonishment as Human bartered with her clan leader. Marveling at her audacity, she truly would not allow her own leader to partake of the roasted meat. Such a fierce spirit, taking a bite of the roasted meat. Qiao Yun wished for a refreshing beer. After all, barbecued delights paired with beer were simply a match made in heaven.